Regarding my transformation into a 3-year-old adorable child, I resolved to marry Tsunade in order to survive. With a physical age of 3, but a mental age of an adult, I began my journey being adopted by Yuhi Kurenai, spending my days cooking and dealing with my sister's affectionate antics to gather a bridal price. I resolutely immersed myself in literary creation under the pseudonym Above the Anus, with my magnum opus being the plum in the golden vase. When the 5 great shinobi villages sought my capture, Tsunade boldly declared, "Who dares to lay a hand on my future husband?" This is an inspiring tale of revitalizing the economy of Konoha through the writing of risque literature and ultimately living off a soft cushion. Chapter 1. Adoption. In the aftermath of the Nine Tails incident, the 4th Hokage perished in battle, and the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, resumed his duties. 3 years later, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, defected, leaving Konoha in a state of disarray, causing much concern for this jutsu instructor. In a haze of confusion, I was not delivered by a performance truck. I had instead been jolted here by an electrical mishap while playing an adult game. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the 3-year-old child before him. With silver hair and gem-like ruby eyes, a visage so soft and delicate that he resembled a beauty yet to bloom. "Who is this little girl?" The 3rd Hokage inquired of the ENBU ninja standing nearby. "Sir, she was discovered in Orochimaru's laboratory, and she is actually a boy." Upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe, followed by a fit of coughing, his expression shifting as he regarded the silver-haired infant. Hiruzen understood that this child was also a product of Orochimaru's experiments. While not a clone, he was genetically engineered. The danger level was unstable, and even with proper nurturing, success was not guaranteed, as evidenced by Yamato's attempts at enhancing greenery through wood release. Hiruzen then turned his gaze to the silent girl beside him, with purple hair tied in a high ponytail, clad in a beige coat, appearing no older than 12 or 13. "Kurenai, this child is the only remnant left by your teacher, Orochimaru. What are your thoughts?" Yuhi Kurenai, a recent graduate and now a Konoha genin, stared intently at the bewildered child. "Sir, I wish to adopt him." Silence enveloped the office. Meanwhile, I remained in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What do these people want from me? Has the game begun? Did that old man just insult me? How absurd. I have transmigrated. This is the 3rd Hokage. That person is ANBU. And who is this woman? Still sorting through my thoughts, I suddenly heard someone express a desire to adopt me, and I locked my gaze onto the speaker with a deathly stare. It was undeniable. I had not only transmigrated, but had also become a 3-year-old child. This child's appearance was crafted by my own hands, influenced by a game I had played in my previous life, which featured a character customization function. After maximizing my charm and allocating the rest of my attributes to strength and forbidden techniques, I had confirmed my choices, only to have the boomerang of fate return to smack me on the back of the head. Who does one even complain to about such absurdity? I was oblivious to the conversation between the 3rd Hokage and Yuhi Kurenai, but eventually, the 3rd Hokage agreed to her request for adoption. Kurenai took my small hand and led me out of the Hokage's office on our way home. The atmosphere was rather somber, as the repercussions of Orochimaru's betrayal lingered. Were it not for the 3rd Hokage, this girl would still be imprisoned, forever bearing the burden of disgrace. Oh, you have a name? Kurenai broke the silence abruptly, and I, still dazed, was caught off guard by the question. I'm Ganyue. Kurenai paused, crouching down to meet my gaze. What a lovely name. "I am Yuhi Kurenai. I hope we can get along well," she said, forcing a smile. I spent a considerable amount of time piecing together the timeline, plot developments, and my current situation. The streets often echoed with whispers of the Nine Tails incident from 3 years prior. That must have been the chaos surrounding the Nine Tails, I deduced. The good news was that the main character, Naruto Uzumaki, was only 3 years old. The bad news was that I was an experimental subject, distinct from Yamato, and my body was a result of Orochimaru's research into forbidden techniques, with a lifespan shortened by a third compared to an average person. For instance, while an ordinary person might live to 70 or 80, I could only expect to reach my 40s or 50s. As for why this experimental subject turned out so strikingly handsome, Orochimaru claimed no responsibility, stating that I simply looked this way. The worst news was that I might not even live to see my 40th birthday, as in less than 30 years, the celestial being Otsutsuki would arrive. It dawned on me that merely surviving to death would be a struggle, and I was likely to meet an untimely end along the way. Yet, overthinking was futile. As the saying goes, now that I am here, I must find a way to survive. With ruby-like eyes gazing at Kurenai, I cautiously inquired, "Do you not harbor any hatred towards Orochimaru?" Kurenai clenched her teeth. "I do not know. He was my mentor, yet he is also a traitor to Konoha. I simply do not know." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, falling like droplets onto the ground. It was evident that the trauma inflicted by Orochimaru had left a deep psychological scar on her. I gently wiped the tears from Kurenai's cheeks, wrapping my small arms around her neck, pulling her close. The intention was noble, yet my small stature meant my feet dangled in the air, comically suspended from her neck. While it appeared somewhat ridiculous, it was of little consequence that I was not adept at comforting a girl, and my personality was somewhat peculiar, calculating and stubborn, fixated on my beliefs. Do not cry. The world is still a beautiful place. You will discover that if you are willing to endure hardships, there will be endless trials ahead. Chapter 2. A chance encounter with Naruto. Sniffle. And then what do you wish to say? I wish to say that as you endure hardships, you will eventually grow accustomed to them. Kurenai had initially expected this little darling to comfort her, having prepared words to embody the role of an elder sister. Instead, she received this response, which shifted her sadness to concern for me. With 2 large bumps on my head from being carried home by Kurenai, my expression was less than pleasant. It was evident that not only could joy be transferred, but sorrow could also be shared. Kurenai's household was not affluent. As a civilian ninja, even with her status as Orochimaru's disciple, life was not overly comfortable. Being able to adopt me from the 3rd Hokage was feasible due to her current status as a Konoha genin, allowing her to take on lower-level missions that could sustain our living. Expenses to A.S., a half-hearted fan of the Hokage series, I was somewhat familiar with this world, having watched nearly everything except for the excessively long movies. Now that I had been adopted by Kurenai, I had no intention of placing the entirety of our burdens upon her shoulders. Kurenai's home was somewhat similar to Naruto's, albeit considerably larger. She seemed unconcerned about sharing a bed with a 3-year-old child, that I thought to myself, what can I do? I am merely a 3-year-old child, and I feel utterly helpless. Unable to fight back or escape, I could only silently bear the pressures that were far beyond my years. About a month later, in the early morning, I emerged from a gentle slumber, having cut my long hair into a short style, yet my aura remained undiminished. Glancing at the slumbering Mitokai Azuki beside him, who was snoring softly, he couldn't help but smirk. And oh wonder Boruto's story has devolved into such a state. Not even married yet. TCH, utterly careless about her image, yet she claims to be a lady every day. After dressing, he prepared breakfast, saving a portion for his sister Azuki. Draped in a beige trench coat reminiscent of Mitokai Azuki style and donning his ninja shoes, he left a note before stepping out the door. He made his way to the most popular bookstore in the Hidden Leaf Village, slipping inside with ease. However, he was soon spotted by the shopkeeper, who, pointing at the petite figure of Xuanya, spoke in a gentle tone. "Ah, little Xuanya, you're here quite early today. No reading those scandalous books in the store, all right? Haha, what a lovely girl you've grown into." Ignoring him, Xuanya thought, what a load of nonsense. I am a pure man. Xuanya understood that the shopkeeper was merely putting on a show for other customers. In truth, he was quite amiable. As long as Xuanya caused no trouble and refrained from reading inappropriate literature, the shopkeeper would turn a blind eye. Yet, Xuanya had come precisely to peruse those scandalous books. After all, what else was there to do in a bookstore? Read biographies of the 3rd Hokage. Primarily, Xuanya sought to comprehend the boundaries of forbidden literature in the ninja world, especially since one of the legendary 3, Jiraiya, was notorious for writing such works. Thus, Xuanya aimed to imitate him, hoping to earn some pocket money and start small business. Writing such risque material, yet being so prudish? Paradise of Passion, huh? Initially curious about the contents of Paradise of Passion, he now felt no interest whatsoever. The narratives were merely tales of some princess falling for a poor boy, leading to various escapades. Or perhaps stories of a dashing young aristocrat, seducing hearts left and right. How could Kakashi have found this entertaining? Wait, who cares about the plot? It's all about the juicy bits. Xuanya, I told you not to read those scandalous books here. Not long after, The bookstore owner ushered Xuanya out, mercifully not as violently as he had with Naruto. Just wait until I get back and write some pieces like the plum in the golden vase, and then you won't be able to sleep at night. He strode toward the woods behind the hidden leaf village, maneuvering through bustling crowds while deftly avoiding the teasing of some unscrupulous older girls. Hey there, little one. Want a hug from your big sister? Get lost. I'm a pure man. Oh, so you're a boy? Even cuter. Come here and let me give you a hug. Ugh, I can't deal with you. Just for a minute. I have things to do. In the woods behind the village, Xuanya wiped the lipstick marks off his face, moving through a sea of flowers, untouched. Enhancing his strength was the priority. Sitting cross-legged on a stone by the creek, he closed his eyes, calming his mind, and began to refine his chakra. Unbeknownst to him, a small figure lurked not far away. Observing him from a distance, it wasn't until afternoon that Xuanya slowly opened his eyes, noting the sluggish increase in his chakra. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu. Taijutsu was exhausting, and few excelled in it for jinjutsu. Xuanya had no one to guide him. He hadn't even mastered the body replacement technique taught by Mitokai Azuki. At that moment, the small figure finally approached, blonde hair, clad in orange, sporting 3 distinct whisker-like marks on his face. Hey, what are you doing all alone here? Who are you? Xuanya replied, slightly taken aback. Naruto beamed upon hearing his name, flashing a wide grin. So you know me. Hee. I saw you sitting here and wondered what you were up to. Xuanya rubbed his forehead, feeling defeated. He hadn't even noticed someone was beside him. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter this chatterbox upon stepping out. Chapter 3. Target locked, I don't know you, Xuanya replied nonchalantly, standing to leave. By this time, Mitokai Azuki was likely returning from her mission, and he needed to head home to cook. The thought left Xuanya exasperated. Just who was taking care of whom? Why was a 3-year-old expected to prepare his meals? Seeing Xuanya about to depart, Naruto trailed closely behind, chattering incessantly. Hey, why aren't you talking to me? Not in the mood. Why haven't I seen you before? What's your name? My name is Face. You're lying. No girl would have that name. Believe it or not, I never said it was Japanese. As for the constant misperception of him being a girl, he was weary and chose not to argue. After all, some people simply refuse to believe, even wanting to confirm his identity, if everyone behaved that way. Xuanya shuddered at the thought of such a ludicrous scenario. This was not an adult-oriented world, but the ordinary realm of ninjas. Hey Phase, you're so cute. Even cuter than Sakura. Bang! Xuanya halted abruptly as Naruto bumped into his back, stopping as well. Shut up. If you can keep quiet from now on, I'll treat you to a meal that the mention of food. Naruto's eyes lit up. After all, he typically subsisted on instant ramen, which left much to be desired in nutrition. He nodded eagerly, grinning as he mimicked a zipper motion with his hands. Finally, Xuanya felt some peace and led Naruto toward his home. As for whether they would attract the attention of the Yambu, it was of little concern. The third Hokage and Danzo weren't that deranged. In the absence of conspiracy theories, their thoughts were not entirely villainous. During the Nine-Tails attack, the third Hokage's primary task was to lead the villagers to safety. Even if he had confronted the Nine-Tails directly, he would have ended up with nothing but bravado, utterly defeated. Danzo was the true, shameless one, learning from the bad while neglecting the good. He was obsessed with becoming Hokage, to the point of plotting a coup. Upon returning home, Xuanya bypassed the customary greeting of "I'm back," opting instead to enter and change his shoes. In contrast, Naruto was cautious, politely saying sorry to intrude as he entered. Make yourself at home. I'll prepare dinner. Thank you. Is there anything I can help with? No. Xuanya approached the stove, washing vegetables and preparing 2 dishes and a soup, along with 3 skewers of glutinous rice balls. Then he settled on the sofa, sitting cross-legged, awaiting Mitokai Azuki's return for dinner. Earlier, Xuanya had conducted a simple test of his chakra attributes using leaves. To his surprise, he possessed dual attributes, lightning and water, far exceeding his expectations. Using lightning chakra to stimulate his cells enhanced his physical vitality, allowing for rapid improvement in his physical capabilities. Without guidance, and lacking the enhancements of the Sharingan or Byakugan, he relied solely on his own exploration. The drawbacks manifested swiftly, and Xuanya could feel the toll on his body, which might even leave hidden injuries. If he continued this way, he might reduce his lifespan by a decade, potentially living only to 50. Damn it, I can't let it end up that I outlive Tsunade. Ugh, Tsunade. Shuanya felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. Perhaps Tsunade could heal him from the side effects of his lightning-based enhancements. There still exists a possibility to treat his congenital deficiencies and extend his lifespan. Even if Tsunade cannot accomplish this, he could simply marry her. You see, Shinya has a short lifespan, while Tsunade is a mature single woman. Their mutual support would essentially equalize their ages. Moreover, Tsunade possesses an ageless charm, making the idea both reasonable and mutually beneficial. The current dilemma thus transforms into how Xianyi can win Tsunade's heart. Bang! Xianyi slammed his fist onto the sofa, startling Naruto. Damn it, I need to earn money and marry Tsunade. What's going on? Marry who? Ignoring Naruto, Xianyi fetched a piece of paper and a pen, settling down to commence his money-making endeavors. While wealth may not be strictly necessary to marry Tsunade, it certainly serves as a stepping stone. Jinping Mei, pen name, above the anus. There was a man named Wu Dalong, who married a wife of heavenly beauty named Pan Jinlian. At this stage, Naruto was still illiterate and could not comprehend what Shinyi was writing. Wow, you can read. That's impressive. A quarter of an hour later. Creak. Yusho Washi Akane pushed open the door, the sound of her changing shoes echoing in the entryway. I'm back. Oh, we have a guest. Shinyi set down his pen and shared a meal with the two. He offered 2 skewers of glutinous rice balls to Akane and 1 to Naruto, as Shinyi had no fondness for sweets. Upon seeing Yusho Washi Akane, Naruto appeared even more reserved, fearing she might, like others, regard him as a fox demon, an ill omen, and expel him. Shinyi, what did you do today? Tell your sister about it. I went to the bookstore to read, then flirted with the older sister and practiced for a while. In response to Akane's inquiry, Shinyi held nothing back. There was little to conceal. He merely altered the term flirted to teased, which conveyed a similar meaning. And who is this little brat? After speaking, Yusho Washi Akane even raised an eyebrow, just a stray from the roadside. Chapter 4. Trouble approaches after that meal. A month passed in tranquil silence, with life unfolding serenely. However, Yuya Akaduki began to return home increasingly late, leaving one to ponder whether it was self-imposed workload or the result of the teacher's assignments. Naruto Uzumaki frequently visited, often lurking around in hopes of serendipitously encountering her. Autumn had just passed, and the first snowfall of the year began to fall. One evening, after diligently working throughout the day, Akaduki returned home, shedding her beige coat and collapsing onto her bed. Shinya, are you there? She called. I'm fine. Just a little tired. After much time together. Shinya had come to accept Yuya as family. After all, who could refuse a sister who would spend her silver on you, even if it meant wearing tattered clothes herself? And who would cuddle with you at night? Time for dinner. Afterward, a bath, and then sleep, Yuya declared. I don't want to move. I feel utterly drained. If you feed me, I'll eat, she replied, her tone laced with fatigue. Yuya's weary demeanor tugged at Shinya's heartstrings, as she still viewed Yuya as her little sister. With gentle persistence, Shinya helped Yuya sit at the table, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shinya seized a cluster of glutinous rice balls and forcefully stuffed one into Yuya's mouth, playfully pushing her head. Bang! Yuya's forehead met the floor, only for her to spring up, clutching Shinya under her arm, her hands pressing against Shinya's temples. You little rascal. Do you wish to meet your demise by daring to treat me this way? Ha ha ha, it hurts. I was wrong. Shinya playfully protested, still laughing. After their playful chaos, Yuya's spirits lifted considerably, her mood stabilizing. Shinya, today I encountered someone from the Umbu, Yuya revealed. Shinya looked up, puzzled. Did they trouble you? Yuya shook her head. Not exactly. I was merely warned. It must be about Naruto, right? How did you know? I'm not blind. The villagers' attitude towards Naruto is evidently different. The siblings exchanged banter, not overly concerned about the Umbu's warning. After all, with so many ants, there was little fear of being bitten, and their reputation in the village was hardly stellar. Yuya, a rogue ninja from Konoha, had a somewhat twisted personality, but it was the guidance from the third Hokage that allowed her to lead a semblance of a normal life. As for Shinya, a test subject of Orochimaru, her situation was even more dire, lacking any public identity. If revealed, Shinya would undoubtedly be regarded as an outcast. The following morning, Shinya donned a white kimono and made her way to the bookstore, striding in with an air of confidence as she rapped on the counter. Wake up, uncle. It's time to split the earnings. The bookstore owner, startled, looked up but saw no one and scratched his head. Where are you? Shinya's expression darkened. Just because I'm small doesn't mean you can underestimate me. Uncle, are you trying to cheat me? The owner, merely teasing her, scooped Shinya up and placed her on the counter. He then retrieved a rectangular object wrapped in newspaper from beneath the counter. No way. Uncle is not that type of person. This is your payment. Shinya unwrapped the newspaper and counted 300 ryo. Enraged, she slammed her hands on the counter. Electricity crackling around her. Old man, do you dare to cheat me? Do you think I'm too young to count? The bookstore owner, now genuinely frightened, realized that while he could tease her youth, the electric aura surrounding her was no joke. Ninja! Ninja! He exclaimed, hastily pulling out another newspaper-wrapped package containing 200 ryo. Your share is here, Shinya. Fuming, Shinya ground her teeth in disbelief. She hadn't expected the old man to truly cheat her, and certainly not to such an extent. You're almost as bad as a capitalist. She concentrated the electric arc around her hand, glaring at the owner, exuding an intimidating presence. The owner recoiled, terrified of being shocked, finally comprehending just how formidable this 3-year-old with white hair, white eyebrows, and red eyes could be. Shinya, I swear it's all gone. I promise it's truly gone. After all, yours was a new book, and we couldn't print too many copies due to its instability. If it comes to it, I can give you my share. Would that suffice? To ordinary people, ninjas were seen as cold-blooded killers. Even if there were personnel to manage such matters, they would have to wait for their arrival. By the time they did, one might as well be 6 feet under. Shinya, her face slightly pale, tucked away the electric aura and withdrew a portion of the money from the owner, leaping down from the counter with 1,000 ryo in hand. Uncle, we'll be working together in the future. I'll let this slide this time, but if there is a next time, there will definitely be no next time. I assure you, the owner replied. As Shinya turned to leave, he added, you still have some integrity left? I hope we won't have another situation like this. We have a long partnership ahead. Yes, you're right, she replied, leaving the store. Walking down the street filled with elder sisters, she noticed many people deliberately avoiding her, whispering among themselves. It seemed the Umbu, due to the situation with Naruto, had begun to distance her from the Jinchuriki. Chapter 5. The first encounter with Hinata. Shinya was indifferent to how Konoha village perceived her. After all, she felt no sense of belonging to the world of Hokage. Worst case, she could take Yuya and run away to another place. Orochimaru's domain seemed quite appealing, despite her knowing that the Snake Lady had her own peculiarities. Nevertheless, she treated Yuya well. In the past, she had been a test subject, either as a vessel or a specimen for dissection. Yet, with emotional ties at play, Orochimaru would merely seek to change bodies when the time came. In the original narrative, with Orochimaru's power and methods, it was impossible for Sasuke to easily defeat him. It was all part of a deliberate plan. Even the ability to resurrect through cursed seals had been foreseen, and by the time of Boruto, his strength had hardly diminished. With these thoughts in mind, Shinya hurried home to save her money before rushing out to find a place to train. For now, enhancing her abilities was the priority. Everything else was mere idle chatter. In the back mountains of Konoha, Shinya arrived, only to discover others were present. Upon closer inspection, a smirk spread across her face. Oh, isn't this the iconic scene of the princess being bullied? With winter fast approaching, everyone was bundled up. At that moment, Hinata Hyuga's red scarf had been torn away and trampled by 3 boys, now dirty and grimy. Ha ha, you white-eyed freak, get lost. Didn't I tell you not to let me see you? If I do, I'll hit you again. Shinya scanned the area, noticing Naruto was nowhere to be found, which puzzled her. Hey, where's that foolish Naruto? He used to be around all the time, but now he disappears at crucial moments. Meanwhile, Hinata's adorable face was marred by the faint traces of tears. A girl of gentle disposition, she seldom shed tears. Yet these uncouth boys had pushed her to the brink of weeping. Xianyi, with the tender heart of an old father, could no longer endure the situation. He tore open his collar for ease of movement and bellowed as he charged forth. You wretches, let go of that girl and face me. The 3 children, taken aback by the shout, barely had time to react before one was kicked, and they all fell to the ground, wailing. Having long strengthened his body with lightning, Xianya's physical prowess surpassed that of any child of 6 or 7, rendering these peers no match for him. Standing protectively in front of Hinata, he beamed with pride, exclaiming, Ha! Today is my moment to be the hero who saves the fair maiden. One could only envy his power, earned through risking his life. The petite Hinata gazed timidly at Xianyi, marveling at the prowess of this boy, who was slightly shorter than herself. The 3 rascals, though momentarily hurt, soon rose to their feet, glancing at Xianyi. How painful. I thought it was someone formidable, but it's just that white-haired brat. I've seen you on the street before, but I couldn't be bothered. Since you've chosen to intervene today, let us teach you a lesson. Look at him. With that white hair and red eyes, he looks terrifying. Exactly, he's neither boy nor girl, quite disgusting. Xianyi's expression darkened instantly. These little brats had a knack for striking where it hurt. Lightning release, wrathful heart. In an instant, his body was enveloped in crackling white lightning as he lunged toward the three miscreants, carefully controlling the voltage to ensure he wouldn't harm them mortally. While he lacked the talent for ninjutsu, he excelled in forbidden techniques. The three children had never witnessed such a spectacle, their faces paling as they trembled in fear. Don't come any closer. If you want to hit someone, hit their mouth first. If you want to kick, aim for their legs. If you want to electrocute, target there. Well, let us just leave it at that. Xianyi taunted them. You think you can insult me and bully girls without consequence? Let us see whether your father is a man or a woman. Hinata, with her pale white eyes, watched the three children dangling in fear from the tree. Her small hands nervously clasped in front of her chest. Xianyi approached Hinata, picked up her scarf, dusted it off, and returned it to her with a warm smile. Don't worry, these little rascals won't bully anyone anymore. If I see them, I'll give them a good beating. Hinata, receiving the scarf, spoke softly, her voice sweet and delicate. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Hinata. Xianyi felt his heart melting at her cuteness. It's nothing. I'm Xianyi. Would you like me to escort you home? Hinata occasionally glanced at Xianyi but quickly looked away, intimidated by the aura of lightning surrounding him. No, it's fine. Thank you. You're a good person. With that, Hinata turned and dashed away, displaying a speed unexpected from her small frame. Hey, slow down. I'm not going to eat you. Honestly, I'm quite cute. Why give me the good person card? Xianyi scratched his head and turned to leave, oblivious to how intimidating he had appeared just moments ago, while the three little rascals remained hanging from the tree, bruised and battered. The white-haired demon seems to have left. One of them remarked, I have a cousin in the ninja academy. I'll call him tomorrow for revenge. Another said, shut up. Your leader is already finished. Chapter 6. The unfortunate Hinata. Xianyi arrived at his usual spot, not minding the layer of snow that had accumulated. He randomly chose a place to practice his lightning chakra, aware that this technique placed a heavy burden on his body. Without the unique training methods of the lightning village, he could only practice during the midday hours, as morning and evening sessions would lead to dire consequences. Not far away, Hinata had not returned home, but had instead followed him, hiding nearby to observe Xianyi. If one were unaware, they might think her a lovesick stalker witnessing a scene unfold. The small Hinata watched him intently with her white eyes, occasionally furrowing her brow. Meanwhile, Naruto had just emerged from his bathroom, looking pale and trembling. Damn, those crooks sold me expired food. Oh no, not again. In a hurried panic, he dashed back to the bathroom, only to realize he had run out of toilet paper. If he knew that his future wife had been rescued by someone else due to his stomach troubles, Boruto would surely have slapped him. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Xianyi gained further insight into lightning release. To effectively enhance his strength, he understood that he needed a substantial amount of chakra, but overdoing it could harm his body. Gradually, he sought to master a balance, pushing himself to continue utilizing the technique while also considering ninjutsu. If he couldn't learn ninjutsu, he would delve into forbidden techniques. There must be at least one skill he could acquire. Exhaling a breath of frustration, he glanced toward Hinata's direction, recognizing her exceptional strength surpassing that of her peers. Hinata, it's getting dark. Would you like to join me for a meal? Huh. Hinata paused, surprised by his intimate and peculiar address. And no, it's fine. My father is waiting for me. I see you. Without waiting for Xianyi's response, her petite figure dashed away. Today, since Aunt Red Bean isn't home and is on a mission, I could invite you to dine outside, Xianyi said, only to realize she had already fled. He scratched his head, his lips twitching. In the original story, he had only seen Hinata being shy. What was this peculiar behavior? Feeling a sense of loss, he pondered whether he could ever recover from it. You've been watching me for so long, and you run off without saying 2 words? I can't let this slide. Thus, he stealthily followed her, maintaining a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow. Mindful of her Byakugan that could easily detect him, he trailed her to the Hyuga clan estate, watching as she sneaked into the courtyard like a thief. At that moment, a tall figure leapt out of the courtyard, clutching a burlap sack under his arm. Xianyi's eyes widened, and confusion filled his mind. Is there a thief? Could it be Hinata? Without a second thought, he dashed forward, realizing that in this alternate reality, he needed to ensure Hinata was safe from being abducted. Lightning release. Wrathful heart. His body erupted with lightning, propelling him forward at an enhanced speed. The assailant was at least a Chunin or higher, as they wouldn't dare to steal from the Hyuga clan otherwise. Don't push me, or I'll kill you. Get out of my way. Lightning release, thunderstorm. Ignoring the threat, Xian Yi unleashed erratic bolts of lightning, creating a cacophony of destruction. This was not a legitimate ninjutsu, but rather his way of expressing himself without naming the technique. Soon, the Hyuga estate was ablaze with light as clan members rushed toward the commotion. Among them, the swiftest was Hinata's brother, Niji, whose white eyes scanned the scene. Byakugan, put down the young lady. He commanded, his chakra manifesting as a stream of energy that accurately struck the thief. Exhausted, Xian Yi barely registered the gust of wind as it grazed his scalp. He quickly approached the thief, untying the burlap sack to reveal a startled Hinata, who had just returned home. Xian Yi sighed in relief. Thankfully, no harm had come to her. Just then, Niji arrived, casting a wary gaze at Xian Yi. Little brat, are you not going to explain yourself? Xian Yi felt a surge of anger. After a day of being the Good Samaritan, all he had to show for it was a token of goodwill. Your eyes aren't functioning properly, are they? Can't you see for yourself? If it weren't for me, Hinata would have already been kidnapped from the village. Hinata Hayashi felt he had been somewhat too assertive, calming his emotions as he approached the masked man and ripped away the cloth that concealed his identity. This is the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village. I knew they harbored ill intentions. If this matter doesn't receive a satisfactory explanation for the Hyuga clan, they will not let it slide. Xian Yi rolled his eyes at Hinata, nearly merging into the same family as Hinata Hayashi. At that moment, young Hinata gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, the first sight that met her was Xian Yi, causing her cheeks to flush, and soon her entire face turned red, culminating in her head feeling as if it might steam. Xian Yi sensed an obstruction to his view, lowering his gaze. He was astounded to discover that it was a steam engine. The events that followed were beyond Xian Yi's participation. After laying Hinata down, he departed, not forgetting to offer a piece of advice. Uncle suggests you erase all evidence and deny everything. After Xian Yi left, Hinata Hayashi glanced at Hinata, then turned his attention to the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village. Chapter 7. 3 years after Xian Yi's departure, he was uncertain about how Hinata Hayashi would decide, but he felt he had done his utmost. Moreover, he had no concerns about the group of mischievous children from earlier in the day, knowing that at their age, they would be reluctant to involve their parents, regardless of what had transpired. Xian Yi did not return home. Following today's events, he felt that he was still too weak. Had the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village not been restrained by certain considerations, he could have easily killed him, rendering him no different from a stray dog. Thus, he hastened to the training grounds for deeper cultivation, benefiting from the prior teachings by Akane, which had significantly enriched his understanding of ninjutsu and chakra. The following day, Xian Yi ultimately learned of Hinata Hayashi's demise, the exact reasons remaining unclear. Time flew by, and 3 years passed swiftly. Xian Yi reached the age of 6, with only half a month remaining until he would attend the Ninja Academy. During these 3 years, Hinata's clandestine observations of Xian Yi became increasingly frequent, evolving from glimpses every 2 to 3 days to 2 instances daily. Each time Xian Yi attempted to call out to Hinata, she would blush and flee. Akane's missions also grew more frequent, often disappearing for days without a trace. In this world, Akane had adopted him when she was 8 and had also graduated early from the Ninja Academy, a prodigy in her own right. They faced no shortage of food or drink, yet Xian Yi was puzzled by Akane's relentless pursuit of missions and training. Then there was Naruto Uzumaki, the clever one, who would occasionally stare vacantly at Xian Yi, sometimes even blushing. The sun hung high in the sky as the diligent Master Xian completed his morning training session, shouldered his bag, and headed to Ichiraku Ramen for lunch. He gestured toward Hinata, who was observing him from a distance, and casually continued on his way, unperturbed by whether she would follow. Secret of the Buddha. The 2 children stood 10 meters apart, neither too close nor too far, prompting Xian Yi to muse on what Hinata was truly doing with her Byakugan. During his journey, he passed a group of children, including Sakura Haruno, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto. Ino, I must tell you something, Sakura exclaimed, rushing over to Ino, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with shyness. Xian Yi paused. having seen them from a distance before, but never engaging with them as he had with Naruto and Hinata. Observing the bashful girl with pink hair, he found her adorably charming. It must be said, this anime world is truly absurd, either stunningly beautiful or exceedingly unattractive. Ino, with her golden ponytail and side-swept bangs, was a standard beauty, smirking as she flicked her hair. "Oh, you look like you're in love." Sakura turned even redder and nodded shyly. "Yes, I saw a really handsome boy today. He was so charming. I think I'm in love at first sight." Ino nudged Sakura with her shoulder, grinning widely. "Who is it?" "He has silver hair and red eyes. I think his name is Xianyi." The moment those words left her lips, Ino pushed Sakura aside, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What? How could that be?" Not only was Ino taken aback, but Sakura continued to rave about how wonderful Xianyi was, leaving him utterly bewildered. How was it that he was unaware of such matters? And what about Sasuke? Would he also end up alone? Unbeknownst to them, a little Byakugan girl was watching Sakura intently, her expression resembling a pie chart. Xianyi understood that children in the Naruto world matured quickly. But this was far too early, at 6 years old. In my past life, I was still busy with potty training and playing in the mud at that age. As the gaze of the crowd turned towards him, adhering to his principle of avoiding confrontation, he swiftly slipped away. He considered Hinata as a daughter. What more could he say about these little girls who had barely begun to grow? "Welcome." Upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, he forcefully ushered Hinata to sit down. "2 bowls of extra pork bone ramen, please." "Certainly, just a moment." Meanwhile, the group of children left behind began to murmur. Wasn't Xianyi a girl? Choji pondered aloud while selecting chips, sparking a murderous glare from Ino and Sakura. Choji quickly fell silent. "He's a boy. He just looks pretty," Ino declared confidently. "Exactly. I've asked many people, and they all say he is a boy," Sakura added. Shikamaru, with his deadpan expression, gazed at the sky as if utterly disinterested in anything, muttering, "A boy? How surprising." At Ichiraku Ramen, Miss Ayam watched Xianyi intently, her eyes fixed upon him without blinking, as she always did. Xianyi raised his chopsticks and called out to Ayam, "2 more bowls of extra pork bone ramen, please." "Little one, ramen is delicious, but you shouldn't eat too much. It might upset your stomach. Mind your own business. Haven't you noticed my friend has finished eating?" That was close. He almost let slip that he considered her like a daughter. At that moment, Ayam noticed that Hinata had already finished her meal, even quicker than Xianyi. "I'm full," Hinata declared, but her stomach growled audibly, betraying her. Her cheeks flushed once more, revealing her embarrassment. "You won't grow if you don't eat properly. If you don't grow, how will you avoid being hungry later?" Hinata tilted her head, confused about how not growing related to being a child. Such a little rascal. Ayam understood, her gaze shifting to the kitchen with the same look as that of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 8. School to avoid any melodramatic scenarios. Xianyi endeavored to steer clear of Sakura and Ino, even changing training locations multiple times. This relentless evasion nearly resulted in Hinata failing to locate him, forcing her to learn how to activate her Byakugan ahead of schedule. Atop the Hokage rock, Xianyi donned a black training outfit, focusing his mind and spirit as he completed his exercises. He felt confident that he could hold his own against 7 Uchiha of the same period. He did not neglect his physical training either, having gained substantial knowledge about martial arts through countless films and short videos in his previous life, coupled with extensive practice. Turning to glance at Hinata, who was hiding not far away, he shook his head, bemused by her unwavering determination. "Little Tada, it's time to head home for dinner." Hinata's face lit up with joy at the mention, and she quickly ran to Xianyi's side. "Xianyi-kun, tomorrow is the first day of ninja school." Xianyi nearly forgot about this matter. As he grew older, his abilities progressed rapidly, and he paid little attention to the happenings at the Ninja Academy. "So, will you be going to school together tomorrow?" Hinata nodded her little head in agreement. It was surprising, with her Byakugan already activated. Hinata should have been quite powerful and destined to inherit the leadership of the Hyuga clan, thus not needing to attend the Ninja Academy. What could be the reason for this? Either Hinata was concealing her true strength, or Hinata Hanabi was exceptionally strong enough to surpass Hinata at this stage. The latter option could be dismissed, as Xianyi could hardly fathom how Hinata could lose. It could only be said that the bond between sisters was indeed profound. The next morning, Mitarashi Anko rose early, and by the time Xianyi awoke, she had already prepared breakfast. "So our lazy cat can cook?" "Of course. Stop being cheeky. Hurry up and wash up." After breakfast, I'll take you to school. After quickly freshening up and dressing, Xianyi sat at the dining table in astonishment. Is this all meatballs? I apologize for having any expectations. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have felt disappointment. Am I asking for too much? Anko's face turned a mix of red and black as she hugged Xianyi, shoving a skewer of meatballs into his mouth. Enough chatter, just eat. At the entrance of the ninja academy, Xianyi followed the crowd inside, while Mitarashi Anko waved tearfully at him, like a parent seeing off their grown child. Pay attention in class, listen to the teacher, don't fight with your classmates. If you lose, come back and tell me. I'll laugh at you mercilessly. Xianyi concealed his face, disappearing into the throng, thinking to himself, I don't know her, don't look at me. Inside the classroom, seeing that 9 out of the 12 members of Team 7 were present, he felt he had officially blended into the main cast. Ino and Sakura had become rivals as in the original story, but this time, they were competing for Xianyi's attention. 2 individuals with an intense focus on appearances. Utterly hopeless. Xianyi noticed Hinata sitting in the front row, feeling conflicted. That wasn't a spot for a bad student. When Naruto spotted Xianyi, he waved energetically, shouting, Hey Xianyi, I'm over here, come to me. Xianyi was even less inclined to approach. What sort of nickname was that? He settled next to Hinata, having no better options. Kiba exuded an overwhelming scent of dog. Shikamaru was lethargic. Ino and Sakura seemed too young. Choji was unfamiliar, and Sasuke was just a pretentious brat. Irika entered the classroom holding a textbook, tapping the blackboard and writing his name. I am Irika Yumino, your homeroom teacher from now on. I look forward to working with you. Silence. A roar echoed, and the classroom fell silent in an instant. Ahem. Let us begin with self-introductions so you can get to know each other. Naruto stood up first, boldly declaring, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and my dream is to become Hokage. He then glanced towards Xianyi. Xianyi felt a tightening sensation. What the hell? When did this guy turn? And why am I the object of his affection? The room erupted in laughter and jeers, with many boys turning their gazes towards Xianyi. He felt like he was on pins and needles, and quickly stood to introduce himself. I am Xianyi. Male. I cannot stress this enough. He promptly sat down, still hearing the sound of countless hearts shattering around him. Naruto was left speechless, staring at Xianyi in disbelief, realizing the person he had secretly admired for 3 years was a boy. After this brief interlude, Irika resumed the lesson, discussing the history of Konoha, ninja skills, and survival techniques in the wild. Xianyi was disinterested in history, as he had already memorized most of the plot lines. However, Irika's explanation of the shadow clone technique was far more profound than Anko's teachings, although Xianyi still couldn't utilize it. As time passed, days turned into weeks, and seasons changed. 2 fleeting years went by quietly. At the age of 8, Xianyi immersed himself in the study of the shadow clone technique, fearing he might not graduate otherwise. He also sought information about Tsunade and Orochimaru. He intended to inquire about some matters with Orochimaru and hoped to win Tsunade's affection. Chapter 9. Uchiha won against 740,000. As time progressed, Naruto finally emerged from Xianyi's shadow, his personality becoming increasingly cheerful. Ignoring the gossip, he began to create mischief, such as setting off firecrackers in others' restrooms and painting the Hokage rock. The sun hung high in the sky during recess at the Ninja Academy. Xianyi stepped out to the training grounds, as he deemed the afternoon history lesson unnecessary. Unable to perform the shadow clone technique, he decided to delve into forbidden techniques, believing that if the 2nd and 4th Hokage could develop ninjutsu, so could he. Over the years, Xianyi had not wasted his time. He had been learning everywhere, from the library to Anko's guidance and Irika's teachings. With swift hand signs, he attempted the shadow clone technique, originally requiring 3 hand seals, but now needing over a dozen. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, a clone identical to Xianyi appeared, sharing half of his chakra. Elated, he realized this was not merely a simple clone technique, but a transformative one. In essence, it was like playing 2 computers with one account. If Xianyi's true self were to perish, his consciousness would return to the clone, as if he had never died. The side effects remained uncertain. It was akin to the 2nd Tsuchikage's forbidden ninjutsu, albeit with significant differences, paving the way for new ninjutsu development. This will suffice. He then proceeded to devise a dark version of the transformation technique and the body flicker technique. The transformation technique would completely alter one's appearance and withstand attacks without reverting, though it came with the drawback of reducing overall strength by 2/3. The body flicker technique would enhance speed and distance, but one hand must remain in a hand sign, which posed numerous disadvantages. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, many children were picked up by their parents, while those without parental guidance returned home alone. Ino and Sakura prowled around like hyenas, searching for Xianyi, hoping to confess their feelings but unable to find him. They secretly followed Hinata, determined to locate Xianyi. The two girls were not foolish. They had already ascertained that Xianyi and Hinata were not in a romantic relationship, which emboldened their pursuit. Sometimes Xianyi reflected on his previous life, pondering why he hadn't been so lucky, with girls pursuing him since kindergarten. Perhaps he had. But at that time, he was oblivious, lost in dreams of becoming a hero like Ultraman. Hinata, having evaded her two little shadows, ran to Xianyi's training area, panting and with a flushed face from her exertion. "I'm here. Yes, let's begin." Hinata took her stance, her gaze fierce. Xianyi casually picked up a leaf, channeling chakra to propel it toward Hinata. Instantly, she activated her Byakugan, dodging to the side and charging at Xianyi. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their palms colliding with a series of sharp sounds as they sparred in the woods. Hinata had learned various taijutsu techniques from Xianyi, and their training together deepened their understanding of martial arts. Before long, both were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. "Do you still have energy? Shall we go again?" "No. That's enough. I'm exhausted." After a brief rest, Xianyi inquired, "Have you heard any news about Tsunade?" Hinata nodded. "Yes. I have heard from my father that Lady Tsunade has been frequently visiting the land of hot water." Xianyi playfully pinched Hinata's cheeks, making a silly face. "Then why didn't you tell me? You should have mentioned it. Little Hinata is being naughty." Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson, and then it began to steam with embarrassment. Xianyi released her and stood up, extending his hand, enveloped in chakra. "All right, wake up. Don't be dazed. Today, I will teach you something different." With a gentle wave of his hand, sounds of air being sliced and crackling electricity filled the air. "This technique is powerful and known to all ninjas. But my teaching is unique. I cannot guarantee its strength, but it is certainly not weak." Hinata slapped her cheeks, focusing intently. She lacked no knowledge in physical techniques. Yet what Xianyi imparted was knowledge intertwined with physical arts, something she had not encountered before. Each of Xianyi's punches released blue chakra, creating arcs in the air. "Did you see that clearly?" Hinata nodded, a bit bewildered, but with her Byakugan, her learning ability was impressive, requiring no overly detailed explanation. Seeing Hinata's adoring expression, Xianyi playfully tapped her on the head, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurt." He thought, "You tried to deceive me. Let me show you the extent of my full power. Whether you want to learn it later is up to you." As he spoke, Xianyi became enveloped in deep blue chakra, corroding the ground beneath his feet. This was a common application of chakra, which varied in effect depending on its attributes. A small amount could unleash multiplied strength, with minimal side effects other than a drain on mental energy. This was a simplified version of the forbidden technique, Frenzied Heart, as using the full version in combat would be too life-threatening. As the sun set, the two parted ways, but as Xianyi entered the village, he sensed something amiss. Nearly every household had their doors shut tight, lights extinguished, and shadows flitted above. Looking toward the direction of the shadows, it seemed to lead to the Uchiha clan. So today marks the day of the Uchiha massacre. Xianyi had encountered the Uchiha clan a few times, but was not familiar enough to know if he could procure a Sharingan as a local specialty. Chapter 10. The night of the Uchiha massacre. As Xianyi made his way home, his mind incessantly lingered on the Uchiha clan. Their downfall was precipitated by their ambition for a coup, leading to irreconcilable conflicts with Konoha. The devoted Uchiha Itachi, a model son, had shockingly allied with Obito to annihilate his own kin, sparing only his younger brother. Behind this tragedy were the manipulations of Danzo and Obito. Or perhaps Obito had become so deranged that he no longer cared for anyone's demise. Seated on his couch, Xianyi pondered the implications of the Sharingan, which held immense significance for him. With his sister, Azuki, absent, this presented a rare opportunity. Approaching the door, he formed hand signs, whispering an incantation for a forbidden technique. The Shadow Clone Technique. With a puff of white smoke, a clone identical to Xianyi materialized. Simultaneously, his chakra diminished by half, and his consciousness shifted to the clone while his original self lay in bed, feigning sleep. Xianyi performed another set of hand signs for the transformation technique. Another cloud of white smoke enveloped him, and he transformed into the likeness of Lin from the original story. His chakra further diminished by 2/3, and he internally lamented. What a predicament. With this meager chakra, I barely have enough for even a half card. Thankfully, the Sharingan can no longer discern my true identity. Pushing the door open, Xian Yi's clone initiated the body flicker technique, maintaining one hand in the sign while the other mimicked the posture of a Hokage. He swiftly darted toward the Uchiha compound, only to be intercepted by the Umbu, who were stationed to guard the area. Hey kid, stop. You're not allowed in here. If you don't want to die, get lost. Ignoring their warnings, Xian Yi increased his speed and dashed into the Uchiha compound. The Umbu exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Should we go in to rescue him? Rescue? Do you have any idea what is happening in there? But he's just a child. Enough. I'll consult with the Hokage. You all stay here. If that child dies, it won't be our fault. The remaining Umbu sighed in resignation, none daring to venture into the Uchiha territory. Inside, the atmosphere was eerily silent, far quieter than usual, with only the chilling wind blowing, reminiscent of the ghostly winds leading to the afterlife. Xian Yi, cautious, began searching for bodies. He needed just one Sharingan, regardless of which. Where are they? Where is everyone? Not even a ghost in sight. As Xian Yi rushed ahead, a man with spiky hair and a tiger-patterned mask followed, revealing one Sharingan eye. At that moment, tears of blood streamed down the eye, and the man's hand trembled slightly as he spoke. Lin, is that you? No, it can't be. Who are you? And why are you here? Even at his peak, Xian Yi would struggle to recognize the most sentimental Uchiha, let alone in this clone form. Unbeknownst to him, a heavily breathing man loomed behind him, his gaze as intense as a predator. After some time searching, Xian Yi finally stumbled upon a corpse in a corner. And to his fortune, the Sharingan remained intact. Cautiously, he pressed against the wall, inching closer, only to discover it was a young girl's body. Uncertain if her Sharingan had awakened. What a stroke of luck. She has just died, fresh and ripe. As Xian Yi leaned in, his little hand reaching for the Sharingan. His breath quickened, exhilarated by this thrilling experience. Suddenly, a gleaming sword was pressed against Xian Yi's neck, accompanied by a voice devoid of warmth. You are not a member of the Uchiha clan. Who are you? Xian Yi stiffly raised his head to meet the gaze of the wielder. Feeling a chill run down his spine, it was Itachi Uchiha. At that moment, Obito's footsteps echoed ominously behind Xian Yi, like the grim approach of death. Itachi, I'll take care of this girl. You go handle the others. Itachi cast a neutral glance at Obito, sheathing his sword and bending down to retrieve the girl's Sharingan. This was merely a clone of Xian Yi. Even if it perished, he would only lose half his chakra, which could be regained through diligent practice. Feeling emboldened, as Itachi prepared to leave, Xian Yi couldn't resist calling out, Hey, I want one too. Not only did Itachi give Xian Yi a strange look, but Obito also raised his sword slightly. Obito gazed at the girl before him, who bore no resemblance to Lin aside from her appearance, and inexplicably turned his attention to Itachi. Itachi, fixated on the Sharingan of his beloved, sighed deeply and unexpectedly tossed one to Xian Yi, leaving behind a parting remark. I'll leave one for you as a memento. Xian Yi was utterly taken aback. What? Seriously? I was prepared to meet my end, and yet it fell into my hands so gruesomely? Unbeknownst to them, this I had been cursed by Itachi, set to trigger under specific circumstances. Chapter 11. Cease your misdeeds. Xian Yi stood transfixed, gazing at the Sharingan of Uchiha Izumi in his hand, a reflection of despair from her final moments. His heart remained unsettled, as he recalled the notorious reputation of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke. No moniker was misapplied. A hand rested on Xian Yi's shoulder, and the languid voice of Obito drifted from behind. Wait until I am finished with my affairs, and I shall tend to you. Hey, what are you planning to do? I'm still just a child. Without affording Xian Yi a chance to protest, he was abruptly drawn into Obito's Kamui space. Meanwhile, the essence of Xian Yi, at Haruno Sakura's home, stirred, gasping for breath. Goodness, does this fiend intend to ravage the innocent? What if I no longer wish to maintain this clone? Xian Yi soon recognized another drawback. Once the clone was absorbed into Obito's space, all connection was severed. It felt akin to a computer crashing unexpectedly. One could sense its presence, yet was barred from interaction. Half his chakra dissipated without yielding any tangible benefit, and there lingered the risk of being exploited. Truly, he had suffered losses on multiple fronts. Although his clone had transformed into a 12-year-old girl, a minor beauty, who knew how Obito would behave. His days persisted into the following day at the Ninja Academy. The vigor of the previous night had waned, and recalling those images now made him feel queasy, affecting his mental state. Hinata, who had never seen Xianyi in such a state, was consumed with concern. Xianyi-kun, did you not rest well last night? Her words warmed his heart momentarily. Indeed, his beloved daughter cared for him. Just then, Haruno, Sakura, and Ino entered the classroom, each bearing breakfast bento. With a clatter, they placed their bento boxes on Xianyi's desk, each vying for his attention. Xianyi-kun, this is the heartwarming breakfast I prepared for you. Please enjoy. Xianyi-kun, do not eat hers, consume mine instead. My bento is lovingly crafted. Xianyi regarded the two, noting their spirited banter and youthful exuberance, which, despite their immaturity, brought him some cheer. I have already eaten, but I appreciate your kindness. Their eyes sparkled with affection, and their chatter resumed unabated. Hinata observed quietly, harboring a secret delight, for it was her bento that Xianyi had consumed. She was keenly aware of his every movement, his meals, his routes to school, even his restroom visits. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, the Akatsuki's headquarters, Obito emerged from the Kemui space, gripping the collar of Xianyi's clone, now transformed into Noera Rin. The instant the clone was released, Xianyi sensed it, akin to a computer rebooting. The clone, groggy, blinked open its eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Thankfully, the Sharingan remained intact, though it was somewhat weathered from lack of proper care. You are awake, Obito stated, casting the clone to the ground, looming over it. Xianyi conducted a hasty assessment of his body. No signs of violation were present, allowing him to regard Obito with a semblance of calm. Why have you seized me? Old man, answer my questions honestly, and do not play any tricks, Obito instructed. Observing Xianyi's lack of response, he continued. What is your name? Yamato Nadeshiko. Where are you from? I know not. I merely wander aimlessly. The atmosphere fell silent for a few moments, as Obito scrutinized Xianyi, seemingly attempting to pierce through his facade. Why are you in Konoha? I came to steal. They say Konoha has abundant treasures. How else would I survive? Xianyi intended to establish his clone's identity as a thief, thus leaving Obito with no means of verification. Have you finished your inquiries? May I depart? Obito removed his mask, and their gazes locked. Xianyi felt a surge of confusion regarding Obito's intentions. Was it not customary for him to keep his mask on? What do you desire from the Uchiha clan's eyes? Xianyi rolled his eyes. What a foolish question. Who wouldn't covet the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? He was then seized by Obito, dragged towards a nearby room. Xianyi's pupils dilated in panic as he struggled furiously, not wishing to lose his Sharingan, nor engage in any inappropriate conduct. What do you intend to do? I'm still a child. This is illegal. Obito-san, please, let go of me. With a swift motion, Obito rendered Xianyi unconscious and pushed through the door. Yet, unbeknownst to Obito, Xianyi remained alert, his clone being somewhat resistant to disorientation and minor illusions. Inside the room, Xianyi had prepared himself, waiting for Obito to pounce, ready to unleash his formidable abilities upon the unsuspecting foe. He deemed his innocence far more valuable than the Sharingan. Obito placed Xianyi on the bed, inspecting the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Izumi before fixing his gaze back on Xianyi. You are ultimately not her. Chapter 12. The Hinata Sisters. With that, Obito forcibly extracted one of Xianyi's eyeballs, the excruciating pain shooting from his brain to his heels. The agony compelled Xianyi to sever the connection with all his clones, plunging the Yamato Nadeshiko persona into unconsciousness. At the Ninja Academy, Xianyi was drenched in cold sweat, vowing never to endure such torment again. It was unfathomable to think that the original Uchiha Madara could casually extract eyeballs on the battlefield and even reinsert them. What a display of power! Surveying the surroundings, he noted Uchiha Sasuke's absence from school. He likely required hospitalization for several days. As summer enveloped the land, Xianyi found little motivation to continue his studies after that harrowing experience. In truth, he had little left to learn. Were he to apply for early graduation, success would be guaranteed. During the midday break, he decided to step out of school, seeking solace in nature to alleviate his mental fatigue. Wandering the forest path, he occasionally kicked at the pebbles by the roadside, feeling somewhat liberated. Suddenly, familiar voices reached his ears, echoing memories from the past. You wide-eyed monster. How dare you show your face here? Boss, beat him up. Look at those eyes, they make me sick. Curiosity piqued, Xianyi approached the source of the commotion. To his astonishment, he found a young girl from the Hyuga clan being bullied by 3 boys. Could this be Hinata Hanabi? Did these sisters possess a penchant for suffering? Despite their evident strength, they appeared to be constantly victimized. Observing the boys' increasingly brazen behavior, even tugging at Hanabi's hair, he could no longer remain a bystander. Why are you being beaten without retaliating? Strike back, slap them across the face, or use a branch to fend them off. Hanabi turned her gaze towards the source of the voice, her eyes lighting up with hope, yet she still refrained from fighting back, simply watching Xianyi with anticipation. Xianyi found her expression unbearable. Truth be told, had he not been familiar with their personalities from the original story, he likely would have ignored the situation. Given the intricacies of the characters in this world, he was reluctant to intervene. The 3 ruffians, noticing Xianyi's approach, taunted, "I advise you not to meddle. My older brother is about your age. Be careful, or I might call him to teach you a lesson." The elder brother should not waste words on him. The appearance of this pretty boy clearly indicates he is not a good person. "Hey, you pretty boy, I will give you one last chance to swiftly depart." Xianyi, unfazed, grasped Huahua's hand and pulled it behind him, casting a fierce glare at the group of unruly children. "Go summon your older brother, otherwise I shall pursue you home and deal with both you and your parents." The 3 rascals, though mischievous, were not foolish. Realizing they could not win, they hurried off to fetch help. During this time, the 5-year-old Hinata Huahua stared intently at Xianyi, contemplating, "Is this the person my elder sister frequently visits? Aside from being somewhat handsome, he does not seem particularly special. Yet, the more I look, the more handsome he appears. How infuriating! Have I fallen under an illusion? What a despicable man to employ such tactics against me." Before long, the 3 children returned, accompanied by their older brother. Upon seeing Xianyi's countenance, the brothers seemed to awaken from a painful memory, their legs trembling uncontrollably. "Big brother, they are bullying me. Please help me teach them a lesson." Xianyi recognized the voice. This was the very rascal who had tormented Hinata years ago. Before he could react, the older brothers leaped into action, delivering a powerful kick to their sibling, followed by a flurry of blows. "I told you not to bully others." "Wah, big brother, why are you hitting me? Aren't you supposed to back me up?" The other 2 older brothers, witnessing this scene, had a moment of inspiration and joined in the chastisement of their younger sibling. As Xianyi and Huahua passed by the scuffle, his words were like those of a vengeful spirit. "You are not permitted to stop until it is as severe as last time. Otherwise, I shall punish you." They walked to the usual training ground. Locking eyes with the young girl, the tone of his voice peculiar. "You are doing this intentionally, aren't you?" Huahua turned her head away, speaking softly. "No? You mustn't slander me. Ha ha ha, you are far more astute than your sister. What do you seek from me?" Suddenly, Huahua bent at a 90-degree angle, her tone earnest and resolute. "I wish to grow stronger. Please teach me. I know my sister has always been accommodating towards me, and I also realize you have been training her, so I aspire to defeat her fairly." Xianyi affectionately ruffled Huahua's hair and pinched her cheeks. She was truly adorable, even more so than Hinata in her childhood. "Cough, what is it that I can teach you?" "I wish to earn my father's approval. I desire to become stronger." "Ah, such words are learned from the den of wolves. Yet I require a reason related to you. Do you have one?" Huahua frowned. That was her only reason. Xianyi chuckled lightly, then settled into a meditative position to continue refining his chakra. He needed to create a shadow clone to seek Tsunade's healing. As for Huahua, it was not that he did not wish to teach her. It was merely that he had already led Hinata astray. The Hyuga clan was quite traditional, and he did not believe that Hinata's father, Hayashi, was unaware of her true prowess while still designating the position of clan head to Huahua. This alone indicated a problem. Hayashi did not endorse his teachings. If he were to misguide Huahua as well, it would surely attract the clan's ire. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chapter 13, The Cunning Little Devil. Huahua, seeing Huahua still bearing that pitiful expression, neither departing nor speaking, Xianyi, with a sense of resignation, decided to raise his demands and dismiss the girl's request. "Little sister, how about this? If you wish for my guidance, I cannot offer it freely. You must provide some form of compensation." Hinata Huahua looked at him strangely, pondering her sister's relationship with Xianyi and his training of Hinata. Did my elder sister sell her body? Noticing Huahua remained silent, her cheeks flushed, Xianyi was exasperated. She was contemplating covering her face before leaving. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Hinata Huahua seemed to have made a decision and timidly approached Xianyi. "Have you made up your mind?" he asked. She buried her face in his chest, speaking in a muffled tone. Please, have mercy. It's my first time. Xianyi was instantly petrified. What did she just say? First time? Mercy? Good heavens, what are you saying? If you continue like this, I will be set back 3 years. What on earth have you experienced to utter such words? Meanwhile, concealed behind a distant tree, a middle-aged man, the father of Hua and Hinata, Hyuga Hayashi, observed intently. With veins bulging around his eyes, clearly activated his Byakugan. He gritted his teeth, muttering, You vile creature, you shall not leave here today. Xianyi, unable to withstand the cunning little girl's relentless advances, reluctantly settled on teaching her some basic techniques. Fine, I concede. Just watch closely. I will demonstrate once. If you cannot grasp it, do not blame me. Hua briefly revealed a sly smile before reverting to her poker face, devoid of expression. He formed his hand into a palm, enveloped in a soft blue chakra, and struck out, leaving a clear handprint on a distant wooden post. Gentle fist technique, compassionate palm. Do you understand? Hua's keen eyesight quickly discerned the technique's unique aspects. The range of attack, the precise control of chakra, aside from appearing somewhat weaker in power. It had no discernible flaws. Hyuga Hayashi halted his steps, realizing through his Byakugan that even he had seen clearer than Hua. A genius, an exceptionally talented genius. This technique. Flustered, he had initially followed behind Hua. Sharing the same thoughts as Xianyi, he could not allow the future clan head of the Hyuga to utilize techniques not of their clan. However, his perspective shifted. This technique, integrating the Byakugan's pinpoint capability, could elevate the Hyuga clan to new heights. With a slight sigh, Hyuga Hayashi turned and left, contemplating the interactions between his daughters and Xianyi. Forgive me, my eyesight is failing. Where am I? 1 daughter is a treasure, 2 daughters are a fortune. Despite Hua's tender age, she was clever and astute. Regardless of the technique, it must be beneficial. She promptly bowed again at 90 degrees, pleading for further instruction, before suddenly rushing towards Xianyi with open arms. Please, brother, teach me. Xianyi's expression hardened as he prepared to refuse, only to see Hua raise her little head, her Byakugan fixated on him, her tone sweet yet chilling. Brother, you would not want elder sister to find out about you holding my face and saying how soft and tender it is, would you? This is slander. If elder sister knew that brother had just touched the little sister's face while uttering such words. Xianyi seized Hua's small hand, his smile illuminating his entire face, radiating an irresistible charm that captivated both genders. Dear sister, where would you like to begin your lessons? As the evening sun began its descent, casting a warm golden hue, Hinata dashed to the training ground. The mere thought of seeing that handsome face and practicing fervently with him filled her with joy. Then, she heard a series of distinct clapping sounds emanating from the training ground, a sound only she could produce during her practice with Xianyi. Approaching cautiously, she beheld 2 familiar figures, and in that instant, she felt as though the sky had fallen. With a sudden weakness in her legs, she collapsed onto the ground, bewildered. How could this be? She was clearly the first to arrive, yet her sister seemed intent on taking everything from her. As Xuanya's gaze swept over, he noticed Hinata's arrival and instinctively shielded Hanabi's forehead, preventing her from moving an inch. Tears brimmed in Hinata's eyes as she turned to flee, apologizing for her untimely entrance. Xuanya, puzzled by the peculiar behavior of both sisters, quickly called out to Hinata, insisting she was indeed right on time. Once Hinata grasped the situation, an unprecedented determination ignited within her, and she boldly demanded a fair duel with Hanabi. Xuanya felt a wave of relief. What could be more delightful than witnessing a playful skirmish between 2 young girls? All right, both sides, prepare yourselves and begin. With Xuanya's command, Hinata instantly unleashed her chakra. Enveloped in a soft blue aura, her Byakugan activated without the need for hand seals. This is a technique taught to me by Xuanya-kun. I hope for your guidance. She declared. QEQ, dear sister, do you aim to eliminate me? Hanabi retorted. In the 14th chapter, titled Brother, the 2 girls engaged in a duel of techniques. Their bond unmarred by animosity, for they shared a close relationship. However, the rigid customs of their large family had stifled their spirits, and once they expressed their frustrations, all would be well. Later that night, Akato was still on a mission, not returning until the following day, leaving Xuanya restless in bed, tossing and turning. Unable to find sleep. He had thought himself strong, only to receive a bitter lesson from Obito. At 8, Uchiha Itachi graduated from the Ninja Academy and ascended to the rank of Umbu Captain, while Xuanya contemplated a comparison, only to be left feeling utterly defeated. Xuanya performed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique and logged into his account. In the Rain Village, his clone slowly opened its eyes, finding itself in a familiar room. After checking for any signs of violation, he noted no abnormalities, save for a few bloodstains on the sheets. Definitely not his virgin blood. Then, he heard footsteps as Obito, wearing his vortex mask, emerged from the shadows. "You are awake," he said. "What have you done to me? Am I tainted?" Xuanya demanded. Obito paused, inexplicably reminded of Rin. "I merely swapped your Sharingan. Is that not what you desired? How do you feel now?" He tossed Xuanya a small mirror, urging him to look. Xuanya gazed into the mirror, where the three-tomo Sharingan in his right eye spun gently. Enraged, he hurled the mirror at Obito, who effortlessly let it pass through him, shattering against the wall. "You scoundrel! I remember mine was a Mangekyo. You dare to switch it?" The shadow clone technique, in essence, was a form of splitting. To dissolve a clone, either the original must absorb it or it must perish. Reluctantly, Xuanya could not bear to destroy the Sharingan he had just acquired. "You best remain silent, or I shall end you. That Sharingan is yours, yet you cannot control it. Hence its current form." Suddenly, memories of Hanabi's earlier confrontation flashed in Xuanya's mind. Stumbling from the bed, he approached Obito, clutching his collar with wide, innocent eyes. "Brother, can you teach me how to use it?" Obito's chakra surged erratically, stirring a gale within the room. "What are you doing with this face?" Xuanya, encouraged by his reaction, playfully shook Obito's collar, sweetly imploring, Brother, I want to learn." In the Leaf Village, Xuanya sprang from bed and rushed to the bathroom, retching violently. Hanabi was indeed a formidable character. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Obito had contemplated eliminating Xuanya countless times, but could never bring himself to do so, cherishing the resemblance and the emotions tied to it. "Rest now. Come find me on the mountain tomorrow," he instructed. "Yay, you're the best, brother." The persistent rain in the Rain Village contrasted sharply with the changing seasons of the Leaf Village. By day, Xuanya attended classes in Konoha, alternating between napping and studying the control of Sharingan, water, and lightning techniques, alongside some sealing arts. Under the tutelage of Obito, who embodied the deep affection for Rin, Xuanya learned that a little charm would soften Obito's heart, leading him to impart knowledge. A year swiftly passed. Xuanya refined his chakra to its peak state. With the help of his clone gathering information on Tsunade's whereabouts, he confirmed her location in the land of hot water. One morning, Akado returned home, reeking of alcohol. Xuanya, with dark circles under his eyes, confronted her. "What have you been up to, sister? You vanished all night without a mission. I'm tempted to scold you." "Who are you talking to, you little brat?" "I was simply considering moving out since sharing a space no longer seemed appropriate as you grow up," Akado explained. Xuanya pointed at himself, incredulous. "Do I look like a fool to you?" Akado nodded seriously. "After all, you still cannot master the shadow snake hands." Xuanya's anger flared. Was it truly his inability? "If you think you can handle forbidden techniques, let's see if you can learn them." Eventually, Akado revealed her reason for staying out late. She had indeed gone house hunting, but had also attended a class reunion. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Xuanya observed Naruto's antics on Hokage Rock, his lips twitching at the artistic flair displayed. Naruto's punishment was a morning spent cleaning the graffiti on the rock. Ino and Sakura were no longer as clingy to Xuanya, not out of lost affection, but simply because they could not keep up with him. Xuanya, with his excellent grades, napped during class, took quick bathroom breaks, and left his peers in awe with his transformations, making it impossible for them to catch him. In the 15th chapter, Tsunade, the school bell rang, and Xuanya seized the moment to utilize the shadow clone technique. One clone transformed into Mizuki, the teacher, and stealthily slipped away. Mizuki was already a villain, a fervent fan of Orochimaru, so there was little risk of compassion from him, even if he were to be discovered. Mizuki would be the one to suffer. Xuanya's second clone boldly exited the Leaf Village at dusk, transforming into an old man by the time sensory ninjas pursued him. Battling through storms, he finally arrived in the land of hot water after 2 weeks. Though it was called a country, it was quite small. Even searching for Tsunade home by home would not take long. Upon locating her, Xuanya had meticulously devised his plan. First, to win all her money. Then to lend it back to her at exorbitant interest, allowing the debt to accumulate over time. In a year or so, the sum would be astronomical. and he would be able to either receive free treatment or propose to her, comfortably supported by his own savings. Ha ha ha. Brace yourself, Tsunade. Your reckoning has arrived. Xian Yi directly engaged with the transformation technique, appearing in his original visage, feeling no need to conceal himself from Tsunade, as they were kin. Halt. Return the money. He commanded. Quickly, apprehend that woman. I will share half of the recovered sum with you. Wretched woman, if you do not repay me, I shall sell you to a brothel to settle your debts. The plump target was here. He had spotted her. As Xian Yi entered the town, he observed a throng pursuing a golden-haired, twin-tailed woman, her ample bosom particularly eye-catching, complemented by her signature green attire. His lips twitched in amusement. Indeed, she was not difficult to locate. However, he sensed his savings were insufficient to support Tsunade, leading him to join the pursuit, albeit with a different chant. Darling, halt. The community brings warmth. Darling, stop. Your husband has dropped this. Tsunade, being one of the legendary Sannin and a formidable shadow-level ninja, could not possibly overlook Xian Yi's calls. Curiosity piqued, she glanced back while running, thinking who dared to provoke her. What, a little brat. This time, Tsunade was not angered. Rather, she felt delighted, flattered by the admiration of a child, clearly indicative of her charm that transcended age. Moreover, the child was quite charming, and she nearly acquiesced to his pursuit. After a flurry of chaos, the crowd lost track of Tsunade. After all, for one of the legendary Sannin, evading mere mortals posed no challenge. Xian Yi, realizing he could not keep up, ceased his chase. With his shadow clone sharing half of his chakra, he was not weak. As long as there were rumors of Tsunade's whereabouts, he would undoubtedly be the first to arrive. During this time, he had successfully modified the substitution technique, having deemed the original three-body technique too challenging for him to master. In the land of hot water, famed for its hot springs, he could not miss the opportunity to indulge. Lying in a hot spring, Xian Yi relished a rare moment of leisure, for he typically spent his time either studying forbidden techniques or teaching Hinata and Hanabi, with little opportunity for enjoyment. Hey kid, this is the men's bath. Get out. Xian Yi lifted the towel covering his face to see a scruffy middle-aged man. I'm a real man, older than you. Ah, this feels good. In the Hidden Leaf village, Akane had just donned her pajamas and lay on the bed, as usual, pulling Xian Yi into her embrace like a pillow. Suddenly, she heard an inappropriate groan from him, causing her to widen her eyes in shock. Ah, it's all my sister's fault for being so charming. This isn't your fault. It seems I need to sell a big house soon. The following afternoon in the land of hot water, Xian Yi ultimately donned a mask, for his visage had a profound impact on the opposite sex. There were always those who coveted his form, and the perverts were numerous. Just last night, he had incapacitated 3 troublesome women, 4 infatuated men, and 5 pretenders posing as staff to scope out the rooms. The plump target is gambling again. Everyone hurry. Upon hearing this, Xian Yi swiftly dashed out. By the time he arrived at the casino, it was already overcrowded, a testament to Tsunade's overwhelming fame. Utilizing his formidable physique and skills, he effortlessly reached the gaming table. Tsunade was playing high or low, the simplest of games. Observers placed their bets against Tsunade's, ensuring profits by betting the opposite. Xian Yi, however, chose to bet on the least popular outcomes, discreetly using his hidden strength to cheat, ensuring victory regardless of the circumstances. His dark energy did not belong to chakra, and apart from Tsunade, none in attendance noticed the trickery. Bet placed. Bet placed. High or low, with the dealer's call. The dice cup shook and then stilled. Tsunade bet on high, others on low, while Xian Yi placed his bet against the dealer. Then, he utilized his dark energy to alter the outcome. The dealer won. Thus, Xian Yi gleefully followed Tsunade, collecting winnings, and in that moment, he felt an inexplicable joy. When Tsunade was pursued for debts, Xian Yi followed her when she ran out of money. He lent her at exorbitant rates, an unscrupulous agreement of 9 out for every 13 returned. After a month, Tsunade had nearly accrued a significant debt to him. An outrageous sum indeed. Thus, it was said that gamblers meet a grim fate. Xian Yi had sworn enmity against gambling and drugs. Chapter 16. Drunken Tsunade in a hotel room in the land of hot water. Tsunade was thoroughly intoxicated, her mature face flushed. Beside her, her junior follower, Shizune, along with a small pink piglet, frantically tidied the room while attempting to coax Tsunade to stop drinking. Lady Tsunade, you cannot drink anymore. You are inebriated. Silence. You're so noisy. Tsunade drunkenly wrapped her arms around Shizun's shoulders, gazing at her sideways. Lady Tsunade, Shizun timidly responded. Bang! Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, slurring. Shizun, I feel like someone has been watching me lately. Lady Tsunade, what are you talking about? Haven't we been under watch due to our debts? Tsunade gulped another cup of sake, declaring, this time is different. Previously, I could only lose about 5 million ryo in a month. But this time I lost 100 million. Upon hearing this figure, Shizun's limbs turned cold, her mouth agape, eyes vacant. 100 million ryo? Tsunade paid no mind to Shizun's reaction and continued. Normally, we should be unable to afford food or drink. Yet, here we are, still lodging in this hotel and feasting. Isn't that peculiar? Shizun remained silent, believing that by this logic, they should have been bound to a cross to repay their debts. Tsunade's brown eyes narrowed slightly, a charming smile gracing her lips. Then, with a clenched fist, she struck the wall beside her, causing it to collapse and revealing a hole, exposing the figure of her neighboring occupant. In the adjacent room, Xianyi was seated at a table, enjoying a feast of roasted chicken, a paper cup beside him. The bottom of the cup was connected by a string to another cup on the wall. As he witnessed the scene unfold, he swallowed hard, wondering, what just happened? I didn't do anything. Tsunade stood up, barefoot, and crossed through the wall's opening into Xianyi's room. Shizun quickly grasped Tsunade's slender waist, pleading, Lady Tsunade, what are you doing? We'll have to pay for any damages. Please stop. We can't afford it. The little pink piglet squeaked in agreement. Xianyi, momentarily pausing his chewing, stared in astonishment as Tsunade approached. To his surprise, she made no aggressive moves, simply sitting down at the table and grabbing another chicken leg, mumbling. Little brat, don't you have any explanations? Xianyi, taken aback, stammered, explain what? Tsunade swiftly devoured the chicken leg, snatching the one from Xianyi's hand to continue eating. You've been stalking me for a month, and you ask what to explain? I heard everything you said when you first arrived here. Xianyi, abandoning his chicken leg, felt a chill run down his spine at her words. That beautiful big sister. I merely exclaimed how lovely you are in a moment of impulse. It was purely instinctive. Moments later, Tsunade had devoured an entire chicken, wiping her mouth with Xianyi's kimono and letting out a contented burp laced with the scent of alcohol. Xianyi glanced between his attire and Tsunade, musing that perhaps these women were not intent on silencing him. After contemplating the situation, he realized that if he were to pursue Tsunade and address his own matters, they would ultimately be family, rendering any need for secrecy unnecessary. Indeed, it was impossible to hide the truth. Treat sincerity with sincerity. If you yourself are not genuine, how can you expect to receive genuine feelings in return? However, let us add a phrase, except for the shameless. Just as Xianyi stood up to deliver a heartfelt confession, clutching a substantial debt note of 100 million, everything was under his control. Then, Tsunade also wobbled to her feet, gazing drunkenly at Xianyi. Before Shizun could intervene, Tsunade tumbled forward and landed on Xianyi, overwhelmed by Tsunade's weight. Xianyi dared not move, and soon, her snoring confirmed she was fast asleep. He withdrew his hand from the large cat that he had been holding, only to hear a knock on the door accompanied by the innkeeper's shout. What is that noise? No renovations allowed here. What happened? Struggling, Xianyi pulled out 1,000 taels of silver notes from his pocket and tossed them to Shizun, saying, Please give this to the innkeeper and ask him to fix the wall. Thank you. Shizun, already flustered, grew more so, initially thinking that her Lady Tsunade was about to take advantage of her drunken state. It now seemed that the situation might require a different approach. Should she intervene or not? Dazed, Shizun accepted the silver notes and sent the innkeeper away, returning just as she intended to pull Tsunade away, only to find Tsunade suddenly glaring at her with wide-open eyes. I suddenly feel a bit tired. Oh dear, I'm so sleepy. Shizun, with stiff steps, swayed back to her own room, burying herself under the covers, declaring herself asleep, oblivious to everything around her. Xianyi inhaled the pleasant scent emanating from Tsunade, a blend of her fragrance and alcohol that was not unpleasant, even slightly delightful. In truth, Tsunade was also testing Xianyi. She had been aware of his actions over the past month. As for why she was behaving this way, who said only men could take advantage? Hunters often appear as prey. Ultimately, Xianyi's fate would depend on himself, with no money, no people, and if it came to his life, well, she would take both his wealth and his life. Chapter 17. Ninja Duel. Xianyi pushed Tsunade aside, contemplating whether to take advantage of her drunkenness to make a formal bow. However, he dismissed the idea, knowing that if she woke up, she would surely deny it, rendering his efforts futile. Hee, no rush. After all, you can't escape. With a playful slap on Tsunade's backside, he failed to notice her teeth nearly grinding together in frustration as he laid her on the bed. He covered her belly with a blanket, for it is customary for the Chinese to cover their midsection while sleeping. Sensing some commotion in his original body, he changed into a fresh kimono and lay down on Tsunade's arm, feeling justified since it was his bed. In Konoha village, at the ninja academy, Hinata tugged at Xianye's original body, urging, "Xianye-kun, wake up. It's your turn next. This is an exam, and if you don't pass, they'll call your parents." As Xianye's eyes slowly focused, his main consciousness returned, and he heard Hinata's words. A headache struck him. The drawbacks of his shadow clone technique were becoming increasingly apparent. No wonder the second Tsuchikage seldom utilized such ninjutsu. Oh well, I might as well fight, if they call my parents. Sister Akane might have a good laugh at my expense. As the match concluded, Iruka-sensei announced, the winner is Inuzuka Kiba. Next up, Uchiha Sasuke versus Xianye. Sasuke glanced at Xianye with disdain before stepping into the arena. To Sasuke, Xianye was merely a pretty boy. He had never seen Xianye in action, as he typically forfeited the matches, rendering him a worthless opponent. Xianye disregarded Sasuke's attitude, well aware that Sasuke was just a pretentious show-off. If only he knew what Xianye was truly capable of, he would surely be enraged. As they faced each other in the arena, Iruka's voice rang out, "Position yourselves. Ready, begin." With that, Sasuke dashed towards Xianye. Xianye made no move, viewing Sasuke's approach as laughably weak, akin to that of a novice. Outside the arena, only Hinata remained calm, fully aware of Xianye's strength. Ino and Sakura clenched their fists, shouting encouragement without concern for appearances. "Xianye-kun, be careful. Don't get hurt. Go, Xianye-kun. Move." With a cold smirk, Sasuke leaped high, delivering a kick aimed at Xianye while taunting him. "What's wrong? Can't keep up? You're pathetic." Xianye, preoccupied with thoughts of Tsunade, paid Sasuke no mind. In a flash, he executed a high kick that sent Sasuke flying. "If you like jumping, then jump higher." With a resounding thud, Sasuke was sent sprawling out of the arena, losing consciousness upon impact, his coccyx likely fractured. Well, perhaps I went a bit too hard. The arena fell silent before erupting into cheers from Ino and Sakura, marking a moment of excitement. Iruka suddenly shouted in anger, rushing towards Sasuke to assess his injuries. After all, as the homeroom teacher, he had a responsibility to his students. "Xianye, you were too rough." Xianye shrugged. "I didn't use my hands, it was my feet." Naruto, wide-eyed, realized just how weak Sasuke was, having been taken down so effortlessly by Xianye. So cool. After this small incident, Xianye was still summoned to see his parents, the reasoning being that he had been too rough with a classmate. Akane emerged from Iruka's office, looking disheartened, clearly not wanting to be called in. She caught sight of Xianye around the corner, and as she approached, she began to rub her temples while gritting her teeth in frustration. "What was that about? Why did you hit him so hard? Now I'm getting scolded too. Do you realize that kid's coccyx is shattered?" "Ow, ow, ow. I'm sorry, Sister Akane. I didn't know he was that weak. I didn't even use much force." "Still trying to argue, are you? It seems you've grown some wings. Tomorrow, I'll find you a teacher to properly train you." Upon hearing this, Xianye was reluctant. His current strength could rival that of a Chunin, and he didn't need to attend remedial classes. The teacher might even be weaker than him. Then he overheard Akane muttering to herself, "Who should I choose? Kakashi? No, he's too expensive. Red should study Jinjutsu. Might Guy seems decent, affordable, and practical." Akane realized that she had been neglecting Xianye and was unaware of what he had been practicing daily. The reason for finding a teacher was also to ensure that Xianye received proper guidance. Among all the candidates, Might Guy was the most suitable. He excelled in physical techniques, and Xianye was slow in learning ninjutsu. Moreover, Might Guy had a good character and wouldn't lead Xianye astray. Xianye pondered that learning the 8 gates from Might Guy wouldn't be suitable. He wasn't an effort-driven ninja. And opening more than 6 gates later on would render one useless, while opening the 8th gate would be fatal. Well, suit yourself, as long as you're happy. In his mind, he had the Uchiha's first romantic master, equipped with various ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and sealing arts. Adding an 8 gates technique would be inconsequential. He could always use it to impress girls. Chapter 18. Tsunade the Wind's Howl. The waters of the Aishui are cold. A brave man departs and never returns. In the land of soup, Xianyi awoke to find himself bound and hanging in a most humiliating position. Before him stood Tsunade and Shizune, busily sorting through a pile of debt notes on the table. What is going on? Why is it so dark? Borrowing 9 taels and repaying 13. Yet all these breach clauses demand nothing short of a life pledged in servitude. How could I have overlooked such details? Lady Tsunade, here lies a promissory note for 2 million taels that you borrowed, and what are the stipulated breach conditions? With impatience, Tsunade snatched the note, scrutinizing its contents aloud. I, Tsunade, in the name of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, have borrowed 2,500,000 taels from Xianyi, to be repaid within 1 year with an escalating sum of 23,400,000 taels, doubling each subsequent year. Should the debt remain unpaid after 3 years, the debtor shall become the property of the lender, bound by oath, with failure to comply resulting in expulsion from the land of fire. Upon reading, Tsunade was left astounded. The official seal of the land of fire confirmed its legitimacy. Even if she were to destroy this note, a copy resided in the daimyo's office, rendering her efforts futile. Ostensibly, this was a mere expulsion, but in reality, should she be cast out, it would equate to treason. You little brat, I will kill you, Tsunade exclaimed, gripping Xianye's neck and shaking him violently, feeling as if she were a predator brought low by her own prey. With no doubt in her mind about the note's authenticity, Tsunade understood her significant ties to the daimyo's office and knew others might wish to see her eliminated. Xianye's face turned red from the grip, his thoughts muddled from the shaking. Please, stop shaking me. I don't need to repay. Abruptly, Tsunade ceased her shaking, blinking her large eyes before smiling sweetly at Xianyi, her tone softening. Really, little brother? Ah, cough, cough. You're the little brother. Your whole family is little brothers. Cough, cough, you're choking me, he retorted, trying to regain his composure. Tsunade, now rigid, glared at Xianyi with clenched teeth. You little rascal. You'll stop at nothing to win me over. I was just being kind to help you with your health. Xianyi paused, realizing he should check his own condition with chakra. To his surprise, the afflictions from his training had vanished, and even his innate deficiencies showed signs of improvement. However, he lamented that this body was merely a clone. His true form and the one resembling a certain adult film star remained unchanged. Once he reverted to his true self, the accumulated issues would likely resurface. You're quite kind, my dear wife, he teased. With a swift motion, Tsunade struck Xianyi on the head, settling at the table, propping her chin on her hand as she regarded him with a calm demeanor. Do not call me that. Now tell me who you truly are and what your intentions are, and I will spare your life. In awe, Shizune covered her mouth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at Xianyi's audacity. Xianyi, gathering his chakra, formed several small water blades to sever the ropes binding him. Once free, he adjusted his attire and sat before Tsunade, slowly recounting his origins from Konoha and his desire to seek her out, detailing his journey out of the village while omitting certain details, such as the clone's resemblance to the adult film star and his enrollment in the Jonin Academy, where he had even hospitalized a classmate just yesterday. After absorbing his tale, Tsunade's expression darkened as she scrutinized Xianyi, as if weighing the truth of his claims. You should return. I have healed your ailments, and I will take the note, clearing our debts. As for the Hokage, I will clarify the situation, so fret not. Farewell. With that, Tsunade rose to leave, followed closely by Shizune, who had already prepared her shoes for a quick exit. Xianyi raised his cup, downing the drink in one gulp, watching Tsunade's retreating figure. Intriguingly, you are the first to remain unaffected by my overwhelming charm. You have truly piqued my interest, Tsunade. Tsunade, Xianyi called, inciting her fury as she turned, confronting the one who dared address her so recklessly. Upon seeing a book in his hands, her demeanor instantly softened, transforming into a gentle and caring persona. Xianyi, what are you doing? How could I bear to let you leave? She hurriedly removed her shoes, rushing back to seize the book titled The Gambler's Bible. With stars in her eyes, Tsunade delicately opened the book, immersed in the tales of the legendary gambler, only to find the techniques described were vague, as Xianyi himself was not a gambler. The more she read, the more entranced she became, her eyes sparkling brighter. Shizune, standing by, could only grin foolishly, unable to utter a word. By the time Tsunade reached the final page, it was already noon, yet she remained insatiably eager. Envisioning herself as the protagonist, dominating the gambling tables, and amassing wealth beyond measure. Casting her gaze around, she inquired of Shizun, "Where is Xianyi?" Shizun pointed to Tsunade's lap, saying, "Yes, right here, Lady Tsunade." Looking down, Tsunade discovered Xianyi had somehow nestled into her embrace, fast asleep, ever seeking to take advantage of her. Despite her reservations about him, given her experiences in the ninja world and the importance of espionage, she endeavored to keep her emotions in check. Chapter 19. Infiltrating the Akatsuki organization. Xianyi, needing to control 3 bodies simultaneously, found his mental energy drained significantly, fearing that either his clone or true self might succumb to slumber. While managing himself and Tsunade was manageable, he dared not let his guard down with Obito, anxious about awakening in a vulnerable state. Taking advantage of Xianyi's slumber, Tsunade penned a letter for Shizun to send back to Konoha. Eager to uncover the true motives of this mischievous young man, cradling the sleeping Xianyi, she rested her chin on one hand, playfully pinching his cheek. "Damn it, why must you be so adorable? You can't eat cuteness for sustenance." In the land of rain, Xianyi's clone, resembling the adult film star, completed a rigorous training regimen. Sequestered in a room perusing various scrolls on ninjutsu, taijutsu, and forbidden techniques, all gifts from Obito, who himself cared little for them. After extensive study, Xianyi successfully unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan, a gift born from the tragic death of Uchiha Izumi at the hands of her beloved. The eye manifested as a flower, petals unfurling delicately. The technique was named the Grave of Blossoms. When activated, it transformed the surroundings into a sea of flowers, deceptively beautiful, yet laced with lethal intent. Each petal functioned like a razor-sharp blade, capable of being launched at astonishing speed, rendering foes defenseless. Furthermore, the floral landscape could ensnare enemies in a web of illusions, blurring the lines between reality and fantasy. This technique was born from the fusion of Izumi's will and Xianyi's own intentions after receiving the eye. As for Obito, he viewed the adult film star as a vessel for his longings. Once he realized his grand ambition of the infinite Tsukuyomi, he envisioned a blissful resolution where he would reunite with Rin within the illusion, while the adult film star would fulfill her own fantasies, posing no real threat to him. Creaking, the door swung open as Obito, clad in the Akatsuki's signature red cloud cloak and wearing his spiral mask, strode into the room. His single eye narrowed in discontent as he observed the clone, muttering, "What purpose do you find in endlessly poring over those scrolls? They are of no use to you." The adult film star turned, her large eyes blinking at Obito, feigning innocence. "Obito, you seem a bit irritable today. Is something troubling you? Would you care to share?" Instantly, Obito was flooded with memories of his time with Rin, recalling how she often spoke to him with such gentleness. In a moment of whimsy, Obito turned his head away, neglecting to gaze at the alluring figure of Tsukuyomi. With a mere extension of his hand, the ominous, swirling vortex emerged, presenting him with an Akatsuki cloak and a ring. "This is your attire. Henceforth, you shall also be a member of this organization, for one must contribute once benefits are received." Xianyi tossed aside the scroll and eagerly accepted the garments, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of donning the Akatsuki uniform, a symbol of prestige. Upon inspecting the ring, he noted the intricate design of a spiral, causing a momentary jolt of anxiety. He nearly feared his true identity had been revealed. Obito, as ever, was stubborn yet soft-hearted. As Xianyi adorned the ring and the cloak, he tilted his head before retreating into a corner, enveloping himself in the fabric. Casting a fierce glare at Obito, "You pervert! How did you know my measurements? I don't even know them myself." At this, Obito dared not meet Xianyi's gaze, feeling a pang of unease. "Isn't it obvious to discern with the Sharingan? Enough chatter, we must gather outside." Xianyi pressed himself against the wall, wary of revealing his back to Obito, who was notorious for ambushing from behind. They proceeded to the central hall of the Rain Village, where Obito halted and admonished. "For a brief period, you shall execute the task alone, as I have other matters to attend to. Remain vigilant." With a light-hearted pat on Obito's shoulder, Xianyi entered the hall, grumbling about the old man's nagging. Upon entering, he discovered a multitude of familiar faces: Pain, Konan, Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru, Haiden, Kakazu, and Kisame. Glancing at his ring, he noted the absence of Sasori, Haiden, and Deidara, but dismissed any concern. The ring was now his. "Good morning, everyone," Xianyi greeted, scanning the room. Aside from Orochimaru's displeased expression, There seemed to be no other anomalies, likely a result of Itachi's earlier scuffle with him. Haiden, without sparing a glance at Tsukuyomi, muttered about the misfortune of whoever was paired with her. Only Itachi appeared intrigued, briefly inspecting Xian Ye's right eye before averting his gaze, seemingly perplexed as to why he had not perished. After all, he had cast Amaterasu, which should have incinerated both him and the masked man had their actions been too intimate. Pain remained indifferent, aware only that Tsukuyomi was sent by the masked man and warranted caution. Now that everyone is present, we shall proceed with the reassignment of teams. The others had no objections. To them, it hardly mattered with whom they were grouped, as they could simply eliminate both allies and enemies if necessary. Pain observed the assembly and announced the new pairings. Konan shall team with Tsukuyomi, Haiden with Itachi, and Orochimaru with Kisame. Xian Yi had no objections. Being paired with a stunning beauty was far preferable to joining a group that constantly schemed to eliminate each other. As for why Orochimaru had separated from Itachi, it was likely that Nagato had perceived their discord. Subsequently, they were assigned a recruitment task involving the immortal Haiden, a notorious lunatic, in the Land of Water. As dusk settled, Xian Yi awoke leisurely, only to find Tsunade had once again succumbed to slumber. The room was silent save for Shizune, who was cleaning the shattered walls, while the little piglet, Tun Tun, offered encouragement without lending a hand. Noticing he was not abandoned by Tsunade, Xian Yi felt a surge of joy and skipped over to her bed. Shizune quickly blocked his path, her hands spread wide like a protective hen. Her cheeks flushed as she admonished, Xian Yi-kun, you are still young. I know what thoughts occupy your mind. It is acceptable to admire Lady Tsunade, however, to harbor romantic feelings is not. Playing with her is permissible, but anything beyond that is not. Watching her sleep is fine, but sharing her bed is absolutely forbidden. Should you persist, you will face dire consequences. Xian Yi, bewildered, exclaimed, what on earth? Isn't that a line from Jean Ping Mei? Is this girl truly a devoted fan? He smirked, teasingly. Shizune's face turned a deeper shade of crimson, having mistakenly believed he was oblivious to her meaning. Unfazed, Xian Yi excused himself, stating, I am going to buy some supplies. Do not run off with my wife, or I shall ensure you are punished. With a chuckle, Shizune watched as he departed. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. I am not a lewd girl. You are the one with the wandering eye. In the Rain Village, the perpetual downpour cast a somber pall over the landscape. Xian Yi clung to Konan's slender waist, resembling an octopus, while her delicate white wings fluttered gently behind her. Could you loosen your grip? She implored. No, I am afraid of heights and cannot fly, he replied, tightening his hold. Then walk on the ground, she insisted, her tone growing stern. Walking is exhausting, and with such a beautiful sister to carry me, who would choose to endure that? He retorted playfully. Konan's fists clenched in indignation. Keep your hands to yourself and refrain from inappropriate touching. Relenting, Xian Yi adjusted his grip, genuinely concerned about being dropped from such a height. The mission proceeded smoothly without incident. Xian Yi merely observed as Konan dispatched Haiden with a paper airplane, after which he joined their ranks. When Konan threatened to pair him with Haiden should he continue to misbehave, Xian Yi complied promptly, reminiscent of a child terrified of a parental warning. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the letter from Tsunade, a hint of concern etched across his brow. The young lad has sent out 2 shadow clones, one to locate Tsunade and the other. Konoha's defenses were not to be taken lightly. Daily personnel movements were meticulously monitored. Having watched Xian Yi grow, Hiruzen was somewhat familiar with his abilities, and it was not surprising that someone emerging from Orochimaru's lab would evoke concern. Given that he bore no ill will towards Konoha, Hiruzen decided to let him be. After the death of the 4th Hokage, Konoha's strength had waned significantly, and they could no longer contend with the might of other nations. A single spark could ignite conflict, and the loss of life in war was an inevitable fate. Hiruzen wished to protect the next generation from such a fate. Very well, he sighed. If the young one places more trust in Tsunade than in an old man like me, then I shall assist him. The following afternoon in the Land of Water, Xian Yi observed Konan, Shizune, and Tun Tun strolling through the streets. Tsunade's feet were adorned with white stockings, a gift from Xian Yi, prompting his heart to swell with joy as he received a kiss, feeling their wedding draw nearer. And he could not help but hum a cheerful tune. Gazing distantly at your charming silhouette, I can feel my heart racing. Ah, the sensation of love, indeed. The melody is delightful, yet there is an inexplicable embarrassment in expressing such feelings openly on the street. Meanwhile, Tsunade received a message from Sarutobi Hiruzen. She is well aware of the dynamics within Konoha village. As for Sannin, emerging from Orochimaru's laboratory, she doubts his trust in the villagers, which prompts him to seek her out. Tsunade chuckles helplessly, sensing that the boy's feelings for her may be genuine, making her decision all the more difficult. Such a foolish child, despite his youth. Chapter 21. The graduation exam time swiftly passes, and 3 years have gone by in the blink of an eye. Sannin has reached the age of 12, the time for graduation from the Ninja Academy. Over these 3 years, he has led a fulfilling life, nurturing Tsunade while she teaches him medical ninjutsu and insists he find a mentor, to which he stubbornly responds with endearments. In the Rain Village, he rarely sees Obito, mostly taking on missions alongside Conan. As for the task of collecting tailed beasts, he knows Conan is capable, but he himself lacks the chakra reserves necessary, especially since maintaining the Sharingan consumes much of his energy, far less than Kakashi's endurance. In Konoha village, 12-year-old Sannin dons a white ninja outfit paired with black trousers, his youthful visage becoming ever more charming, embodying the essence of a delightful young boy. Is he handsome? The attire was chosen by Hinata, while Sakura and Ino washed it, and Hanabi styled his hair. He is the one who washed the dirty clothes of Akimichi. At the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan, Sannin enjoys a meal with Hinata, Hanabi, Akimichi, Ino, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Naruto, Sasuke, and Konohamaru. Konohamaru is Naruto's newly recruited subordinate, bringing along 2 companions, earning the utmost respect from Naruto. After 6 years, Sannin no longer avoids Ino and Sakura, recognizing their kindness. Why hide from those who care? The barbecue restaurant presents a peculiar scene, where Sannin sits with all his female classmates while Naruto and the other boys occupy another table. Naruto increasingly finds the barbecue less appetizing, feeling it unfair. Shikamaru, with his usual lethargy, remarks that if they want to go, they should just go, but to not expect him to help if they get beaten up. Sasuke, with his usual aloofness, keeps his gaze fixed on Sannin, silently vowing that one day he will defeat him honorably. At Jinnin's table, a subtle competition ensues, with Ino and Sakura lavishing attention on Akimichi, thinking that once they win over the parents, they can gain an advantage. Hanabi, taking advantage of her age, sits next to Sannin, eagerly waiting for him to feed her. She opens her mouth cutely as he finishes grilling a piece of meat. Hinata watches her sister with a mix of concern and reluctance, wishing to be included in the feeding but unable to voice it. Jijin and Kuin, you'll spoil Hanabi. It's fine, she's well behaved, Sannin replies, with Hanabi enthusiastically affirming, I'm the best. The following day dawns bright and cheerful, devoid of sorrow. At the Ninja Academy, all graduating students line up for the exam, eagerly anticipating their transition to Genin. Irika and Mizuki administer the tests. As the numbers dwindle, Sasuke emerges with a perfect score, fixated on Sannin, smirking as he thinks, this time, I've got a perfect score. Let us see how you surpass me, Sannin. Next, Sannin. Irika calls from the examination room as Sannin enters and swiftly exits, holding a perfect score certificate, his speed reminiscent of Might Guy's youthful vigor. Sasuke is momentarily stunned, realizing Sannin has outpaced even Sakura and Ino, rushing to confront him. How could you be so fast? This is impossible. Sannin squints at Sasuke, well aware of his intentions, wishing only to provoke him. The examination lasts throughout the day, and like in the original narrative, every student graduates except Naruto, who remains oblivious to the unfolding events. On the playground, only Naruto sits forlornly on a swing, half his face shadowed. Sannin, unwilling to disrupt the narrative, feels a twinge of sympathy after knowing Naruto for nearly a decade. He approaches slowly, standing behind Naruto, who senses his presence and stammers, what do you want? You're a genius, and I'm just the bottom of the barrel. Everyone loves you while I'm despised. I even liked you once. Being friends with someone like me must be terrible. Sannin frowns in confusion, then suddenly grips Naruto's neck, growling, you fool, I consider you a brother. Yet you speak such nonsense. I want to let you off today. Naruto, gasping for breath, struggles against Sannin's grip. Stop. I can't breathe. Are you trying to kill me? Eventually, Sannin releases him, chuckling. What were you thinking when you were closest to death? You're making a big deal out of this. I almost thought you were heartbroken. Cough, cough. Naruto lies on the ground, looking up at Sannin with a gradual smile. You're still as cunning as ever. Sannin helps him up, waving goodbye. Tonight is Naruto's stage, The beginning of everything. Stop looking so miserable. I'll be at the pinnacle of the ninja world waiting for you, eager for our clash. Sannin exits, realizing why Sasuke enjoys flaunting his prowess. It's rather exhilarating. Chapter 22. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The night swiftly approaches, and Tsunade's clone is resting without incident. Tsunade, having indulged in drink, falls asleep, her last thoughts being to soothe Sannin into slumber, only to wake up the next morning unaware of her own attire. All situations and objectives converge on Naruto tonight, and Sannin wishes to remain uninvolved in this narrative. It holds no significance for him. The sealing scroll will soon belong to his wife, Tsunade, and what is hers is inherently his. Why would he need to steal it? After shedding his clothes, he covers himself with a blanket, drifting into slumber, dismissing unnecessary concerns. 2 years ago, Sannin and Akamichi moved into a spacious apartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room, now sleeping separately. However, in recent nights, Sannin has felt an unusual heaviness while sleeping, as if enveloped by something, a sensation both comfortable yet suffocating. The following morning, Sannin groggily awakens, feeling damp sheets, leaving him bewildered. First, he eliminates the possibility of bedwetting, having outgrown it since he was 3. Could spring have arrived? But he is only 12. When could spring possibly come? His gaze slowly drifts toward Akamichi's room, the only one in the house of the appropriate age. At the Ninja Academy, Sannin decides to keep one eye closed, fearing misunderstandings that could lead to embarrassment. In the classroom, Iruka begins assigning teams to the students, and Naruto is present, proudly wearing the Leaf Village Genin headband, indicating he has not deviated from the plot. The third Hokage, Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi, has summoned you to his office. Iruka smiled as he held a list and looked at him. Me? Iruka-sensei, do you know what the third Hokage wants to see me about? Iruka shook his head with a smile, indicating he didn't know, but assured him it was likely something good, and he would find out soon enough. Xianyi felt a bit anxious. With 2 shadow clones outside, even if his original self were to perish, he would revive through them. So he was not particularly afraid of death. Knock, knock, knock. He arrived at the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. Quickly, the voice of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, called out, "Come in." Xianyi pushed the door open and approached the desk, smiling as he addressed the Hokage. "You summoned me, Lord Sarutobi?" Hiruzen smiled and gestured to a nearby chair. "Don't be nervous, sit down." Xianyi decided to take a more relaxed approach and sat down confidently, internally thinking, "Old man, do you think you're some kind of mafia boss?" Hiruzen picked up a list and suddenly said, "Little Xianyi, are you interested in joining the Yambu?" Xianyi decisively shook his head. "No, Lord Hokage. I don't believe I am cut out for that kind of work." "Ha ha ha. No problem, if you're not interested. I'll make normal arrangements for you," replied Hiruzen. Xianyi was puzzled by the old man's intentions, as it seemed he still had a choice regarding his post-graduation employment. Hiruzen then retrieved a scroll from his drawer and gently placed it on the desk. "You might want to trust me a bit more. After all, Tsunade is my disciple." Upon hearing this, Xianyi's expression stiffened for a moment before he gradually returned to his usual demeanor, realizing the old man had ulterior motives. "What do you mean, Lord Hokage? I don't quite understand." Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, tossed the scroll to Xianyi, and pointed to the door. "You can leave now. I've prepared a little gift for you." Holding the scroll, Xianyi remained bewildered. Is this how the Hokage world operates? If it weren't for my clones being in the Akatsuki, I would think I had walked into a bizarre anime. Just as he opened the office door, Hiruzen's voice came from behind. "Don't worry, Danzo won't make a move against you." Xianyi left the office. "What an impolite little rascal," Hiruzen muttered, pondering whether Tsunade had taken him as a disciple or not. As Xianyi walked back to the classroom, a mix of emotions filled him. Tsunade, that troublesome woman. Why does she always air our matters? It appeared that Hiruzen was trying to win him over while also hoping to summon Tsunade back to Konoha. However, he felt he owed Hiruzen a debt of gratitude. As someone who had emerged from Orochimaru's lab, it was clear that Danzo would not let him off easily. Hiruzen had been protecting him all along. Xianyi opened the scroll and frowned at the contents. An expression of disdain appeared on his face. What a stingy old man. He is not even as generous as Uchiha. The scroll contained the technique for the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, and he wondered how Hiruzen expected Tsunade to come back and serve him. When he returned to the classroom, Iruka-sensei began assigning teams. As in the original story, the teams remained largely unchanged, with the only difference being that he replaced Inuzuka Kiba. Xianyi chuckled to himself, thinking, What is up with that old man? Why didn't he arrange for me to have 2 female teammates? If outsiders see me alone, they might think I can't handle it. He pondered. What was the name of my other teammate again? Never mind. I'll find out tomorrow during the gathering. Upon hearing the team rankings, Naruto performed a classic scene, squatting on the table and glaring at Sasuke. Iruka-sensei, why should I be on the same team as this arrogant guy? I demand to change teammates. Shienyi noticed Sakura gazing at him with admiration. Wow, Shienyi-kun looks good today. It seemed he needed to clarify a few things. Chapter 23. Teacher Yuhi Kurenai Shienyi stealthily approached Naruto and executed a flying kick. Bang! Naruto and Sasuke suddenly collided, their lips meeting with a force that surpassed the original story, even producing sounds. Most of the class focused on Naruto, while a few girls looked at Shienyi, wondering how they ended up as classmates with such individuals. Where is morality? Where is ethics? Where is humanity? Who am I behind? In the land of tea. Shienyi observed Tsunade, who was engrossed in a slot machine, embodying the spirit of a carefree girl. He walked over and sat beside her. Dear, the old man spoke to me today. Tsunade, distracted by the game, half listened and casually replied. What did he say? He mentioned that we should settle our marriage arrangements since we are not getting any younger. All right, you can decide. Then I think tonight would be perfect. Tsunade, having exhausted her game tokens, finally registered what Shienyi had said and grabbed him by the collar, glaring at him with wide eyes. Wait, what did you just say? That old man, you mean the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen? He has already prepared your dowry, the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Shienyi said nonchalantly. Tsunade had long since become immune to Shienyi's shamelessness. She simply needed to filter out the marriage talk. That old man is infuriating. Am I worth only a B-rank ninjutsu? After releasing him, she playfully lifted his chin and said, You're not afraid I'll smash your clones, are you? Shienyi pressed his face against her hand. This could be considered a sister-brother romance, and for him, it felt just right. Go ahead and try. I don't believe you would. When it came to Tsunade's life, she truly couldn't bring herself to harm Shienyi. It was usually him crossing boundaries that warranted a reprimand. I'm done with this, let us go. Bring Shizun along. You little rascal can accompany me for drinks. Can't we leave that annoying light bulb behind? Less chatter. If Shizun isn't with us, who knows what I'll be wearing when I wake up tomorrow. You only dare to change your socks. The next day at noon in Konoha village, Shienyi was the last to arrive at the training ground. The previous day, the team leader had come to the class to collect the students, and Shienyi had been preoccupied with Tsunade, so he was unaware of the specifics. Upon arriving at the training ground, he noticed Hinata looking around with her head down, likely searching for him. A figure with wild hair dressed in a loose white robe stood before him, along with the beautiful Kurenai Yuhi, the current Jinjutsu master of Konoha. Kurenai was striking, with cascading waves of hair, fiery red lips, and crimson eyes, complemented by a fitted white checkered skirt. Shienyi-kun, you're late, Hinata quietly reminded him. Shienyi quickly bowed his head in sincere apology, but as he did, he caught sight of Kurenai's delicate, white toes. He instantly looked up. I'm sorry. Teacher Kurenai, I was out late drinking last night. That was close. He nearly revealed his drinking escapades with Tsunade. How is it possible for my clones to get drunk? Yet my original self sleeps so long. Kurenai gave him an appraising look and then said, return to your team and stand by. Let us start with self-introductions. The first to step forward was Shino Aburame. I am Shino Aburame, and I have a fondness for insects. My dream is to cultivate them. Upon hearing about insects, Shienyi finally recognized who he was. It was quite amusing that Shino's insects were far more recognizable than he was. Hinata was next. I am Hinata Hyuga. And I like. Then she became flustered and fell silent. Kurenai shot Shienyi a glare and sighed. You don't need to say that. Just tell us what your dream is. Hinata suddenly felt a chill. The processor was indeed formidable. My aspiration is to one day catch up with those I cherish and walk alongside them. As these words left her lips, Kurenai shot a glare at Jinya, who responded with a playful smirk, questioning whether she was flirting with him or merely disapproving of his presence. Jinya introduced himself, stating, I am Jinya. I pursue what I love, and my dream is peace in the ninja world. Kurenai clenched her fists, thinking that it would have been better if he hadn't spoken at all, realizing there was another formidable presence in their class. Shino, adjusting his sunglasses, candidly remarked that they would soon be comrades in the same team and hoped for a pleasant collaboration in the future. Hinata gazed at Jinya with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, Jinya-kun's dream is so impressive. I want to learn from you. Jinya gently patted Hinata's head, reassuring her that dreams are merely aspirations, and he himself had no intention of realizing them. Shino's voice trailed off, as he felt somewhat superfluous in the conversation, prompting him to suggest his departure. Kurenai, now fully focused, noted the seriousness of the upcoming exam, stating, "We are Team 8, a reconnaissance unit. While our primary focus is on scouting, we must also assess combat capabilities. Jinya, you will battle me first to test your strength." Chapter 24, Battle with Kurenai. Oh no, she is coming for me. The way Kurenai-sensei is acting clearly indicates she is seeking vengeance. Jinya and Kurenai faced each other as she called the start of the match. Before he could react, Kurenai launched her attack. Jinya had trained for 3 years alongside Might Guy, mastering the 8 gates and innovating upon the forbidden techniques. Yet he knew he couldn't employ incomplete jutsu against a teacher. Doing so would be akin to mocking her. The two exchanged kunai in rapid succession, each clash sparking bright flashes. As Kurenai's speed and attack frequency escalated, Jinya found himself increasingly strained. Kurenai, being a jonin and with her experience, felt confident in her ability to handle a child. After struggling to subdue Jinya for a prolonged period, Kurenai resorted to trickery. She delivered a heavy blow that pushed Jinya back before weaving hand seals for a jinjutsu, illusory binding of the enchanted tree. Jinya was momentarily stunned. "Well, if you choose to employ jutsu, do not blame me for my actions." He swiftly performed his own hand seals, his movements creating indistinct shadows. Forbidden technique, Sea of Flowers. This low-tier jinjutsu, inspired by his Sharingan, was designed to enable him to use illusionary techniques at his current level. Suddenly, a large tree sprouted behind him, its tendrils ensnaring him completely, while Kurenai's silhouette emerged from above, kunai poised at Jinya's throat. The victor seemed clear. It appeared Kurenai had won. Is that so? Then do take a look behind you. Unfazed, Kurenai turned to find her back adorned with vibrant red flowers. Merely a simple illusion, she scoffed, forming hand seals once more, declaring, "Jinjutsu, release." Yet, when she glanced back, the flowers remained. Jinya chuckled softly, given that it is a forbidden technique. It is not so easily dispelled. Do you truly think I lack intelligence? The flowers proliferated, enveloping Kurenai entirely, rendering her immobile. Jinya gently shook the tree's tendrils, which slowly released their grip. This jinjutsu was not exceptionally intricate. Its strength lay in the time it took to break free, allowing him to control her for at least 2 to 3 seconds, perhaps even 5 seconds against a ninja of Kurenai's caliber. Seizing this opportunity, Jinya lunged forward, thrusting his kunai directly into Kurenai's form. Her body gradually dissipated. They were in the realm of a jinjutsu, where the death of one's spiritual awareness would merely result in mental turmoil. She would recover in a few days. As Kurenai let out a pained groan, Hinata and Shino finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This battle would not end in Kurenai's defeat, but she would undoubtedly face some setbacks. Jinya's strength was formidable, and even Shino had yet to witness Jinya's full might. Hinata, oblivious to Shino's analytical commentary, clenched her small fists, her expression twisted with concern, wishing for both combatants to emerge unscathed. Shino, feeling unheard, resorted to drawing circles in the air. Kurenai rubbed her temples and shot another incredulous glance at Jinya, marveling at the ferocity of a mere student. Seeing that Kurenai refused to concede, Jinya knew he would have to resort to unconventional methods. He swiftly formed hand seals once more. Forbidden technique, Heart of Fury. Sparks crackled around him as arcs of electricity enveloped his form, enhancing his physical reflexes with the added power of lightning. But he was not finished. A pale blue chakra began to envelop his hands, a technique he had once taught Hinata, significantly amplifying his attack while adding destructive attributes. First gate, the opening of the door of opening. Second gate, the opening of the door of rest. Third gate, the opening of the door of life. Kurenai watched as Jinya continuously stacked buffs, feeling a sense of dread as he seemed intent on overwhelming her. Reluctant to concede, yet equally unwilling to be beaten, she swiftly formed seals, culminating in a final jinjutsu, illusionary clones. Jinya found himself confronted by an exact replica of Kurenai, and he was pulled into the realm of the jinjutsu, feeling exasperated. These illusionary ninjas were infuriating, constantly employing mental tactics. It was maddening. Forbidden technique, Parting the Clouds. Jinya retaliated with a special technique designed to disrupt jinjutsu, albeit with significant side effects. including a temporary chaos of chakra within his system, making it crucial to exercise caution in his movements lest he harm himself, while also rendering him temporarily immune to such illusions. Next, he faced Kurenai's clone. Realizing the simplest solution was to avoid confrontation and instead dash towards Kurenai's true self. Now was not the time for mercy. If she recalled all her clones, he could swiftly eliminate her. However, he was not yet capable of that. Chapter 25. A hasty conclusion to the test. Jiraiya swiftly maneuvered past the illusionary clone, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Kurenai's head, demonstrating his seriousness. The impact landed squarely on Kurenai's body. Yet an unusual phenomenon occurred. Jiraiya's foot passed right through her, as if she were made of air. At that moment, Kurenai's previously summoned clone appeared behind Jiraiya. Her voice cold yet tinged with anger. "You've gone too far, little brat." With a swift motion, Kurenai thrust her kunai into Jiraiya's lower back, a spray of crimson erupting into the air. Jiraiya spun mid-air, retaliating with a kick that forced Kurenai back, then executed a series of backflips to create distance, keeping a vigilant eye on her to prevent her from escaping his line of sight. Damn, a Jonin is indeed formidable. Who said she was weak? She just pierced my side. Tsunade had taught Jiraiya medical ninjutsu, but alas, he struggled to grasp it, only managing to learn a few techniques with considerable side effects. Moreover, the numerous buffs he had accumulated could not last long, and now that he was injured, their duration was further compromised. The healing technique Tsunade had instructed him in, the mitotic regeneration, was not suitable for use in this context. Winning against Kurenai was proving to be quite the challenge. The forbidden techniques that could determine victory and defeat cannot be used. After all, the opponent is your team leader. Killing your teacher on the first day of school might suggest you harbor intentions of defection. At this moment, Yugao was also in distress, her mental state severely impacted. Her head throbbing painfully, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Where did this little brat learn such troublesome jutsu? Could it be that Akari has some hidden tricks? Hyuga Hinata, witnessing Jinya's injury, particularly in the lower back area, felt a surge of concern and instinctively rushed forward. She positioned herself between the two combatants, arms outstretched, shouting for them to cease fighting. To be honest, Yugao was not inclined to continue the skirmish either. It would be quite embarrassing if word spread that she had been hospitalized by a student on her very first day of class. She cast a glance toward Jinya, silently urging him to concede, lest she be forced into a real fight. Jinya, however, had intended to assess his own abilities through this confrontation. The little lass dared to threaten him. But his back was indeed aching. A flicker of apprehension crossed his mind about developing a psychological aversion to injury. It would be wiser to yield. "Hold on. Teacher Yugao, let me visit the hospital for a couple of stitches. Don't run off. Wait for me to return so we can continue our sparring." With that, Jinya dispelled his enhancements, his complexion paling, and clutching his lower back, he hurried toward the hospital. Hinata first bowed to Yugao, addressing her as teacher, before darting to Jinya's side, assisting him on his way. Seeing that the little whirlwind had calmed down, Yugao finally relaxed her tense demeanor, though her headache intensified. She had indeed lost her temper. After all, why would she exert herself against a child? She dashed over, pulling Hinata aside, and with a swift motion, lifted Jinya into her arms, informing Hinata, "You two stay put. I will take him to the hospital." Jinya found himself captivated by the two ample figures before him, momentarily forgetting his pain. Yugao pursed her lips, slightly increasing her grip, while Jinya's expression remained unchanged as he simply stared. Another increase in pressure, yet still no reaction. A further increase, and at last, Jinya moved, raising his gaze to Yugao's profile. "Stop touching me. Any more, and I will start charging." Yugao rolled her eyes, partially understanding his character now, irreverent, with a sharp tongue and a cheeky demeanor. The training ground was left with only Shino and Hinata, the former wearing a serious expression, his heart racing, speaking with unusual fervor. "Is this Jinya's true strength? Being his teammate is quite the pressure. Hinata, have you learned any techniques to grow stronger recently?" Hinata, her petite form gazing longingly in Jinya's direction, pondered the question. Did someone just ask something?" At the Konoha Medical Hospital, Yugao and Jinya had reached an agreement. Jinya would heed Yugao's guidance, and in return, she would keep his abilities a secret. "Treat this little brat. I will cover the expenses. Also, please send a doctor to attend to me." Jinya abruptly turned, suspicious that this woman wasn't merely sending him to the hospital out of kindness, but rather wanted to visit herself without admitting it. Ugh, stubborn woman. It hurts. Meanwhile, on the side of Naruto, he had just begun his test, attempting to seize Kakashi's bells, much like in the original story. Naruto was swiftly defeated by a single strike. Sakura's illusions transformed into Jinya, and Sasuke, after a brief tussle with Kakashi's clones, faced a dismal defeat. Time passed simply, marking the end of a fleeting calm. Jinya, reluctant to undertake mundane tasks such as chasing cats or driving away beasts, found himself ensnared by Yugao's threats. If he disobeyed, they would both resort to mutual intimidation. You wouldn't want your true abilities to be unveiled, would you? That would ruin your chance to shine. And you wouldn't want your inappropriate behavior towards students to be revealed, would you? Release me. You speak nonsense. Chapter 26. The death of the decapitating sword. Jinya lay beneath the shade of a tree, the summer sun filtering through the leaves to warm him. Hinata stood by with a small fan, providing a gentle breeze. Hanabi cut watermelon into small pieces, offering them to Jinya, who savored the comfortable moment. Shino, drawing circles in the dirt, seemed oblivious to the world around him. Hey, aren't we supposed to be a team of 3? Hinata shook her head. No, to undertake a mission, we must be a trio. What about our teammate? I haven't seen him. Finally noticing the concern for his existence, Shino rushed over, eager to assert his presence. Have you finally remembered me? I am your teammate, Shino Yamanaka. Jinya glanced at Shino before pointing at the watermelon, indifferent. If you didn't see him, you didn't see him. By the way, Hanabi, give this piece to our classmate. Shino's expression fell. Just then, Yugao arrived, holding a mission scroll, and upon seeing Jinya being pampered while her other students sat far off, drawing circles and munching on watermelon, she exclaimed, Hokage-sama, why did you assign this little rascal to our class? Jinya locked his gaze on Yugao, sensing the impending trouble. Did you just insult me, teacher? You wouldn't want to silence. Yugao interrupted, suppressing a smile as she approached him. She clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention, unveiling the mission scroll. Kakashi's team has just taken on a C-rank escort mission, and we cannot fall behind. We shall also undertake a C-level escort task. Jinya's eyes gleamed. This was likely the plot involving Zabuza. There was little more to discuss, but he certainly wanted to acquire the decapitating sword. It was said to be the weakest among the 7 ninja swords, but that was only a reflection of the wielder's incompetence, not the blade itself. After all, Kakashi had wielded it during the Great Ninja War, and it had proven itself formidable. Furthermore, it was simply too tempting to leave it behind. Yugao, after detailing the mission, fixed her gaze on Hanabi, her teeth clenched in frustration. She lamented Hinata's lack of ambition. Clinging to Jinya wasn't sufficient. Now she had summoned her sister to wait on him as well. As Jinya stood, he felt a chill run down his spine, sensing someone plotting against him. We will gather at the village gates tomorrow morning. No tardiness. Anyone who is late will be punished with a week of cleaning the training grounds. I understand, teacher. If there's nothing else, I shall train, Jinya replied, utterly dismissive of Yugao's warning. Cleaning the training ground? Please. What could possibly be cleaned in an outdoor training area? Wild triangular weeds? Upon returning home, Jinya took a shower, had dinner, changed into his pajamas, and plunged into bed, burying himself in sleep. Consciousness shifted to the Rain Village, where the Akatsuki gathered once more after several years, with many personnel changes. Orochimaru and Hoshigaki Kisame were absent, and Jinya couldn't help but notice the Samahata strapped to Kisame's back. He thought to himself, how about I trade the decapitating sword for that? New members Deidara, Haiden, and Sasori had joined. While Sasori's presence was familiar, this was Jinya's first encounter with him. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, reappeared at the head of the table, his Rinnegan surveying the assembly. As everyone has gathered, due to personnel changes, we need to reorganize into new pairs, still in teams of 2. The crowd exchanged glances, and even Kakazu and Haiden displayed sinister smiles, one contemplating sacrificing his teammate to a dark deity, while the other considered profiting from his teammate's demise. The pressure was palpable. Masane was genuinely looking forward to a new partner. Aside from Kisame, who remained silent, others either feigned aloofness or appeared indifferent. Pain, the leader, spoke again, stating that since there were no objections, the new pairings would be as follows: Deidara and Sasori, Kisame and Itachi, Haiden and Kakuzu, Konan and myself, and finally, Tsunade and Juzo. Upon hearing this, Shinyi immediately protested. He had grown accustomed to being with Konan and could not fathom being paired with a comatose individual. Pain. I refuse. You can't break us apart for your own happiness. Pain's voice faltered as he turned to Xianyi, while Tsunade urged him to comply with the arrangement, cautioning him against causing trouble. Xianyi, undeterred, insisted, I want to separate from Conan. Our love is genuine. While you all are merely planning for the next generation, if you even have one yet. His words struck deep, piercing Pain's heart. Conan stifled a laugh, exasperating Pain to the point where he contemplated taking action, silently wishing Conan would interject. However, she merely shook her head, indicating that this was how it had been for years. I've told you before, this girl has issues with her preferences, yet you still doubt me. Pain, frustrated, respected the wishes of his subordinates and conceded to let Conan remain with Tsunade, pairing himself with Juzo instead. The rest of the arrangements remained unchanged, with the immortal duo of Kakuzu and Itachi and the artistic pair. All right, let us officially commence the Akatsuki's tailed beast retrieval plan, with Juzo in charge of intelligence gathering. The meeting dragged on, leaving Xianyi drowsy, as he had no role to play. He and Conan were the logistics team, enjoying their meals without concern for the proceedings. Suddenly, Xianyi heard his name mentioned. The Three Tails is currently in a form without a Jinchuriki, to be captured by Conan and Tsunade. Xianyi perked up, incredulous. What? You want me to capture a tailed beast? You cannot be serious. Before he could protest further, Pain unleashed his chakra, silencing Xianyi, stating he would not entertain any objections. With no choice but to comply, Xianyi fell silent, reasoning that as there was no time limit specified, if Itachi had yet to capture the Nine Tails after 3 years, he could spend 3 years on his own endeavor. In the land of water, Tsunade awoke from her slumber, her golden hair cascading behind her. Her slightly chubby face appeared youthful and soft, with lips that seemed to glisten. Dressed in a pink nightgown, she embodied youthful exuberance, her delicate feet adorned with white, lace thigh-high stockings. Drowsily, she glanced down, puzzled, and then smiled in realization. If you want to see, just say so. You always wait until I'm asleep to change. Not bad taste, I must admit. Although Tsunade had aged somewhat, her mastery of the Byakugo technique kept her youthful, making it hard to discern any age difference. She only grew more beautiful with time. Where is that little pervert? Tsunade stretched and made her way towards the living room, calling out for Shizune. After searching without finding her, she approached Shizune's room and swung the door open. Inside, Shizune was changing, clad in risque lingerie adorned with lace and cutouts, completely caught off guard. They exchanged wide-eyed stares, the atmosphere thick with embarrassment and silence. I saw everything, Tsunade muttered before gently closing the door, appreciating the view. Inside, Shizune turned crimson, crouching on the floor, covering her face. Lady Tsunade, it's not what you think. I can't face anyone now, my reputation. Out of curiosity, Shizune had borrowed some of Xianyi's clothes, eager to see how they felt. As for why she borrowed them from him, it wasn't her fault. She had no money to spend, and even if she did, it was barely enough for daily expenses. Thanks to Xianyi's arrival, the two women no longer had to worry about financial matters. He managed their finances. Want a drink? A kiss? Want to go out? A hug? Shizune, lacking such privileges, could not ask Xianyi for money, unlike Tsunade, who shared a more lenient moral compass. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Xianyi entered, arms laden with towels, toothbrushes, and other supplies, mumbling to himself. What is going on with Shizune today? Not only did she let me sleep next to Lady Tsunade, but she also agreed to let me dress her in stockings. How unfortunate. It feels like I'm cheating. Tsunade, hearing this, finally pieced everything together and thought, damn it, that little girl sold me out. So, Shizune's worth just a few pieces of clothing, is it? Xianyi, spotting Tsunade on the sofa, discarded the supplies and scrutinized her, nodding in approval. Well, I must say, Shizune's judgment was correct. My dear looks stunning in white lace, though the outfit doesn't quite match. I'll open a clothing store in Konoha soon and design some outfits. Upon hearing this, Tsunade finally acknowledged Xianyi's feelings, though she felt his level of affection was somewhat excessive. Xianyi, my dear, what is wrong? If I'm not mistaken, you just graduated from the Ninja Academy this year. Xianyi felt a bit awkward, as his physical age did not align with his experience, and he merely nodded. I'm sorry, my dear. I cannot give you the happiness you seek right now. Tsunade's patience wore thin, and she struggled to suppress the urge to hit him. Continuing to inquire, then why do you like me? Are you aware of our age difference? Xianyi instantly grasped her concern, his expression turning serious as he approached her, resting a hand on her head. Honestly, I'm not one for sweet talk. My usual banter is akin to flirting. However, I value this relationship. Age is merely a number. Besides, who knows who will outlive whom? I understand this is hard for you to accept, but time is on our side. Love doesn't require shortcuts. Tsunade's pupils trembled slightly, and though she wished to respond, words eluded her. Indeed, she had begun to accept Xianye's feelings. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences for daring to change her stockings. Ultimately, she could only mutter, "That little pervert can be quite eloquent." Xianye understood that getting Tsunade to admit her feelings would be impossible, but silence was the best answer. Being labeled a villain for enticing innocent maidens was a small price to pay. As Tsunade absorbed Xianye's heartfelt confession, her mind became a tangled mess. She could see the sincerity in his eyes, which only deepened her internal conflict. Frustrated, she ran her fingers through her hair repeatedly until it became a disheveled mess, ultimately breaking into a relieved smile. Indeed, why dwell on such thoughts? This little imp is destined for a short life. Perhaps with my diligent care, I might outlive him. Uft, what nonsense am I thinking? Why would I compare myself to him? Xianye observed Tsunade, her brow furrowing in concentration, then relaxing, only to furrow again before finally smoothing into a natural smile. The moment had arrived. It was time to seize the opportunity. He quickly picked up a comb and approached Tsunade from behind, assisting her in untangling her disheveled hair. Once it was smooth, he skillfully crafted 2 braided pigtails. After finishing, Tsunade naturally leaned back, her head resting against Xianye's chest, her voice soft as she remarked, "You can do this too, huh? You must have helped many girls with their braids." Xianye, in turn, embraced Tsunade's head, inhaling her fragrance, a blend of femininity intermingled with a hint of subtle perfume. "Never before have I done this. You are the first." Just then, the door to the quiet room creaked open, and Shizune emerged, having reverted to her previous attire. Upon seeing the affectionate scene before her, her eyes widened in shock, and she stuttered, "Tsunade-sama, you too." Xianye, noticing her astonishment, grinned and leaned down to plant a playful kiss on Tsunade's forehead. "What are you staring at, Shizune? Aren't you going to call someone?" In that moment, a fist resembling a piece of white jade appeared in Xianye's vision, and he swallowed hard. "My dear, you wouldn't be contemplating murder, would you?" The next morning in Konoha, Xianye was the first to arrive at the village gates, not because he awoke early, but due to a sleepless night. Tsunade had kept him occupied for half the night, intent on teaching him a lesson, and later, he was summoned by Konan to handle logistics. Shortly after, Hinata and Shino arrived, with Yugao being the last to show up. Xianye couldn't help but tease Yugao, who had clearly put effort into her appearance. "Dressing up for a mission? Are you trying to impress me or someone else?" Hinata tugged at Xianye's sleeve, whispering a reminder. Yugao, unfazed, tossed her hair and retorted, "Mind your own business. It's a shame to have such a handsome face and an insufferable mouth." Spending too much time with Xianye had seemingly imbued Yugao with a sharp tongue, a contagious trait indeed. The mission involved escorting a merchant caravan to the land of snow. Along the way, aside from a few bandits and wild beasts, there were no significant threats, as the cargo was not particularly valuable. Upon leaving Konoha, Xianye conjured a 4th clone, realizing his mind could not handle the simultaneous operation of 4 bodies. Only Yugao noticed the clone's departure, casting Xianye a disapproving glance, but choosing not to pursue the matter further, preferring to overlook certain things. Thus, throughout the journey, Hinata diligently took care of Xianye's original body, exhausting herself in the process. The clone donned a pre-prepared white mask, transforming his silver hair into a long ponytail and clad in a wandering warrior-esque garb. This disguise ensured he remained unrecognizable while maximizing his combat potential, a strategy meticulously planned in advance. Kakashi's team was also on escort duty, and their pace was not swift. Xianye easily kept up with them using his body flicker technique. As they traversed the vast grasslands and entered a dense forest, it did not take long for Xianye to spot Kakashi's squad. He maintained a distance while observing them with his peripheral vision. Kakashi glanced back in his direction. Seemingly casual, yet it felt like a warning. Damn, no wonder he's a top-tier ninja from Konoha. He can pick up on these things. That infuriatingly observant Kakashi. Regardless, Xianye had no intention of stirring up trouble and followed along without incident. After trailing them for a week, the team was nearing the land of waves. For ninjas, the essentials of food, shelter, and travel were manageable, though the journey was somewhat monotonous. When 2 rogue ninjas appeared and were swiftly dispatched by Kakashi. Xian Yi fully focused his consciousness on this clone. Which path do we take? Sakura shouted, hurling a broad-handled kunai that struck a tree. Zabuza Momochi's figure emerged. Back turned to the group, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Kakashi obligingly introduced him. This is Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Xian Yi then witnessed a reenactment of the original story, observing Naruto and Sasuke's teamwork and iconic moments. Kakashi and Zabuza engaged in an intense exchange of hand signs for 10 minutes before unleashing a water release, water dragon bullet technique. As time passed, the battle gradually reached its conclusion. Kakashi was drained of chakra, and Zabuza, exhausted, fell into a pseudo-death state after being pierced by Haku's Senbon. A week had passed, and Xian Yi's original body had completed the mission and was set to return, with only a few days before he could reunite with Konoha. Time was of the essence. If he waited for his original self to return, it would be challenging for the clone to catch up. Chapter 29. Seizing the decapitating blade. When Xian Yi saw Haku attempting to take Zabuza away, he could no longer remain passive. Although it was not the most opportune moment to seize the decapitating blade, it was undoubtedly the most suitable. Swiftly forming hand seals, he channeled chakra into his throat, executing the water release, water iron cannon. This technique, typically utilized by summoning beasts due to their formidable physique, was highly damaging to ninjas, thus classified as a forbidden art. With a series of 3 basketball-sized water orbs shooting towards Zabuza, Haku, and Kakashi, the group reacted quickly as they sensed danger. Haku hastily removed Zabuza's Senbon to awaken him from his faux death state, narrowly avoiding one attack. Kakashi, though struggling, managed to evade, appearing to be in a dire situation but merely acting. As Xian Yi fired the water iron cannon, he had already used the body flicker technique to dash towards Zabuza, aiming directly for his decapitating sword. At that moment, the others finally reacted. Sakura instinctively positioned herself in front of their target, Tsunade. There are still enemies. Stay alert. Naruto formed hand seals to maintain his shadow clone status, while Sasuke gripped his kunai, activating his Sharingan. Zabuza's gaze followed Xian Yi's movement, and upon recognizing his decapitating blade, he realized, with desperation, that it was his target. Haku, supporting Zabuza despite his bleeding wounds, hurled Senbon at Xian Yi. Just as Xian Yi's hand neared the blade, he was forced back by Haku's Senbon, while Zabuza, dragging his injured body, charged forward. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Xian Yi gritted his teeth, who said 2 inches mattered. From now on, anyone who belittled 2 inches would face his wrath. The forest was soon enveloped in thick mist, obscuring vision completely, with occasional pairs of crimson eyes flickering within. Aware that he needed to exert his full strength, the Byakugo seal on his forehead gradually emerged, a black mark spreading across his body. What followed would be significant. With a firm grip, Xian Yi seized the decapitating blade, now feeling weightless in his hands thanks to the Byakugo technique. Lightning release, violent heart, maximum output. ZZZZTT. The blade erupted with blue lightning as it became enveloped in a crackling aura. Even his headband disintegrated under the electric surge, his long silver hair dancing wildly in the air. With a powerful swing of the decapitating blade, he struck through the obscuring mist, targeting anyone who dared approach. While retreating amidst the chaos, the objective had been achieved. The battle was merely a precaution against failure. Kakashi and the others remained tense, wary of moving freely in the thick fog, fearing separation and unforeseen dangers. All that could be heard was the sound of Xian Yi's relentless hacking through the mist. Kakashi activated his Sharingan once more, and clarity returned to his vision. The figure wielding the decapitating blade was a harbinger of terror, each strike carving deep gorges. Zabuza and Haku were already entangled in their own struggles. While the decapitating blade was indeed significant, nothing surpassed the value of life. As long as they lived, the blade could be reclaimed, but once life was lost, nothing could be regained. As the fog gradually dispersed, a subtle smirk appeared beneath Xian Yi's mask. Success had been attained. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Dasna all fixed their gazes upon him. Just as Naruto was about to speak, Sasuke swiftly covered his mouth, signaling him to leave. The 5 of them moved like crabs, and once a safe distance was established, they took off running. It was at this moment that Xian Yi heard the unusual sounds behind him. Turning around, he beheld a scene of devastation, gashes carved by his own blade, fallen trees, and the fleeing members of Team 7. He glanced at the decapitating blade in his grasp, then back at the destruction surrounding him. Suddenly, the blade lost its allure. It dawned on him that social death was still a form of demise, and he had not escaped the fate dictated by the blade. Dejected, Xianyi returned, sealing the decapitating blade within a scroll. Throughout the journey, he transformed his appearance several times before rejoining his comrades. Meanwhile, Xianyi's own task force had reached the midpoint to Konoha, and within a day, they would return to the village. When Kurenai noticed that Xianyi no longer appeared as if he needed assistance to walk, she concluded that he had indeed retracted his clone. In the days that followed, Kurenai's demeanor toward Xianyi became notably distant, as if she were deliberately creating space between them. Xianyi, however, was indifferent. He had his own affections and admirers. And as for Kurenai, he would ensure that his wife, Tsunade, would make her life difficult once she ascended to the position of Hokage. Xianyi's team completed their mission in half a month, while Kakashi's team took around 25 days, accounting for Kakashi's unconsciousness during the mission. Upon their return to Konoha, it coincided with the timing of the Chunin exams, and Kurenai found herself conflicted about whether to register her team. Sitting on a swing in her small garden, she examined the personnel list, her gaze landing upon Xianyi's page. It read, Xianyi, 12 years old, Guardian Mitarashi Anko, with the remainder filled with ambiguous responses. Clearly, her authority was insufficient. Was it necessary to speak with him directly? Chapter 30. Kurenai's apology. Kurenai had not rested well for several days due to Xianyi's peculiar behavior and was hesitant to report it to the higher-ups in Konoha. After all, she had trained him for several months. There was an emotional bond. Yet, the fear of him being a spy lingered in her mind. Eventually, she tossed aside the dossier and strode purposefully toward the exit. She realized she was misinterpreting the situation. The child had demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess, indicating he had nothing to hide. It was best to clarify matters face to face. Even if danger lurked, she, as the instructor, would take the lead. Lost in thought, Kurenai found herself at Xianyi's doorstep, a modest two-story building, neither large nor small by Konoha standards. She knocked, and a voice from within called out, "Someone's here, Xianyi. Please get the door." After a moment, Xianyi's voice rang out, "Anko's here. Go and open the door." Yet, after waiting an extended period, Kurenai grew impatient. What was the matter with them? No wonder no one visited. They wouldn't even open the door. She knocked again. "Anko, it's me. I need to speak with Xianyi about something." Inside, upon hearing her familiar voice, Anko hurried to open the door, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, it's really you, Kurenai. You never come to see me. What brings you here today?" Kurenai chuckled. "I had no choice. My father kept me under close watch, fearing I would be implicated by you." After inviting Kurenai inside, they exchanged small talk before Kurenai made her way to Xianyi's room. Upon entering, she was struck by the sight of numerous sealing scrolls scattered across the floor. Picking one up, she noticed it contained forbidden techniques, specifically the Fate Lock. Furrowing her brow in confusion, Kurenai wondered how forbidden techniques had found their way here. She picked up another scroll, which detailed the 8 royal summoning technique. Again, she found yet another scroll, and to her astonishment, they were all forbidden techniques. "Stop looking. If you keep this up, it'll cost you." Xianyi's voice floated in lazily. Kurenai turned to see him still inscribing forbidden technique scrolls. "Did you write all of these?" she inquired. Xianyi nodded, remaining silent. He had been ignored for several days, and a light-hearted remark was hardly sufficient to mend the rift. It was then that Kurenai comprehended the extent of this child's extraordinary abilities. He was likely on par with the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. At that moment, Kurenai's suspicions about Xianyi began to dissipate, as explanations for his behavior became increasingly reasonable. After all, individuals like Itachi Uchiha had become Umbu captains at the tender age of 8, and Kakashi had attained Jonin status by 12. Such brilliance was undeniable. "Oh, the little rascal is still sulking. Is it wrong for the teacher to admit her mistakes? I'm here to inform you that you'll be participating in the Chunin exams in a few days." Xianyi, perched atop the table wearing a pair of frameless glasses, looked adorably innocent, a sight that could easily captivate anyone. Kurenai approached with a gentle smile, massaging his shoulders. "How about this? With your teacher personally helping you, you should be able to participate in the Chunin exams, right?" Xianyi's irritation dissipated, and his spirits lifted. Today, he had finally perfected his most formidable forbidden technique to date. Merging the 8 gates with inspiration drawn from a previous life, he had devised the 8 meridians escape technique, though the finer details required practical application to ascertain their effectiveness. Suddenly, Anko opened the door, only to find Kurenai giving Xianyi a shoulder massage. Realizing the implications of the scene before her, her eyes widened, and her mouth fell agape as she pointed accusatorily at the pair. Xianyi, Kurenai, how dare you? I thought of you as a sister, and you're trying to court my brother? No wonder you've come knocking after all these years. You must have had ulterior motives. Prepare yourself. Today it's either you or me. Anko, you've misunderstood. Kurenai protested. Misunderstood? Don't play coy. Shadow Snake Hand. Anko, you really mastered that technique? Stop. Xianyi exclaimed, landing on the ground with one hand covering his face and the other pointing at Kurenai. His tone one of mournful betrayal. So this is how it is, Teacher Kurenai. I thought you were a mentor, but you're after my body. How vile. As the crimson sun set, a playful banter ensued, revealing the close bond between the two siblings. With a clatter, Xianyi, fearing collateral damage, hastily stowed away his forbidden scrolls and leaped out of the window, opting to vacate the room. Concerning the potential destruction of his quarters, he reasoned that he could simply seek refuge in Hongdo's room, inviting a bit of chaos. Upon exiting, he was greeted by 4 oddly dressed figures, 3 men and 1 woman. In Chapter 31, Xianyi's appearance was striking, draped in a loose pink and white robe. His silver hair had grown considerably, no longer resembling a buzz cut. He sported a pair of rimless glasses that he had forgotten to remove, exuding an air of genteel mischief. The 4 individuals across from him were peculiar, with 3 of them bearing unusual features, a rotund figure with a spiky hairstyle and 4 arms, alongside a conjoined twin. In a quartet? The disparity between reality and anime is quite jarring, he mused. The 4 figures fixed their gazes upon Xianyi, each harboring distinct thoughts. Is that a girl? One pondered, while another remarked, Brother, it seems you're smitten with your sister-in-law. No way, it's clearly your sister-in-law, retorted a third. Just a useless pretty boy, scoffed another. But he's rather charming. I must find a way to take him back, thought one, captivated by Xianyi's allure. Recognizing their significance and wishing to avoid conflict, Xianyi adjusted his glasses and decided to circumvent them. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of the 100 Heroes technique, he sought greater strength, perhaps through sage arts. However, given his struggles even with basic ninjutsu, he doubted his ability to master such advanced techniques. Tsunade was a veritable treasure trove for him, and he was determined to extract valuable knowledge. Currently, Xianyi found himself overwhelmed by his eclectic array of skills, yet lacking proficiency in any single discipline. He aimed to refine a select few formidable techniques for deeper mastery. The knowledge he had gleaned through shadow clones could only be synchronized with theoretical understanding, as techniques like the 100 Heroes and the 8 Gates required solitary practice. The 100 Heroes technique, acquired through charm and favor from Tsunade, was a valuable asset. Feigning nonchalance, Xianyi turned to leave, while the most reluctant among the quartet, Duoyu, could only watch the handsome youth depart. As he ambled along, he checked the address in hand, ultimately halting before a blade shop. This was indeed the place. With a push, he swung open the door and called out, Tian, I have come to bring you business. Inside, the shop was sparsely populated, and Tian, bored, glanced up at the sudden call. Her cheeks flushed momentarily before she retreated, crossing her arms defensively, her expression wary and questioning. Xianyi, puzzled by her reaction, believed this was their first formal encounter. Why did she treat him as if he were a thief? I was sent by Teacher Kai. He mentioned you possess a shop and are well-versed in business, hence the introduction, he explained. As he took a step forward, Tian took a step back, until her back met the wall. She pointed at him anxiously, saying, Stop right there. Just stay where you are. I can hear you. Xianyi clutched his heart. Feigning sorrow, Tian, this is our first meeting. Why such hostility? The few patrons in the shop were drawn to the commotion, casting curious glances, and soon began to speculate about the nature of their relationship. Look at that handsome boy. He doesn't seem to be pretending. What is their connection? What? Is there a maid from the cloud-hidden village? What? That bespectacled girl is pregnant. What? The shop owner is a scoundrel who abandoned his family. Their discussions spiraled into absurdity, even suggesting that the pair had already undergone an abortion. With a loud bang, Tian slammed her hands onto the bar. Her face flushed with anger. You know nothing. There's absolutely no relationship between us. At that moment, Xianyi realized that he had perhaps overstepped, mistaking Tian for Tsunade. Clearing his throat, he attempted to clarify, "You misunderstand. I am merely her distant cousin." Upon hearing this, the onlookers were quick to accept his explanation, demonstrating how looks could indeed be deceiving. "Oh, I see now. That explains everything. Ah, so it's a case of cousinly marriage. What? Are they engaged in incest? What?" With a swift kick, Xianyi sent the next curious onlooker sprawling, exclaiming, "Why couldn't you all have been this enthusiastic while I pursued Tsunade? Now you're just stirring up trouble." Approaching the bar once more, he intended to state his purpose, only to receive a punch that sent him sprawling a meter away. How brutal. Tsunade never hit me like this over a mere disagreement. I had hoped for a harmonious understanding, yet here I am, struck down without mercy. Tian observed Xianyi writhing in pain on the ground, but rather than offer assistance, she felt a sense of satisfaction. "Serves you right, scoundrel." As time passed, half an hour later, Xianyi found himself seated on the sofa in Tian's home. She brewed tea and poured a cup for him, maintaining a respectful distance. "What are you doing? Do we have a grudge?" she questioned. Shaking her head, she dismissed his inquiry. "Why do you accuse me of being a scoundrel? Have I wronged you?" Xianyi pressed, only to receive another headshake. Frowning, he pointed at himself and declared, "So you despise handsome men, is that it?" Tian pouted. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she explained, "You clearly aren't a good person. Back in school, there was always a Hyuga girl trailing after you, and you had numerous suitors. You even had someone outside of school. How can you claim you're not a scoundrel?" Chapter 32. You take advantage of me and then insult me? Realizing the source of Tian's animosity, Xianyi felt a prick of irritation. Their pursuits of me are irrelevant. I maintain a pristine reputation, one that is neither dismissive nor biased. Changing the subject, Xianyi articulated his primary objective, to establish a shop for forbidden scrolls, akin to a trading guild that would auction low-level forbidden techniques and similar items. His visit was merely to familiarize himself with the process, as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would never allow such a guild to form. Thus, this endeavor would commence only upon Tsunade's return. Xianyi contemplated the significance of this guild. The best way to avert war was through overwhelming strength, though that was not the ultimate solution. In this context, the guild's establishment became crucial, as it would gradually outpace other ninja villages in terms of economy, military strength, and resources. Once Tsunade returns and discovers this surprise, what rewards might she grant me? A mere kiss or an ice cream lick should suffice, he mused. After reviewing Xianyi's detailed project outline, Tian recognized the potential. "Did you conceive all of this?" "Indeed. Then why seek my collaboration? Are you attempting to woo me?" "Ugh, scoundrel." Xianyi frowned, bewildered by her constant insinuations of his intentions. "Just tell me, are you in or not?" "Count me in," Tian replied without hesitation. Before expressing her concerns, "But how can you ensure the guild will be successful?" Xianyi smiled silently, rising to his feet and turning to leave. Before departing, he cryptically remarked that it was of no concern to her, promising to return after the Chunin exams to engage in significant matters. Exiting the home of Tian, he hurried to the bookstore to collect the payment owed by the owner, lest he miss the opportunity when Orochimaru inevitably made his entrance in a few days. He casually took out paper and pen to complete an exhilarating plot, then illustrated a vibrant scene below. Suddenly, a sun-kissed arm draped over his shoulder, embracing him intimately. Before Xianyi could discern the identity of the individual, the other hand audaciously made its way to his chest. To his surprise, he found himself on the receiving end of such boldness, a role reversal he did not anticipate. "Hey, am I usually the one being mischievous? What is this?" A voice, somewhat deep and feminine, broke the moment, suggesting a lack of development, or perhaps just a late bloom. The sun-kissed hand ventured further, exploring with an unexpected boldness. Xianyi, feeling an odd mix of indignation and intrigue, retaliated with an elbow, but the individual skillfully evaded, maintaining a safe distance. To his astonishment, she exhibited quite the spirited demeanor, making the prospect of taming her all the more appealing. As he finally recognized her, he pondered why she sought him out instead of the other way around. Mayo, pointing at the illustrated book in his hand, inquired curiously about his recent artwork, her tone tinged with innocence. "What were you drawing? It looks rather risque." Unfazed, Xianyi concealed the book and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just got carried away with the speed of my art and forgot to add the clothing." Mayo let out a light laugh, waved goodbye, and departed, leaving behind a teasing remark about their paths crossing again. Xianye's lips twitched in bemusement. Why must these individuals, rather than pursuing Sasuke, come to him for mischief? After this incident, he resolved to remain indoors for a while, given the abundance of rogue ninjas from other villages eager to cause him trouble. On his way, he encountered Naruto and his team, where Sasuke maintained his usual aloof demeanor, vowing to defeat him in the upcoming Chunin exams. Sakura, blushing and clutching at his sleeve, repeatedly boasted about her A-rank mission success, specifically the one involving Zabuza. Shin-Yikuin, am I impressive? Tell me. Reluctantly, he removed his glasses and handed them to Sakura, declaring, of course, you're impressive. Here, take these. I have matters to attend to. Sakura swooned, her nosebleed evident. After collecting his payments, Shin-Yi hurried home, startled by Sakura's reaction to his glasses removal, feeling as if he had inadvertently exposed himself. Upon entering, he found his room in utter disarray, evidence of the mischief caused by the two girls, including a torn pair of stockings on the floor. As time flowed swiftly, the day of the Chunin exams arrived. Hinata made a special effort to invite Shin-Yi to join her, and when he groggily opened his eyes, he was greeted by her adorable visage. Fortunately, he was accustomed to her Byakugan gaze, or he might have been startled into a heart attack. Good morning, Hinata. Her cheeks flushed as her fingers fidgeted nervously. Shien, we might be late. Chapter 33. The appearance of Rock Lee. The duo sought out the oil woman, Shizune, to head to the exam venue. Typically, they teased Shizune, but today, her presence felt more substantial. Shin-Yi-san, our exam room is on the second floor. There are quite a few candidates here. I heard the first exam is a written test. Should we be concerned about our scores? I believe I can manage. Shin-Yi, donning a mask to avoid unnecessary trouble, led the way while chatting with Hinata. Where's our exam room? Second floor, Hinata replied shyly, glancing at Shizune. Shizune, her explosive hair deflating, lamented, you came to take the exam with me? I thought you finally noticed me, but it seems it's the same as always. Tears streamed down her face, soaking her collar. Shin-Yi, realizing he had inadvertently hurt her feelings, patted her shoulder reassuringly. Why are you crying? Is it because you couldn't find a team? Shizune's tears flowed even faster, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice she had never faced before. Hinata tugged at Shin-Yi's sleeve, offering comfort to their fragile teammate. Shizune, please don't cry. Shin-Yikuin does care about you. He just has a peculiar way of expressing himself. As Shizune's tears began to subside, Shin-Yi considered making a quip about crying upside down, but opted against it. Not long after, they witnessed Naruto's team being thoroughly defeated by Rock Lee, adorned in a tight green suit, with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, thick eyebrows, and an unusually round face. Sakura, as if equipped with GPS, instantly locked her gaze onto Shin-Yi as he passed by. Shin-Yikuin, over here. Resigned, he approached. What happened, Sakura? Before she could respond, Rock Lee charged forward, striking a combat pose. Are you Sakura's boyfriend? I wish to compete with you for her affection, so let us duel. Sakura blushed deeply, shrinking back like a quail while stealing glances at Shin-Yi's reaction. Hinata, angered, glared fiercely at Rock Lee. Shin-Yikuin and Sakura-chan are not in a relationship. Since Sakura-chan doesn't like you, I shall be your opponent. If I win, you must leave her alone. Rock Lee, retracting his combat stance, hesitated. I don't fight women. Let this gentleman take my place. Or perhaps you prefer to hide behind women. Shin-Yi, patting Hinata's shoulder, stepped forward. Let me handle this. This guy is quite stubborn. Shin-Yikuin. Hinata's concern was innocent, while Sakura felt a rush of emotions seeing the boy she liked stand up for her. If you wish for your disciples to participate in the exam normally, come out. Gai-sensei, or I shall take action. Gai-sensei is here too? Rock Lee scanned the surroundings. After a lengthy moment, Might Guy did not appear. Shin-Yi sighed as chakra rippled around him, blue arcs dancing across his form. When Sasuke and Naruto witnessed this, their eyes widened in astonishment. Having never seen Shin-Yi in such a state before, reminiscent of his appearance in the Land of Waves, Rock Lee resumed his battle stance, but Shin-Yi vanished, reappearing behind him to deliver a swift kick to the back of his head. Lee, sensing the wind, executed a front flip to evade, countering with a spinning leaf whirlwind. With unwavering resolve, Shin-Yi seized Rock Lee's ankle, his palm tingling with energy as he intoned, Forbidden Technique, Heavenly Prison of Thunder. Just as he was about to unleash a storm of lightning, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Is this what youth is all about? With that, Mike Guy made his entrance, dressed similarly to Rock Lee, but adorned with an additional green vest. "Ah, Xianyi, it's been a while," Mike Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his pearly whites gleaming. Xianyi released Li Rock, acknowledging that with the presence of the parents, further actions would be inappropriate. "Teacher Guy, I require a reasonable explanation." Mike Guy grabbed Li Rock and, holding his head, performed a deep bow. "Apologies, apologies. I'll have Young Li apologize to you, haha. We are all comrades. There's no need for such anger, private matter." Xianyi recognized that neither of them harbored ill intentions, and seeing their sincere apology, he decided not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, the figures of Kurenai Yuhi and Kakashi appeared in the distance. They had been observing the scene for a while. Kakashi cast a penetrating glance at Xianyi. Others might not have noticed, but he certainly did. The jutsu Xianyi employed was identical to that of a certain individual. "Kurenai, your student's technique inflicts significant harm on his body. I know, I've advised him before." Kakashi turned to Kurenai, and then? Kurenai responded with a smirk. She said if she feared he would die young, she should ensure he leaves behind a child or two. Kakashi fell silent, recalling how Kurenai used to be a quiet girl. What had changed her? Chapter 34. Chunin written exam. Upon seeing their instructor arrive, the students realized fighting was out of the question, and Mike Guy seemed to exhibit a hint of trepidation in front of Xianyi. After returning to the examination hall, Xianyi was surprised to find that his deskmate was Temari. "Look at you. Naruto's deskmate is Hinata. Sarutobi, look at your incompetence. If you don't die, who will?" Temari, noticing her deskmate was a short-haired girl wearing a mask, had little interest in engaging. As they awaited the exam papers, Xianyi figured that he could simply submit a blank paper alongside Naruto, so there was no need to waste effort writing. He might as well take a nap atop his desk. Consciousness transition. Country of soup. Following the previous incident, Tsunade had begun to unconsciously draw closer to Xianyi. For instance, she would actively serve food to him and willingly consume the morsels he offered. She no longer indulged in excessive drinking, only occasionally enjoying a few sips. And surprisingly, her complexion seemed to radiate youthfulness. In a room, at a card table, 3 individuals and a pig were playing cards, with the rule being to remove an article of clothing for each game lost. The pig's capability to play was not a concern for the trio. 1 against 3. "If no one intervenes, I'll make a run for it. Ha!" Tsunade laughed heartily as she observed the trio. The pig had lost its belly apron and was now a naked pig. Xianyi glanced at his hand. An ace, for kings, for circles, and 4 hooks. "No, I can't manage that." Ino, peeking at her hand, found no small cards. Just as her hand reached for a 6, Tsunade's death stare sent her retreating. "Ino, do you truly think you can manage this?" "I don't want a Lady Tsunade." It was evident Tsunade had lost down to her underwear, and losing any further would leave her in a state akin to the pig. Meanwhile, the pig clutched 2 cards and tossed them onto the table. Its eyes sharp and fierce. "Heaven did not give birth to me, the pig emperor. The cards shall remain eternal like the long night." Oh. Tsunade glanced at her cards, realizing the 4 was just above hers. The pig continued to play, laying down a 7, which Tsunade could not counter, followed by a 9, which she also could not counter. Just as the pig held only 1 card left, Xianyi played a bomb. "Hee today, let me show you the wickedness of the human heart." The pig was stunned. The cards it clutched fell to the ground, tears streaming down like a fountain. "I'm truly naked. If I lose again, it'll be like skinning a pig." Ultimately, Tsunade lost more than she won, thanks to Xianyi and Ino deliberately letting her win. Suddenly, a necklace was placed around Xianyi's neck, as Tsunade personally assisted in fastening it. "This is a gift for you. Consider it a reward." Actually, you don't need to pay for my favors. Scram, behave yourself." Xianyi examined the necklace, feeling a sweet warmth in his heart. "Any kindness you show me, I yearn to flaunt." "Ino, after all these years with my wife, do you have one too?" "Oh, no. Then mine is truly one of a kind." As Xianyi's consciousness transitioned back to the Chunin exam hall, Tsunade noticed his expression turning blank again, his pupils losing focus, realizing this little lecher had drifted away again. "Lady Tsunade, Xianyi has left. Should I still undress?" What do you mean? Are you implying that if he is present, you would undress?" "Ino, I sense your intentions are not pure." Inside the Chunin exam hall, all candidates displayed their prowess, and the scene was nothing short of absurd. Meanwhile, Xianyi turned to see Temari fervently writing, clutching a cheat sheet, and when she noticed him looking, she covered her paper. TCH, if you want to let me copy, then don't act all provocative. Finding it rather dull. He glanced at his own paper and was surprised to see it filled with answers. Confused, he recalled not having written anything, raising his head. He saw Ino winking playfully at him. So that's how it is, the mind transfer technique? This little girl has some cleverness. Xianyi smiled back, and Ino let out a heavy sigh, ceasing her gaze upon him. As his eyes wandered again, he noticed Hinata had completed her answers, while Naruto seemed torn between wanting to copy and not daring to. Hinata, sensing Naruto's thoughts, mimicked Temari, covering her answers to prevent him from copying. Friends are friends, and exams are exams. She believed she couldn't let Naruto copy, fearing potential repercussions. Even if she allowed someone to copy, it could only be Xianyi. Others were out of the question. As the exam neared its conclusion, under the stern words of Proctor Marino Ibiki, Naruto shouted, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Do not belittle the young and poor. The entire class was swept up in the fervor, their spirits soaring as they collectively passed. After the exam concluded, Marino Ibiki finally revealed the assessment criteria, which focused on the ability to gather intelligence. During the explanation, he cast a knowing glance at Xianyi, who had been napping the entire time and had awakened with answers. He was the most deserving of elimination, who stumbles along and discovers vital intelligence. Nothing falls from the sky. As everyone exited the examination hall, they awaited the arrival of the second round. Ino trotted up to Xianyi, her cheeks flushed, shyly saying, Xianyi-kun, did you see the heart drawn on my paper? Xianyi had indeed not noticed, but to say he hadn't seen it would be quite unkind. I saw it. It's beautifully drawn. After rummaging through his pockets, he realized he had nothing to gift her. Ultimately, he decided to give her the silver necklace he wore, as he now possessed the one Tsunade had given him, and this one could be bestowed upon Ino as well. Chapter 35. The second round of the Chunin exam. Ino turned her back to Xianyi, signaling for him to help her fasten it. Xianyi mused that this girl was more skilled in flirtation than he was. Perhaps he would seek her guidance someday. Meanwhile, Sakura, observing from the side, ground her teeth in frustration. This eager girl is trying too hard, copying her answers and fawning over him. Hinata, standing nearby, seemed on the verge of losing her composure, tugging at Xianyi's sleeve and timidly whispering, Xianyi-kun, I did not allow Naruto to copy. She then blushed deeply, gazing into his eyes with an expression that seemed to plead, praise me, praise me. Naruto, waiting for his teammates to leave, caught sight of this scene and felt his heart shatter. Hinata, Xianyi is not treating you right. Xianyi felt a headache coming on. He truly had nothing more to offer, as he rarely wore anything when going out. Do you want a forbidden technique scroll? In a moment of desperation, Xianyi seized Hinata's shoulder and exited the classroom, causing Hinata to transform into a steam engine, temporarily forgetting about the issue of gifts. With 2 hours remaining for a midday break before the afternoon exam on survival in the Death Forest, the examination hall was utterly devoid of candidates, leaving only Mori no Ibii behind. He picked up the test papers and began to review them, only to be met with a wry smile upon seeing Naruto's blank sheet. Ah, this kid talked a big game about ambition, yet handed me a blank page. Continuing to grade, he soon encountered Xianyi's paper, finding the answers impeccably correct. However, he couldn't help but question, what on earth is with the heart drawn on your paper? The midday break flew by swiftly, and the second exam in the Death Forest was about to commence. All candidates gradually arrived at the entrance of the examination hall, and the number present was indeed considerable. While Naruto was still boasting to Sasuke, the room fell silent as Akane Mitarashi appeared behind Naruto. Have you finished? If so, it's my turn to speak. Akane sheathed the kunai stained with Naruto's blood and reprimanded him. You little brat, have you learned your lesson yet? Xianyi, observing this, approached with annoyance. How many times must I tell you not to eat things indiscriminately? It's unsanitary, and you never listen. While saying this, he gave Akane a light tap on the head. Akane, resembling a child being scolded, accepted the reprimand with an obedient yes, I understand. I was wrong. Ironically, it was supposed to be Akane taking care of Xianyi, yet the roles had reversed, with Xianyi assuming the parental role. Realizing she was actually the proctor today, Akane quickly retaliated with a playful head pat, declaring, return to your line. I am the proctor today. If you don't behave, I will fail you. At that moment, Xianyi noticed the glances of those around him, filled with disdain, scorn, anger, and jealousy. It was best to preserve Akane's pride. He would address her later about not eating recklessly. As he obediently returned to his place in line, the others regarded him with contempt, their words laced with derision. TCH. I thought he had some skill to pass the first exam, but it seems he's just a favored one. Huh, favored? More like a pretty boy, another jeered. Look, he's wearing a mask, afraid of being recognized? With a face like that, he might just be a girl. Maybe they're a couple. Silence. Akane's furious shouts silenced everyone, her playful demeanor replaced by stern authority as she produced a stack of life and death contracts. This is a life and death contract. It must be signed to participate in the next exam. Furthermore, the exam is fair. If I hear any more of this nonsense, it undermines the fairness of Konoha, and I will declare you all failed. Hinata tugged at Xian Yi's sleeve, offering comfort. Xian Yi-kun, don't be angry. We'll prove our strength and show we didn't cheat. Having endured even worse insults, Xian Yi's resilience held firm, and he patted Hinata's small hand reassuringly. It's all right. Once we enter, don't worry about me. Just head straight for the finish line. Trust me, just listen. All signed the life and death contract. Acknowledging that any injuries or fatalities during the exam would not concern Konoha, Akane reiterated the exam rules. 2 scrolls, Earth and Heaven, must be collected to reach the finish line, with the exam lasting 5 days. Checking the time, Akane opened the gates of the Death Forest, waving her hand and shouting. Begin. All candidates surged forward, seizing the initiative. Xian Yi discarded his white coat to Hinata, revealing his arms adorned with intricate sealing techniques. Remember what I told you. He instructed, stowing the earth scroll and vanishing in a flash using the body flicker technique. Shino Aburame turned to Hinata, speaking with calm assurance. Let us proceed as Xian Yi-san advised. With his strength, there's nothing to worry about. Upon entering the Death Forest, Xian Yi, like a wild stallion, shed all pretenses, for there was no need to conceal his power. His figure flickered through the forest, and before long, he encountered a squad from the grass village. With a cold smirk, he charged at them. You were the one who insulted me, right? Forbidden technique, chaos of roots. His hands swiftly formed seals, rivaling even the speed of Kisame Hashigaki. As he completed the seals, torrents of water erupted, coalescing into water spears that shot toward the grass village squad like arrows from every direction. Oh, the grass village squad, caught off guard by Xian Yi's assault, was mercilessly pierced, blood mingling with the water as it pooled around them. Xian Yi retrieved the bloodied earth scroll from the fallen squad, repeating its incantation and continuing his hunt. Having spent years working with the Akatsuki, he had taken many lives and showed no mercy. The Sound Village squad fell, acquiring the Earth Scroll. The Sand Village squad also perished, obtaining the Heaven Scroll. Along his path, Xian Yi faced only weaklings, bewildered by their audacity to provoke him. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the scene through the crystal ball, his eyelids twitching. This young man is quite fiery. However, if he kills, it will showcase the strength of Konoha's new generation. Satisfied, he took a deep puff from his pipe, only to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. So it's truly you, I assent it? The crystal ball revealed Xian Yi brandishing a massive sword, giving Sarutobi Hiruzen an audacious middle finger. It seems preparations must be made. The Mist Village won't be easily deceived. Within the Death Forest, Xian Yi harnessed lightning release chakra to enhance his physique, causing his sword to shimmer with radiance as he searched for those who had insulted and mocked him. An ancient saying rings true, always appearing weak and cowardly when bullied. Only to hear Tsunade speak of justice, of invincibility, and the ambiguity of right and wrong. What are you looking at? Xian Yi halted, directing his sword toward a grass village ninja. The female ninja turned to face him, momentarily stunned before recognition dawned on her. Oh, it's you. You've grown quite a bit. Xian Yi abruptly halted, skidding to a stop and eyeing her warily. The female ninja smiled mischievously and, to his shock, peeled away her facial skin, revealing her true identity. Orochimaru. Ah, so you remember me. But you don't seem particularly surprised. Did you know I would be here? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xian Yi's brow. This was an adversary he could not contend with. Without your severed hand, you are a formidable opponent. Ha ha. What a coincidence that you're also taking the exam. Orochimaru licked his lips with his elongated tongue, speaking with veiled meaning. It is quite the coincidence. I'm more curious about how you survived. When I found you, you were already lifeless. Your body appears well. I managed to sustain your bodily functions with nutrients. But regrettably, I could not take you with me before I left. Xian Yi's mind buzzed, Orochimaru's words implied something entirely different. He was not a clone, but rather someone who had been salvaged. Where did you find me? Shinyi pressed, desperate to know if there was a chance of returning to his original world. Orochimaru, with his hands outstretched, suddenly fell from the sky during the Night of the Nine Tails. How was I to know whence he came? In an instant, Shinyi abandoned any thoughts of retreat. It was all the fault of that lewd game. I should never have engaged with such a thing. The distinctly crafted visage made it all too clear that he had been transported through a rift in space and time. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and expelled a small box, which he revealed to contain a pair of glasses. The frames were rimless, with silver edges. Upon seeing them, Shinyi felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat. Wasn't this the speed-enhancing device he had designed during character creation? Orochimaru tossed the glasses into Shinyi's hands, who caught them, puzzled as he gazed at Orochimaru. What is this? This pair of glasses appeared alongside you. I have studied them for 6 years without yielding any results. Aside from their remarkably unique material that cannot be destroyed, they possess no distinct features. Before Shinyi could voice any questions, Orochimaru had already provided an answer. These glasses are as enigmatic as you are, since no conclusions can be drawn from analysis. Why not validate the results? Ganai. With that, Orochimaru vanished in an instant, his speed beyond Shinyi's reach. Shinyi examined the glasses, then glanced towards the direction Orochimaru had departed, suspecting that Orochimaru was hiding something. He recalled that he possessed more than just this speed-enhancing device. There were also whips, high heels, headbands, collars, and gags. He dismissed the idea of wanting any of those. Sealing the glasses in a scroll, he adorned them upon his face. And his vision became remarkably clear, though nothing particularly special revealed itself. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fixed upon 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, both devoid of clothing. Orochimaru. Shinyi hastily removed the glasses. The corpses were clothed, yet when he donned the glasses again, their garments vanished, leaving behind a pixelated aesthetic. What on earth a voyeuristic cheat? He exclaimed. Damn it, Orochimaru, just wait. I do not seek to prove anything. I merely intend to reclaim all that I have lost. With these glasses, it was akin to possessing the Byakugan. The effects of other items would surely differ as well. Dismissing further distractions, he continued on his path. His spirits lifted, even his demeanor softened during combat. Look, there are still whole bodies. Chapter 37. I hope you do not become strangers in the Death Forest. The air was thick with bloodlust. Shinyi sensed he had nearly dealt with all who had insulted him. As he leapt through the trees, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small team from Tsunade. Remarkably, he discerned Hinata and Shino among them through the glasses. Weren't they supposed to be waiting at the finish line? He pondered. The Tsunade team comprised Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, with Gaara standing over the remains of a freshly slain adversary. Hinata and Shino were hiding nearby in the grass. Hinata appeared unscathed, while Shino looked utterly terrified. Who goes there? Gaara's furious roar pierced the air as he locked his gaze on the grass. Temari quickly restrained him, fearing he might act recklessly. Gaara, enough. Humph. Let go. I understand. The trio skirted around the grass towards the finish line, while Shinyi relaxed his grip on his executioner's blade. He was certain that if Gaara struck, he would sever a piece from each of them in an instant. Shinyi watched the grass while Hinata's eyes fell upon him. With her Byakugan, she recognized him immediately. She waved her hand reassuringly, signaling that there was no need for concern, gesturing for them to continue towards the finish line. Hinata nodded silently, speaking briefly with Shino before they departed. Shinyi's figure vanished once more. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from afar, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of battle. It seemed that Sasuke and Orochimaru had crossed paths. Following the sounds of conflict, he soon arrived at the scene. Before him hung Naruto from a tree, while Sasuke lay unconscious, entangled in a web of vines. Sakura clutched a kunai, trembling in fear. Emerging from the shadows with his executioner's blade, Shinyi fixed his gaze on the departing Orochimaru. Upon seeing him, Sakura rushed forward, her legs quaking as she fell into his embrace. Quick, run. He is too powerful. We must escape, Shinyi-kun. Shinyi wrapped an arm around Sakura, soothingly rubbing her back to alleviate her fear, then turned his attention back to Orochimaru. Are you not going to return something to me, Uncle Snake? Orochimaru flicked his tongue, contemplating. He was reluctant to part with anything other than the glasses, for the rest held unique properties. I believe not. In any era, those who owed debts were often deemed powerful, and he mused that he might as well take what he could. As for Sasuke and Naruto, they would be fine. A good beating could ignite their ambition, and if they became useless, who would stand against the Otsutsuki in the future? Uncle Snake, I have taken a liking to your Kusanagi. Orochimaru was taken aback. How could this individual lack boundaries? Without hesitation, he demanded something. Your executioner's blade is also a fine shinobi tool. Why seek my Kusanagi? Will you part with it or not? Xianye's eyes were piercingly clear, sending a chill down Orochimaru's spine. It was as if he were saying, if you refuse, I shall harm your apprentice, or perhaps reveal your whereabouts in Konoha. After a moment's contemplation, Orochimaru reluctantly opened his mouth and spat forth the Kusanagi, discarding it onto the ground as he made his exit, denying Xianye any further opportunity for extortion. Sakura observed the two conversing with an air of familiarity, her body trembling anew. Orochimaru was clearly no ally. Xianye knows this man and appears quite comfortable with him. What could be the reason? Xianye first ensured Sasuke and Naruto were settled, then picked up the Kusanagi, which resembled a traditional Chinese sword, adorned with a taiji symbol on the hilt. Ah, it's sticky. He wiped the viscous substance from the Kusanagi onto Naruto's clothing. Examining it closely, the blade glimmered with a cold light. A fine sword. Sakura noticed the substance on Naruto and then looked back at Xianye, recognizing that while he was handsome, he also possessed a cunning nature. It was at that moment that Sakura's gaze fell upon the executioner's blade strapped to Xianye's back, causing her pupils to tremble. Suddenly recalling the figure from the land of waves, she swallowed hard, instinctively creating some distance, yet her gaze remained fixed on Xianye. Xianye sealed the executioner's blade onto his arm, opting instead for the Kusanagi as his primary weapon. As night fell, the number of mosquitoes and pests increased, and he noted that Sakura remained vigilant. Watch over those two. I shall take a stroll elsewhere. Sakura hurriedly called out to him, Wait, Xianye-kun. It's dark outside. It's dangerous. I am here. You will only feel more afraid. Without waiting for her to elaborate, he departed the camp, leaving Sakura alone, hugging her knees beside her teammates. That night, she pondered deeply, her thoughts in disarray. Feeling weak, helpless, fearful yet resolute, a torrent of emotions surged within her. Yet not a single tear was shed. The next morning, Xianye stood upon a branch, gazing in the direction of Sakura, having remained closer than he let on, unable to shake his concern for her solitary state. As expected, 3 miscreants, Jean Hammer, Sack, and Tors, arrived, intent on claiming Sasuke's life. Xianye, anticipating their move, swiftly extended the Kusanagi, piercing through Sack's skull in a single stroke. Sakura, witnessing the scene from less than a meter away, felt her pupils constrict to pinpricks as Xianye's wrist flicked, hot blood and brain matter splattering across her face. Sack! Sack! She screamed, her cries mingling with the horrified exclamations of the 2 sound ninjas as Xianye approached, his demeanor cold and indifferent. With a flick of his Kusanagi, blood splattered across the ground. What a racket! You are making quite the fuss. The 2 sound ninjas glared at Xianye, their teeth clenched in rage, their eyes bulging with fury. Did you do this? I will have your life. Do not act impulsively, Golden Hammer. Chapter 38. What you do to her, I shall do to you. The forbidden technique, Thunder Serpent Grass Dragon, was a name conjured by Xianye in a fleeting moment. With a swift thrust of the Kusanagi sword into the ground, an electrifying radius of 15 meters transformed into a thunderous pool. Golden Hammer, ever cautious, leapt back to evade the electrified waters, only to be confronted by a serpentine head of lightning that erupted from the ground, striking him in an instant. A chilling scream echoed through the forest, lingering long after the electric lights faded, leaving behind a charred corpse, unrecognizable as human. Tos, drenched in sweat, stared at Xianye, whose figure resembled that of a demon. Why you cannot be a genin? What does Konoha hope to gain by allowing you to participate in the exams? Xianye, uninterested in banter, activated the body flicker technique and swiftly beheaded Tess, then spoke softly, I am indeed a genin, but my strength belies that title. This confrontation was witnessed not only by Sakura, but also by Ino's team and Rock Lee. Ignoring the opinions of others, Xianye turned to leave, making it clear that the choice to distance themselves or draw closer was theirs alone. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, broken only by Shikamaru's remark to Ino. What a hassle! Xianye hurried along, encountering Red Bean's sister, and after explaining the situation, he departed. Orochimaru expressed disdain, still clutching that Kusanagi sword. Tisk, treacherous scoundrel, untrustworthy. Upon reaching the exam's conclusion, he reunited with Hinata and Shino, presenting 5 Earth Scrolls and 3 Heaven Scrolls. Yet, Hinata seemed indifferent, rummaging through Xian Yi's belongings. Searching here and there. Hey, stop looking. I'm not injured. If you keep this up, I'll charge you. Hinata, blushing and bowing her head, stuffed her hands into her pockets, clutching a wad of cash. Aye. What is it? Have you lost your mind again? Let's go. He guided the two to complete the exam before departing the venue. His fragile spirit had been wounded, frightened by Gaara's merciless methods. Only a comforting embrace from Tsunade could soothe him. After arranging a meeting point for the next exam, he headed homeward. As he passed by a bathhouse, he noticed a figure, a silver-haired man in a red vest, peering into the women's bath with a camera and notebook, exuding a distinctly lecherous demeanor. Is that Jiraiya? With a mischievous grin, Xian Yi dashed into another shop to purchase a camera, intending to document Jiraiya's misdeeds. Above the open-air hot spring, Jiraiya, drooling while snapping photos, muttered to himself, so big, so white. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Scanning to his right revealed no one, but as he turned left, he exclaimed, "Who are you?" To his left, Xian Yi was fervently photographing him. Hey, what are you doing? Delete those. Xian Yi paused. Memory's full. Don't worry about me. You photograph them, I photograph you. It's perfectly reasonable. Jiraiya's face darkened as he regarded the ominous lens, feeling as if he were being stripped bare. Utterly uncomfortable. You little brat, do you know who I am? You'd better delete those photos. Of course I know. You're just a lecherous pervert, like me. Why are you photographing me? Photograph them. Jiraiya bellowed, drawing screams from the women in the hot spring. Thief! Someone's spying. Not you again, you damned white-haired fool. You should die. Now you've brought a little white-haired brat. You're all scoundrels. Capture them. Wait. Look at that little white-haired one. Come here, little brother. Let me check your body. Jiraiya and Xian Yi fled frantically, pursued by determined women. They zigzagged through 8 streets before finally escaping, both gasping for breath. You little brat. Hurry up and delete those photos. No way. Why should I delete them if you want to? You don't understand. I'm gathering material. It's art. I'm also gathering material. It's for art. Seeing that Xian Yi was unyielding, Jiraiya snapped. Then tell me what you plan to do with my photos. Xian Yi, cupping his ears, replied, What do you use those photos for? I'll use yours for the same purpose. Jiraiya's imagination conjured a series of pixelated images, and he wore an expression of disbelief. Oh, really? You have quite the eye to make me the protagonist. Before Jiraiya could raise an objection, Xian Yi interjected. What protagonist? You're the one at the bottom. Jiraiya's face turned ashen, nearly choking on his own breath, feeling nauseated. Damn it, you little brat. Hurry up and delete those photos. The two pursued each other until dusk, with Jiraiya cornering Xian Yi in an alley, panting and smug. This time, you have nowhere to run. Give it up. Even if you delete those photos, I can recreate your image. You'll still be powerless. Jiraiya relented. Fine. I'll delete the photos. Is that acceptable? Chapter 39. The final phase of the Chunin exams. Xian Yi grinned mischievously. That is what you said. I wish to establish a summoning contract with Mount Mayaboku. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he swiftly rejected. No, choose another. Instantly, Jiraiya recognized that this boy was undoubtedly aware of him, and all his antics were intended to draw his attention, seeking him as a mentor. All discussions are off. Other than this, there is nothing about you that piques my interest. After Xian Yi departed, he spent the night crafting a male-centric comic book, featuring Jiraiya and Orochimaru as protagonists, the art style being extraordinarily abstract. Even among the peculiar genres, it warranted a special selection. Utilizing his high-profile pen name, Above the Anus, he ventured to the bookstore the following day to release the book. Xian Yi-san, do you have a new work for sale today? Of course. Here. This is the one I financed. Let us start with 100,000 copies. Upon seeing the content, the bookstore owner froze, opening the door to a new world for him. I'll finance another 100,000 copies. 3 days later, the second phase of the Chunin exams concluded, and due to the particularly stimulating and unique content of the taboo romance book, nearly half of Konoha had read it. Only Jiraiya was left in disarray, his face crimson. You little brat. You should have told me you were above the anus. My image as a sage has been utterly ruined. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen examined the taboo romance book featuring his 2 male disciples, his face flushed and neck thickening. Cough, cough. Evil must ultimately meet its match. The book's widespread circulation and rapid distribution left Xian Yi astounded, utterly absurd. Unbeknownst to him, one factor was his pen name, while the other stemmed from Jiraiya's identity. The combination led the inhabitants of the Hokage world to experience a peculiar bout of curiosity for the first time. When Xian Yi finally composed himself and set out to find Jiraiya again, he found no trace of him. The open-air hot spring was deserted, the bathhouse was empty, and the nightclubs were void of life, as if he had evaporated from existence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiraiya was diligently instructing Naruto in the summoning technique, and Naruto's address for him had transitioned to pervert sage. Xian Yi arrived at the Ichiraku ramen shop, contemplating the need to return and nurture his relationship with Tsunade. For Jiraiya was hardly reliable. The proprietor presented him with a colossal bowl of boneless ramen. Suddenly, a youthful voice piped up beside him, requesting the same extravagant portion. Xian Yi turned to see a child, who, upon noticing his gaze, provocatively raised an eyebrow and shouted again, "Boss, I'll pay for this lady's meal. How much is it in total?" Xian Yi glanced to his side, finding no one there. Could it be that this child referred to him as lady? It was Konohamaru, Naruto's loyal little brother and the pampered grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ignoring the child, Xian Yi finished his ramen and paid the bill, leaving the Ichiraku ramen shop, only to be followed closely by Konohamaru. "Hey, miss, you haven't told me your name yet." Xian Yi felt a surge of anger. Such blatant attempts to get close were hard to believe without the meddling of the old man Sarutobi. Grabbing Konohamaru by the scruff of his neck, he led him into a nearby grove, where rhythmic clapping soon echoed through the trees. "I'm a man, a man, a man." After a considerable time had passed, Xian Yi emerged from the grove, feeling quite pleased. Mischievous children needed a good thrashing to learn their place. Konohamaru, with a flushed face, followed closely behind, his eyes filled with the desire for battle. "Stop right there, you vile woman. I refuse to back down. You attacked me from behind. I demand a fair duel." Ninja art, seduction technique. With a puff of smoke, Konohamaru transformed into an ugly, portly woman. Xian Yi returned to the grove, dragging Konohamaru back in, where the clapping sound resumed. "I'm a man, a man, a man." Still not satisfied? Fine, fine. All right, just stop hitting me. Xian Yi returned home, leaving the bruised Konohamaru behind. The following day marked the final stage of the Chunin exam. Due to Xian Yi's excessive violence in the second round, only one match would be held. In the land of soup, Xian Yi found himself nestled in Tsunade's embrace, with two large white rabbits perched atop his head. "Darling, I missed you so much. Someone bullied me, boo-hoo." As he moved, the rabbits bounced awkwardly, unable to maintain their balance. "Why are you crying? If you're bullied, just fight back. Do I really need to teach you that? It was Jiraiya who was chasing me all day like a lovesick fool." Tsunade's expression shifted from confusion to a cold, murderous intent. Has that old pervert's obsession twisted to this extent? Don't worry, I'll remember this grudge, and I will help you take revenge in due time. Xian Yi tightened his embrace, his face alight with happiness. "You're the best, my wife." Like a child. Tsunade scoffed, patting Xian Yi on the back. Ino stood nearby, her expression peculiar. "Isn't he just a child? Are they really going to live like this? What will I do?" Time swiftly passed to the final segment of the Chunin exam, featuring a knockout tournament to determine the champion. The arena resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, filled to capacity. On the high platform sat the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage, while the competitors prepared to face each other in the center ring. In the audience, Xian Yi sat with Hinata and Hanabi, both girls leaning against him with wide, innocent eyes. Nearby, Hayashi Hyuga glared at Xian Yi, his expression dark, as if he were owed money. As the matches commenced, the first bout was announced, Naruto Uzumaki versus Shino Aburame. Both competitors ascended the stage, with the referee being the ever-energetic Moonlight Kakashi. Cough, cough, both sides ready? Begin. Shino quickly distanced himself, releasing a swarm of insects from his arms, while Naruto, undeterred, formed seals for the shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an explosion of smoke, a multitude of Naruto clones filled the arena, their voices echoing in unison. "Charge! Go!" The raucous noise suggested a clear outcome. Shino, not proficient in close combat, and with little room to maneuver in the arena, was soon overwhelmed by Naruto's relentless clones, eventually being knocked off the stage. Yash! That was easy. Shino displayed no signs of disappointment. His demeanor was calm and rational, as if the outcome was entirely expected. The large screen flickered again to announce the next match. Ino Yamanaka versus Sakura Haruno. In the spectator area, Hayashi Hyuga frequently glanced at Hanabi, his expression contorted in frustration, as he struggled to find the right words without embarrassing himself in front of the other girls. After much contemplation, he finally asked Hanabi, "Today's matches feature elite competitors. You should pay close attention. How confident are you in your chances against them?" Hanabi observed the two women on the stage, grappling and pulling each other's hair, promptly losing interest. Without turning her head, she replied, 10%. Hayashi frowned, dissatisfaction creeping into his expression. Confidence was admirable, but excessive arrogance could lead to pitfalls. On the stage, Ino severed her high ponytail with a kunai, tossing the hair to the ground, her expression one of relief. "Today, I must confront my past and understand my true self. Thus, I will not lose." Sakura glanced at her own pink hair, now featuring a conspicuous gap. "This scheming girl. She pulled out my hair, and now she is afraid I'll do the same, so she cuts it off herself. Today, I will prove something. So I won't lose either." The two girls, armed with kunai, clashed fiercely, resembling muscular men in a fist fight, though to the spectators, it appeared akin to a child's game. One was a sensory-type ninja, while the other had yet to learn any proper ninjutsu, resulting in a lack of genuine physical combat. Ultimately, neither was willing to concede, both exhausting their chakra until the match was declared a draw, leading to their disqualification. The third match featured Rock Lee against Xianyi. "Finally, it's my turn. That old lantern-esque gaze is unnerving. Now I can avoid him." Xianyi and Rock Lee took to the stage, with Lee exuding exuberance, akin to a bull on steroids. After the referee confirmed that Lee had not taken any performance-enhancing substances, the match commenced. "Xianyi, I admit I lost last time, but this time, I will win. This technique was intended for Niji, but I'll let him see it today." Niji, in the background, thought, "Thanks a lot, you idiot." Xianyi merely picked at his ears, confident in his verbal prowess. "Green Toad, don't start boasting about winning right away. You should consider getting a haircut first, lest you find it hard to find a wife in the future and end up asking me for $200. Lee Rock found himself perplexed. While Hinata and Hanabi understood the situation, their cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. This left Hyuga Hisashi gritting his teeth in frustration, wondering why this rascal had captured the affections of his daughters. On the arena, Lee Rock cast a glance towards the audience where Mike Guy was seated. It was only when Guy gave him a thumbs up, his teeth glinting, that Lee Rock broke into a joyful smile. Xianyi charged forward, thinking it foolish to grant an opportunity to infuriate him. He unleashed a kunai imbued with lightning towards Lee Rock. Lee Rock reacted swiftly, narrowly dodging and leaving a cut across his face. He performed a series of backflips to evade Xianyi's relentless onslaught, shedding the weights from his legs midair and using them as hidden weapons against Xianyi. Xianyi's eyes widened as he hastily dodged, realizing that this seemingly honest lad was anything but, and neither was Mike Guy. A pair of thunderous explosions erupted behind Xianyi, sending up clouds of dust and leaving two large craters in their wake. With the technique of lightning release, Heart of Fury, the two figures clashed once more. Their movements so swift they were nearly indistinguishable, discernible only by the rifts they left in the ground. In Chapter 41, Victory, the audience section saw Mike Guy gripping the iron railing tightly, his expression tense. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, gazing intently at the combatants on the stage. He was already convinced that the individual from the previous encounter was indeed Xianyi. If not, he was still intricately involved. Hyuga Hisashi's temples bulged with veins, clearly in a state of heightened alert as he activated his Byakugan. This time, he sought to determine whether Xianyi was still worthy of being Hanabi's instructor. "Please do not disappoint me," he hoped silently. On the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Are you finally willing to reveal something?" To him, as long as Xianyi showcased his abilities, it indicated his allegiance to Konoha, implying that Tsunade might return to the village to restore order. In the arena, Xianyi seized the opportunity and delivered a punch to Lee Rock's lower back. Lee Rock evaded forward, only to be met with a sudden discharge of lightning chakra from Xianyi's fist, delivering an electric massage to his lower back. Taking advantage of Lee Rock's momentary paralysis, Xianyi followed up with a kick that sent him soaring, stirring up dust along the ground. Xianyi pressed on, relentlessly attacking without granting Li Rock a moment's respite. Witnessing this, Might Guy shouted, "Li, I permit you to unleash your full potential." Li Rock, while evading attacks, heard Guy's words and promptly retaliated against Xianyi's assault. Crossing his arms before his chest, chakra surged within him, enveloping him in a cloud of white mist formed from evaporating sweat. 8 gates, first gate, open. Xianyi was a step behind, forming seals with his hands, revealing a portion of his prowess. Lightning release, Raijin. This time it was Xianyi who had to retreat from Li Rock's onslaught, his fingers glowing a brilliant white as he unleashed a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. This technique exacted a toll on his body, prolonged use causing his fingers to darken and even char. With sparks flying and lightning crackling, Li Rock felt overwhelmed, realizing that Xianyi was not adhering to conventional tactics. 8 gates, second gate, open. Third gate, open. Fourth gate, open. Li Rock pushed through to the fourth gate, his surroundings heating up, his complexion reddening to a near-black hue, his eyes transforming to a pure white. This is it. I must protect my ninja way. Xianyi furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to draw his executioner's blade or the Kusanagi sword, questioning the need for such fervor. Li Rock vanished once more, moving at a speed Xianyi could scarcely follow, though he managed to keep up with the motion. Damn, I did not wish to play with a mad dog. Taking advantage of Xianyi's moment of inattention, Li Rock landed a punch, launching a series of frenzied attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Hyuga Hizashi smirked, finally seizing an opportunity. Humph. Forgiveness only extends this far. It seems unnecessary for you two to continue training with him, lest you waste your time. Hanabi frowned, quickly countering her father's assertion. Please do not jump to conclusions. Hinata chimed in. Father, Xianyi-kun will surely win. Humph. Do you still not grasp reality? Hizashi scoffed, choosing not to engage further. On the arena, following a deafening crash, Xianyi was engulfed in dust, his form obscured. Li Rock gasped for breath, intently staring into the dust cloud. Did I win? Clearly not. Xianyi emerged slowly from the dust, brushing off the debris. You are quite bothersome, you hot-blooded fools. Now it is my turn. With that, a series of white rings began to manifest around Xianyi as he prepared another technique, having only managed to produce 3 so far. 8 gates, third gate, open. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Li Rock's forehead, evaporating instantly as he stared incredulously at Xianyi, then glanced towards Might Guy in the audience. Once more, their figures vanished, but this time Li Rock could no longer keep pace with Xianyi's speed, who manipulated the terrain through chakra vibrations as he formed seals. The extensive research on the chakra gates was daunting, and even with the aid of his perspective-enhancing glasses, replicating it was nearly impossible. While defending against Xianyi's attacks, Li Rock remained vigilant for any emerging earth spikes. 8 gates, fifth gate, open. Seeing Li Rock momentarily regain his breath after opening a gate, Xianyi exploited the moment, accelerating to deliver a punch to his chest, the sound of cracking bones echoing in his ears. Li Rock was sent flying like a cannonball. And just as he was about to crash into the ground, Xianyi's chakra surged, quickly conjuring a follow-up earth spear. If this landed solidly, Li Rock would undoubtedly be in dire straits. At that critical moment, Might Guy arrived just in time, shattering the earth spear with a kick and catching Li Rock. At that moment, Li Rock's chest was concaved, blood gushing from his mouth, his brain in shock, yet he muttered, I can still fight. Quickly, medical team. The situation was critical, requiring immediate medical attention. The victor, Xianyi. After the referee announced the winner, he rushed to check on the injured. As Xianyi landed, he caught a glimpse of Might Guy, realizing he had indeed been a bit too forceful. He hurried over to administer aid, and by the time he reached Li Rock, his hands were already forming seals. For Bidance technique, injury recovery. In Chapter 42, Unexpected Attack, Might Guy did not believe Xianyi would deliberately harm Li Rock, thus he did not intervene. Once he recognized it as a medical ninjutsu, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the audience, the 2 girls cheered, Yay, we won. They then turned to their father with smug expressions, a mix of adorability and mischief. Hyuga Hizashi was equally astonished, marveling at the innovative ninjutsu style and medical techniques that were beyond monetary value. At such a tender age, he had mastered them all, and one was even self-invented. Could he truly be only 12? The fact that the Hokage had not voiced any concern suggested that all was well. Hyuga Hisashi resolved that, even if it meant sacrificing both daughters, he would endeavor to bring Xianyi into the Hyuga clan. On the high platform, the astonishment was not limited to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, was equally taken aback. Is this the new ninjutsu you have developed? An entirely new sealing method. With greatly enhanced physical strength, the technique bears a striking resemblance to Tsunade's. Could it be that he has taken her as his mentor? The two young women remained oblivious to their father's thoughts, preoccupied instead with cheering for Xianyi. Hinata, Hanabi, and Lee appeared gravely injured. Hanabi, what are you worried about? He is still breathing, Hanabi reassured. After half an hour of medical team intervention, coupled with Xianyi's healing techniques, Rock Lee had managed to escape the critical phase and was subsequently taken for further treatment. The next match featured Hinata Hyuga facing Niji Hyuga, and the information displayed on the large screen immediately captured the audience's attention once more. Xianyi returned to his seat, only for Hanabi to rush over, checking for injuries. Hey, don't touch me like that. I'm fine, just a torn shirt, he said. Nonsense. Look, you've got bruises. She retorted. That's because you were the one touching me. Your father is right here, so be mindful. Earlier, Xianyi had also tended to his own injuries, which were now entirely healed. Hanabi covertly glanced at Hayashi Hyuga, who seemed oblivious, scanning the arena as if searching for something. Hinata and Niji stood on the platform, exchanging their reasons for victory before taking their stances. With a smirk, Xianyi rose and called out, Hinata, defeat him. Upon hearing this, Hayashi shot a disdainful look at Xianyi, retorting that she was up against a prodigy from the Hyuga clan, and even with Xianyi's guidance, victory over Niji was implausible. Hanabi made a face at Hayashi and then nestled into Xianyi's embrace, her confidence having grown immensely since before. As both combatants prepared, the match commenced. At the referee's signal, Hinata swiftly altered her position, hands clasped before her. Gentle fist technique, compassionate palm. With a buzzing sound, Hinata recognized that her chakra control did not match Niji's. Thus, she sought alternative methods for triumph. Activating her Byakugan, Niji opened his eyes to witness an array of palms approaching him, leaving him perplexed. This was neither the 8 trigrams empty palm nor the Hyuga clan's typical techniques. Niji attempted to counter with a palm strike, feeling its weight, speed, and a burning sensation, prompting him to refrain from further engagement. Instead, he relied on his Byakugan to evade the deep blue palm strikes, employing the 8 trigrams to defend against those he could not avoid. The techniques Xianyi had withheld from Hinata were intended for this moment, allowing her to shine brightly. The arena transformed into a battle of stamina, and Hinata, unwilling to secure victory through attrition, initiated an offensive. Niji, pleased with this turn, remarked, "You're far too overconfident, young lady." Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his ultimate move, the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. As Hinata drew near, she activated her Byakugan, enhancing her perception. In a sudden motion, she produced a kunai, channeling chakra into it and thrusting it toward Niji's palm. Niji swiftly withdrew his hand, his expression one of disdain, and the two engaged in direct confrontation, palms clashing against palms, dodging kunai. Eventually, Niji realized he could not best Hinata and retrieved a kunai of his own to avoid further disadvantage. Upon seeing him brandish a kunai, Hinata retreated, employing the compassionate palm from a distance. Niji was left with no choice but to discard his kunai and rely on the 8 trigrams to defend. As Hinata pressed in for another attack, Niji readied his kunai once more. Xianyi's expression shifted dramatically, eyes wide in astonishment. As the situation on the platform took a sharp turn, Hinata extended her chakra, forming wings that resembled feathers. Each of her movements now bore the weight of the compassionate palm, and even when her reach fell short, she could extend it further. It could be said that aside from her inferior skill in chakra points, Hinata was not lacking in speed, strength, or range compared to Niji. Seizing the moment when Niji concluded his 8 trigrams defense, Hinata unleashed her true trump card, gentle fist technique, universal compassion palm. Niji's eyes widened in disbelief. When had Hinata become so formidable? Now in a vulnerable state, he could only cross his arms defensively over his chest. "Do you dare?" he shouted. But his voice failed to stop Hinata, who landed a decisive kick to his midsection, her foot acting as a palm strike. Xianyi had taught her to strike unexpectedly at an unguarded foe, targeting their weaknesses without regard for notions of shame in battle. Niji collapsed, curled up like a shrimp. His eyes filled with stars. He could barely rise, let alone continue fighting. Chapter 43. The Collapse of Konoha plans. The victor, Hinata Hyuga. As the referee announced the winner, the crowd erupted in cheers once more. Hayashi Hyuga had not anticipated Niji's defeat, and sensed that a miracle had transpired. Hinata had won. He braced himself for further teasing from his daughter and Xianyi, never expecting her to prevail in such a manner. He dismissed thoughts of embarrassment, focusing instead on Xianyi and his daughter. This was utterly incomprehensible. It was a disgrace to the Hyuga clan. Is there a problem? He questioned. In the chaos of battle, will you concern yourself with such trivialities, or will you wait until after death to reason with your enemy? Hayashi had seen the battlefield and understood the realities. He wished to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. This was not the battlefield. Certain matters required discretion. Xianyi paid no heed to Hayashi's shifting expressions, for he taught the art of killing, not mere theatrics. There was nothing more to discuss. The large screen flickered, announcing the next match, Temari vs. Nara Shikamaru. Xianyi wore a comical grin, finally anticipating a return to a more conventional narrative. Hinata returned to her seat, her head lowered, her cheeks flushed, avoiding eye contact with Xianyi. Hayashi's demeanor was equally stern, and Xianyi gestured for her to sit beside him. Why are you standing there? Take a seat. Okay. Once Hinata was settled, Xianyi quietly inquired, Didn't I teach you stronger taijutsu? Why didn't you use it? I wanted to save it for the next match. You taught me that intelligence is also key to victory. Ha ha ha. Who said Hinata was foolish? She's quite clever indeed, he remarked while affectionately ruffling her hair. Hanabi, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Xianyi, declared, I want that too. What do you want? You're already sitting in my lap. Don't push your luck. On the platform, Temari and Nara Shikamaru faced each other, one exuding disdain, the other with a pair of lifeless eyes. As they prepared, the referee signaled them to assume their stances. Suddenly, in the midst of the gathered spectators, a figure donned in a black cloak and ambu mask appeared. The match commenced. At the referee's command, the cloaked figures simultaneously formed hand seals for a genjutsu, the rebirth of Nirvana technique. Suddenly, a flurry of feathers materialized, disrupting everyone's vision and perception, plunging them into an illusion. Xianyi felt his consciousness blur, realizing the surroundings had transformed. He found himself in a small, pink-lit room, containing only a bed. This genjutsu is intriguing. Suddenly, a crack of a whip echoed in his ears, and upon turning, he was met with a startling sight. There stood Tsunade, clad in a provocative outfit, wielding a whip, her fiery red lips and captivating gaze dazzling to the extreme. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Tsunade's sultry voice reached his ears, enchanting him. Wake up, Xianyi. Quickly, wake up. The urgent calls pulled Xianyi back to reality. And as he groggily opened his eyes, he saw Hinata calling out to him. Hinata, why are you not deceived by the illusion? Upon hearing this, Hinata's face reddened as if it could bleed. The visions within her illusion were more stimulating than anyone else's. Can you imagine being on the verge of intimacy with your beloved, only for them to declare themselves female? The shock was too much, causing her to dispel the illusion immediately. Lord Xianyi had enemies invading Konoha. Now was not the time for such discussions. His gaze swept across the battlefield, where chaos reigned and combat was everywhere. He smacked his forehead in regret. It was all Tsunade's fault, that enchantress. Her beauty had led to this distraction. He resolved to abstain from alcohol in the future. Looking towards the arena, he noticed Shikamaru lying on the ground pretending to be dead, while Temari and the others had already retreated. The absence of Hinata Hizashi was evident. She was likely dealing with the invaders. Goodness, that old man truly trusts me. With Hanabi and Hinata by his side, he had no choice but to keep them close to the white-haired and green-skinned creatures, who could guarantee their safety while he attended to other matters. Upon their agreement, Xianyi promptly rose and dashed towards the direction where Gaara and others were heading. He could afford to disregard others. Sarutobi Hiruzen could perish, but Shikaku, the one-tail, must not escape unscathed. Additionally, Sakura, to her credit, had demonstrated a remarkable talent by breaking free from such an illusion. Searching for traces, it was not difficult to find the two teams, leading them to the forest behind the mountain, where the enemy likely intended to flee Konoha. Xianyi was familiar with this path. It was where Tsunade's clone had exited. On the high platform of the arena, Sarutobi Hiruzen was at a standoff with Orochimaru. As their conversation escalated, Orochimaru suddenly turned hostile, attacking his former mentor. The Sound Fork quickly followed suit, casting a barrier to leave the combat space for the two. Elsewhere, deep within the forest behind Konoha, Naruto and Gaara had already engaged in battle. Xianyi unexpectedly encountered Kankuro and Shino, who were locked in combat. Kankuro found himself overwhelmed, with all his puppets ensnared by Shino's insects, rendering him powerless. Shino, what are you doing here? Xianyi-san, I knew you would come. To ensure stability. I thought it best to take the initiative, Shino replied. Farewell, Shino. Without waiting for a response, Xianyi turned and continued his pursuit, showing no interest in completing the conversation. Kankuro attempted to stop him, but he was powerless. Chapter 44. Seizing opportunity, continuing on his path. Xianyi was in no rush to join the fray. This was also the reason for his earlier enchantment. Moments later, he witnessed a fierce battle between Sasuke and Temari. The fierce winds, accompanied by wind blades, sliced through trees like butter, while Sasuke skillfully dodged using his Sharingan, occasionally launching counterattacks with shuriken. Xianyi's attention was immediately drawn to Temari's fishnet stockings, but he quickly averted his gaze, attributing it to the aftereffects of the illusion he had just experienced. As they pressed on, Xianyi felt a sudden gust of wind, sending him stumbling back as Temari, breathless, blocked his path. I won't let you pass. Xianyi slowly removed his mask, his expression filled with resignation. Today marked his ultimate liberation. Why do you block my way? With that, his aura surged, unlocking the third gate of the 8 gates, along with the forbidden technique, Raging Heart. The electric pressure coursed through his cells, invigorating his strength significantly. He then produced a scroll, slapping it with one hand to summon a decapitating blade, which he hoisted onto his shoulder. Observing this, Temari felt cold sweat drench her back, her limbs trembling. What is this murderous intent? It feels as though I would perish with a single movement. Simultaneously, Sasuke was taken aback by the figure wielding the decapitating blade, which bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from his memories. In that moment, he felt no jealousy or fear, only an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Why? Why does the distance between us grow ever greater, just like that man? Xianyi manipulated the chakra gates, generating a localized gale that lifted his body, propelling him forward. Temari listened to the sounds of wind and thunder around her, the palpable aura of death causing her legs to tremble involuntarily. As Xianyi brushed past her, he didn't even spare her a glance. Do not underestimate me. With a furious shout, Temari swung her fan at Xianyi. Bang! Xianyi did not evade, and the impact left a bump on his head. He gazed at the terrified girl still standing before him, realizing they would soon be allies and Tsunade's support. He had no intention of causing harm. He merely wished to intimidate her slightly, allowing her to relax. You are a capable sister. I find myself a bit envious. What shall I do? Temari mustered a strained smile. If you are envious, then consider me your sister. I will protect you. Ah, what a splendid idea. Xianyi waved his hand at Sasuke, signaling he could pass. Temari attempted to block Sasuke once more, but Xianyi placed a hand on her shoulder, keeping her in place. All right. You stay here with me for a moment while I do not proceed. Seeing Xianyi truly settle onto a branch, Temari relented, lowering her fan. Xianyi then removed his upper garment and tossed it to Temari. The young girl, pale and devoid of color, could not hide her blush as she tied the clothing around her waist. He swiftly snatched the fan back, inserting it into a sealing scroll without hesitation. Temari glanced between the garment and Xianyi, finally noticing her empty hands. Return it to me. I no longer want the clothing. Why should I return it? That garment is already tainted. I refuse to take it back. I'll wash it and return it. No. Then I shall buy you a new one. No. Temari surrendered, feeling like a fish at the mercy of the knife. Not having been ensnared was already fortunate. Perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable. This person was rather handsome, albeit somewhat dog-like in behavior. After waiting for half an hour, a thunderous sound echoed from the distance within the forest. Sasuke, witnessing the towering beasts reaching heights of 100 meters, felt utterly crushed. While he could endure being outmatched by Xianyi, the sight of Naruto, who was usually at the bottom of the hierarchy, was too much for him to bear. Xianyi seized Temari by the collar and soared towards the battlefield, halting only as they approached. Has Gaara released that monster? Everything is over. Xianyi dropped Temari from the air, causing her to land painfully on the ground. You scoundrel! Donning his visual enhancement glasses, he surveyed the battlefield. Sakura was sealed to a tree, while Sasuke, covered in cursed markings, struggled to maintain his composure. The battle between Fukasaku and Shikaku was truly a sight to behold, leaving Xianyi awestruck. When Fukasaku unexpectedly severed Shikaku's arm, it provoked the beast, who began unleashing wind blasts from a distance. It seems Shikaku has a kind nature. At least it did not immediately resort to using the tailed beast ball. An opportunity presented itself. Xianyi swiftly departed, heading toward Shikaku's severed limb, and upon arrival, he was ecstatic to find it adorned with Shikaku's unique markings. Yes, this is it. With rapid hand seals, he denied Shikaku the chance to recover its chakra. Once completed, he laid out numerous forbidden technique scrolls on the ground. Sealing technique, 8 Kings Locking Sun Formation. As his words fell, all forbidden scrolls unleashed yellow chakra chains. One end grasping Shikaku's severed arm and the other connecting to Xianyi's abdomen. This sealing technique was obtained by Yui from Obito, crafted through the synthesis of various sealing arts. Although its strength is not particularly high, it is capable of easily sealing a severed arm. A sudden sensation of tearing flesh and chakra overwhelmed Xianyi, a pain he had never experienced before. It was his first encounter with such agony. Damn it, why does it hurt so much? Can it be a little gentler? Chapter 45. Between life and death. Shikaku also sensed that tearing sensation, his gaze instantly locking on to Xianyi's direction. You bastard, dare you? Wind release, vacuum sphere. Boom, boom. 3 wind blades coalesced into projectiles aimed at Xianyi. Fukasaku, unaware of the situation, still attempted to block the projectiles. Water release, water iron cannon. Bang, bang, block. The water iron cannon could only unleash 2 shots. The last was deflected by a long blade, causing Fukasaku's hand to tremble from the impact. Although he didn't understand the intent behind it, he knew stopping it was the right choice. Get out of the way, you stinky frog. Shikaku roared, gathering dark red chakra in his mouth, his fury reaching its peak. Upon seeing this, Fukasaku's eyes nearly popped out. I can't withstand that. May fortune be with you. With that, Fukasaku dodged, no longer obstructing Shikaku's assault. On Xianyi's side, the massive severed arm of Shikaku was being drawn into his body, nearing completion. Turning around, he was alarmed to see Shikaku preparing a nuclear bomb, sending chills down his spine. Damn it, is it really necessary? 100 heal technique, activate. Forbidden technique, injury recovery. Dark purple patterns rapidly spread across his body, augmented by a medical ninjutsu that drained vitality to become immune to pain. The severed arm of Shikaku fully entered Xianyi's body, and all the forbidden scrolls on the ground transformed into a radiant glow, inscribing sealing symbols onto his abdomen. At that moment, Temari stumbled into Xianyi's vicinity. But before she could utter a word, a powerful gust of wind prevented her from speaking. Damn it, there's no escaping it. Before she could finish her sentence, Xianyi swiftly lifted Temari into the sky. I owe you big time. Shikaku's tailed beast ball approached at this juncture, crashing violently to the ground and uprooting trees instantly. The explosion's radius resembled that of a small nuclear blast, continuously expanding. After a long while, Naruto trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming from his nose. What in the world is this? Fukasaku, with a grave expression, noted that the tailed beast ball was rumored to be capable of annihilating an entire village in an instant. The battlefield lay in ruins. Sasuke and Sakura were also caught in the aftermath, sent flying by the explosion, bloodied and unconscious. Observing the faint rise and fall of their chests, they were still alive. Further away, amidst shattered trees and debris, Xianyi's legs contorted grotesquely, unable to lift one arm. He could only prop himself up with one arm to shield Temari, his back a bloody mess. Temari sustained only light injuries, as most of Xianyi's chakra had been devoted to protecting her. Otherwise, she would have surely perished. Cough. Why are you crying? Drip, drip. Blood dripped onto Temari's face, her tears flowing freely as her voice cracked. Why save me? I have no strength left to speak. Let me sleep for a moment. Thud. Xianyi collapsed onto Temari, yet he continued to shield her. I love Gaara. Temari's heart-wrenching scream, mingled with sobs, echoed through the silent forest. Shikaku, with the unconscious Gaara atop him, seemed to sense something, his eyelids fluttering. Shikaku heard the cries and focused his gaze, opening his mouth to gather another tailed beast ball. You bastard, I will kill you. Naruto sensed the impending doom. The forest was filled with his comrades, and if this continued, all would surely perish. Fukasaku, quickly stop him. Sasuke and Sakura are over there. Shut up, fool. That kind of power is beyond my capacity to withstand. Do you want to turn me into a roasted frog? Inside Xinyi, the sealing technique had taken effect. The severed arm of Shikaku, containing 1/5 of his chakra, had transformed into a miniature version of Shikaku, now only 1/5 the size of the original. Xinyi stepped into the sealing space, where the small Shikaku was firmly bound by 8 chains. Humph, you little brat, let me out, or I'll kill you. You're so annoying. With a wave of his hand, Xinyi tightened the chains, contorting Shikaku into an embarrassing shape. He then patted the head of the miniature Shikaku, drawing forth a yellow chakra thread to connect with himself. Shikaku, I don't have time to nurture a bond with you, nor do I aspire to be the perfect Jinchuriki. With that, Xinyi swiftly extracted Shikaku's chakra, causing the chains to unleash an even stronger binding force. Outside, Shikaku had once again conjured a tailed beast ball and was about to launch it when he suddenly focused, realizing that his chakra was being siphoned, igniting his fury. Bastard! You will die? Tailed beast ball. Buzz. Another tailed beast ball shot towards Xinyi, while Temari struggled to push away the fallen trees, her hands bloodied. Cough, cough. Xinyi abruptly opened his eyes, rapidly emanating the tailed beast cloak from within. How are you, Xinyi? What should I do? The immense chakra urged the 100-heal seal to resurface. Its powerful healing ability kept him alive, but he could not cease healing yet, or his limbs would deform. At that moment, Fukasaku charged fiercely towards the tailed beast ball with his great sword. Naruto, I really owe you one. All right, Fukasaku, you're the best. Bang. Zzz. The tailed beast ball did not explode, but was momentarily halted by Fukasaku, who was burned by the intense heat, producing the aroma of roasted frog and charred flesh. This is excruciating. What a predicament. I can't hold on much longer. Chapter 46. Epilogue. Xinyi had regained some strength, but could only move one arm. He gently lifted Temari and ascended slowly, activating the 8 gates once more, for gates appearing around him. In midair, Xinyi instructed Temari to cling to him, raising one of her hands. Today was a great misfortune. I'll borrow your hand. Oh, okay. Temari replied, bewildered. Xinyi, with Temari, formed hand seals, albeit slowly, while maneuvering sideways in flight. Fukasaku, seeing that the people behind him had evaded danger, also retreated. The tailed beast ball struck the ground again, completely transforming the back mountains of Konoha. Seal completed, water release. Ocean of infinity. Xinyi unleashed a torrent of water. As his chakra was now sufficient to perform many of the forbidden techniques he had previously mastered. Hey, you, go check if Sasuke and Sakura are alive. I'll handle this. Naruto, witnessing the scene, was filled with fervor, promptly leaping off Fukasaku's back. Fukasaku, I'm counting on you. Fukasaku glanced at Xinyi above. It was because of this boy that Shikaku had gone berserk. He then looked at his great sword, now corroded and unusable due to the tailed beast ball. Hey, you little brat, you owe me a new sword. The back mountains of Konoha had now transformed into a vast ocean. And oil girl Shinobu and her companions had long since retreated. Is this truly the might of Xinyi? Such an overwhelming amount of chakra. Beneath the dark lenses, the eyes gazed upon the unfolding scene, an inner shock that others could not perceive. Shikaku, witnessing the man adorned with a beautiful woman while using his chakra against him, felt his anger surge. Damn it, why won't you perish? Wind style, void bullet. Xinyi once more formed the seals for the forbidden technique, spiral hell. The vast ocean, drawn by chakra, began to swirl slowly, forming a vortex centered around Shikaku. Consequently, Shikaku found himself restrained, and the void bullet veered off course, missing its mark without Xinyi needing to intervene. This caliber of ninjutsu, spiral hell, could only produce such an effect even against a tailed beast. Other ninjas would not endure the same. Your hands are quite nimble, Xinyi jested, causing Temari to blush. Before she could retract her hand, she was pulled into forming seals again. Forbidden technique, bright moon over the sea. At that moment, Naruto had already brought Sasuke and Sakura back to a safe distance. In the distance, a colossal, dazzling sphere of lightning descended, akin to a radiant moon. Incredible. Truly remarkable, Xinyi-san. Boom. The spiral hell held Shikaku's south feet in place, and he was struck by the lightning moon, obliterating one of his arms and scattering debris everywhere. Gaara was jolted awake, rejuvenated in spirit. No, you bastard. Wait for me. This is not over. Shikaku had endured nearly all of Gaara's injuries and was now pulled back into the sealing space, his fragmented body outside reduced to ordinary sand. Within the ceiling space, Shikaka's form shrank significantly, having genuinely lost 1/5 of his chakra. I will kill you. I will kill you. Xianyi spat another mouthful of blood. The exertion from these massive techniques was overwhelming. How are you? Ignoring Temari's concern, he waved his arm, sending a gust of wind that propelled her toward Gaara's location. Take your brother away, you shall meet again. With that, Xianyi felt his strength wane, his body teetering in midair before plummeting down. It hurts, brother. Xianyi-kun. In his dazed state, he seemed to hear Naruto's voice along with that of Kurenai-sensei, Akamaru, and Hinata calling out to him. 10 minutes prior in Konoha, numerous elite ninjas gazed towards the horizon where the tailed beast ball had erupted twice, followed by another bright moon over the sea. A chill ran down their spines, their bodies trembling with apprehension. Who is engaging the tailed beast? Such terrifying strength. Does Konoha possess another shinobi of Kaga-level power? Eliminate the invaders. Which esteemed individual has defended us against the tailed beast? We must swiftly deal with the invaders to assist that esteemed individual. He must not fight alone. On the battlefield, Kurenai Yuhi, Anko Mitarashi, and Hinata frantically searched for Xianyi's presence. Ultimately, they were compelled to pursue him to the mountains behind Konoha, the only place they had yet to explore. You must not be harmed, dear brother. You are my last family. That troublesome student, I hope he does not act recklessly. Xianyi-kun will be fine. He is incredibly strong. The battle between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru was nearing its conclusion, as the reanimation of the first and second Hokage had been sealed. Hiruzen, exhausted and nearing death, used the Shiki Fujin to forcibly sever Orochimaru's arms from his soul. In his final moments, he recalled the fourth Hokage, coughing blood yet remaining standing. Minato, I shall join you. Orochimaru, his arms hanging limply and devoid of strength, was filled with resentment and terror. Damn old man, we withdraw. The sound dispelled the barrier, assisting Orochimaru in fleeing Konoha. He understood that there were still powerful forces within Konoha, and with his hands rendered useless. To remain would mean death. Chapter 47. Unconscious and unresponsive, movements from all sides in the aftermath of the war, Konoha was in the midst of reconstruction. Had Yamato been present, it would not have been so arduous. In the early morning, torrential rain poured down as the villagers clad in black gathered at the martyrs' cemetery for remembrance. Many new gravestones had been erected, bearing testament to the significant loss of life during the war. At the forefront stood a gravestone inscribed with the name of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. All present bore solemn expressions, some shedding tears that mingled with the rain. Jiraiya, having learned the events from Naruto, made his way into the root organization's base. He felt compelled to undertake his duties to protect the Jinchuriki. The destruction in the mountains was too grievous. Such power was beyond the grasp of this individual. Inside the root base, a plethora of forbidden scrolls and a great sword lay before Danzo, his expression dark and uncertain. I did not expect further complications within Konoha. Such talent ought to be brought into my root. Come forth. Yes, sir. A shadow emerged from the darkness, bowing respectfully to Danzo. Has that boy awakened? I wish to personally extend an invitation. Sir, the child is gravely injured and may not awaken for some time. The sound of wooden sandals echoed as Jiraiya entered the room. Danzo, we need to have a serious conversation. Danzo, momentarily taken aback, soon donned a congenial smile. Oh, it is you. No wonder my subordinates failed to detect you. Come, let us proceed. They entered a small, sealed room, furnished only with a table and a dimly lit oil lamp. Upon seeing the room, Jiraiya's mind instantly recalled the book that had branded him on the pillar of shame, causing his lips to twitch. Please, take a seat. No, no, no. I shall not sit. Danzo regarded Jiraiya oddly but chose to ignore him, sitting down unceremoniously. I understand the purpose of your visit. With Sarutobi dead, Konoha requires a stronger force to stabilize the positions of the 5 great shinobi villages. Are you interested in the Hokage position? The Hokage position is not something we can negotiate, Jiraiya replied. I came to warn you against harboring any intentions toward the Jinchuriki. Danzo remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea. One must not be overly greedy. Ultimately, you will need to choose one path. Jiraiya's expression fluctuated between pale and flushed, his gaze intensifying with murderous intent. Let me make myself clear. Should you harm the Jinchuriki, my title as Sage of Mount Myaboku may become that of a rogue ninja. As for the Hokage position, If you manage to attain it, it is yours. I will not interfere." With a sharp crack, Danzo's hand crushed the teacup as he stood, turning his back to Jiraiya. "I understand. You may leave." Once Jiraiya departed, Danzo called for someone to tend to his injured hand, a faint smile gracing his face. "Hiruzen, you had no intention of leaving me anything, did you? However, I have my own methods." At Konoha General Hospital, Xianyu was wheeled out of the operating room and into the inpatient department, where a crowd of concerned individuals had gathered. "How is he, Dr. Yui?" "Fortunately, you brought him in time. Otherwise, he would have perished outside." "And what of Akamaru?" "He has escaped immediate danger, but his injuries are severe. Virtually all his bones are fractured, and we cannot extract the minute bone fragments. His chakra and mental energy have been excessively depleted, leading to his unconscious state. There is a possibility he may lose his qualification to be a ninja. As long as he is alive, that is all that matters. If necessary, I shall care for him myself." Hinata's tears fell silently, and she wondered if there was any solution. The doctor mentioned that only Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, could heal the patient. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was hope for recovery, other matters could wait. Naruto clenched his fist and struck the hospital wall, blaming himself for not being able to protect his comrades. "I will find Tsunade, just wait for me." With those words, he dashed out of the hospital to seek Jiraiya, who, as another of the Sannin, might know how to locate her. Outside the window of Konoha Hospital, Kakashi held a book, engrossed in a story about the bonds of friendship. He was there to ensure that Jinya was not taken away by the root members. Being well aware of their methods and Jinya's hidden secrets, thus wanting to avoid drawing powerful enemies to Konoha. In the hospital room, Hanabi clasped Jinya's hand, her eyes filled with sorrow. "You foolish boy, why did you have to be so reckless? Don't you care about how others feel?" Sakura and Ino entered the hospital one after the other, bringing flowers and feeling heartbroken at Jinya's weary face. "Jinya, you must recover and go out with me." "Ignore that big-headed girl. I'm not afraid of your scary side," she teased. "Ino, what nonsense are you spouting?" "I'm not afraid either, if anyone should date him. It should be me," Hanabi retorted, rolling her eyes with anger. "If you keep arguing, I'll throw you out." In the adjacent room, the unconscious Sasuke Uchiha lay under a blanket that Kakashi had provided, with little else around him. Chapter 48. Tsunade's Dilemma in the Hokage meeting room of Konoha. The high-ranking officials discussed who would succeed as the next Hokage. After a vigorous debate led by Jiraiya, it was ultimately decided that Tsunade would take on the role. Danzo, realizing his aspirations were thwarted, stormed out of the meeting in frustration. As Jiraiya exited the room, he was immediately spotted by Naruto, who was eager to gather his clones. "Jiraiya-sensei, I need your help." Naruto explained Jinya's situation and Jiraiya informed him of Tsunade's appointment as the next Hokage. The master and disciple set off on a quest to find Tsunade. In the Rain Village, Konan gazed at the comatose girl lying on the bed, her expression filled with confusion. How peculiar. She seems to tire so easily despite her daily laziness. Jinya's excessive mental strain had rendered all his clones unconscious, and the cause of his condition was linked to this mental exhaustion. In the land of hot water, Tsunade cradled Jinya, feeding him slowly. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Jinya's head plunged into the bowl of food. "Hey, even if you're starving, you can't eat like that. I've been taking good care of you." After a moment of silence without any response, Tsunade sensed something was amiss. After a series of examinations, she furrowed her brow. Is there really a genius in Konoha capable of injuring him like this? She instructed Shizune to let him rest, assuring her that he would recover with time. "Understood, Lady Tsunade," Shizune replied, carrying Jinya into another room. Then, Tsunade's brow twitched anxiously as she noticed Shizune beginning to undress Jinya. "Get out," Tsunade ordered, throwing Shizune out of the room, before taking matters into her own hands, leaving her parched with anticipation. 2 days later, she received a letter signed by Orochimaru. After glancing at its contents, Tsunade's composure faltered, and she hurriedly donned her coat and left the room. In a secluded alley of the land of hot water, Tsunade met Orochimaru and his incapacitated hands. "Is what you said true? I have successfully revived the first and second Hokage as proof. If you heal me, I will help you revive your brother, Rashu." Tsunade hesitated, yet inexplicably raised her hands. Orochimaru, equally excited, lifted his hands as well. But just as they were about to proceed with the treatment, Tsunade withdrew her hands. "I'm sorry, but I need to think this over." With that, she turned to leave. while Orochimaru smiled knowingly at her retreating figure. That night, the stars twinkled under the quiet sky, and the bustling night market was alive with noise. In a tavern, Tsunade continued to hold Jinya, while Shizune cradled a small piglet. It was a precaution. Previously, someone had attempted to steal Jinya while Tsunade was away. Had she returned any later, Jinya might have been abducted, leaving her no choice but to keep him close. With a creak, the tavern door swung open, and Jiraiya and Naruto stepped inside, instantly recognizing one another. The group of 5 shared a table, and Jiraiya couldn't help but feel that the child in Tsunade's arms looked remarkably familiar. "Is this your child? Are you looking for a fight?" he joked. The current state of Jinya made it difficult to discern that he was indeed the same person, dressed in a vibrant pink kimono, adorned with a tiny pink hairpin, and sporting a rosy complexion. He resembled a porcelain doll. Jiraiya, straightforward as ever, broached the main topic, urging Tsunade to return to the village as Hokage. However, she flatly refused. Naruto, finally grasping the situation, felt anger rise within him at her dismissal. "You're hot-tempered, capricious, extravagant, devious, and foolish. And yet you look like a youth. Do you truly believe such a person should be Hokage?" As soon as he finished speaking, veins bulged on Tsunade's forehead as she lifted Jinya by the collar, one foot resting on the table, glaring at Naruto. "You brat, get out of here." Naruto, undeterred, met her gaze, refusing to back down. "Am I wrong? You could be Hokage and help the village, but you choose not to. Have I said anything incorrect?" Jiraiya quickly intervened, cautioning Naruto against provoking her further. Shizune took Jinya back, fearful that Tsunade might use him as a projectile in her anger. "Lady Tsunade, please don't joke about Jinya's body." Both Naruto and Jiraiya, realizing that Jinya shared a name with the one in the hospital, began to connect the dots. When Jiraiya mentioned that the old man had died at the hands of Orochimaru, Tsunade fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, she still turned down their offer. "I cannot accept the position of Hokage. I am currently incapable of anything, and you know the situation. Besides, I find this place quite pleasant. There are those who care for me, and whom I care for as well. Farewell." With that, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune and the unconscious Jinya, headed towards the tavern's exit. Jiraiya called out once more, "There's a child in Konoha who looks just like the one in your arms, and he is gravely injured in the hospital." Upon hearing this, Tsunade paused, her body trembling as the overwhelming sensation of losing a loved one washed over her. Chapter 49. Tsunade's resolve. The atmosphere on the battlefield was heavy. Jiraiya, observing Tsunade's reaction, realized there must be a connection between the two. "You wouldn't want anything to happen to that child, would you?" As the words left his lips, Jinya, still in a comatose state, seemed to stir, his eyes fluttering open. However, his unfocused gaze indicated that he was still subconsciously controlled. "Jinya, you're awake. How do you feel?" Shizune asked with concern. To her surprise, Jinya rushed to Tsunade, planting a kiss on her cheek and embracing her, his gaze wandering as if searching for something. Tsunade felt an unusual flush on her cheeks. Yet she still departed with Xianyi, leaving the matters of Hokage for another day, prioritizing a thorough examination of this gluttonous little imp. The following noon, Tsunade groggily opened her eyes, only to be startled by Xianye's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. It was evident that he had yet to fully awaken, his eyes still unfocused. What could have transpired to leave him so gravely injured? After brushing her teeth and freshening up, Tsunade approached the door, calling out to Shizune. "Shizune, I'm stepping out for a bit. Please take good care of Xianyi. Ensure he isn't stolen away, and remember, you mustn't steal either." "Lady Tsunade, I am not that sort of person. Who knows?" With the sound of the door closing, Tsunade had already exited. Shizune sprang up with a sudden determination, hurriedly making her way to Xianyi, her hands forming claw-like gestures. "Xianyi-kun, I'll make you look splendid this noon. Rest assured, Sister Shizune will be very gentle." Tsunade spent the afternoon at the casino, winning nearly every hand she played, amassing over 2,500 ryo. Yet, despite the wealth in her hands, her expression remained devoid of joy, a chill settling in her heart. For every time she had won in gambling, it had been followed by dire consequences. "I'm done." Tsunade stepped out of the casino and immediately encountered Jiraiya. "Let us have a drink and chat." This time, Jiraiya had not brought Naruto along. Naruto was busy training with the Rasengan. The two made their way to a small tavern, reminiscing about the past and discussing Orochimaru. "Just the other day, Orochimaru came to see me, asking for help to heal his hands, claiming he could resurrect my brother. Ha ha. Is that so? Ha ha. But what if Orochimaru could truly do it? Jiraiya's laughter faded, his expression turning serious, while Tsunade continued to banter. If he could indeed manage it, I would advise against assisting him. It might be quite lucrative. Jiraiya fell silent, being one of the few in the Hokage's circle with profound insight. He understood Tsunade and did not attempt to dissuade her. Now, let us not dwell on Orochimaru. After all these years, haven't you found a boyfriend? You criticize me, but you haven't found a girlfriend either. In truth, Tsunade wished to mention that while she lacked a boyfriend, she did have a little husband. But she feared it might unsettle Jiraiya. And who was that little girl yesterday? She seemed very charming, unlike that wretched one from Konoha. Ah, let us not discuss her. What was that little imp you were with yesterday? Jiraiya downed his drink, his expression momentarily dazed. He was the child of Minato and Kushina. The conversation took a weighty turn, prompting Tsunade to steer it elsewhere. Let us talk about your single status. If you're waiting for me to accept your confession, you might as well give up. I have admirers, you know. The two continued to drink until the early hours of the morning. Only when Jiraiya was thoroughly intoxicated did Tsunade put away her medicinal powders. Here's some money. Make sure he is taken care of. The rest is yours. Understood. Esteemed guest, you can rest assured. Tsunade left the tavern, choosing not to return to the inn, and instead strolled leisurely along the street, occasionally kicking stones and gazing at the sky. The innkeeper, being practical, carried Jiraiya to a yellow-lit district, handing him over to an old and unattractive woman. He then received a sum of money from her, leaving with a satisfied demeanor. As dawn broke, Orochimaru found Tsunade. Have you made your decision? I have considered it. Extend your hands. Orochimaru, brimming with excitement, extended his hands, but Tsunade merely placed hers above his without rendering assistance. What are you hesitating for? Heal my hands, and I will help you resurrect Rope Tree. It's a win-win. Orochimaru whispered like a demon, but Tsunade's internal conflict ceased as she withdrew her hands. Orochimaru, the best way to honor the dead is to leave them undisturbed. Orochimaru frowned. So you refuse me? Indeed, not only do I refuse, but I also intend to resolve this matter here. With that, Tsunade swiftly shed her outer coat and delivered a powerful punch to the wall behind her, reducing it to rubble. Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he fled, knowing that lingering could cost him his life. Tsunade pursued relentlessly, destroying countless structures in her wake. You cannot escape. 10,000 Heavenly Steps. Chapter 50. Fury. Tsunade shattered a large section of the ground with a single kick, causing panic among the onlookers despite no casualties. As the chase ensued, Shizune, sensing the commotion outside, sluggishly pushed open a window. What on earth is making all that noise at this hour? Can't anyone get a moment's rest? Before she could finish her complaint, she hastily shut the window and hid. Suddenly, a massive stone crashed through the room. In a flurry, Shizune attempted to grab Xianyi to flee, only to discover he was missing, prompting her frantic search. Xianyi-kun, where are you? You can't just turn away for a moment. Meanwhile, Xianyi, having developed a deep-seated dependency on Tsunade over the years, subconsciously followed her, believing he was safe. Now, he was unwittingly drawn towards the source of the loud noise, pausing intermittently to sense Tsunade's chakra. Shizune, in her panic, ventured out to search for him. But after a lengthy search, she fortuitously encountered Jiraiya, who had just emerged from the red light district. Jiraiya looked haggard, having been drugged by Tsunade and then subjected to the whims of a desperate old woman all night. Jiraiya-sama, something's wrong. We need to help. What happened? Jiraiya, dizzy and disoriented, struggled to comprehend. Tsunade-sama and Orochimaru are fighting, and Xianyi-kun is missing. We must hurry. Shizune grasped Jiraiya's hand, racing towards Tsunade's direction, trusting that Xianyi would find his way back once he awoke. As Tsunade pursued Orochimaru, she was suddenly intercepted by Kabuto, Orochimaru's most loyal follower. Who are you to stand in my way? You shall die. With a fierce strike, Tsunade aimed a powerful punch at Kabuto, who barely evaded it but was still struck by the shockwave, causing him to cough up blood. Upon seeing the blood, Tsunade froze, as if time itself had halted. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, a cold smirk spreading across his face. It seems your hemophobia has yet to be cured. Kabuto, recovering, swiftly healed himself and retaliated, landing a powerful kick on Tsunade, taunting her all the while. Facing two legendary Sannin proved too taxing, and he sought to eliminate one. In that moment, Xianyi's clone stumbled upon the scene, sensing Tsunade's presence and dully making its way towards her. Kabuto, noticing the approaching figure, aimed a swift kick at Xianyi. "You little brat, stay out of this." With a forceful thud, Xianyi was sent flying 10 meters away. Tsunade, trembling on the ground, felt her body shake even more violently upon witnessing Xianyi being struck, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Do not leave me, please, why? Stop, stop." As Yakushi Kabuto noticed that no one was around to interrupt, he charged at Tsunade, his chakra scalpel poised to pierce her neck. In a split second, Xianyi's body shielded Tsunade once more, and with a sickening squelch, blood erupted into the air. Kabuto's hand had pierced through Xianyi's chest, and his eyes, concealed behind glasses, revealed a hint of irritation. "You again, little brat. If you seek death, then I shall oblige." Kabuto withdrew his hand, aiming once more for Xianyi's head. Suddenly, a delicate hand, painted with crimson nail polish, intercepted the chakra scalpel. Tsunade clutched Xianyi tightly, her body trembling, but her resolve unwavering in protecting him. At that moment, Xianyi's clone softly murmured, his pupils gradually focusing as he let out a deep yawn. "Oh, that was a splendid sleep. My dear, you are so concerned for me, holding me so tightly. Ouch, my chest aches. You wretched woman, tell me, have you run out of money to sell my organs?" After a lengthy monologue with no response from Tsunade, he finally realized her body was quaking. He glanced aside and spotted a lecherous figure, eyes glued to them. With round glasses, white hair, and the emblem of the Sound Village. "You are Yakushi Kabuto. So that's it." With that, Xianyi broke free from Tsunade's embrace and stepped forward, activating the 100 Healings technique. Dark purple runes enveloped his body, and the wound on his chest began to emit white smoke as it healed rapidly. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and analyzed the 100 Healings technique. "You must be Tsunade's disciple. Killing you first seems reasonable. After all, you are both destined to die." Xianyi slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, filled with murderous intent. "Dare to touch her, and you shall meet your end." In an instant, Xianyi activated the 4th gate of the 8 gates. For white halos shimmering around him, flashing rapidly. His figure vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Kabuto in a state of alarm, scanning his surroundings. "So fast. This brat is quite troublesome." Bang! Squish! Xianyi's fist collided with Kabuto's side, sending him flying as blood spewed from his mouth midair. Following swiftly, Xianyi appeared behind him and delivered a rising knee strike that sent Kabuto soaring into the sky. Die! Xianyi was not holding back. This was no friendly match. Chapter 51. The delayed Jiraiya. Kabuto was utterly bewildered, unable to keep up with Xianyi's speed. Half of his teeth were knocked out. Xianyi leaped high, the ground cracking beneath his feet, and landed above Kabuto, the 4 chakra gates flickering wildly, leaving afterimages. A massive white fist manifested from his right arm, crashing down upon Kabuto, driving him into the earth, causing spikes of soil to erupt beneath him. Bang! Squish! Kabuto was impaled from his rear, the protrusion exiting through his abdomen, and by the time he realized what had happened, his body was nearly severed in two, blood pouring from his mouth. "Orochimaru, please run." Xianyi landed again, adopting a charging stance as he exhaled white mist. 8 Gates Secret Technique, Reincarnation Paradise. Xianyi unleashed all his chakra, aided by the 8 gates. As a wall of water slowly formed before him, crackling with faint lightning, the evaporating blood energy around him cast the water wall in a crimson hue, while the steam added to its menacing aura. "Oh, die!" With a furious roar, the water wall transformed into a water drill, hurtling towards Kabuto. At that moment, Orochimaru could no longer sit idly by. His subordinate was on the brink of death. "Kabuto," Orochimaru called, forcing himself to cast a healing jutsu while siphoning a bit of his own blood to hasten the process, frantically performing hand signs. Ninjutsu, triple summoning jutsu. Bang! 3 enormous walls, each adorned with grotesque faces, shot up from the ground, finally halting Xianyi's lethal advance. The collision emitted a deafening sound, intermingled with the sharp noise of tearing metal. Tsunade, drawn by the commotion, gradually halted her trembling as she stared blankly at the scene. The first wall shattered, revealing corrosive marks, followed by the second and third. Xianyi's momentum did not wane as he continued to press forward. In that moment, Kabuto and Orochimaru had bought themselves enough time. With Kabuto's palm pressing against the ground, he bellowed, summoning technique. A colossal serpent, hundreds of meters long, emerged, providing Kabuto and Orochimaru the chance to evade Xianyi's assault. Kabuto was now completely unconscious, his chest rising and falling faintly, indicating that without immediate and effective treatment, he would not survive. The name Reincarnation Paradise was not chosen lightly. The blood-red lightning-infused water drill suddenly veered mid-flight, targeting the giant serpent. What is this? Too troublesome. I will require 200 sacrifices. Enough chatter. Manda, quickly resolve this issue. I will grant you 300 sacrifices. Manda, the enormous serpent, squinted at Xianyi, dodging the impact of the Reincarnation Paradise with a swish of its tail. Bang! Xianyi's ninjutsu was disrupted, and he was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Orochimaru, you cannot be helpless against this creature, can you? Manda's tone dripped with disdain. High attack power means nothing if you cannot land a hit. If it weren't for my urgent concern for my subordinates, it would not even be your turn to act. Orochimaru showed no signs of intimidation, fully aware that any display of weakness would result in Manda turning on him. In the crater, Xianyi slowly emerged, unscathed, though his clothes were tattered beyond wear. Ha! After 9 years of scheming, 9 years, and all I've done is endure beatings. His gaze fixed on Tsunade. Filled with affection, no one shall harm my wife today. I no longer need this clone. Water style, stop. A sudden roar interrupted, and Tsunade rose slowly, her fear dissipating as she stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Xianyi. Little brat, I am still here. There is no need for you to risk your life. My dear. At this moment, Shizune hurriedly arrived with Jiraiya and Naruto. It was not that they were slow. Rather, Jiraiya had been thoroughly worn down. After a hearty consumption of soldier pills, he had regained some semblance of himself. But by the time they arrived, the scene was already chaotic. The ground was littered with craters and ravines, destruction evident everywhere. It appears I, the great sage of Mayaboku, have arrived just in time, Jiraiya proclaimed, striking a pose before forming hand signs and slamming his hands down. Summoning technique. Bang! A red toad appeared, not much larger than a shoe. Gamabunta? Ha! You truly are pathetic, Jiraiya. Let me show you how it's done. Naruto mocked, following suit with his own hand signs. Summoning technique. Bang! After a puff of white smoke, a yellow toad of similar size to Gamabunta appeared. Who are you? Hello, I am Gamakichi. The toad was surprisingly polite. Jiraiya hastily consumed another soldier pill and performed hand signs again. Summoning technique. Bang! This time, a colossal toad appeared, Gamakin. Though the large blade it wielded bore signs of corrosion. Jiraiya, are you here to pay for my blade? Tsunade also initiated her summoning, calling forth a gigantic slug and placing Xianyi atop its head, as the 3 summoned creatures made their grand entrance simultaneously. As I gazed upon the wounds adorning the other's body, an ache stirred deep within my heart, as if a spoon had been taken to the very tip of my soul. Why must you be so foolish, risking everything to protect me? We are alike in this regard. By the way, I believe I just saw someone drop a small pearl. Chapter 52. The advancing Tsunade lightly struck Xianyi, her tone laced with mock annoyance, as if to say, as if you haven't cried. Oh dear, it hurts. You've broken me. You must compensate me, perhaps with your very being. The onlookers observed the playful banter between Tsunade and Xianyi, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and exasperation. What are you two doing? Are you fighting, or have you entered into a relationship? While Shizune remained unfazed, the others wore expressions akin to that of a bewildered pig in a pair of long underwear. Jiraiya turned to Shizune, his curiosity piqued. Please tell me the truth. What is the nature of their relationship? Shizune stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Lord Jiraiya, perhaps it is best to address the matter at hand first. You can inquire about Tsunade later. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine, yet he could not fathom the possibility, forcing a smile instead. Truly, their bond as teacher and student is profound, he thought, chuckling to himself. Naruto, stroking his chin, exclaimed, I understand now. This person must be Xianyi's sister. This means I still have a chance to pursue my ideal partner. Jiraiya looked at his apprentice, feeling an unsettling shiver, while Shizune recalled scenes from a certain risque book, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Enough of this. With a commanding shout, Tsunade initiated the battle, leaping from the slug to confront Manda. The slug immediately transformed into countless smaller slugs, burying Xianyi within their mass. Yet, Xianyi maintained his hand signs, enduring the healing of his wounds as his chakra gradually replenished. Water release, hidden mist technique. Wisps of water chakra transformed into vapor, rising slowly into the air. Manda, noticing movement, retaliated, unwilling to take Tsunade's punch head-on, and instead, he launched an attack against Gamabunta. Just as Gamabunta prepared to draw his sword, Manda struck him with a powerful tail swipe, following up with a constricting attack. Curse you, slippery snake. How dare you ambush me, you wretched creature, devoid of any strength. What foolish words you utter, Toad. Only those who survive on the battlefield are deemed victors. Gamabunta was infuriated but found himself with no recourse. Looking up at Jiraiya for assistance. Could you lend a hand? I'm the one being called out here, and you're merely watching. After using the summoning technique, Jiraiya felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, his vision blurred and ears ringing, as if he had been beaten by 10 men in succession. Gamabunta, my apologies. I will assist you right away. Jiraiya clasped his hands together, his head spinning in circles, his hair following suit. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. His long white hair lashed like a whip, ensnaring Manda's head firmly. Manda retaliated, extending his neck toward Jiraiya and biting down on his neck. The onlookers were taken aback by the bizarre tableau, sensing an uncanny atmosphere, an unusual confrontation between the sage and the serpent, a taboo romance between the giant snake and the toad. Hold on, I'll assist you. Ninja art, shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, 3 clones of Naruto appeared, and as he reached out, they began to assist in forming the Rasengan. However, Naruto had yet to master the technique, leading to frequent failures. Boom. The Rasengan exploded. Hold on, Sage. I will surely succeed next time. Boom. The Rasengan detonated again. You must believe in me. I shall prevail next attempt. Boom. Another explosion ensued. Jiraiya, his voice hoarse, finally shouted, "What kind of useless fool have you become? Shizen, stop spectating and help." Huh. Oh right. Shizen, initially entertained by Naruto's attempts, snapped back to reality upon being called. She swiftly drew a poison needle from her pack, plunging it into Manda's neck, who remained silent. Why have you come to trouble Lady Tsunade? Speak, or suffer the consequences. Manda's long neck was left bloodied and mangled, oozing dark blood. Jiraiya, unable to muster chakra for further techniques, found himself in a peculiar standoff with Manda, both appearing out of place in the conflict. At that moment, Tsunade arrived before Manda, delivering a punch that sent him reeling, creating a massive crater upon impact. She capitalized on his disorientation, seizing his tail and spinning him around, declaring, "Fly away." Manda, desperate to escape Tsunade's grasp, utilized his shedding ability, flinging himself far away. Manda had already used the snake substitution technique to evade, leaving Jiraiya entangled. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade leaped high, snatching the sword from Gamabunta, and with a powerful kick, she lodged it into Manda's mouth. Manda, your time has come. Tsunade charged forward, resembling a rampaging beast. Manda, undeterred, opened his mouth and released a serpent, which in turn spat a sword aimed at Tsunade. In midair, Tsunade executed a stunning maneuver, kicking the blade off course and grasping the serpent, yanking Manda toward her with great force. Skyscraping kick. Chapter 53, Manda's defeat and retreat. With a powerful swing of her leg, akin to a war axe, Tsunade recognized the impending danger and forcefully severed the serpent's body mid-flight, narrowly evading her attack. The ground trembled as her strike shattered everything within a 50-meter radius. In her prime, each of her assaults was executed with full force, exhibiting immense destructive power. As a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, droplets landing upon the faces of the spectators, Manda glanced at the distant, lifeless figure of Kabuto before speaking. "Tsunade, will you not reconsider my proposal? Consider it. I wish for nothing more than your demise. Go down and report to my grandfather." Having spent too long with Xianyi, Tsunade had picked up some rather unsavory habits, such as cursing and being cunning. With her pace quickening, she approached Manda once more, landing a punch that mangled his face. Ignoring his pleas, her fists rained down upon him like a relentless storm. It was then that she sensed something amiss. Each impact felt different, almost as if she were not striking a living being at all. Meanwhile, Xianyi, having completed his hand signs, emerged from the pile of slugs, his body covered in their viscous secretions. "Ugh, you've covered me in slime. You must take responsibility." "QEQ, my lord, are you displeased with me? I worked so hard to heal you, it breaks my heart." "Indeed, I am displeased, and you shall take responsibility. Henceforth, I demand a copy of your summoning contract." or this matter remains unresolved. All the slugs turned their heads away, pouting. What a bother. My lord is truly insufferable. If you desired my body, you could have simply stated it directly instead of being so indirect. Xianyi found it difficult to meet the slug's gaze, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts. Turning his attention back to Tsunade. Now, this battlefield is under my command. The clouds above are formed from my chakra. It is time to settle the score. Upon hearing this, the slugs grew angrier. After all, it was their chakra that had nourished him, yet he dared to covet their essence. Tsunade stepped back. In the depths of night, Xuanya let out a mighty roar, prompting Tsunade to unconditionally trust him and retreat. Before she could inquire further, she witnessed Orochimaru struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. What transpired? Orochimaru, battered yet unbroken, utilized the serpent technique to restore himself. Casting a glance toward Xuanya, was it his doing? Xuanya's body gradually ascended into the air as the sky crackled with thunder, and a light drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour. He felt his chakra depleting at an unimaginable rate, and when he attempted to summon the lightning again, he found himself lacking the strength. Hastily descending, he cradled a small slug upon himself, daring to continue his display of power. Forbidden technique, summon the thunder and lightning. Strike down upon me. The sky rumbled ominously. With the slug providing chakra recovery, lightning bolts were summoned by Xuanya, crashing down upon Orochimaru and Kabuto. Kabuto was set ablaze, exuding a fragrant aroma, while Orochimaru's chakra began to dwindle after repeated uses of the serpent technique. It was astonishing that he possessed such power. I am immortal, eternal. Until we meet again, farewell. Orochimaru's form slowly melded into the earth beneath him. As he sensed his impending escape, Xuanya waved his hand to summon another bolt of lightning, but found himself unable to do so. Turning around, he was taken aback to see that the slug sage had been drained dry, its face visibly gaunt. Master, your demands are too great. I have nothing left to give. Very well, let us make a summoning contract for next time, and I shall give you a 5-star rating. With a pop, the slug vanished, unable to endure Xuanya's excessive demands. Slug sage, you are truly remarkable. I see great potential in you. The rain ceased, the skies cleared, and sunlight bathed the earth, creating a beautiful rainbow. Tsunade crossed her arms, glaring coldly at Xuanya, clearly displeased. Speak, what else are you hiding from me? What is this ninjutsu? Xuanya, realizing that Tsunade was no longer permitting him to embrace her, began to explain. This is not merely ninjutsu. Typically, it requires at least 30 individuals to perform this forbidden technique, needing one's chakra as a medium to condense dark clouds and form thunderclouds. Furthermore, the 8 gates must reach the 4th gate to exert absolute control over such large-scale ninjutsu. I owe my ability to use it this time to the slug sage. Tsunade felt a headache coming on, only grasping that this forbidden technique was challenging, while everything else eluded her comprehension. Is that what you meant? Where did you learn this? Such forbidden techniques do not exist in the ninja world. Xuanya opened his arms, gazing at Tsunade with a pitiful expression, waiting for her to embrace him before he could explain. My dear, this is of my own creation. Would you like to learn? Before Tsunade could respond, Jiraiya, Shizen, and Naruto arrived, interrupting their private conversation. Jiraiya, arms wide open, shouted, Tsunade, I want a hug too. With a swift motion, Tsunade punched Jiraiya away. Get lost. Xuanya quipped. Go hug Orochimaru instead. Chapter 54. Danzo the Schemer takes action. Tsunade, unable to comprehend Xuanya's words, noticed that the others seemed to understand, instinctively distancing themselves from Jiraiya. Shivering in discomfort. That night, the group gathered in a small tavern. After much contemplation, Tsunade finally agreed to return to Konoha to assume the role of Hokage. Naruto, crossing his arms, remarked sarcastically, I'm a bit worried if you can handle being Hokage. You're unreliable and have quite the temper. Can a Hokage really deceive people? Perhaps you should revert to a more age-appropriate form. Upon hearing this, Tsunade snapped her chopsticks in half, pressing one hand against Xuanya's head and slamming the other on the table, yelling, You little brat, if you keep talking, get out. Naruto, undeterred, stood up to face Tsunade directly. Am I wrong? Jiraiya did not intervene. The role of Hokage held significant meaning for Naruto, and Tsunade's reputation was quite poor. Hence his defiance. Xuanya freed himself from Tsunade's grip, rising to his feet. Calm down, my dear, let me handle this. Turning to Naruto, he challenged. What did you call me? If you dare, let us settle this outside. Shizun facepalmed, recognizing that two incompatible personalities could not coexist. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, processing the words he just heard. My dear, these two. Without giving Jiraiya a chance to inquire, Xuanya and Naruto had already exited the tavern. Standing face to face, Naruto, fists clenched, brimmed with confidence. I want to give you the chance to use that forbidden technique. Let us see how you defeat me. Xuanya began with a few boxing motions, then shot a glance at Tsunade before focusing on Naruto. Enough chatter. Do you believe I can't beat you? I've never lost a verbal duel. Shizun acted as the referee, waving her delicate hand to signal the start. Naruto charged forward, creating 3 shadow clones. 2 began to craft Rasengan, while 1 engaged Xuanya. Xuanya took his stance, unleashing the great compassion palm, blue palm shadows overwhelming, swiftly obliterating Naruto's clones and leaving him battered and bruised. Have you surrendered yet? Not yet. Have you surrendered yet? Fine, I surrender. Xuanya emerged victorious, skipping over to Tsunade to claim a fragrant kiss. However, Tsunade withheld it, leading Xuanya to take the initiative with a spiraling storm of suction, leaving Tsunade's cheeks flushed. In the root base of Konoha, Danzo Shimura meticulously organized 4 letters, leisurely seated in his chair. Come in. Yes, sir. A shadowy figure appeared, respectfully kneeling before Danzo. He gestured to the documents on the table. Disperse this information through the black market. Understood, sir. The shadow vanished into the darkness. Danzo chuckled coldly. I shall possess both the Hokage and the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya, you cannot protect anything. The documents contained mere surface information about Xuanya, notifying Kirigakure that the decapitating blade was in Xuanya's possession. It informed Kumogakure that Xuanya wielded a ninjutsu akin to Raikage-S, the source being unknown. It also alerted Tsunade that the treasured 3-star fan and a portion of One-Tail Chakra resided with Xuanya. As for Iwagakure, the message insinuated that Xuanya had set his sights on a certain granddaughter, intending to violate and subsequently kill her. On this peculiar information, Anoki would undoubtedly scoff. Yet, that was inconsequential. All ninja villages would take action against Xuanya, and should he refrain from responding, it would be astounding. This information served merely as a pretext for action. Leaning on his cane, Danzo entered another room, where 2 glass containers held a Sharingan and a Byakugan, respectively. Xuanya, Tsunade cannot protect you now that she is Hokage. It is time to return to my embrace. Suddenly, another Umbu ninja emerged from the shadows, kneeling before Danzo. Lord Danzo, that boy has awakened. Lead the way. I shall personally invite him. Yes, sir. At Konoha's first People's Hospital, Xuanya's main consciousness had just returned. While Tsunade was still a couple of days away from reaching Konoha, he gently patted the bedding, awakening the person inside, a small head peeking out from under the quilt, drowsily rubbing its eyes. Brother, you're awake. I was so worried about you. I can understand your concern. But what is the meaning of you burrowing into the bed of an injured person? Realizing her blunder, her cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly got out of bed to put on her shoes, her expression filled with apology. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just too sleepy and couldn't help but fall asleep. Then why didn't you switch with someone else? Do you realize that your actions could lead me to face serious consequences, even the death penalty? Upon noticing Xian Yi's lively demeanor, Huahua's spirits began to lift. Don't worry, brother. If I don't report you, you won't get caught. But I fear your father might report me. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. When Huahua opened it, she was taken aback to find an elderly man she had never seen before. Excuse me, sir? Who are you looking for? The man smiled warmly, his face resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. I am here to see Xianyi. Young lady, you must be from the Hyuga clan. I am acquainted with your clan leader. Huahua regarded him with suspicion. This old man did not appear to be a good person, with bandages wrapped around him that seemed to indicate he had been beaten for his unsightly grin. Brother, someone is looking for you. Huahua dashed back into the room without inviting the old man inside. Chapter 55, Kakashi. Irradiating the old man entered the room uninvited, grimacing at the unpleasant smell of antiseptic. His gaze settled on the charming young boy in the hospital bed. So, you are Xianyi. I have great admiration for you. Xianyi glanced down at himself, snugly wrapped in the quilt, feeling somewhat reassured. Could you perhaps admire something else? The old man, oblivious to the underlying meaning, continued to smile benevolently, reminiscent of Sarutobi Hiruzen's serene demeanor. You probably haven't met me before. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the hidden guardian of Konoha, the leader of the root organization, my primary role being to address potential dangers to the village. Xianyi furrowed his brow and turned to Hua, saying, "You should step outside. I need to discuss a matter with this gentleman." "I'm fine," Hua insisted. Not giving her a chance to argue, Xianyi exchanged reassuring glances with her before she reluctantly exited the room. "Well then, it's best not to involve too many people in certain matters." The old man smiled, thinking to himself that it was impressive how Xianyi had managed to evade detection for so long. He had not deliberately avoided Hua. It was all part of his plan. People are vulnerable when they possess a soft spot, and once that weakness is exposed, even the strongest can become susceptible to manipulation. "Haha, it seems I have been inconsiderate. In fact, I came here to deliver something to you." Upon finishing his sentence, the old man tapped his cane on the floor, summoning two Umbu ninjas. One held a broken execution sword and a Kusanagi sword, while the other carried a stack of forbidden technique scrolls. "I have been safeguarding these for you during your recovery. Now that you are awake, they should be returned to their rightful owner." Xianyi glanced at the items, immediately feigning surprise. "Thank you, sir. You're so kind." The old man smiled, instructing them to place the items aside, his expression turning grave. "Your battle with the One-Tail has already been leaked by spies from other ninja villages. Konoha is currently in a precarious position, and with the next Hokage yet to be appointed, if other villages press Konoha, it may be difficult to ensure your safety." Xianyi gritted his teeth in frustration. This old man was truly adept at playing his part, leaving him at a loss for words. "What should I do? I am loyal to Konoha. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stood up against the One-Tail's assault. Do you wish to assist me?" "Haha, you need not worry about that. Konoha will not abandon its citizens." The old man's tone shifted, becoming more serious. "However, there are certainly those within the village with ulterior motives. If you lack support, unforeseen events may occur." Xianyi wore a worried expression, appearing almost like a delicate, helpless spouse. "Sir, you are a good person. You will definitely help me, won't you?" "Haha, rest assured." "Xianyi, would you be interested in joining the route? As long as you become my direct subordinate, after a couple of years of accomplishments, I can promote you to vice leader, and other ninja villages won't be able to do anything against you." A facade of kindness cloaked a web of lies and deceit. Had he not been aware of the old man's true nature, he might have easily fallen for it. Xianyi fell silent, realizing that this old man was relentless. Without Sarutobi to shield him, trouble was bound to arise. Just as he pondered how to reject the offer without offending the old man, the window of the hospital room suddenly swung open. Kakashi, holding a risque book, casually leaped into the room, squatting by the window to continue reading. "No worries. You two carry on. Just pretend I'm not here." With a rustle, Kakashi flipped a page, his face flushing with embarrassment. Xianyi silently gave Kakashi a thumbs up. His disciple was indeed dependable in a pinch. Clearing his throat, he addressed the old man. "I apologize, but I prefer not to be bound at this time. I wish to wait until the new Hokage is appointed to handle this matter." The old man shot a glare at Kakashi, but quickly returned his smile to Xianyi. "No problem. You are always welcome to seek me out, and my offer remains valid." "Thank you, sir. Please take care on your way out." With that, the old man stormed out of the room in a huff. Turning his attention to Kakashi, Xianyi remarked, "Disciple, you look quite dashing today. Are you aware that you are radiating? Have you been outside all this time?" "No, I was on the roof. The book you're reading, I wrote it." With a thud, the risque book fell to the floor, and Kakashi stared at Xianyi, trembling with disbelief. What did you say?" Xianyi felt a tightening sensation. What peculiar habits did these people possess? The old man's teasing words and Kakashi's reaction were both alarming. "Calm down, Kakashi. I can get you a copy. Please don't act like this. It frightens me." Kakashi rushed to the bedside, pouring tea, slicing fruit, his eyes fixed on Xianyi, fearful that he might escape. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Mitarashi Anko and Yuhi Kurenai, with Hua pointing and exclaiming, "That's the lecherous old man. He has ill intentions toward my brother." Startled, Kakashi dropped the fruit knife, his heart racing. "And no, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Chapter 56. Tsunade returns to the village. Storm clouds gather, fearing an unwarranted beating. Kakashi jumped out of the window and fled. The two women, now even more hesitant to leave Xianyi's side, opted to take turns caring for him, lest any ill-intentioned individuals attempt to strike. In the Rain Village, after awakening, Conan pondered whether to expel this useless woman from the team. Day after day, She did nothing but take advantage of Conan, and then faint from exhaustion. What a peculiar situation. Over the years, Conan had come to regard the naive girl as a younger sister, harboring no complaints, as she enjoyed the benefits of her companionship. Who could resist the charms of such a sweet little sister? Sister, your skin is so lovely. Sister, you are truly beautiful. Aren't you tired? Let me give you a massage. Sister, you've been standing for so long. Your feet must hurt. Let me rub them for you. As she mused, Conan's cheeks turned pink. This little girl was perpetually testing his moral limits. In the hall of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi slowly approached the lovely girl, Yui, with an indifferent tone. Recently, Konoha had suffered an invasion, and the third Hokage had perished. Would you care to visit Konoha? Perhaps to seize the opportunity to reclaim the Nine Tails? Yui's pupils gradually focused as her consciousness returned, tilting her head to gaze at Uchiha Itachi. Why does Mr. Itachi wish to invite me to Konoha? Or is it that Mr. Itachi feels that Kisame is no longer sufficient for him and has turned his attention towards me? The charming girl? How bold and direct of you, Mr. Itachi. Itachi clenched his fist within his sleeve, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. Did you not desire a Byakugan? I shall gift you one. Everyone understood Yui's sharp tongue. Thus they typically refrained from engaging her in conversation, and this instance was no exception. After all, she would even insult the leader. Oh, Mr. Itachi, if you wish to pursue me, a single Byakugan will not suffice. Without a word, Uchiha Itachi turned and departed, seeming to disregard Yui's provocations entirely. Meanwhile, Tsunade, on her way back to Konoha, observed the affectionate exchange between Kabuto and Haku, who were reveling in their sweet moments together. This dessert is delightful and so sweet. Is it? Let me try it. No, I want what is in your mouth, Kabuto exclaimed, savoring the treat. Shizun, long immune to their antics, occasionally interjected with questions. Kabuto, did you not claim to dislike sweets? Did you see me eating sweets? I am consuming savory dishes. Shizun was left speechless, unable to refute his logic. Darling, this milk tea is exquisite. Would you care for some? No, let Shizun have it, she replied, passing the milk tea to Shizun, who also had no taste for it. Shizun grimaced, appearing reluctant but unable to escape their clutches. Jiraiya, observing from behind, was on the verge of losing his composure, his frustration mounting as he felt powerless to intervene. What could he do to halt their relationship's progression? Argue that their age difference was inappropriate? But their lifespans were comparable, and both were willing participants. To criticize them morally would not only likely fail, but could also provoke a rogue ninja from Konoha, jeopardizing his own standing with Tsunade. Thus, he could only watch in silence. Meanwhile, Naruto's heart shattered once more as he leaned against Jiraiya. Why, oh why? Does he look so much like a girl yet is a boy? Oh heavens, can't you open your eyes to the world? 2 days later, Tsunade and her companions arrived at Konoha, greeted warmly by all the high-ranking officials and ninjas. When they beheld Tsunade holding a charming girl resembling a porcelain doll, astonishment washed over their faces. Welcome back to the village, Tsunade acknowledged with a slight nod as they entered Konoha. After attending to the midday handover, she proceeded with her clone, stepping into the Konoha hospital. Upon seeing the figure lying on the hospital bed, Tsunade's expression was inevitably one of surprise. Is this your true form? How does it feel? Is it not more desirable to hold? Not quite, came the reply. I actually wanted to say that it appears someone has been sneaking into your blankets. The clone of Haku, upon hearing this, rushed to pull back the covers, revealing Hanabi sleeping soundly beside him. What a fatigue. Only a moment's rest, yet it seems you have all the time in the world to nap. Tsunade, glancing at Haku with an odd expression, mused over his peculiar preferences, seemingly attracted to older women while harboring a younger one in his blankets. My dear Tsunade, allow me to explain. This girl is my student, learning taijutsu from me. She merely fell asleep from exhaustion. Do not read into it too much. Tsunade pulled Haku aside and began examining his body. What are you nervous about? I have not asked anything yet. However, your true form seems to have significant issues, seriously weakened cells, numerous hidden injuries, and some bone fragments lodged in your organs. The situation appears rather serious. With a grave expression, Tsunade called for assistance, instructing them to prepare the operating room immediately. The patient could not be delayed any longer. Outside the operating room, those connected to Haku had gathered, with the most anxious being Akane, Hinata, and Hanabi, alongside Naruto. Haku had already stowed away all his tools and sealing scrolls, not leaving a single item behind. And he bore no doubt that Danzo had copied them. Yet, he remained unconcerned, as times change, and such relics would eventually be replaced. His gaze fell upon Hanabi, whose eyes brimmed with tears, as if regretting her decision to sneak into his bed. Haku, smiling, beckoned her to sit beside him. "Why are you crying, little sister? Come sit with your brother. If that one dies inside, what will become of me? I assure you, I am quite capable." The group glared at Haku, realizing that while they had discerned the resemblance between the two, at present, aside from their looks, they shared no other similarities. Akane, though unaware of their connection, warned, "If you dare joke with my sister's life, you will not see the moon tonight." Kurenai, deep in thought, recalled a past escort mission and remarked angrily, "You certainly know how to play, don't you? Just wait and see how I handle you." With that, she departed the hospital, choosing not to linger at the operating room door. Although she did not grasp the specifics or the underlying principles, given Haku's ability to create those forbidden technique scrolls, she was confident he would be fine. At the edge of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi walked ahead, accompanied by the somewhat bored Yui. "Mr. Itachi, I refuse to accompany you on your next outing. You cannot fly and are unwilling to carry me. It is exhausting." "We have arrived," Itachi stated, stopping before a large tree, pressing his hand against it to release his chakra. "What do you mean we have arrived? Is your home a graveyard? There is nothing here." Before Yui could finish her complaint, the tree unexpectedly opened a door, and Itachi stepped through. "Come along, the answers you seek await you." Yui spat out the grass she had been chewing and followed him inside. Upon entering the hollow, they found themselves in a small, enclosed space. As Itachi flicked his fingers, dim yellow light illuminated the area. Yui swallowed nervously, surreptitiously placing a steel plate beneath herself, initially meant for Obito. "Mr. Itachi, you do not intend to be forceful here, do you?" With an expression devoid of emotion, Itachi took a seat and gestured to the chair beside him. "Rest assured, there will be no awareness of our presence. I have set up a barrier around us." Yui's eyes widened in alarm, and just as she contemplated fleeing, Itachi continued, "The third Hokage has shared your information with me. But I am not interested in that. I wish to see your true form." Sensing the faint undercurrent of menace in his voice, she understood that failing to comply would provoke Itachi's wrath. Deciding that there was little to lose, she formed hand seals and, after over 3 years, finally dispelled her transformation technique. With a pop, Haku reverted to his true form, though he lacked clothing, presenting a more shocking sight. Itachi's pupils contracted before he broke into a relieved smile. "I never expected it would be you. You have concealed your identity well. While they may suspect me of treachery, they would never doubt you. Now that you have seen, speak. What is it that you wish to do?" "Nothing much, merely returning to the village for a visit." "How absurd. The pretense of visiting the village is just a guise. The true intent lies in seeing Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi remained silent, donned his conical hat, and departed the hollow of the tree, continuing his journey. Xianyi once again employed the transformation technique, deliberately enlarging his rabbit form, and followed suit with a conical hat. By the time the two arrived at Konoha village, morning had dawned, and Xianye's original body was nearing the conclusion of the operation. Upon entering the village, Itachi and Xianyi immediately set their sights on the freshly discharged Sasuke Uchiha. The moment the brothers met, their eyes blazed with intensity. It was unclear how they recognized one another, yet they charged at each other with fervor. "It had been a long time, Sasuke. 1 against 7. Do you need assistance, Mr. Itachi?" The two ignored Xianye's inquiry, locked in a passionate gaze. 1 against 7. I have followed your words, harboring animosity and hatred towards you. And it is for the intent to kill you that I have persevered until now. 1 against 7. Chakra coalesced in Sasuke's hand. A piercing bird's cry echoed, and a sphere of lightning formed within his grasp. 1 against 7. With a fierce shout to bolster his courage, he dashed towards Itachi. "Chidori, perhaps?" In response, Itachi effortlessly subdued Sasuke's Chidori with a single hand, delivering a sharp slap followed by a punch that left Sasuke utterly defeated. The scene bore a striking resemblance to kicking a stray dog to death by the roadside. Ultimately, Itachi seized Sasuke by the hair, lifting him up and gripping his neck. Uttering the iconic words, "Sasuke, the reason you lack the power to kill me is that you do not yet harbor sufficient hatred towards me. At this moment, I possess no interest in killing you. Continue to linger in this world, nurture your hatred, and strive to kill me." Xianyi clapped furiously. "Yes, this is the scene I've been waiting for." Not far off, Yuhi Kurenai, aware that Xianyi had emerged from the operating room that morning, had brought a bouquet to the hospital, only to be followed by Asuma Sarutobi, eager to strike up a conversation. The two swiftly noticed the unfolding situation and used the body flicker technique to rescue Sasuke with ease, standing before Itachi. Sharingan. Kurenai, do not gaze into his eyes. They both promptly shut their eyes, while Xianyi cast a mournful glance at Itachi. What about my Byakugan? We've been discovered. Chapter 58. The Unfortunate Apprentice Kakashi. Itachi shot a glance at Xianyi. I am a spy for Konoha. You are a spy for the Hyuga clan. Can this matter be disclosed? Xianyi regarded Asuma with a disapproving gaze. The man seemed intent on wooing his beloved. Why won't he look at me? I consider myself rather appealing. Asuma avoided Itachi's gaze, turning his attention to Xianyi, his tone serious. Kurenai, keep your eyes closed. I will handle this. As Kurenai slowly opened her eyes, catching sight of Xianyi's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, she felt a chill run down her spine and quickly shut them again. Kurenai, do not look at them. They both possess Sharingan. Xianyi let out a soft sigh, grinning playfully. Oh dear, uncle, you have indeed looked, but it is too late, blooming of the flowers. With that, the single kaleidoscopic Sharingan Jinjutsu activated, and red flowers began to bloom in the vicinity of the meatballs, a manifestation of a tangible illusion that did not require eye contact. Itachi had no intention of intervening, focusing solely on reprimanding his younger brother. The red petals gently floated upwards, each as sharp as a blade, rapidly shooting towards Asuma in a systematic manner. Asuma, armed with gauntlets, attempted to defend himself but was ultimately unable to shield against the onslaught, quickly becoming tattered and bloodied. Meanwhile, Kurenai, her senses distorted by the Jinjutsu, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos, believing everyone was merely engaged in conversation. With a flick of his hand, Xianyi halted the assault of petals, leaving behind a shadow clone formed of flower petals. Having encountered Chiyo in the past, Asuma instantly recognized the illusion and promptly formed hand seals. Jinjutsu, release. However, upon glancing at Chiyo, he was perplexed as she did not vanish, his brow furrowed. How can this be? Chiyo cannot have truly arrived. Just then, Chiyo walked up to Asuma, cupping his face in her hands and delivering a swift strike. Asuma's pupils dilated in shock. What is this? He recoiled, only to discover his cheek was instantly mangled, the wound matching that of the petals. Xianyi smirked, realizing he had gone too far, causing Asuma to suffer such disfigurement, and waved his hand to disperse the petals. At that moment, a swift green figure zipped past, creating a whirlwind of chaos. Xianyi realized too late, hastily raising his arm for defense, yet was still sent flying by a powerful kick. Greenskin monster, what are you doing here? Guy Mato struck a battle stance, fixing his gaze upon the two members of the Akatsuki. The blue beast of Konoha, Mato Guy, had made his entrance. Asuma quickly cautioned Guy, do not gaze into their eyes. Fear not. I have battled Kakashi for years and am accustomed to fighting without looking into my opponent's eyes. Xianyi rubbed his aching arm, glaring at Itachi in indignation. Mr. Itachi, will you continue to spectate? They cannot kill you, so there is nothing to worry about. Damn it, my body aches too. Why is it that you come to fight while I am merely here to be beaten? Upon hearing this, Itachi reluctantly tossed Sasuke aside, his gaze now fixed on the group ahead. This is indeed troublesome. Shall we withdraw? The mission to capture 9 has failed. Xianyi hesitated, pondering how the unfortunate Kisame had ended up allied with this individual. Just then, another figure materialized. Kakashi leaped into the fray, tossing 3 shuriken towards Itachi. Yet, without any apparent action from Itachi, a wall of water arose, blocking all the shuriken. Copy ninja, Kakashi, is it? Kakashi remained vigilant, observing Itachi's swift hand seals, entirely unaware of the imminent danger. To everyone's astonishment, another Itachi appeared behind Kakashi, thrusting a kunai into his side. Shadow clone technique. Guy launched a kick, dispersing Itachi's clone, while Kakashi, who had been struck, transformed into a puddle of water. Water clone. Just then, another Kakashi appeared beneath Itachi, gathering lightning in his hand. Aimed at him. Bang. With a cacophony, Itachi transformed into a flock of crows and dissipated, employing the crow substitution technique. As Kakashi turned to search for Itachi once more, he found himself face to face with the real Itachi. Tsukuyami. What? Kakashi felt a moment of disorientation, and everything around him transformed. The sky turned crimson, the ground black and white. He found himself bound upon a crucifix, surrounded by numerous Itachis, all wielding long blades. In the realm of Tsukuyami, space, time, and mass are within my control. Let us see how long your spirit can endure without being of the Uchiha clan. A long blade pierced Kakashi's body. The agony so vivid it felt as though he were truly experiencing it. The blade continued to stab into Kakashi's body, the torment persisting for 3 days and nights within the realm of Tsukuyami. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds remaining. When Kakashi finally regained consciousness, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself in the same harrowing scene, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping him. Everyone, avert your eyes from his gaze. A flicker of remorse crossed the lips of the woman as she reflected on the unfortunate fate of her disciple. Who would have anticipated that Itachi would strike so ruthlessly? Was there a vendetta? Chapter 59. The surgery concludes as for why Kakashi was referred to as a disciple. It was clearly a matter of lineage from Tsunade, placing him 2 generations below her. Itachi Uchiha, too, exhibited a rather petty nature. Merely because he felt that Sasuke had not been adequately taught, he unleashed his fury for 3 consecutive days. Had he ever considered that perhaps the fault lay with Sasuke himself? Kurenai, having been silent for a considerable time, cautiously opened her eyes, only to realize she had fallen victim to a genjutsu. She quickly formed hand seals. Genjutsu too slow, before she could dispel the illusion. The figure of the woman appeared behind her, embracing her and grasping the Daitapa technique. Oh my, I did not expect this to be quite so intense. Might Guy launched a powerful kick, obliterating the woman, which resulted in a puddle that splashed onto his trousers. Are you alright? I'm fine. Kurenai had broken free from the genjutsu and fixated her gaze on the woman, considering her mental state questionable. Itachi cast a peculiar glance at the woman, stating, "We must retreat. I sense a large number of ninjas approaching." The woman shrugged, acquiescing with a casual okay, whatever you say. Moments later, Itachi transformed into a swarm of crows, dissipating into the air, leaving the woman stunned. Hey, I haven't even boarded yet. Can't you allow me to escape first? With that, she hastened towards the outskirts of Konoha, while Might Guy contemplated detaining her. Where do you think a lecherous woman is going? 8th gate, open. The woman turned to glare at him, exclaiming, "Get lost, green monster." A bolt of lightning erupted from her, the size of a barrel, which Might Guy dodged, only to find it curving back, striking his damp calf. Is this the moment? Seizing the opportunity, the woman became engulfed in lightning, her speed increasing as she vanished in the blink of an eye. In the end, the situation culminated without resolution. 4 out of 5 individuals ended up in the hospital, with Sasuke, Asuma, and Kakashi suffering the worst. Only Kurenai remained unscathed, aside from a few inconveniences. Morning dawned, bright and tranquil. Jinya was wheeled out of the operating room, covered with a white sheet. Tsunade's hands trembled, still recovering from the intense concentration of the previous night, a slight headache lingering. The patient requires rest. No one is to disturb him. As Jinya's body was rolled into the ward, his doppelganger entered the room directly, which did not sit well with the others. Tsunade followed suit, closing the door and sealing the windows to prevent anyone from peering inside. Inside, Jinya's doppelganger clasped the original, their forms slowly merging. The mummy-like body began to stir, blood soaking the entire bed. Goodness, I should have known better than to enter. This is making me nauseous. With a sudden rip, the bandages were torn away, and Jinya sat up, rejuvenated by the doppelganger's vitality and the power of the Baiken no Jutsu. Tsunade, are you pregnant? Whose child is it? Why do you betray me? Get lost. Let me examine your body first. Don't move. After a thorough examination, Tsunade sighed in relief, assuring him that he would be fine and could be discharged in a few days. My dear, this feels rather unjust. Tsunade frowned. What, now that you're healed? You wish to deny me? Before she could express her sadness or anger, Jinya interjected, You examined me thoroughly and touched me all over. I think it's only fair that I get to see and touch you in return. Perish the thought. You are utterly incorrigible. Tsunade chuckled as she opened the ward door, allowing those who worried about him to see him first. As the door swung open, a throng of people rushed in, only to turn crimson-faced and cover their eyes. Yet they failed to leave, peeking through their fingers. In truth, while the lower half was covered, the upper half was exposed. Jinya, you look so pale. Hanabi blushed, activating her Byakugan. Without hesitation, Karui sat beside Jinya, embracing him. You silly boy, don't make your sister worry like that again, do you hear me? Honestly, If you were a bit more composed, I might have been genuinely moved. Hey, don't think too highly of yourself. If it weren't for me raising you, you would have been lost long ago. Karui, your conscience must be made of stone. Who do you think prepared the household expenses and meals? Wasn't that my responsibility? And how dare you keep score with your sister? The others watched the sibling banter with amused smiles, but the moment was disrupted by Naruto's discordant voice. You're really a boy, aren't you? No chest. What a waste of that face. Tsunade's temper flared as she tossed Naruto out, exclaiming, You little brat. Go away with your nonsense. Naruto rubbed his backside, elated that his good friend had recovered, and cheerfully entered another room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Sasuke, unconscious and clearly injured anew. Sasuke. Chapter 60. Cherished moments. Naruto rushed to Sasuke's bedside, inexplicably concerned for his teammate. How are you feeling, Sasuke? Who did this to you? Tell me, and I'll help you get revenge. Sasuke, initially staring blankly at the ceiling, felt a surge of anger at Naruto's words, driven by pride, and he shoved Naruto away. Get lost. You should be thrilled to see me like this. You've always been the bottom of the barrel, and you'll remain there for eternity, so spare me your feigned concern. Naruto, taken aback, could scarcely believe Sasuke's response. What nonsense are you spouting, Sasuke? I'm genuinely worried about you. I don't need your insincere sympathy. You're just here to mock me. Without allowing Naruto to respond, Sasuke yanked out his foreline and, clad in his hospital gown, leaped out the window. Realizing that Sasuke was merely lashing out, Naruto knew he couldn't let him be alone at this time. He quickly followed. The two raced to the hospital rooftop, where Sasuke halted, turning his back to Naruto. Sasuke, your injuries aren't healed. Come back. You idiot. I told you to leave me alone. With a furious shout, Sasuke spun around and charged at Naruto, throwing a punch. Naruto evaded, but the tension was palpable. If you refuse to return willingly, then I'll make you. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a flurry of white smoke, the rooftop was suddenly filled with Naruto's clones, while Sasuke activated his Sharingan, effortlessly dispersing each clone with every strike. Bottom of the barrel, is that all you've got? I've told you, I am a presence you will never surpass. Enough with the bravado. I'll show you just how I can surpass you. Before long, all of Naruto's shadow clones dissipated. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sasuke finally made a decisive resolution, channeling lightning in his hands. Chidori, let us see who meets their end. Naruto once again formed hand seals, producing two shadow clones as he began to gather chakra for his signature technique. This time, it must succeed. A humming sound filled the air. Yes, I did it. Rasengan, bring it on. The two clashed with their A-rank ninjutsu. And just as their techniques were about to collide, Jiraiya suddenly appeared, seizing their hands and flinging them towards a distant water tank. Alright, this spar is over. A loud crash echoed as Sasuke's entire arm plunged into the water tank, while Naruto managed to create a small hole in it. Humph, the underdog wins. I am victorious. Upon hearing Sasuke's taunt, a wave of helplessness surged within Naruto. He felt a suffocating frustration, unwilling to endure it any longer. Ignoring the two, Sasuke leapt off the rooftop, his lips curling into a smirk as he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. His peripheral vision caught sight of the water tank Naruto had struck, the back of which was now completely shattered, water gushing everywhere. How is this even possible? In the hospital room, Tsunade dismissed all the women. And once the room fell silent, she sat beside the bed, a grave expression on her face. Now that we have some privacy, let us discuss serious matters. Xianye's expression shifted, his tone laced with fear. My dear, you needn't say anything. It's too late for you to mention a breakup. And I will not agree to it. Tsunade, irritated, flicked Xianye's forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not joking. Your lifespan has shortened again. You can expect to live no more than 30 more years. Hearing this, Xianye breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against Tsunade's lap, his tone wistful. You scared me. I thought you were going to divorce me. Tsunade gently caressed Xianye's face, her eyes filled with affection. You little rascal. Just a moment ago you referred to us as lovers, and now you've changed your tune to husband and wife. I wonder what sins I committed in my past life. That is your fortune from your previous life, to have met me. Otherwise, you would never find a wife. Well, I should indeed thank you then. After saying this, Tsunade playfully patted Xianye's rear, shaking her head at his lack of modesty. Hey, if you keep that up, I will call for help. Then from now on, don't touch me either, or I will call for help. I was wrong, dear wife. Xianye's straightforward apology left Tsunade both amused and exasperated. You are so refreshingly honest. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and 2 days later, Tsunade successfully assumed the role of Hokage. Xianyu was discharged from the hospital, eager to take on the role of Hokage's wife, but Tsunade firmly refused. Eventually, after promising a myriad of unequal terms, she managed to placate him. Once all handover ceremonies were concluded, it was already afternoon when Tsunade took Xianyi on a tour of the Hokage building, her demeanor grand. Look, Xianyi, this is the empire I have built for you. However, Tsunade soon noticed Xianyi staring blankly in one direction, and she approached him, playfully swatting his backside. Stop looking over there. Tsunade is not mine. Hey, you little minx, dare to tease me? Stop right there, or I'll bestow upon you 108 punishments. Tsunade's voice gradually faded as her distant shouts echoed. Get lost. Even pigs aren't this shameless. As they dashed inside the Hokage office building, they discovered it was eerily quiet, with several individuals still waiting at the entrance. What are you all doing here? Lady Tsunade, we cannot enter. We have been blocked by the grandson of the third Hokage. Upon hearing this, Xianye's expression darkened, and he rushed inside. Upon opening the door, a barrage of marbles and ninja wires flew at him. But he deftly dodged them all. Just then, Konohamaru charged out from a corner and leapt into Xianye's arms. The moment he recognized Xianye's face, his cheeks flushed crimson. So handsome, and you smell so good. Xianyi, now scowling, grabbed Konohamaru by the collar and dragged him to a corner, delivering a thorough beating. After a while, Xianyi dusted off his hands and wiped his brow. What a laborious task. One must strike neither too hard nor too lightly. I possess considerable experience in dealing with unruly children. Hearing strange noises, Tsunade hurriedly entered. What happened? You little pervert, are you hurt? Xianyi waved his hand dismissively, pulling Tsunade further inside. It's nothing. Everything has been resolved. Meanwhile, Konohamaru emerged trembling, sporting bruises and a torn scarf, yet his face radiated joy. Big sister, hee. So gentle. Suddenly, a book was hurled from a distance, knocking Konohamaru unconscious as he attempted to take advantage of his wife. At this moment, Tsunade also caught sight of Konohamaru's disheveled state, and her lips twitched. You treat children this harshly? Fear not. I have a measure. It merely looks frightening. When Tsunade noticed the green glow in Xianye's hand, her eyelids began to twitch. You are truly malicious, dipping your belt in disinfectant while you beat him. That night, the sky was overcast, and a light drizzle fell, mingling the scents of rain and earth in the air. Tsunade remained in the Hokage office, processing documents that contained secrets known only to the Hokage. Among them were matters regarding Naruto and the Nine Tails, Itachi Uchiha's infiltration, and the whereabouts and actions of Xianye's clones. This little rascal is hiding things from me. Glancing at Xianyi, who had fallen asleep in her arms, she couldn't help but pinch his cheek. At the entrance of the Land of Fire, Itachi Uchiha led a woman named Yuko into a secret room, traversing an underground passage to arrive at the base of the root organization. Upon reaching the end, they encountered 3 figures standing in the illuminated area, with Danzo Shimura at the forefront. Itachi, why have you returned? Konoha does not welcome you. Itachi instantly activated his Sharingan, coldly staring at Danzo. I have come for a Byakugan. I know you possess one. Upon hearing this, Yuko nearly wept with gratitude. Mr. Itachi, you truly are amazing. I'm about to cry. Danzo's face darkened as he stood his ground. If I refuse, what will you do about it? Itachi's 3-tomo Sharingan transformed into the Manjikyu Sharingan, his expression devoid of emotion, as blood tears streamed down his cheeks. Amaterasu. Danzo was engulfed in black flames, screaming and thrashing, but it was futile. The 2 Umbu ninjas beside Danzo remained motionless, clearly trapped in a genjutsu. Danzo watched helplessly as his body was reduced to ashes, only to see another, weaker version of himself appear in an instant. Stop. I can agree to your request, but you must also agree to one of mine. You have no grounds to negotiate. Yuko watched in awe as Itachi displayed his might, giving him a thumbs up for his resolve. Danzo continued, you need not rush to refuse. The condition is simple. A few days ago, you mentioned that your organization is capturing the Nine Tails, but I suspect you desire more than just that. I request that you also report the portion of One Tail's chakra within Xianyi and Konoha. Itachi glanced at Yuko, clearly recognizing Danzo's concession, yet sensing ulterior motives. Agreed. This is part of my duties. Danzo stepped aside, gesturing for Itachi to proceed. In Danzo's eyes, Itachi walked ahead, while in Yuko's perspective, they both trailed behind. Upon entering a secluded chamber, one is greeted by an array of glass vessels, both large and small, the majority of which contain eyes. This sight is somewhat unsettling. Danzo cast a glance at the alluring adult film star and approached a particular glass container, which held a solitary white eye. This eye belonged to the matriarch of the Hyuga clan, a prize that Danzo had spent considerable time acquiring. Since this was a collaboration, he could not be miserly and decided to gift it to Itachi. The adult film star, feeling a surge of irritation, found herself more curious about the origins of the eye. After Danzo extracted the eye and handed it to Uchiha Itachi, he explained, perhaps out of fear that Itachi might suspect him of plotting against the village, that the matriarch had died during childbirth, a fate unrelated to him, and that he had taken the eye amidst the chaos. Itachi, however, did not believe a word Danzo said, utilizing his Sharingan to inspect the eye for any signs of tampering. Once satisfied with its safety, he tossed it to Jinya. After their departure, Danzo, with a scowl, spat in disdain, vowing that once he ascended to Hokage, he would settle scores with the Akatsuki organization. Following their exit, Jinya insisted on returning to Konoha, compelling Itachi to devise a plan. Itachi, somewhat uninterested in Sasuke, found common ground with Jinya, and they prepared for a nocturnal infiltration into the village. In Chapter 62, titled The Eye Exchange, Itachi took the lead, employing Jinjutsu to immobilize the guards, who were named Steel and Kamizuki. As they advanced, Itachi's gaze sharpened, falling upon a figure concealed behind a tree. Another skilled ninja? Emerging from the shadows, Kagaya Shikaz coughed as he approached, one hand poised like a sword before him, the other gripping a short blade at his back. It appears I have no time to report. I must eliminate you both here, he declared, his eyes glinting with intensity as he lunged forward with a swift triple crescent dance. In an instant, Itachi vanished, leaving only the adult film star behind. Damn it, Itachi. You trickster, she muttered, casting a Jinjutsu to ensnare Kagaya Shikaz in a graveyard of flowers. Suddenly, his short blade halted mid-air, red blossoms blooming from his back, beautiful yet deadly. The petals fell slowly, forming a silhouette that wielded a long blade, severing Kagaya Shikaz's head. The scene twisted, and the adult film star faded away, while Kagaya Shikaz collapsed, unconscious but unharmed. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's territory, Sasuke continued his relentless training, aware that he lacked a skilled mentor and had reached a dead end, unless he, like Naruto, sought a master of Hokage caliber. Frustrated and unwilling to accept his limitations, he yearned for strength. Itachi observed this scene from a distance, feeling a pang of sorrow but powerless, as fate compelled him to make choices. Sasuke, I am sorry. In the dead of night, after Sasuke had exhausted himself and fallen asleep, Itachi tenderly covered him with a blanket. In the Hokage's office, the adult film star used Jinjutsu to ensnare all the Umbu, stealthily climbing through the window. Tsunade had just concluded her work on Hokage matters when her gaze landed on the window, just as she was about to scold the intruder. Jinya silenced her with a hand over her mouth. The adult film star entered the Hokage's office and, after a fleeting glance at Tsunade, plopped down onto the Hokage's desk. Oh my chakra is nearly depleted. I am utterly exhausted. Tsunade regarded her with a puzzled expression, her eyes flickering with recognition. Isn't this the appearance of Noira Rin? What is going on? Jinya yawned, awakening groggily, while the adult film star's eyes grew vacant as she succumbed to sleep. What a ruckus, you foolish woman. You're revealing too much. Tsunade, perplexed, questioned, why do you resemble Noira Rin? Jinya retrieved the container holding the white eye from the adult film star's arms and laid out sealing scrolls around them. Be quiet, this is urgent. My wife, please assist. Just focus on healing. Stunned into silence, Tsunade nonetheless complied, still dazed. After laying out the sealing scrolls, Jinya swiftly removed the adult film star's other eye, inserting the white eye in its place, then began forming seals. Forbidden technique, Een damage restoration. Forbidden technique, sage art. Forbidden technique, revitalizing rain. Forbidden technique, spring of life. Tsunade joined in the healing process, as Jinya lacked the vitality necessary for a swift eye exchange, relying on ninjutsu instead. Uchiha Madara could whimsically exchange eyes due to his immense life force, a trivial matter for him. After nearly half an hour, the sealing scrolls dimmed, signaling the cessation of healing. Take a moment to assess. You can see, but the white eye's abilities will require time to adjust. Jinya merged with the adult film star. Their Mangekyo Sharingan, and white eye converging upon his true form. Tsunade's heart raced at the sight, the two celestial bodies pulsating intensely. Then, utilizing the shadow clone technique, the adult film star reappeared before Tsunade. Jiraiya discovered another drawback. Tailed beasts could not be shared with clones, though the Sharingan and White Eye could. Albeit, they would vanish once detached from the clone. This was a silver lining, considering the numerous requests already made. At that moment, a hurried knocking interrupted from outside the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, we have intruders in the village. The guards have fallen under Jinjutsu." Tsunade paused for a moment before responding, "Understood. Send sensory ninjas to investigate the village immediately and report any developments." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Jiraiya commanded the adult film star to rise, straighten her Akatsuki uniform. This was crucial, and then leaped from the window of the Hokage's office. "Trouble brews. Intruders are attacking the Hokage." As she fled Konoha, she ensnared anyone she encountered with the Sharingan Jinjutsu. When she finally reached the tree hollow created by Itachi, she could finally breathe easy, her chakra nearly depleted. "Blast it. I almost got killed by my own people." In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was at a loss for how to address Jiraiya. The night had brought too many surprises. Jinya's eyes slowly focused, and he leaped into Tsunade's embrace before they could share their joy of victory. Tsunade, however, pointed at Jinya's eyes, her voice quivering. "Now, I require a reasonable explanation. I do not wish to hear of you harming your kin." Jiraiya frowned, stating, "You call me a foolish woman. Yet you seem to imply that even if I were to harm my kin, you would still protect me as long as I denied it." Chapter 63. Matters in bed. Jinya's success stemmed from seizing the opportune moment, the familiar terrain, and the advantage of having the Hokage as his wife. Upon hearing Jinya's retort, Tsunade tightened her embrace, her body trembling slightly. She was afraid. If her suspicions were correct, what would she do? With a resounding slap, Jiraiya playfully struck Tsunade's hands, exclaiming, "You foolish woman, be gentle. I just had my eyes exchanged." Noticing Tsunade easing her grip, Jiraiya hastily clarified the situation. Once Tsunade grasped the facts, the suffocating sensation dissipated, replaced by childlike joy. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry so much. Today, I'm punishing you by making you sleep with me." "You haven't answered my question yet. Will you really cover for me?" Tsunade shook her head, saying, "No, but I will confine you, ensuring you never leave Konoha." Yi felt a shiver run down his spine, exhibiting a slight Yandere tendency, though not excessively. "Knock, knock, knock." The sound of knocking echoed once more, and Tsunade instinctively replied, "Come in." A Chunin entered the Hokage's office. Upon seeing the scene, the Chunin mistakenly thought the Hokage was engaging in inappropriate behavior with a subordinate, and hurriedly retreated. "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, please continue." "Get back in here." The Chunin re-entered the office, too intimidated to look at Tsunade, fearing he might uncover some grave secret that could lead to his demise. "Hokage-sama, the intruder has escaped. We couldn't catch up. Aside from some Jinjutsu victims, there were no casualties in the village." "Understood, you may leave." Tsunade turned off the lights in the Hokage office. She was done for the day and ready to return home to sleep. As she stepped out of the Hokage building, she felt as if she had forgotten something, but decided to dismiss it. "Lock the door, go home, sleep." "Hokage-sama." At the sound of her name, Tsunade turned back in confusion and saw Yuwashi Anko calling her. "What is it, Anko?" Hokage-sama, I'm here to pick up my brother." Tsunade glanced at Yi in her arms, then mischievously smiled at Anko. "Not giving him to you." Anko was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" "Hokage-sama, he is adorable, but he is still a child." Before Tsunade could refuse, Yi chimed in. "I'm not small. Your whole family is small." "No, wait. You are the smallest." Anko felt as if the sky had fallen. "Yi, don't cause trouble for Hokage-sama. Hurry and go home with your sister." Tsunade, no longer teasing Anko, pushed Yi forward. "Go back now, Anko." Anko grabbed Yi and ran away as if escaping from a kidnapper. The night passed without incident, and by the latter half of the night, Konoha was eerily quiet. The light drizzled, turning into a steady rain. In the morning, the rain continued, a gentle breeze wafting through the room, accompanied by the sounds of a blanket being tugged. "Wait, a blanket tug?" Yi sat up abruptly, only to find Anko on his left and Tsunade on his right. "Stop it, Yi. Let your sister sleep a bit longer. Why is Yi so cold? Did someone leave the window open?" Meanwhile, two Umbu ninja arrived at the Senju clan residence, searching for Tsunade but finding her absent. In the Hokage office, Shizune, wrapped in a coat, was fast asleep on the table, drooling and mumbling in her sleep. Hokage-sama. Don't. Hokage-sama, where can I not go? Shin-Yi-kun, you're here too. Do you want to join? At Shin-Ye's home, both Anko and Tsunade awoke, bewildered as they looked at each other. Why is Hokage-sama in my house, sleeping in my brother's bed? Are they really siblings? Is it normal for siblings to sleep together? It was a bewildering morning, with wide-eyed stares exchanged, and to ease the awkwardness, they greeted each other. Good morning, Anko. What am I saying? I'm not used to not sleeping with that little rascal. I had a few drinks and now I wake up here. This is so embarrassing. Good morning, Hokage-sama. How can it not be morning? We're sharing a bed. Shin-Ye's eyes had been concealed, now adorned with colored contact lenses, appearing little different from usual. When Anko saw Tsunade and her brother using the same toiletries, her worldview shattered further. Damn it, my precious cabbage. Has it been completely devoured? Such matters are awkward the first time, understandable the second, mistaken the third, and by the fourth, fifth, and sixth times, one becomes accustomed to it. During this time, Shin-Yi had also requested to learn sage techniques, but it was not Tsunade who refused him, but the slug sage. The last time he was nearly drained of chakra still haunted him, and the slug sage offered him no kindness, not even a glance. One night, as the three of them slept soundly, an unexpected visitor entered the room. It was Moryu, who had come to retrieve Sasuke and was also planning to take Shin-Yi back for training. Just thinking about it made the little girl excited. Stepping quietly towards the bed, she lifted the blanket, only to receive a kick that sent her flying, along with the words, "There's no space, get out." Moryu was stunned, quickly dropping her pretense and pulling out a flute to begin playing. Magic Flute Dream Lock. Chapter 64, Night Raid, Moryu's Discovery of Secrets. As the magical flute sounded, the three on the bed had no intention of being gentle. They lifted the blanket, revealing 3 pairs of bright green eyes staring at Moryu. Where did this girl come from? Shin-Yi, don't you plan to explain? Anko, I think I should confine you. There are too many alluring temptations outside. Shin-Yi, do you even have eyes? This person is clearly not from Konoha. Apprehend her. The two women finally reacted, with Anko swiftly forming hand signs for the shadow snake hand. Tsunade leapt high, executing a vertical split kick. Shin-Yi, terrified, leaped into Tsunade's arms. You're going to wreck the house. He suddenly remembered it was his own home. Anko conjured dozens of gray snakes that lunged at Moryu, who, seeing this, dared not underestimate them and performed several backflips to evade. Suddenly, an eerie chakra surged through Moryu, and in an instant, the petite girl transformed drastically. Her skin turned a dark gray, horns sprouted from her head, and the whites of her eyes darkened. Curse Seal, Stage 2, Ninja Art, Summoning Technique. Slapping her hands on the ground, 3 towering humanoid creatures, nearly 3 meters tall, appeared. While she played the flute to control the creatures, she leaped out the window, her mocking voice echoing through the night. Ha! I thought Konoha, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, was a righteous place. But it turns out they engage in such sordid affairs. How shameful. Anko glared at the newly damaged walls of her home, her eyes nearly bulging with rage. Her teeth grinding audibly. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. With that, she leaped over the summoned creatures, chasing after Moryu. Shin-Yi, watching the scene unfold, was overjoyed. Compared to the house, these 3 big fools were the real treasures. Sealing technique, deep sea water prison. With the support of his Sharingan, Shin-Yi dramatically increased his speed in releasing the jutsu, swiftly capturing the 3 towering figures. Tsunade angrily dressed and headed back to the Hokage building. How can being Hokage come with so many troubles? I can't even get a moment of peace to sleep. Shin-Yi, yawning, sealed the 3 big fools into a scroll, then sluggishly followed her. As dawn broke, the Hokage office gathered the elite of Konoha's 12. While Shin-Yi lay asleep under the Hokage's desk. Seeing everyone gathered, Tsunade kicked Shin-Yi's belly gently with her foot, rousing him from his slumber. Everyone had heard rumors about Tsunade keeping a man in her office, and seeing him now, they realized the tales were not exaggerated. Cough, cough. Tsunade cleared her throat and addressed the pressing matter at hand. Uchiha Sasuke had defected the previous night, and the village was under invasion from other ninja villages. The higher-ups in Konoha were unable to mobilize their top combat forces, hence I must dispatch you to capture Sasuke. In truth, the other 4 ninja villages were exerting pressure on Konoha to surrender Jinya and return their possessions. Tsunade could not afford to have her elite forces leave the village. Among the Konoha 12, even Inuzuka Kiba was present, accompanied by two unfamiliar teammates. Naruto was among the most distressed, his expression vacant and his spirit dejected. How could Sasuke betray them? Whatever struggles he faced could have been shared, they would have supported him. Why did he choose to defect? At that moment, Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, fixed her gaze intently on the hidden Jinya beneath Tsunade's desk, her small face alternating between shades of crimson and sorrow. There lay Jinya, cuddling Tsunade's delicate, silken foot, blissfully asleep and on the verge of snoring. Tsunade then spoke up, indicating that the only Chunin among them, Jinya, would lead the mission. Classified as a rank, primarily emphasizing their safety. The group exchanged glances, wondering where Jinya was, as they had not seen him. Tsunade, realizing the lack of movement from the group, suddenly turned pale and incredulously pointed behind them. There are enemies. In an instant, everyone assumed a defensive stance, only to find no one there, not even a hair. Is there no enemy, Hokage-sama? They questioned as they turned back, only to see Jinya, bleary-eyed, placed on the desk by Tsunade, rubbing his eyes. Huh. Just as he was about to inquire about being summoned, Tsunade covered his mouth and whispered in his ear, "Don't shout outside. You've tarnished my reputation enough already." She then patted Jinya's back with a smile, gesturing towards the door. "Let us get moving. We'll be late otherwise." While the others were still puzzled about Jinya's sudden appearance, he voiced his own question. "Where are we going? A team-building exercise? If that is the case, I'll pass. I don't like crowded places." Tsunade, maintaining her composure, reiterated the mission details, prompting Jinya to ask again, "When did I become a Chunin? I was completely unaware." "Hurry up," Tsunade urged, directly tossing Jinya out of the Hokage's office, exasperated and dizzy. Jinya, rubbing his sore backside, made a hand gesture to signal departure, setting off to pursue Sasuke. It wasn't that he lacked concern. It was just that bringing back that rebellious child wouldn't change much. "Ninji, Shikamaru, Shino, Choji, Naruto, Lee. You all follow me, the rest can return. There's no need for too many people. Just leave the remainder to assist in Konoha." Chapter 65, Pursuit of Sasuke. Orochimaru's trap. The others were somewhat reluctant, but had no choice but to obey the orders. Only Inuzuka Kiba stepped forward defiantly. "Don't underestimate me. I am strong too, and I want to participate in the mission." "Woof woof," Akamaru barked in agreement. Jinya patted Akamaru's head, wearing an expression that suggested Kiba just didn't understand. "I know you're strong, but the village needs you more. The safety of the village is far more critical than Sasuke. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left you behind. It's because I trust you." Kiba's hands trembled, his voice choked with emotion. "Are you serious?" Jinya nodded earnestly. "Absolutely, as true as the gold in my hand." At the village gate, Jinya led the team forward, while Kiba waved a handkerchief in the air. "Don't worry, Jinya, I will protect the village." Sakura and Ino pulled Hinata away from Kiba, looking at him with disdain. "He is more feminine than we are." "Hinata, don't get too close, it's contagious." "Come on, Hinata, I'll show you the flowers I've planted." "Okay." On the road, Lee, while hurrying, said earnestly, "Jinya-san, since the village is in such danger, I think I should go back to protect it." Ninji facepalmed, recognizing that his teammate was beyond saving. Shikamaru, rarely taking the initiative, explained, "Lee, do you see any gold in Jinya's hands?" Lee shook his head. "Exactly. Konoha won't be in danger, and even if it were, what could Inuzuka Kiba do alone?" "Oh, I see. So Jinya was deceiving Kiba. But isn't that a bit wrong?" The group fell silent, ignoring Lee, who was as stubborn as ever. Explaining was futile. They traversed the plains and soon arrived at the edge of a dense forest, where they were unexpectedly intercepted. A hefty figure, Jirobo, stood before them, his most distinctive feature being his outrageous hairstyle. Choji was the first to step forward, blocking Jirobo. "You all go ahead, I'll handle this one." Jinya tossed a sealing scroll to Choji, advising, "Use this if you can't manage. If you can win, then return it later." Although Choji was unsure of the contents of the scroll, he recognized its value and vowed not to use it lightly. "Understood, Captain. Leave it to me." The group continued forward, and soon the sounds of their battle erupted behind them, accompanied by Jirobo's taunts. Not long after, they stumbled upon a scene littered with the corpses of Konoha ninjas, clad in Jonin attire. Suddenly, a yellow arrow shot towards Jinya from the shadows. At that moment, Jinya activated his Byakugan and swiftly caught the arrow, his body moving back half a meter due to the force. "What a heavy arrow. Is that you, Kidamaru?" The group quickly became alert, ready to defend against the unknown assailant. Jiraiya discarded the arrow and began issuing commands. Ninji, Shino, you stay behind to deal with the enemies. The rest continue the pursuit. As others attempted to voice their concerns, Jiraiya cut them off, coldly insisting they trust the two and keep moving. Ninji smirked, watching the others depart. Upon realizing Hinata was mentored by Jiraiya, he longed for a chance to duel with him but had never had the opportunity. Is this your way of acknowledging me? I want to let you down. Meanwhile, Shino was already in tears. Overwhelmed that Jiraiya had called his name twice today, Jiraiya was finally recognizing his existence. The group pressed on deeper into the forest, where they soon found someone waiting for them. The duo, Sannin and Jiraiya, immediately fixated on Jiraiya, eager for battle. Brother, I see your sister-in-law. Don't be absurd, brother, that's clearly your sister-in-law. If Jiraiya had heard this, he would have insisted that Shikamaru take command while he stayed behind. Shikamaru, it's your turn to remain. You are the smartest among us. Just remember to hold him off. There's no need to fight to the death. Shikamaru's eyes brightened slightly as he nodded. Leave it to me. But it might be troublesome. Sannin and Jiraiya's eyes were glued to Jiraiya, saliva nearly dripping from their mouths. Brother, your sister-in-law seems ready to leave. Stop her. Take her alive. Jiraiya, accompanied by Naruto and Lee, continued the pursuit. As Sannin and Jiraiya charged forward, Jiraiya activated his Sharingan. Illusion, blossoms bloom on the other shore. Flowers erupted behind Sannin and Jiraiya, reminiscent of the Genjutsu that had once ensnared Asuma-sensei. However, the illusion broke within seconds. Nevertheless, during that brief moment, Jiraiya and his team managed to maneuver around Sannin and Jiraiya, distancing themselves from the scene, while Shikamaru positioned himself in their path. Your opponent is me. As the group ventured further, they soon discovered Yashitai Azuki bound to a tree, her eyes tightly shut, her chest barely rising and falling. She was still alive. With the aid of the Sharingan and Byakugan, it was evident that this was merely a ruse by Doyu, and nearby, for formidable chakras were approaching. Was this an elaborate trap set for me? It appeared that the demise of Yakushi Kabuto had significantly impacted Orochimaru. Xianyi, however, remained unfazed. His strength had grown immensely, and he did not perceive any real danger. You two may proceed. I shall handle things here. Chapter 66. Encirclement. Cooperation. Naruto had faith in Xianyi. Though Lee Rock was less enthusiastic, having encountered no enemies along the way. Once Naruto had distanced himself, Xianyi drew a kunai imbued with lightning chakra and aimed it at the impersonator Doyu. With a swift thrust, the kunai pierced through Doyu's body, passing through the tree behind him, leaving him as nothing more than a wooden puppet. What a heartless man you are. Yet, your wildness intrigues me even more. Xianyi mused as Doyu swaggered out from behind the tree. I fail to understand. Without your three foolish companions, what power do you possess to confront me? Illusions hold no sway over me. In a fit of rage, Doyu struck the nearby tree with a fist, then produced a flute, sneering as he began to play. Little wildcat, soon you shall kneel before me, begging for mercy. As the flute's notes filled the air, the four powerful chakras encroached rapidly, surrounding him. Doyu, however, began to retreat, hiding away. He would not partake in the forthcoming battle. Xianyi surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of the hidden cloud village, the hidden stone village, and the hidden mist village. Is this Kimaru? He pondered. It seems unlikely that Orochimaru could summon you all. The ninja from the hidden cloud village, Darui, appeared lethargic as he spoke first. We have received information that you have unlawfully acquired the secret techniques of the hidden cloud village. The Raikage has sent me to retrieve them and eliminate this leaf village prodigy in the process. The hidden mist village ninja, Chijiro, maintained a calm demeanor as he added, I am merely here to reclaim one of the 7 ninja swords, the decapitating sword. Return it to me, and I shall depart immediately, establishing a friendly accord between the mist and leaf. The hidden stone village Tsuchi scrutinized Xianyi, alternating between nods and shakes of his head. I merely wish to see the young man who dared to threaten my daughter. While you seem somewhat weak, you possess a striking appearance. Would you consider joining the hidden stone village? I could guarantee your safety. Kimaru remained silent, drawing a bone from his back to use as a weapon. Xianyi furrowed his brow, realizing that this group was not merely summoned by Orochimaru but shared a collaborative relationship. Who claimed I threatened your daughter? I know not who she is, yet you come to trouble me. Such shamelessness is astounding. With defiance, Tsuchi demanded, be direct, whether you join or not. Just give me a clear answer. Before Xian Yi could respond, Kimaru launched an assault, sending a bone spike toward him, followed by a bone whip. All of this is for Lord Orochimaru. We cannot allow anyone to disrupt our plans. Xian Yi dodged the bone spike and produced a sealing scroll, summoning the decapitating sword amidst a cloud of smoke. You are no match for me. 8 gates of Duanjia, 4th gate, open. The sword crackled with lightning as he struck the bone whip aside, then aimed a second blow at Kimaru's head. Feeling a surge of dread, Kimaru felt his left hand go numb, the sensation of death creeping upon him. Abandoning the bone whip, he retreated, gasping for breath. You are formidable. It seems I can accompany Lord Orochimaru no further. With that, Kimaru activated his cursed seal's second form, his skin darkening while bone spikes protruded from his back and limbs. His appearance growing increasingly grotesque. Corpse bone path, dance of the iron wire flower. Xian Yi activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, his body swiftly rising into the air, hovering above the forest. Fool, who would engage you in a direct confrontation? Meanwhile, the 3 great ninja village members recognized the threat Xian Yi posed. He could not be swayed to their side, and it would be prudent to eliminate him beforehand. Wind release, gale pressure lock, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Earth release, weighty rock technique, corpse bone path, 10 finger-piercing bullets. Various long-range jutsu filled the sky, and Xian Yi evaded swiftly, though his method of flight relied on wind speed, leaving him vulnerable to some attacks. Curse it, I can tolerate the other ninjutsu. But that one hurling rocks is utterly infuriating. Among the techniques, it was particularly bothersome, as it was not only hand-thrown but also incessantly frequent. Shikaku, it's time to take action. Xian Yi slapped his abdomen, tightening the chains within to draw upon Shikaku's chakra, disregarding the torrent of curses directed at him, and began to weave hand seals. Water release, infinite ocean. A torrent of water surged forth, flooding the forest, while beneath, the ninja gathered chakra to maintain their footing atop the flowing waters. Whoa, this chakra is truly impressive. It seems the intel regarding his status as a Jinchuriki is accurate, Darui remarked, drawing his broad sword from his back. Suchi's eyes glimmered with appreciation. He would take this prospect more seriously, believing that this dashing young man would surely please his daughter and provide a satisfactory explanation to his father. Chijiro, wielding one of the 7 ninja swords, the Hiramakiri, assertively stated, I only seek the decapitating sword. The rest is yours to claim. Kimaru, already afflicted with a terminal ailment, was now spitting blood as he muttered, all of this is for Lord Orochimaru. Xian Yi furiously formed hand seals, his Sharingan transforming into a kaleidoscope pattern, preparing for a devastating move while his Byakugan remained fixed on the group. Water release, spiral hell. The ocean began to swirl, forming a funnel that threatened to ensnare the 4 ninjas, who struggled against the pull. We must escape. He intends to bury us. There is no way out. We cannot tread on the water. Hearing their frantic exchanges, Xian Yi's anger surged. They were clearly not united, yet they collaborated so seamlessly against him. You think of me as a mere boss monster in your game? Lightning release, rising moon over the sea. Prepare for your demise. Chapter 67. The parasite of Konoha. Xian Yi engaged without hesitation, fully aware that their claims of reclaiming something belonging to their village were nothing but a farce, an absurd pretext. In truth, they sought his life. The other ninja villages would not permit Konoha to produce another Jinchuriki or a genius of the caliber of the 2nd Hokage. Realizing this, Xian Yi raised his hand to unleash a formidable attack. You strike me lightly. I shall unleash my ultimate power. A radiant orb of lightning descended upon the maelstrom of the sea, as the 4 adversaries prepared to unleash their own techniques. Lightning release, lightning clone technique. Earth release, earth giant, Hiramakiri. Release, corpse bone path, dance of the pine. They understood that there was no evading such a widespread assault. Their only recourse was to minimize the impending damage. Darui launched his clone into the air, using it as a shield and cushion. Suchi submerged himself fully into the depths, manipulating the earth to encase him in a giant form, reinforcing its hardness with chakra. The most comical of all was Chijiro, who split the Hiramakiri into dual blades, desperately channeling chakra to fortify his defense. Kimaru encased himself in a hardened shell of bones, impervious even to the encroaching waters. As the rising moon over the sea descended, silence enveloped the world for a fleeting moment, followed by an explosive eruption of towering waves and bolts of lightning. The aftermath of the explosion instantaneously engulfed 4 individuals. Once the detonation subsided, the sea had receded, leaving behind irregular waterways, rendering the landscape unrecognizable from its former state as a forest. In the other regions of the forest, due to the sufficient distance from others, Xuanye need not worry about accidentally injuring his comrades. The others bore witness to this horrifying scene, their hearts shaken, their hand seals faltering, their fingers trembling slightly. What transpired over at Dingxi? Who exactly is Oil Woman Shino, that she could compel Xuanye to resort to such a technique? Ningxi, what do you mean this was caused by Xuanye? Shikamaru lamented, feeling the weight of the situation as reinforcements had yet to arrive. Naruto, Xuanye has taken action. It's going to be alright. Sasuke, let loose the Rasengan. Sasuke was once again caught up in the conflict, promising vengeance in due time. No force could impede the fervent clash between the two, even if it meant the destruction of the ninja world. At this moment, Xuanye soared high above, employing his Byakugan to locate the remaining individuals, preparing to strike. Bah, seeking trouble only invites calamity. Speak carelessly, and I shall have your heads. The men shall be sent to the mines, and the women to my home. On the ground, Darui lay beside a broken tree, blood coughing from his mouth, his sword nowhere in sight. Cough, cough, foolishness, is this child truly only 12? Xuanye dashed towards Darui, raising his blade to strike. For villains often perish from their own verbosity. A resounding clang echoed as metal met metal, prompting Xuanye to swiftly retreat and establish a safer distance. Upon discerning the newcomer, his brow furrowed. The two-tails Jinchuriki? The woman, adorned in a form-fitting outfit with a single ponytail, bore a mature appearance. Lord Rakage is concerned, allow me to assist you. Can you still move? Cough, cough. My entire body is paralyzed, many bones are broken, I cannot move. At this juncture, within the Hokage's office, an Umbu ninja burst in, presenting a confidential document. Hokage-sama, it is dire news. 3 days ago, unidentified ninjas breached the borders of Konoha, and today, it appears Jinchuriki from other ninja villages have also infiltrated. Tsunade's heart raced as she hastily opened the document, then, in a fit of rage, smashed her fist into the desk, exclaiming, why is this information only reaching me today? The Umbu, sensing the oppressive aura of death, stammered an explanation, I do not know. This information was just received by my subordinate, and I rushed to report. Tsunade, disregarding reprimanding her subordinates, summoned Konoha's elite forces, realizing that this could very well ignite the flames of war. Send word to Sunagakure. If they wish to form an alliance, it is best they refrain from any actions, or there will be no negotiations. As you command. Tsunade's temples throbbed as she gathered every available resource in the shortest time possible. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, along with the Hyuga and Oil Woman clans, remained in Konoha while the remaining Jonin accompanied her to expel the invading Jinchuriki. Tsunade felt helpless. This was the extent of her connections, having only recently assumed the role of Hokage. The only ones capable of intercepting information in advance and concealing it for this long were those wretched elders, pushing Konoha into peril. At the Umbu base, Danzo's displeasure began to surface as he received reports. The situation was slightly beyond his control, but still manageable. Notify all root members to remain on standby. With such a significant oversight in Konoha, Tsunade's position as Hokage would soon become untenable. Once the plan succeeded, he would step in to seize control. The title of Hokage would be his, along with the 2 Jinchuriki. The mere thought sent saliva pooling at the corners of Danzo's mouth. On the battlefield, are you trying to save the grandpa like the gourd baby? The conversation isn't over. Xuanye's words were interrupted by a disturbance beneath his feet. As he leapt, a white drill burst forth from the ground. The figure revealed was none other than Kinshiki. I wondered where you had gone. You're nearly out of breath, yet still restless. Indeed, Kinshiki's ambush had failed, and he had exhausted his last reserves of strength, collapsing on the ground, motionless. Lord Orochimaru. The woman, with a composed tone, assessed Xuanye and said, let me take him away. I assure you I will not attack you again. How does that sound? Her voice was icy, yet Xuanye nodded. Very well, you may leave. As he spoke, he began to subtly form hand seals, waiting for the woman to turn her back. The woman was not foolish enough to expose herself to a potential enemy. She retreated while insisting, I speak the truth. Please trust me. I trust you. You both may leave now, or should I escort you? The woman frowned, suggesting, could you possibly distance yourself a bit? It would make it easier for me to leave. Xuanye sensed a massive chakra approaching, realizing time was of the essence. His expression hardened. Konoha can come and go as they please, but if you wish to kill me, then come forth and meet your end in the flower burial realm. A stream of blood tears flowed from his right eye, causing the woman to gasp in shock. Just as she attempted to resist, she fell under the influence of an illusion. Ordinary Jinchuriki or tailed beasts are easily ensnared by illusions, yet perfect Jinchuriki, with their dual souls, can rapidly dispel them. The woman was delayed only a moment, her surroundings blossoming with crimson flowers. In that case, I shall not hold back, she declared. A deep blue chakra erupted, revealing a colossal blue cat with 2 tails. The red petals spiraled away like a tornado. Each petal sliced through the air, sharp as daggers, grazing the 2 tails, inflicting excruciating pain. Break free from the encirclement. Lingering here will lead to our demise, the 2 tails urged the woman within her mind. I know, she replied, grasping Darui with her mouth and charging through the storm of petals. The sounds of slicing flesh echoed as the 2 tails broke free. But Darui lost an arm in the process, his injury a gradual, torturous severance. The petals relentlessly pursued, intent on capturing the pair. Xuanye, unafraid of conflict, understood that as long as he held the upper hand, everything would be manageable. Hey, look over here. In his hand, the beheading sword had been replaced with the Kusanagi sword, elongated to 40 meters, shimmering with the light of lightning chakra. The 2 tails, unaware of the danger, instinctively turned to glance, only to be met with a swift strike. The Kusanagi sliced from her shoulder to her chest, yet it could not sever completely. The agonized cries echoed throughout the forest. At that moment, an elderly man with a single eye patch approached, targeting Chuji, who lay in the distance with a severed leg. With a twist of the sword's hilt, the 2 tails arm was severed entirely. Assessing the chakra within herself, it was nearly depleted. Even her small guardian had been drained. And with hidden enemies lurking, the battle was no longer viable. The 2 tails pressed one of her forepaws against the ground, glaring at Xuanye with seething fury. Her mouth gathering red and blue chakra energy. Xuanye sheathed the Kusanagi sword, adopting a magnanimous demeanor. You wish to kill me. I have severed one of the 2 tails' limbs. Thus we are even. You may leave. I shall refrain from further attacks. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, and the 2 tails, fuming with rage, protested. You ninja villages scheme against one another. Why should she be the one to pay the price? Xuanye turned and departed without a second thought, leaving the woman in stunned silence, pondering the madness of his actions. What shall we do now, Lord Yu? There is no time to linger. Let us take that scoundrel and leave. This individual's thought process is erratic, and there's no telling when he may return. Once you have subdued the tailed beast, I shall naturally recover. The silhouette of the 2 tails gradually faded into the distance, and Xianyi reappeared. The 2 tails was correct. He was indeed watching closely. I mentioned that sparing your arm would settle our debt. Xianyi clasped his hands, performing hand seals once more, activating the shadow clone technique to have a clone act as a decoy while his true self went to seal the chakra of the 2 tails. He produced 3 sealing scrolls and laid them on the ground, quickly inscribing runes on an empty scroll. Before long, a 4th scroll was placed down, and his hands began to weave seals. Sealing technique, heavenly prison lock. The 4 sealing scrolls emitted dark chains that firmly ensnared the 2 tails' arm, with the chains even piercing into the flesh. A black hole-like cavity appeared in Xianye's abdomen, from which a translucent blue arm extended, grasping the 2 tails' arm and swiftly pulling it into Xianye's being. Due to the harrowing experience of sealing Shikaku previously, this sealing technique had been refined. It was not only painless, but also quite comfortable, even accommodating the ebb and flow of chakra. From a distance, the 2 tails sensed that part of her body was vanishing, her pupils dilating in shock as she exclaimed, Yuki, release the tailed beast transformation quickly. Oh, all right. As the tailed beast transformation was undone, a portion of the 2 tails' body remained absent, leaving her heart heavy with despair. She glanced at the bewildered Yuki, ultimately softening her heart and refraining from seeking revenge. No, it's all right now, let us go. Chapter 69. Who is the mantis, and who is the grasshopper? Xianyi did not wish to act so ruthlessly, but the situation was laid bare before him, and it was difficult to contain. After a lengthy pause, Xianyi sat on the ground, attempting to regulate the chaotic chakra within him. The ability to seal easily was reliant on the assistance of sealing scrolls. Yet he had not anticipated the friction caused by the presence of two-tailed beasts, each vying for dominance over the other. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, finally understanding why each tailed beast had only one Jinchuriki. Suddenly, a kunai shot toward him from a distance, and Xian Yi barely evaded it, casting a furious glare at the assailant. Is that AO from the Hidden Mist Village? Struggling to rise, Xian Yi felt turmoil within as the chakra of the two tails surged chaotically. He clutched his abdomen. Sealing technique. Heavenly prison lock, seal. In the inner world, Shikaku, now considerably weakened by the drained chakra, observed his new neighbor being encased behind a black barrier, his heart feeling significantly more balanced. Finally, I'm not the only one suffering in this place. Shikaku, spare me your sardonic remarks. Human, you are untrustworthy. Once the chakra of the two tails was suppressed, Xian Yi felt a great deal but was unable to utilize chakra. Any attempt to use it would result in a chaotic explosion due to the mixed attributes of the tailed beast chakra. Xian Yi's gaze settled upon Ao, and their eyes met, both harboring a singular thought, their expressions turning increasingly hostile. In perfect synchrony, they dashed in opposite directions, their speed unparalleled, even rivaling that of Bolt. Only Xian Yi's bewildered clone remained behind, operating on instinct and reflex. In truth, Xian Yi still had trump cards yet to be played. The summoning technique to call forth the slug sage could still be employed, but given the current predicament, there was no need for reckless abandon. At the forest's edge, Tuchu leaned against a tree, walking slowly as blood seeped from his chest. Where did this freak come from? If I had known you possessed such power, I wouldn't have wasted my time, and my medical insurance would not be on the verge of expiration. A sudden red figure appeared before Tuchu, short in stature with a distinct red beard. How did you get so injured? What has happened here? Old Z, what are you doing here? Tuchu coughed, blood spilling forth as he spoke. It's fortunate you're here. They must still be fighting inside. Go see if you can bring that kid back to Awagakure. Old Z frowned and shook his head. I fear there is no time. Konoha has already reacted, and the fifth Hokage is personally intervening. There is no guarantee of success. Then we must eliminate him. We cannot leave any traces for Konoha. Old Z nodded firmly and rushed into the heart of the forest, only to be taken aback by the devastation he witnessed. Such destructive power, even the tailed beast bomb pales in comparison. At this moment, the members of Xian Yi's team had nearly completed their battles. Ding Xiai, having failed to utilize the scroll provided by Xian Yi, lay gravely injured, saved only by the timely arrival of Tsunade and others. Niji and Yamanaka Shino had worked seamlessly together, facing little difficulty, though they took longer than expected. Using his exceptional intellect, Shikamaru had led the brothers to a state of confusion until Tsunade arrived. Did Xian Yi mention that reinforcements were coming from the Hokage? Tsunade unleashed her full power, effortlessly shattering the skulls of the brothers with a single punch, turning to inquire of Shikamaru. Where is Xian Yi? He should be deeper in the forest. Not long ago, there were indications of a large-scale jutsu being used there, but I'm uncertain of the current situation. Tsunade's figure flickered as she made her way toward the center, her brow furrowing in concern. In the heart of the forest, before Xian Yi could run far, he was suddenly pounced upon by Doyu, who swiftly bound him. Little cat, I didn't expect you to be so strong, but you must be out of chakra now. Once I take you back, I'll teach you a lesson. Damn it, where did you hide? I didn't even detonate my ultimate move on you. And this rope you've used is utterly unprofessional. Silence. Doyu stifled Xian Yi's protest, preparing to leave when another figure appeared, Old Z arriving on the scene. Little girl, you should return him to me now. Doyu was taken aback, surprised that someone would dare to intercept her. Turning to scold the intruder, she exclaimed, You're still alive, Hokage? Tsunade smiled approvingly. As long as he is all right, that is what matters. She reached out to take Xian Yi, removing the cloth that had been used to gag him. Ugh, this taste, did you use a sock to gag me? Ugh. Tsunade glanced at the cloth in her hand, but refrained from revealing its true nature, which was triangular and rather reminiscent of a sock. Elsewhere, Old Z observed the solitary figure of Xian Yi's clone from a distance. If he were to capture this individual, Konoha would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Should he choose to eliminate him, he could escape, achieving a lasting resolution. Contemplating this, he felt the molten chakra within him surge, rapidly forming a fireball of lava. Lava release, scorching river of rock technique. Boom. Several lava balls hurtled toward Xian Yi's clone, which instinctively dodged the incoming attack. The lava balls exploded at his feet. And though the clone had just regained a fraction of its chakra and activated the first gate of the 8 gates, it was still blasted into the nearby river, slowly being carried away by the current. Old Z intended to rush in for a finishing blow, but suddenly turned to look into the distance, his brow furrowing in realization that the opportunity had slipped away. Reinforcements from Konoha were approaching. What a pity. Chapter 70. Feigned Death, Lord Hokage. Weave spotted the Jinchuriki from a Wagakure, Old Z, in the distance. Let him go. Tsunade waved her hand, her face radiating relief as she then turned her gaze to Xianyi, narrowing her beautiful eyes. What have you done this time? Bound tightly like a caterpillar, Xianyi pressed his face against Tsunade in a display of intimacy. I merely captured the two tails, nothing more. Tsunade wished to strike Xianyi, yet found herself unable to do so. With a heavy tone, she remarked, "Do you realize that your body is on the brink of collapse and could perish at any moment?" Xianyi, with an air of indifference, dismissed her concerns, saying, "It's nothing serious. I still have my clones. If this body perishes, I can simply switch to another. Why fret? It's been a while since we've seen each other. Come here and give me a kiss." The other elite shinobi from Konoha, who had only heard tales before, now witnessed this scene firsthand and averted their gazes, silently expressing their intent to remain oblivious to the unfolding events, hoping to avoid any repercussions. Before long, Kakashi returned from a distance, cradling two unconscious children, Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee. Tsunade, perplexed, inquired about the situation. Were they also attacked? Kakashi shook his head, explaining that it was the work of Orochimaru's subordinates, and that Sasuke had followed them. Understood, Tsunade commanded. Disseminate orders that today's events must remain confidential. Any leaks will be met with severe consequences. Her tone was calm, yet the aura forged from years of battle instilled a sense of trepidation among those present. She then embraced Xianyi and began to walk towards the distance. You all remain here on standby. Furthermore, send out a message stating that Xianyi from Konoha has been ambushed by ninjas from other villages and is deceased. Might Guy wished to ask further questions, but was interrupted by Kakashi, who then removed his forehead protector and directed his gaze toward the gathered elite shinobi. He pondered whether to silence them permanently, but ultimately refrained, recognizing Tsunade's limited manpower. Eliminating them would render them useless, and slaughtering his compatriots would tarnish his reputation. Tsunade arrived at the creek, ensuring that no one could see them, before stopping. I must send you to the Wetbone Forest. Only there can you be safe and receive effective treatment. Will you accompany me? No. Then can you send a clone to accompany me? I can send a clone, but it will dissipate soon due to the distance. Xianyi felt despondent, realizing that he had foolishly isolated himself from his beloved. Tsunade gently kissed his forehead, a rare display of affection born not from any other reason, but from her reluctance to show vulnerability. Xianyi, unfazed by her restraint, seized the moment to press his lips against hers, pushing open the city gates to seal their connection. It was not until Tsunade gasped for breath that they finally parted, while Xianyi, nearly breathless, stubbornly refused to relinquish her lips. Tsunade bit her finger and swiftly formed hand seals, striking the ground to summon a spirit. As the white smoke dissipated, a diminutive slug sage appeared. Princess Tsunade, what has transpired? Upon turning and spotting Xianyi, the little sage shivered, recalling their last encounter where she had nearly been drained dry. Ah, my dear, it has been a while. I missed you. Mr. Xianyi, your familiarity is unwelcome. I do not wish to befriend you. Tsunade led the slug sage aside, whispering sweetly and pleading, until the sage reluctantly assented. Tsunade returned and tapped Xianyi's forehead. Do not bully the slug, understood? Yes, I cannot overpower her. Dear, you need not worry. The slug sage jumped onto Xianyi, nodding at Tsunade. And with a puff of smoke, Xianyi vanished from sight. Their parting left an uncertainty of when they would reunite. They had shared nearly 4 years of life together, nurturing a profound bond. In the Wetbone Forest, towering trees loomed endlessly, and a faint mist lingered in the air, invigorating Xianyi with each breath. Turning around, he was taken aback by a slug sage, now twice the size of a tailed beast. Goodness, how enormous. Follow me. I will take you to my dwelling. Ah, darling. Could you untie me first? I cannot move like this. In the world of Hokage, the slugs were rather adorable, though Xianyi had a preference for snakes, which were indifferent to him. Tsunade returned to Konoha, fiercely confronting the 3 major ninja villages. They have cast the Jinchuriki at your doorstep. If this continues, They may soon hurl it into your village. If you seek to provoke war, then let us fight. If you are unafraid of losing your descendants, why should I fear? If it comes to it, we shall perish together. Surrounded by formidable foes and traitors at home, investigations pointed towards Danzo. However, Danzo held significant influence in Konoha, making immediate action perilous for Tsunade. Naruto, akin to the original story, had embarked on training with Jiraiya, with no indication of his return. Tsunade did not hide from Akatsuki the news that Xianyi was alive, fearing they might act recklessly. In Sunagakure, the Princess Tamari stood in the Hokage's office, tears streaming down her face. How could this be? How could he die? Tsunade shared her sorrow, reflecting on the unpredictability of fate. As for the 3-star fan, I have not located it. It may have been seized by other ninja villages. Chapter 71. The beginning of the wind of change time flowed peacefully. While other ninja villages stubbornly denied their invasion of Konoha, their own casualties forced them to swallow their grievances. Sakura sought out Tsunade, eager to learn medical ninjutsu, determined not to remain useless, so that when her comrades were injured, she could be of service. 3 months later, on the coast of Kirigakure, a corpse floated silently. Fishermen, having long grown accustomed to the sight, hardly batted an eye. Look at that body, something seems off. What could possibly be off? Either they died in battle, from passion, or took their own life. Why concern ourselves? Wait, that doesn't seem to be a real body. It looks like an inflatable doll. There are no signs of inflation. What? An inflatable doll? Don't you dare snatch it from me. I've been holding it in for too long. An elderly man leapt into the sea to retrieve the body, eliciting laughter from the crowd. In a nearby tavern, the newly appointed 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, dined, troubled by the recent injury of a close subordinate. Someone, go see what the commotion is about. An Umbu ninja vanished, returning shortly with a report. Mizukage, the fishermen have fished out an inflatable doll. Terumi Mei's expression soured. Her village was not void of entertainment venues, and she found the fishermen's behavior ridiculous. Men, honestly. The Umbu continued. However, the subordinate just saw that it was not an inflatable doll. It resembled a target from a recent mission. Terumi Mei slammed her chopsticks onto the table, leaping through the window in a hurry. The Umbu stood momentarily dumbfounded before quickly pursuing her. When Terumi Mei arrived, she found an elderly fisherman drooling as he began to undress the corpse. Goodness, I've lived this long and never seen such a beautiful girl. Yet I must say, this inflatable doll is remarkably lifelike. Terumi Mei kicked the old man aside, knowing not if it was lifelike, but she recognized that the person was still alive, with faint chakra fluctuations within. Damn it, the old man began to curse, but was interrupted as a wad of cash struck his face, instantly transforming his expression. Who is so generous? What do you require of me, my lady? Woman? Mizukage? Get lost. Sure thing. The old man has indeed rolled far away. Ko Mei Ming seized the avatar of Xianyi and returned to the private room of the tavern. With one hand resting on her chin and the other tossing a kunai up and down, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xianyi, filled with confusion at his unexpected presence. The 100 talents mark on the forehead of Xianyi's avatar vanished completely at that moment, and he spat out a mouthful of seawater, opening his eyes to reveal a vacant, dazed expression. However, with his colored contact lenses, Ko Mei Ming paid little heed and held the kunai against Xianyi's neck. Speak freely or face severe consequences. Young handsome, why are you here? Xianyi's avatar remained blank, staring vacantly at Ko Mei Ming without uttering a word. A mute? What a waste of such a handsome face. As time ticked by, Ko Mei Ming grew increasingly frustrated. This person showed no reaction at all. If struck, he would at least know to retaliate. Time rushed on, like a blade slicing through the years. The gentle breeze rustled the trees, turning them from yellow to green 3 times, as 3 years slipped silently by. During these 3 years, Tsunade firmly established her position as Hokage, gaining control over everything, even suppressing Danzo to the point he dared not reach out. The Sand Village also formed an inseparable trade relationship with Konoha, thriving together in prosperity and suffering alike. Though certain details remained under Konoha's dominion. In the Akatsuki organization, Tsunade's presence was no longer dominant, as Conan hid her away, reallocating her teammates. Obito initially felt anger at being unable to locate Tsunade, but upon considering that he would soon see Rin within the infinite Tsukuyomi, he quickly dropped the matter. However, he accelerated the capture of the tailed beasts, having successfully captured the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails. In the Hokage office, Tsunade wore Xian Yi's transparent glasses. Observing Shizune through a newspaper, her face adorned with a comical, mischievous smile. Quite revealing. I wonder how many young ladies that little pervert has spied on with these. Just then, Naruto, now an adult, returned to the village, striking a cool pose atop a utility pole. Sakura happened to see him and approached to greet him. "What brings you back, Naruto?" "Oh, Sakura." As they passed by, Konohamaru and his companions spotted Naruto, rushing over with excitement. "Big brother Naruto, look over here. I've developed a new jutsu, double seduction technique." With a bang, Konohamaru transformed into 2 voluptuous, naked beauties, their figures alluring and faces enchanting. Naruto, exasperated, reprimanded him. "I've grown up. Let us leave these childish tricks behind." Konohamaru transformed back, looking earnestly humbled, yet Naruto's spirit reignited as he bellowed. "I've developed a new seduction technique. Allow me to demonstrate. Harem technique." Bang! Sakura delivered a punch that knocked Naruto out, leaving Konohamaru and the others trembling in fear. "Musclebound girl, save me, big brother Naruto. I don't want to get hit." Chapter 72. Life in the Wetbone Forest. Not long after returning to Konoha, Naruto was reassigned due to personnel shortages, this time with Sai. However, Sai's role was somewhat unique. Danzo had instructed him to act as an undercover operative. Tsunade, aware of Sai's true mission, accepted him and directed him to continue his role of espionage against Danzo. As for how to win over someone devoid of emotion, it was simply a matter of demonstrating that he was superior to Danzo. "The intelligence you report is not solely for Danzo. I must be informed as well." In the Hokage office, Tsunade crossed her legs, her fingers lightly tapping on the desk. An invitation to the 5 Kage summit lay before her. During this time, despite the absence of conflict, news of Xian Ye's demise had caused other ninja villages to settle into an uneasy peace, cautious not to provoke Konoha into war. The convening of the 5 Kage summit was also prompted by the loss of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. For the tailed beasts were akin to nuclear weapons for the ninja villages. No one wished to lose their own. "Come in." The office door swung open, revealing an ANBU ninja who knelt on one knee. Tsunade instructed, "Summon Shizune and Kakashi to the office." "Yes, ma'am." It was not that Tsunade could not manage Kakashi alone. Rather, her apprentice was exceedingly capable, intelligent, powerful, and of good character. Before long, Shizune and Kakashi arrived at the Hokage office, both appearing rather lackluster. Shizune, with dark circles under her eyes, and Kakashi, whose forehead protector nearly obscured his eyes, looked disheveled. "What has happened to you two? You look like this. How can you contribute to Konoha's well-being and grow?" Shizune yawned. "Tsunade-sama, be honest. I review your administrative work, and for a moment, I felt as if I were the Hokage, while you were merely a stamping machine." Tsunade's face flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. "Shizune, you must understand. It is because I trust you that I entrust you with such important tasks. Once you become proficient, I shall raise your salary and introduce you to handsome young men, helping you ascend to the pinnacle of life." Shizune remained unmoved. She had heard these words countless times over the past 3 years and found it hard to swallow. Kakashi scratched his rear awkwardly, responding, "It's nothing. I've simply been too engrossed in researching new jutsu and forgot to pay attention." As he spoke, a small yellow book slipped from Kakashi's grasp, and he quickly picked it up, feigning nonchalance. Tsunade wore an understanding expression, smirking. "Young men should learn to exercise restraint. Overindulgence can be detrimental to one's health. No wonder your chakra levels are so low." Kakashi, his face flushed with embarrassment, covered his eyes with his forehead protector, even the black mask failing to conceal his shame. "I didn't tea." Tsunade shifted her tone to seriousness. "In a few days, I will attend the 5 Kage summit and wish to bring you both along to lend some prestige." Shizune, puzzled, remarked, "When did your self-reference change from Ito this girl? Wasn't he it always eyed for?" After discussing the details, they agreed to convene the following day at the Hokage office. In the Wetbone Forest, Xian Yi had reached the age of 16. For the first half of his time there, he could do nothing but carve sealing scrolls, unable to utilize chakra or learn sage arts. It wasn't until 6 months later, when his health improved, that he began to train normally, perfecting the 8 gates, which, along with the cultivation of other chakra types, took a year and a half. The remaining year was dedicated to studying sage arts, often lamenting Naruto's prodigious talent. Aside from taijutsu and forbidden techniques, Naruto learned everything using his innate gifts, while Shin-Yi's progress was painfully slow. Naruto mastered skills in less than half a month at Myaboka Mountain, while Shin-Yi spent nearly half a year achieving the same. It then took him another 6 months to gain proficiency, leading to a sense of utter frustration. Can you imagine the experience of eating nothing but leaves and various fruits day in and day out? The monotony drove him nearly mad, and his already tenuous grasp on sanity began to fracture. He even found himself occasionally admiring the Sage of Slugs, with the alluring curve of her lips invoking thoughts that strayed from the path of righteousness. At the center of the wet-bone forest lay a milky white hot spring, capable of healing all wounds. One could say that as long as there was breath in one's body, one could not perish in that place. Shin-Yi reclined in the spring, removing the damp towel from his face, reveling in the comfort. Ah, this feels delightful. Little darling, come help me scrub my back. Beside the hot spring, a small slug sage puffed up her cheeks, aiming to spit a mouthful of acidic fluid at Shin-Yi's face. Alas, alas, alas. I acknowledge my errors, dear slug sister, and I offer my sincere apologies. I confess my wrongdoing and seek your forgiveness. The slug sage withdrew her corrosive fluid, her voice a gentle, lowly tone, creating a striking contrast. Your body has nearly healed. In a few days, you shall be free to depart. Shin-Yi's hands hovered in midair, trembling slightly, tears almost spilling forth. The slug sage, witnessing this, let out a soft sigh. I must admit, I feel a tinge of reluctance to part with you, for in the wet-bone forest, most cannot endure for long. You are the first. Then, as she turned, her moment of melancholy vanished, replaced by a fierce anger. Shin-Yi danced naked in the forest, exuding a beguiling charm. Shin-Yi, do linger here for a few more days. The slug sage unleashed a torrent of yellow fluid toward Shin-Yi, unperturbed by the potential for disfigurement. She would cover all medical expenses. Chapter 73. The 5 Kage Summit. As Shin-Yi dodged the acidic liquid, she struck poses of utmost flamboyance, while simultaneously absorbing the surrounding natural energy. At a certain threshold, her body underwent a swift transformation. Her hair lengthened, adorned with azure eyeshadow, and she became enveloped in a misty white aura, reminiscent of celestial silk. Wet-bone forest sage art. I present to you the wet body sage. Tsunade's 100-heel seal was not a sage technique, but rather an evolution derived from the wet-bone forest techniques, akin to the second stages of cursed seals or tailed beasts. The wet-bone forest techniques emphasize defense, recovery, and resilience, akin to a heavily armored warrior, capable of rapid recovery from all but the most grievous injuries, consuming chakra rather than life force. Conversely, the dragon cave techniques focus on ninjutsu, enhancing speed and damage akin to a magical assassin. Then there is Myobo-Kuzan, which embodies balance and harmony, thriving in strength against strength. Upon witnessing Shin-Yi entering sage mode, the slug sage grew serious, summoning all her clones and her true form. I, too, shall take this seriously. Fear not, I shall not end your life. As she spoke, countless small slugs encircled Shin-Yi, their tiny mouths puffing out, poo, 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 poo. The acidic rain fell densely, and Shin-Yi laughed, a natural mirth. As if to say, you think this is a game? Outside, after several days of monotonous travel, Tsunade and her companions arrived at the venue for the 5 Kage Summit in the Land of Iron. Clad in pink attire and wearing the Hokage's hat, Tsunade appeared youthful, her true age concealed from all. Inside the summit chamber, the other 4 Kage had already arrived. Reikage was a burly figure, dark-skinned, with a brooding demeanor. The Hokage has quite the audacity to keep us waiting. Such a Kijinoki, though diminutive in stature, was formidable, wielding dust release with astonishing skill. If you are unwilling to wait, you may return, no one will stop you. Inoki had lost all his tailed beasts. Initially, he suspected Konoha when the 4 tails vanished, but soon the 5 tails disappeared as well. Upon inquiry, he discovered that other ninja villages had also lost their tailed beasts, dispelling any notion that Konoha was responsible, as they could not possibly hide so many. Mizukage Terumi, silent, occasionally glanced at her young companion, who wore a dark mask and had silver hair, carrying a flatfish on his back. Kazekage Gaara rested his hands together on the table, his small eyes surveying the room, flanked by Shino and Kankuro, the latter's gaze fixed on Terumi-Mei's companion. That person seems familiar. At that moment, the chamber door swung open, and Tsunade entered, her previously jovial expression transforming into one of seriousness. Reikage, Arriving so late and dressed like this? Surely, you were preoccupied with other matters. Terumi May remarked, I find the Hokage's attire quite appealing. And discussing a woman's clothing is rather impolite. Anoki interjected, let us refrain from small talk. We are here to discuss the disappearance of the tailed beast hosts. Garo affirmed. Indeed. Tsunade, visibly impatient, retorted, if Reikage has objections, he may speak them outside. No one here is inclined to listen to your complaints. As Tsunade took her seat, her attention was drawn once more to Terumi May's companion, her brow furrowing. Why does that individual seem so familiar? Almost like a little lecher from my own household. Seemingly apprehensive that Tsunade might uncover something, Terumi May hastily interjected, Hokage, you seem intent on staring at me. Are you perhaps eager to introduce a suitor? I must apologize, but I am already engaged. Tsunade averted her gaze, her frown deepening, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her, as if a part of her being had been hollowed out. As the meeting commenced, information was exchanged. All fingers pointed towards the Akatsuki organization. Reikage set aside his discontent and proposed the idea of concentrating protection on all the Jinchuriki. After the eradication of the Akatsuki, the tailed beast hosts could be returned, with no need for interference from anyone. Otherwise, they would face collective retribution. Terumi May posed a question. The Three Tails currently lacks a host. I must quickly find a suitable candidate, but it proves to be quite challenging. Reikage, appearing indifferent, jested. If you truly have no one, I could lend you two. Tsunade's irritation flared at Reikage's words, retorting sharply, I fear someone might have ulterior motives. Coveting the tailed beasts, how despicable. Gaara nodded in agreement. The Hokage speaks true. Terumi May waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for concern. I possess my own solutions and shall resolve it within a month. Meanwhile, at Orochimaru's base, Uchiha Sasuke, having matured over 3 years, advanced remarkably in strength. Clad in white, with a Kusanagi sword at his waist, he traversed the base with an impassive expression, his 3-tomo Sharingan slowly revolving. His steps halted before a door, from within which anguished screams echoed. Chidori, piercing spear. Chapter 74, Assassination, Rising Winds Chidori, piercing spear. Bang! A gleaming long blade pierced through the door, embedding itself in Orochimaru's body. At that moment, Orochimaru ceased his moans, lifting his head in confusion toward the entrance. With a crash, the door splintered, revealing Sasuke's true form. Orochimaru's upper body transformed into a grotesque head made of countless white snakes, a truly repulsive sight. You've come at last. I shall now seize your body, Orochimaru declared. Sasuke remained expressionless, as cold as a killer, slowly drawing the Kusanagi sword from his back. As he had once said, your twisted desires are quite beautiful. It is better to remain dead than emerge to frighten others. Sizzle. Lightning chakra surged through the Kusanagi sword, emitting a low hum as Orochimaru's gaping maw lunged at Sasuke. A blinding flash illuminating the scene. Orochimaru's snake head fell to the ground, blood pooling on the floor. At that moment, Sasuke stood momentarily stunned as the scene around him transformed. A sea of blood at his feet, darkness above, and before him, the serpentine form of Orochimaru. Illusion? Sasuke, this is where I will take your body. Even if you kill me, it will be of no use. Your body is mine. Sasuke smirked disdainfully, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. In but a blink, the illusion shattered, restoring tranquility. Humph! One of the legendary Sannin proves to be utterly feeble before me. Sheathing his sword, he turned gracefully to leave. Vengeance awaited him. Beneath Orochimaru's base, Kabuto raised his gaze towards Orochimaru's chamber. Is Sasuke still training? His diligence is indeed commendable. Upon closer inspection, Kabuto's scara was black, and his face and body were riddled with cracks, clearly indicative of a body reanimated by impure resurrection. After a considerable time, Kabuto returned to Orochimaru's room, holding a tray of nutrient solution and anti-inflammatory medicine. Upon seeing Orochimaru's lifeless form, the tray clattered from his hands, spilling its contents across the floor. Orochimaru. The scene shifted back to the 5 Kage summit, where discussions had concluded, and an agreement was reached, prompting everyone to vacate the conference room. Reikage departed with Samui and Kira, but not long after, 2 figures appeared before them. Clad in black attire adorned with red clouds, they were Kakuzu and Haiden. Reikage was a valuable target on the black market. They might need to work together. No, you stay back and watch. I shall offer this fine sacrifice to the Lord of Evil alone. Kakuzu, aware of his partner's erratic nature, silently retreated, relinquishing the stage to him. Raikage clenched his fists, crackling with lightning, his hair standing on end, even his small mustaches bristling. You are members of the Akatsuki, are you not? It is fortunate you appeared before me. Raikage's lightning bomb. Boom. Haiden, filled with excitement, glanced at Raikage, only to realize he was akin to a helpless chick, seized and jolted by electricity. What a loss. The more Raikage heard, the angrier he became, hurling Haiden into the air with a surge of strength in his right arm. Thunder Scythe. Boom. Haiden attempted to retaliate midair, but his massive scythe was swiftly knocked away by Raikage, taking his head along with it. So fast, yet still a loss. Raikage's chest heaved with fury as he turned his gaze towards Kakuzu. Before he could speak, he heard Haiden's head conversing behind him. Upon turning, he was astonished to see the headless corpse still moving. What is happening? Haiden rotated his eyes towards Kakuzu, his tone softening as he batted his eyelashes. Kakuzu, dear, could you assist me in reattaching my head? Ignoring him, Kakuzu continued with his task, while Haiden persisted. Oh, come on, Kakuzu, please. Reluctantly, Kakuzu approached, grasping Haiden's head and pushing it back into place, even stitching it with thread. You are killing me, you know. Can't you be gentler? You worthless fool. If you utter another word, I'll kick your head off again. Raikage was utterly stunned by this bizarre spectacle. Such occurrences truly defied belief. Then I shall kill you a few more times and see how you die. Meanwhile, Tsunade trailed behind Mei Terumi, insisting on uncovering the true identity of her guard. But Mei refused to reveal it. Gaara followed closely, adhering to Tsunade's every command, for the sheer fear of her punches was quite formidable. Just let me have a glimpse. I won't steal it. You won't lose a piece of flesh. No, this is my source of spiritual sustenance. I cannot simply share it. Tsunade furrowed her brow at the silver-haired youth. Her curiosity piqued as Mei tugged her along, as if she could not move without guidance. That little lecher couldn't he possibly be as smitten with the Mizukage as he is with me, right? Absolutely not. Her gaze sharpened, sensing that something was amiss. He is hiding something significant. I must uncover it today. Before Tsunade could take action, two more figures appeared before them, equally clad in red cloud-black uniforms. Tsunade immediately recognized them as members of the Akatsuki, one with yellow hair and a slanted fringe, the other short and stout. Something seems off with Sasori. Why are all three Kages here? Our mission was to capture the One-Tail, wasn't it? Initially, she expected only the Hokage, yet the Mizukage was also present. You hold them off. I will pursue the One-Tail. Deidara, brimming with confidence in his abilities, summoned a large white bird from thin air, mounting it for an assault. The bird soared swiftly, while he produced a flurry of white spiders from his pouch, launching them like bombers. Chapter 75. Utter Madness. Mental Breakdown. Gaara, upon learning that they were here to capture him, merely scoffed. What a joke. With my elder sister present, who could possibly capture me? His character had indeed transformed significantly. Unlike in the original tale where Naruto's encouragement played a role, he now remained silent, save for a brief moment of humiliation during the electrifying incident. As white spiders rained down from above, Gaara waved his hand, creating a thick barrier of sand overhead. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she reprimanded. Have you no sense of civic duty, throwing objects from above? Crack. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of explosions, Gaara lowered the sand, revealing that everyone remained unscathed in their positions. Well done, Gaara, Tsunade praised. At that moment, Sasori opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of poisonous needles. Again, Gaara waved his hand, summoning another layer of sand to shield them. The poisonous needles proved formidable, with a few piercing through the sand towards the group. They had to rely on their agility to evade, while Mei swiftly shielded the silver-haired youth in her arms, igniting Tsunade's fury. As the silver-haired youth shifted, his collar slightly exposed, revealing numerous kiss marks on his neck. Deidara continued to rain down explosives from above, prompting the group to scatter and occupy different positions. Mei, targeting Deidara in the sky, exerted her strength and hurled the silver-haired youth towards him. Take him out. The youth appeared to understand, halting midair, floating gracefully, wielding two blades to pursue Deidara. At this moment, Tsunade was certain that individual was Xian Yi, his ethereal white aura signifying the presence of the 8 gates. Tears blurred her vision as she felt betrayed. What foolish love is this? Not a single decent man in this world. Suddenly, behind her, Ino winced in pain, a poisonous needle having struck her thigh. Tsunade had no time to concoct an antidote. She could only summon a slug to assist in healing, intending to arrange for an antidote once the battle concluded. With a puff of white smoke, a massive slug appeared before them, accompanied by a bare-chested boy who was in the midst of pulling up his trousers. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, a look of confusion on his face, before silently donning his trousers, angrily stomping on the slug. Beast! You wretched beast! You bring me out without a word, and expect me to run around naked? Just say it outright. I wouldn't have denied you a glance. The slug sage remained unfazed, secretly relishing the moment. Having spent so much time with Xianyi that he had inadvertently adopted some of his sharp tongue and unruliness. At that moment, Tsunade felt tears welling in her eyes once more. Her little lecher had always been there, sending her heart into turmoil. Temari, too, caught sight of Xianyi, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. He had risked his life to save her. That was the epitome of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. What girl could remain indifferent in such a moment? You owe me tears. You owe me a 3-star fan. Xianyi, upon spotting Tsunade, felt a rush of joy, panting heavily as he dashed towards her. Haha, my love, I finally found you. With a powerful embrace, Xianyi enveloped Tsunade, nearly causing her to roll her eyes in exasperation. Ah, how nostalgic. Why haven't you come to see me? The slug, that little green pool, has been tormenting me, making me eat nothing but vegetable leaves. You little rascal, are you trying to outmuscle me? Whoosh. Suddenly, Xianyi felt a sharp pain in his backside. Reaching back to find a needle piercing him, dark blood oozing from the wound. Is this a poisonous needle? Tsunade nodded in affirmation. Xianyi gritted his teeth, a sound echoing like a creaking door. Damn it, who did that? Ah, you've been poisoned. Those two are not to be trifled with. Do not act impulsively. Nonsense. Who can rival my prowess now? His gaze swept back and forth before finally locking onto Scorpion. Without hesitation, he resolved to strike. You look like a wretched creature. Prepare to meet your end. In an instant, Xianyi appeared above Scorpion, delivering a devastating punch that shattered Scorpion's body, causing cracks to form on the ground beneath. When Mei Feng saw Xianyi's emergence, her hands trembled. That's the real body, he's alive? Then who have I been dealing with for the past 3 years? Are they twins? Lady Hokage, I wish to understand the specifics. May I see Lord Xianyi shortly? No, Tsunade replied haughtily, tilting her head. Seeing Scorpion in trouble, Deidara flung a white centipede towards Xianyi. Scorpion, I'm here to assist you, just hang on. The centipede detonated before reaching Xianyi, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As the dust settled, everyone saw that the explosion had been contained by a wall of earth, which then collapsed to reveal Xianyi glaring at Deidara. Do you have no sense of civic duty? As Shizun was being treated for the poison by a slug, she scoffed. Indeed. You can't expect 2 distinct individuals to emerge from the same nest, just as Lady Tsunade said. Then they heard Xianyi continue to berate the young blonde. If you injure me, your wife will be pregnant, and you won't even know who did it. Deidara's forehead throbbed with anger. You little brat. I'll blow you to bits. He pulled out a peculiar white clay figure with wings. C3, number 18. At that moment, Scorpion had already reverted to his own body and was retreating to a safe distance, as a puppeteer must maintain distance for safety. Chapter 76. Venting frustration, Xianyi brushed his hands over his head, a look of exhilaration on his face, his eyes fixed on the sky. Forbidden technique. 2 dragons play with pearls. As he spoke, a massive lightning dragon and a colossal water dragon intertwined, soaring into the sky before merging into a gigantic black water electric dragon. Deidara's C3, number 18, was struck by the electricity, losing all potency. It neither exploded nor did anything else. The black water electric dragon surged towards Deidara, who controlled his white bird to ascend higher, evading the attack. Damn, what troublesome entity is this? Just as Deidara thought he had dodged the assault, the black water electric dragon unexpectedly curved back, biting him. The scene stunned everyone. While it was not unusual for ninjutsu to change direction, this level of power was astonishing. The dragon's head erupted with black lightning, transforming the white bird into a charred black one. Xianyi sighed. Realizing that even a white bird could turn black with time, he had assumed colors were inherent. You little brat, your opponent is me. Scorpion produced a sealing scroll, releasing a puppet crafted by the 3rd Kazekage, launching 3 sandiron spears at Xianyi. You're quite the nuisance. Xianyi leapt to evade the attack, for white rings appearing around him, flashing rapidly. Scorpion, initially expressionless, glanced down as a dirt spear lunged at him, prompting a quick leap to the side. Soon, he found himself besieged by a flurry of dirt spears, leaving him little choice but to evade continuously. Tsunade watched in astonishment, sensing something was amiss, and turned to the slug sage. What exactly did you do to him? At the mention of this, the slug sage erupted in frustration. What could I have done? You should be asking him what he did to me. 3 years. Do you know how I've endured? I shared everything with him. I ate what he ate, and lived where he lived, yet he still bullied me. Tsunade furrowed her brow, puzzled. So what's wrong with this little rascal? He seemed a bit unhinged just now. Xianyi could only express his disbelief. What the hell? How could one compare living with a slug to any normal lifestyle? 3 years without even a shadow in sight. It's more relaxed than being in the army. You must be out of your mind. Kankuro finally recognized Scorpion and was about to share intelligence when he witnessed an unimaginable scene. Xianyi, bare-chested, wielding a beheading sword in one hand and a Kusanagi sword in the other, shouting about friendship, love, kinship, and bonds, charging into battle. Seizing the opportunity, Scorpion commanded the third Kazekage puppet to unleash a massive sandiron cone and a large rectangular block composed of sandiron. Magnet release, sand-iron world technique. The cone and block collided, sending a deluge of sandiron spears cascading down, enveloping Xianyi. Die, you madman. Ha ha, just a trivial trick. Forbidden technique, double edge of swords. The beheading sword and Kusanagi sword emitted brilliant white light, with the white lightning becoming increasingly prominent, eventually turning black. From a distance, Mei Feng recalled Xianyi's earlier words, her face flushing. What black long sword and silver short sword? How embarrassing. She glanced at the others, who wore expressions devoid of emotion, her face reddening even more, wondering if she appeared improper. Ahead, each of Xianyi's strikes shattered the sandiron spears, each swing cleaving through the sandiron attacks, charging towards Scorpion as if empowered by an elixir. Meanwhile, the ninjutsu in the sky concluded, leaving no trace of the blackbird or Deidara. As Xianyi reached Scorpion, the latter positioned the third Kazekage puppet in front of himself, dozens of wooden tendrils crashing down towards Xianyi, while he quickly retreated. Xianyi raised his sword, shattering the third Kazekage puppet, its fragments scattering across the ground, and looked at Scorpion with disdain. Even if you have opened your heart to me, I would never find you appealing. Scorpion ignored Xianyi's taunts, once again retrieving the sealing scroll. In no time, hundreds of puppets appeared in the sky. Come witness my eternal art. I once conquered a nation with this technique. I spit on that. Let me tell you, this is no longer a matter of group play. Even if you offered more, I would never agree. Everyone understood this time, their expressions darkening. After years apart, his personality had changed significantly. Forbidden technique, Wrath of the Fire Sea. Xianyi had trained in the wet-bone forest, mastering wind, fire, and earth releases, yet remained perplexed by yin-yang release. He inhaled deeply and exhaled, unleashing a torrent of flames erupting from the ground. The power was so immense that even Uchiha Madara's Great Fire Annihilation couldn't compare, as that was merely a B-rank ninjutsu, while this was a forbidden technique. The onlookers felt their faces heat up, their hair curling slightly, as if caught in a furnace. Chapter 77. The Thunder Shadow and Battle Scorpion's puppet army suffered significant losses in a single encounter, realizing the futility of capturing the One-Tail today. Retreat was the wisest option. Kid, I'll let you off this time. I'll settle the score later. With that, Scorpion turned to flee. Perhaps due to his still-clothed state, Xianyi's flames obscured his vision, leaving him unaware of Scorpion's shout as he continued to unleash fire. When Scorpion believed he had reached a safe distance, Deidara emerged from the other side, missing an arm. Being struck by such a high caliber of ninjutsu, and yet surviving is indeed a testament to your remarkable resilience. Lord Scorpion, please refrain from mocking me. If it weren't for my desperate act of severing my own arm and utilizing a clay substitute at a critical moment, I would have perished. Let us dispense with idle chatter and retreat. We shall capture the Jinchuriki once they have dispersed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Reikage and Haiden, as well as Kakuzu, has intensified to a fever pitch, leaving no patch of ground unscathed. Haiden, missing a piece of his clothing and one arm, clutches a massive scythe, grinning foolishly as he licks the blood from its blade. In an instant, he transforms into a black and white apparition, drawing blood from his severed arm and etching a peculiar sigil on the ground with his foot. Let me share this experience with you, ha ha ha, he declares, thrusting a black stick into his thigh, blood gushing forth. Reikage remains vigilant, aware of the dire condition of his two severely wounded subordinates behind him. Retreat is not an option. Just as he prepares to fend off Heiden's assault, he feels a sudden stab in his own thigh, blood spurting forth. What on earth is happening? He exclaims. Kakuzu's Akatsuki attire is tattered, prompting him to discard it. Emerging from behind him are two masked monsters, along with two others that Reikage has dispatched. Haiden, stop toying around. Finish him off, and then capture the eight tails. Kakuzu urges. Haiden rolls his eyes, drooling with glee, clearly impatient at the interruption. Enough noise. Do not disturb me while I prepare the ultimate offering for Lord Jashin. With a sudden thrust, Haiden plunges his weapon into Reikage's abdomen, who, in turn, clutches his wound in agony. Just as Haiden readies for another strike, Reikage erupts with fury. You dare underestimate the Reikage? If you wish to kill me, let us see who meets their end first. Rage and scythe. Boom. Haiden's chest is obliterated, blood spurting as he is forcefully expelled from the ritual. Reikage, similarly wounded yet undeterred, stands fiercely, his eyes blazing with determination. Itai no Raijin. Reikage vanishes in a flash, reappearing above Haiden with a powerful downward strike, infused with desperation. The ground shakes violently, and dust clouds billow, leaving a massive crater in its wake as Haiden is bisected. Huh. You are next. Prepare for my thunderbomb. Reikage charges toward Kakuzu, fists raised, his eyes glowing with intensity. Kakuzu, unable to evade Reikage's onslaught, relies on his extensive combat experience to endure. Secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. A torrent of multicolored chakra erupts from Kakuzu, striking Reikage directly. Gritting his teeth, Reikage withstands the assault, tearing through Kakuzu's defenses. Raijin's dance. With unwavering resolve, Reikage gathers chakra in his left hand and unleashes a crescent arc, severing Kakuzu's head. The Earth Grudge Fear ceases as Reikage pursues the two monsters, obliterating their masks with a single punch. Coughing violently, he expels blood but disregards his injuries, rallying his strength to aid his two subordinates, activating his lightning release chakra mode as he races toward Tsunade. Hokage, as long as you save my men, I would gladly offer my life. Elsewhere, Shinyi hides by Tsunade's feet, nervously pinching his ears as she scolds him. The Mizukage observes the scene, his heart filled with mixed emotions, and seizes the opportunity to stealthily retreat, carrying away the silver-haired youth wearing a root mask, swiftly disappearing without a trace. Back at the scene, Ching, who accompanied the Mizukage, turns around. Where did our leader go? To the restroom? Activating his Byakugan, his eyes widen in shock. Mizukage, wait for me. Xian Yi points in the direction Ching departed, recalling that this individual had also attacked him earlier. Tsunade's gaze locks onto Ching, her lips slightly parted. Exhaling a heated breath. One-eyed dragon, halt right there. Ching freezes before sprinting away at full speed, desperate to escape. Run quickly. Temari, on the verge of advising him, is rendered speechless by Xianye's address to Tsunade, instantly petrified. No, it can't be true. This is not real. Their ages do not match. Then, overhearing their exchange. My dear, I was wrong. I shall refrain from foul language henceforth. Tsunade nods in understanding. Good, just don't kneel. Stand up and let me see if you've lost weight. Chapter 78. Activation of clones. Xian Yi rises triumphantly, patting his abs with a proud demeanor. Well, I used to touch yours. Now I permit you to touch mine in return. Tsunade's eyes widen in disbelief. While his abs may not stand out, his V-line is certainly pronounced. Her slender fingers cautiously explore the contours before she swiftly removes her pink jacket, draping it over him. Cough, cough. I am not that sort of person. Put something on to avoid drawing attention. We can discuss this later. Xian Yi inhales the fragrance of the garment, reminiscent of Tsunade's scent. All right. Temari feels as though the sky has fallen, lost and dazed, her eyes devoid of light. At that moment, Kakashi's voice breaks through the chaos. Hokage, it seems Shizen has fainted. Tsunade slaps her forehead, almost forgetting her subordinate, and rushes over to assess the extent of the poison. The poison has infiltrated her thigh, but fortunately, a slug had assisted in treatment, preventing further spread. I'll do it. Xian Yi volunteers, raising his hand and rushing forward. Just as he squats down to extract the poison, Tsunade kicks him aside. Get out of the way. You only seek to take advantage. Were you not poisoned as well? Why are you fine? Xian Yi, with a pained expression, reveals, my dear, I think I've just started my cycle. Tsunade's face darkens, rendered speechless. She often finds it challenging to keep up with his banter. Temari, blushing fiercely, steps forward. Her face is red as a ripe fruit. I can help Xianyi extract the poison. Before anyone can comprehend Temari's words, Xianyi interjects. I have mastered the wet bone forest technique. Toxins have no effect on me. From now on, you shall call me the wet sage. Tsunade retorts vehemently. Why not call yourself the kidney-deficient sage instead? Wet? Who are you wet for? She turns to Temari, her expression puzzled. What did you just say? Temari flails her arms, utterly flustered. And nothing. Kankuro sighs softly, observing his sister's infatuation, pondering the difficulty of winning her heart. Tsunade dismisses all the men, producing a bamboo tube from nowhere to apply fire cupping on Shizune. Time passes slowly, and once the task is completed, the poison is finally cleared. Tsunade turns to find Xianyi gushing blood from his nose, staring wide-eyed. Is it appealing? It's passable. I can handle it. Could you bring a bit more? Thud. Xianyi sits beside a small hillock, looking dejected with a lump on his head. Temari approaches slowly, sitting beside him. Why you hello? Not good. If you want to show it, then don't hit me. Temari gathers from snippets of conversation that Xianyi has likely been hidden away for years. Struggling to recover his personality, and she pays it little mind. As Temari was about to say something to ease the tension, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Hokage, I have arrived. Please save my subordinates. Everyone turned to see Raikage, gravely injured, carrying two unconscious individuals. Temari gritted her teeth, realizing why Raikage was not well liked. He was indeed bothersome. Although the five Kages had formed a temporary alliance, Tsunade was reluctant to offer aid due to their deep-seated animosities. It was only after Raikage promised a sum of 1 billion ryo that Tsunade agreed to help, a considerable amount indeed. When Xuanya had deceived Tsunade earlier, he had utilized IOUs, as there was hardly any cash involved. A makeshift camp was hastily erected, and as soon as Shizune regained consciousness, Tsunade enlisted her assistance. All three individuals were severely injured, and with just one healer, it would be impossible to treat everyone in a single night. Meanwhile, at the site of the previous battle between Raikage and Kakazu, the latter slowly rose, a head suddenly sprouting from the decapitated body. Cough, cough. Raikage's strength should not be underestimated, he mused. Little Kudo, you're finally awake. Help me reattach my body. It hurts immensely. It turned out that neither of them had perished. Kakazu had merely been blasted apart, leaving one heart feigning death, while Haiden, being immortal, was merely in pieces and unable to reassemble himself. As night fell, with the full moon hanging high and the stars twinkling, a gentle breeze swept across the plains. Xuanya sought a secluded spot, closing his eyes to restart his clone. My clone is still alive. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself on a large bed, gazing at a wooden ceiling. Beside him lay a stunning beauty, tightly embracing him, her restless hands exploring his body. Xuanya made no attempt to resist. He was curious about her intentions. The beauty held him close, her eyes fluttering shut, and after a long moment, she trembled slightly before opening her eyes, planting a deep kiss on his neck, leaving a mark before delicately wiping her lips. At that moment, she furrowed her brows, recalling how previously, no matter how she teased him, he would remain unresponsive, save for instinctual reactions. But today, he had reacted differently. The cunning frog has been feeling your belly, she remarked playfully, clad in a sheer nightgown as she perched on the windowsill, her tone alluring. Since you are here, I believe we should have a proper conversation. Chapter 79. Turning worries into peace. Xuanya believed he had remained motionless, exactly as he usually did, yet this woman possessed an astonishing sense of perception. How did you realize I was here? He inquired. Conan lifted a glass of red wine from the nearby table, swirling it gently before taking a small sip. You're bleeding from your nose? She remarked. Startled, Xuanya instinctively reached to check, only to discover his limbs were bound to the corners of the bed in a cross shape. What the are we playing this way? He had not looked down before, but now he noticed numerous welts across his body. Goodness, you play quite creatively. Conan turned her head away, unable to meet Xuanya's gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. No, it's not what you think. I must retrieve this clone. I cannot allow such precious memories to fade away. Upon hearing this, Conan grew anxious, instinctively exclaiming, No, you can't. Xuanya looked at her incredulously. Why not? Before Conan could explain, he sensed another clone, the one resembling Yoko Matsugane, rapidly losing its connection. Damn, there's no time for explanations. Wait for me. I have something urgent to attend to. With that, the clone's eyes lost focus, becoming vacant. In the Rain Village. Within the Akatsuki's base, Pain stood before a bed, holding a black rod, where a naked girl lay. Conan, unable to bear the sight, gazed into the distance, silently bidding farewell to Yoko. Stop. Suddenly, Yoko sat up, seizing Pain's wrist, the cold, gleaming rod mere inches from her. What do you need that for? Pain's expression remained impassive as he slowly retracted the rod, but Conan interrupted, embracing Yoko and weeping silently. I'm so glad you're awake. Yoko shrank back, feeling the chill of the black rod embedded in her left arm, realizing it had hindered her senses. Wait, why are you two playing such games? And why are you undressing me? There is no reasonable explanation for this. Without a word, Pain waved his sleeve and exited the room, leaving Yoko and Conan alone. Yoko, look at this guy. He clearly isn't someone you can trust for life. You should come with me. My feelings for you are sincere. Conan smiled softly, realizing the truth in his words. You shouldn't blame him. This was my decision. Yoko, still furious, pushed Conan down, using her only free arm to tease her. Conan did not resist, her cheeks slightly flushed as she continued to explain. 3 years ago, you fell into a coma, and I have been caring for you. However, your chakra has been depleting daily, and your health was deteriorating. I thought this method would help Pain preserve your body. Yoko's anger flared. This is clearly an attempt to mummify me. What difference is there between that and death? I don't care. You undressed me, so you shouldn't wear anything either. What? Conan gasped as her Akatsuki uniform was stripped away, revealing a tight leather outfit that accentuated her figure, only slightly less than Tsunade's. Well, I didn't expect this from you, Conan. Stop. This can't continue. It's impossible for us. I don't believe it. How will you know unless you try? Yoko's eyes gleamed with desire, having longed for intimacy. Now, faced with temptation, she couldn't hold back, devouring 2 peaches in one bite, as if starving. Conan, with gritted teeth, pushed Yoko away, her eyes filled with sorrow. Yoko, if you continue like this, I will be angry. But Yoko seemed oblivious, expertly removing Conan's shoes and socks with practiced ease. The room filled with heavy, heated breaths, and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Conan, you need to calm down. There is something wrong with your condition. I'm sorry, but I can't hold back any longer. Conan's pupils dilated as she realized Yoko was serious, but she wasn't accustomed to such advances. Yoko, disregarding everything, performed an acrobatic split, unleashing her desires with fervor. Meanwhile, Tsunade's temporary camp was alive with its own tensions. Shumaru stealthily entered the tent of Xianyi, her heart a tumult of emotions. A blend of reluctance alongside a flicker of anticipation and hope. Observing Xianyi sleeping soundly, occasionally murmuring in his dreams, she gently settled beside him, recounting the memories and longings of the past few years. As she spoke, a sense of fate's irony stirred within her, and her mood shifted to one of agitation, her gaze inadvertently fixating on his lips. Chapter 80. The little bunny Shumaru contemplated that a mere kiss would suffice. Post-kiss, she would not linger, thus affirming that they once cherished each other. Slowly leaning in, even the high-ranking ninja vest could not conceal her alluring figure. Peck, peck, peck. What was meant to be a single kiss unexpectedly escalated as Xianyi, driven by his subconscious, embraced Shumaru and fervently kissed her. Outside the tent, Kakashi stood guard, observing Tsunade performing surgery while simultaneously witnessing the intimate exchange between Xianyi and Shumaru. Ah, what a chaotic scene. In the hidden village of Rain, outside the secret chamber of the Akatsuki base, Pain sensed that Conan had likely explained everything to the other party, and thus he knocked on the door. Is it resolved? Inside the room, Conan, previously lost in passion, was abruptly pulled back to reality, kicking away the unsuspecting Aoi and swiftly donning her Akatsuki uniform. Paper jutsu, the technique of the god of paper. A multitude of white paper materialized out of thin air, enveloping Aoi from the neck down, fashioning it into a semblance of clothing. It's done. Creak. The door opened, and Pain stepped inside, casually tossing the Xian character ring to Aoi. Now that you are awake, let us resume work. Regarding your issues, feel free to share. The organization will assist you. If you prefer silence, that is also acceptable, for everyone harbors their own secrets. At that moment, Pain noticed an unusual flush on both their faces. Aoi appeared to be swallowing something, and Conan's shoes were nowhere to be found. Conan, Did you feed her something? Conan's face turned even redder as she explained. Her body was too weak, so I provided her with some nourishment. Pain nodded thoughtfully. You two seem to share a close bond. I shall take my leave. You stay and look after her. Understood. As Conan escorted Pain out, she shot a glare at Aoi. Look what you've caused. Aoi smiled mischievously, enjoying the moment, but lamented her own physical discomfort. Once Pain departed, Aoi gazed intently at Conan. Can we continue? Conan hurriedly retrieved a set of clothes for Aoi to wear. We can't. If you keep this up, I'll pair you with Haiden. That fool is still alive. Haiden is immortal. It's not that easy to kill him. The worldview of the Naruto universe is quite distinct. 16 is considered adulthood, and 18 is the age for marriage. It is indeed a time of youthful exuberance, filled with the essence of hormones. After spending 3 years in the Wetbone Forest, Xianyu was akin to a parched land finally receiving rain. Kurenai was bathing, while Xianyu refocused his attention, having ensured Conan was settled before approaching, hoping for a stroke of luck. However, he found that her mother had just finished, and curiously, he noticed several new wounds adorning his own body. Zoro had once remarked that scars on one's back are a mark of shame. Yet, the scars on his front were equally disconcerting, a testament to unfulfilled desires. The following morning, fine rain fell from the sky, dark clouds looming, indicating an impending downpour. The surgery had concluded successfully, with all 3 from the Cloud Village safe, though the Raikage bore the brunt of the injuries. Hokage, I am grateful for your treatment. I shall remember this favor. Tsunade prepared to return to Konoha, dismissing the Raikage with a wave of her hand. Just don't forget to pay me. I abhor debtors. Don't force my hand. Though the Cloud Village was not affluent, 10 billion Ryo could still be amassed, and Tsunade did not dwell on it. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Kankuro noticed Shumaru's lips were swollen and inquired with curiosity, Sister, what happened to your lips? Oh, I ate something spicy. Shumaru evaded his gaze, uttering nothing but untruths, prompting Kankuro to press further. That's odd. We didn't bring any spicy ingredients. Shumaru stepped heavily on Kankuro's foot, causing him to wince in pain. I said I ate it. Do you have any more questions? And no, sister, please let go. It hurts. Gaara, with dark circles under his eyes, fixed his gaze on Xianyi, particularly noting his slightly swollen lips. Shumaru, did you eat spicy food with Xianyi? Xianyi, hearing his name, wondered why he had no recollection of such an event, only noticing a lingering taste of rice balls in his mouth. Had he eaten rice balls last night? Once Tsunade finished her tasks, she turned and affectionately draped her arm over Xianyi's shoulder, smiling as she whispered, Little rascal, let's go home. I have a surprise for you. What surprise? I want to tell you. You'll find out when we return. You're not suggesting that you've already prepared for our wedding, are you? Bah, dream on. You've just come of age. You're not even at the marriageable age yet. Can't I make you pregnant out of wedlock? Tsunade scowled, playfully hitting Xianyi. Meanwhile, Shumaru watched the playful banter between them, filled with envy. The group continued on their journey until they reached a fork in the road, where Gaara needed to remain as Kazekage and could not accompany them to Konoha. When Tsunade and the others arrived at the entrance of Konoha, it was already bustling with people eager to welcome her back. Among the crowd, several beautiful women's eyes were drawn to Xianyi, tears welling up. Yet they restrained the impulse to rush forward and embrace him. Chapter 81. The Forbidden Ninja title. Tsunade gently patted Xianyi's shoulder, whispering in his ear, Go console your admirers. They were heartbroken upon hearing of your demise and nearly clashed with several ninja villages. Xianyi scrutinized Tsunade, sensing she was testing him. Tsunade nudged him playfully, waved goodbye, and walked away. Once the battlefield was cleared, only he, Anko, Sakura, Ino, Kurenai, Naruto, Shino, Asuma, Niji, and Tenten remained. Hinata and Hanabi were absent, as they had gone to visit Xianyi's grave, a ritual they maintained monthly over the past 3 years. Anko was the first to rush over, enveloping Xianyi in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. You little rascal, how could you not run when you knew there were so many people? You made me worry so much. Now, Xianyi stood at the same height as Anko, no longer needing to cling to her neck for comfort. He gently patted her back, offering reassurance. I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, if I had fled, none of my companions would have survived, and I would have felt even guiltier. Anko, still sobbing, playfully punched Xianyi's shoulder, understanding the reasoning but conflicted in her emotions. All right, let's talk more later. Don't block the entrance for others. Tintin and Ino exchanged approving glances, thumping their chests in solidarity, assuring everyone that with the two of them present, no one would breach the gates of Konoha. As the group walked together, their conversation shifted from sorrow to joy, and they soon learned what Hanabi and Hinata had been up to. Xianye's gaze gradually settled on Kurenai and Asuma, noting the scars adorning Asuma's face, remnants of always handiwork, unrelated to him. Teacher Xiaohong, did you not promise me before to leave a way out? What is that old man about? You wouldn't have taken a liking to his meager benefits, would you? Tonight seems quite suitable. Shall we go to my place or yours? Sunset Hong has completely embraced a cunning nature, speaking her mind without a care for the judgment of others. Asuma, unaware, let his cigarette fall from his lips. After pursuing you for 3 years, you never acquiesced. It turns out you prefer those younger. Snowflakes flutter, and the north wind howls. A single cut of the cold plum blossom. Noting that no one was paying him any mind, Naruto dashed to the front of the crowd, hands forming the seals for his seductive technique. A puff of smoke erupted, revealing a multitude of beautiful, bare maidens before the astonished onlookers, their modesty obscured by pixelation. Xianyumph. To his right, Xianye's Byakugan activated, surprisingly undeterred by the pixelation, or more aptly, Naruto's technique failed to conjure what he had not seen before. Sakura and Ino charged into the seductive technique, launching a fierce assault. Naruto, you scoundrel, how dare you use such a jutsu in public? Seeking death, are you? Naruto, unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable, perish. I was wrong, please stop. Amidst laughter and cheer, Xianye accepted a series of invitations, including one from Sunset Hong, before departing towards the cemetery. At the Konoha village martyr-s cemetery, Hinata knelt before a gravestone, burning offerings while murmuring about recent events in her life, hoping to alleviate the loneliness of the departed. Hanabi understood that the coffin was empty, and that no one had ever seen Xianye's body. She did not believe this was his resting place. Her heart set on vengeance. While consuming offerings, she glared intently at the words inscribed on the tombstone. Grave of Xianye, deceased in Konoha 60 years ago, single-handedly repelled the combined assault of the villages of Cloud, Rock, Mist, and Sound. Hanabi, is it not rather unethical to pilfer from my offerings? Huh? The two girls turned, recognizing each other despite the time lapse. In a swift motion, Hanabi leaped to embrace Xianye, clinging to him like an octopus. You're alive. Truly alive, so warm. Hanabi, you dropped an apple on my head. And how are you even feeling the warmth? After a brief bout of tears, Hinata wiped her eyes and urged Hanabi to come down, reminding her that she had grown up and could not cling to Xianye so. I don't care. You can't deny me this embrace. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade spent a considerable time polishing the crystal ball of Sarutobi Hiruzen, fumbling as she struggled to use it. Damn it, if it's not visible, then it's not visible. An Umbu ninja suddenly appeared in the Hokage's office. Tsunade tossed a document and solemnly instructed, disseminate this document widely, preferably to make the entire ninja world aware that Konoha's forbidden ninja, Xianye, is not dead. This title was a spur-of-the-moment creation by Tsunade, driven by her ulterior motives. The combination of equal strength and a resounding name bore no immediate drawbacks. The Umbu ninja promptly accepted the order and swiftly began spreading the news through both dark and light channels. In the hidden cloud village, at the Yunlei Gorge, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki strolled forward, both donning hats and striding confidently. Mr. Itachi, the mission with Kakuzu has failed. It seems we are pressed for time. Not to worry, we have ample time. Let us proceed with force. Very well, water style, great waterfall technique. At the border of the sand village, Gaara stood before familiar faces, Deidara and Sasori. Aware of his disadvantage, he quietly instructed his companions behind him. Temari, Kankuro, you go to Konoha for assistance. I will hold them off. Chapter 82. Life and Death Race. Temari and Kankuro understood they could not assist here and would only distract Gaara. Thus they swiftly fled towards Konoha. Kankuro, head to the sand village for aid. I will go to Konoha. Gaara, hold on. We will return shortly. Temari hastily instructed before vanishing. Deidara glanced at Temari and smirked, retrieving clay from his pocket with his left hand while forming seals with his right. Boom. A white clay dragon emerged as Deidara mounted it, soaring into the sky. Sasori, I will take care of those two. Sasori shot a glance at Deidara, ignoring him. However, Kankuro's departure to the sand village would bypass him, allowing that would reflect poorly on him. Puppet technique. 100 Machine Manipulation. Sasori shed his Akatsuki cloak, unleashing a swarm of puppets that filled the area. Gaara's gaze sharpened as he raised his hands, summoning a massive hand of sand to grasp at Deidara in the air. You shall not pass. Deidara swiftly threw out white spider clay, shouting, explode. The two hands of sand were immediately obliterated. Gaara continued to manipulate the sand, forming spears that relentlessly shot towards Deidara. Your foes are not merely me. Sasori's tone remained calm, devoid of emotion. All the puppets surged towards Gaara, surrounding him from all directions, drawing out poison blades as they advanced. Gaara continued to pursue Deidara, ignoring the puppet army. Clang! The sound of blades clashing against sand echoed, as Gaara's passive sand shield automatically defended against attacks. Kankuro swiftly darted past Sasori, racing towards the sand village, finally drawing Sasori's attention. Then I shall deal with you first. Sasori produced a scroll from his back, pressing it into his arm, igniting his limbs with flames that, while small in area, were intensely concentrated. The high-temperature fireball struck Kankuro in mere seconds, reducing him to a charred husk. Kankuro. Gaara's eyes widened in anguish, the character for love on his forehead morphing into one of rage. Sasori, however, appeared dissatisfied, retracting the flamethrower and gazing into the distance. He escaped, a puppet substitute? Truly an intriguing descendant. Gaara did not hear Sasori's words. He only felt the world collapse as he lost another loved one. You shall perish. Sandstorm Burial. With a sweeping motion, Gaara unleashed a torrent of yellow sand, crashing down like a tidal wave upon Sasori. Sasori had no means of evading such an attack, and in an instant, he was engulfed by the sea of sand. Sandstorm Burial. Gaara clapped his hands, causing the vast sea of sand to freeze in place, a ripple of invisible energy sweeping across its surface. In the air, Deidara finally completed his artistic masterpiece, casting it from the heights as he swiftly pursued Temari. Gaara, a grand gift for you. C3, number 18. Gaara sensed that beneath the sand, Sasori had not perished, his consciousness merely trapped within a puppet body that had been crushed. Just as he intended to exert more force, he noticed something falling from above and hurriedly controlled the sand for defense. Boom! A colossal, fiery red mushroom cloud erupted skyward, the explosive force astounding. Gaara's hurried defense was utterly insufficient, and as the explosion subsided, his figure was barely revealed. His body lay shattered like an eggshell, blood and flesh mangled. Huff, huff. I am still standing. You come back here. Ultimate sand technique. Spear of protection. Gaara trembled as he raised his formidable hand, conjuring a spear of sand adorned with orange patterns, which he hurled with all his strength towards Deidara's retreating figure. Thud! A long blade suddenly pierced Gaara's abdomen, dark blood gushing forth. Coughing, he thought, how could this be? Scorpion, bare-chested, sheathed his long knife, appearing entirely unscathed, while the fourth scroll on his back vanished without a trace. You underestimate me, fifth Kazekage. The third Kazekage met his end in a similar manner at my hands. Gaara's consciousness blurred, his thoughts muddled as the severity of his injuries and the poison overwhelmed him, plunging him into darkness. Meanwhile, Deidara had flown a considerable distance when he sensed a disturbance behind him. Tilting his head to evade, a sand spear grazed past his ear. What was that? He mused, momentarily distracted before resuming his pursuit of Shino. Flying was certainly quicker than running, and he soon caught up with her. Got you now, clay clone. Deidara spat out clay from his mouth, which transformed into two bizarre humanoid figures upon landing, pursuing Shino. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, wind release, scythe technique. Shino retrieved a newly forged gigantic iron fan and summoned a weasel, wielding it with great force. Two whirlwinds instantly pulverized the clay clones, offering no resistance as she continued her escape. Once she scaled the mountain, she would be within Konoha's sensory range, and reinforcements would soon arrive. In the air, Deidara issued a command, and the clay clones exploded, forming a small mushroom cloud. Chapter 83. The Orphan of the Uzumaki Clan. The weasel, spinning to create a tornado to slice through enemies, caused anything it touched to explode. The one-eyed dragon weasel was blown away, its sides shattered, and its trousers obliterated, lying on the ground, convulsing, before finally dissipating into white smoke. Deidara, now serious, quickly scattered clay spiders and grasshoppers, bombs that would detonate at speed. In Konoha, Shuanya was led by Tsunade into the village's dark dungeon, where the only sounds were their footsteps. Occasionally, They passed a cell where inmates clutched the iron bars, fervently pleading for mercy. Some deranged individuals even attempted to taunt Tsunade, clearly driven mad by their confinement. Tsunade felt no compassion. These individuals were either information spies or traitors to Konoha, deserving of no pity. However, Xuanya could not tolerate their taunts towards Tsunade. He formed a water blade, intending to grant them eternal rest, eliminating their burdensome thoughts. Do you feel no guilt? What guilt? It's nothing. How absurd. Tsunade finally halted at the innermost cell, rapping on the iron bars and pointing inside. Recognize her? Xuanya peered in, his mouth forming an O shape, eyes widening. So that's it. I don't know her. Then why the O? Tsunade, exasperated, smacked Xuanya lightly, her tone sharp. This is Doyui, a subordinate of Orochimaru. Only then did Xuanya scrutinize the individual, red hair cascading to her waist, a tall and striking young woman. Her previously sun-kissed skin had turned pale, her expression perpetually fierce, yet undeniably beautiful. How is she still alive? She is an orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Since I captured her, how could I bring myself to kill her? Xuanya mischievously tapped on the cell door, catching Doyui's attention with a beckoning finger. Come and train me. Doyui, with a pitiful expression, replied, You promise? Xuanya wore a comical face, shaking his head. Doyui, clad in prison garb, her hands and feet shackled to prevent chakra use, nonetheless reached out from her cell. Oh, I can't reach you. I can't hit you. You little rat, don't run. Come here, I'm going to kill you. Xuanya teased. Come on, if you can catch me. I'll let you have your way. Creak. The cell door swung open. Both stared in confusion at the entrance, where Tsunade had just withdrawn her key, smiling warmly at them. What are you doing opening the door, you wasteful tiger woman? Xuanya swiftly blocked the door, while Doyui pushed against it, even attempting to bite Xuanya's hand. Having been imprisoned for 3 years, she had long abandoned hope of escape, resigned to her fate, even if it meant death. Tsunade, patting Xuanya's back and pinching his cheek, turned to leave. I'm entrusting her to you. Help me train her for a couple of days. Oh, by the way, Orochimaru died a few days ago. As her footsteps faded, Xuanya pondered, though he did not dwell on it. Doyui's eyes instantly dulled, no longer considering escape, dragging her shackles back to her bed and lying down, muttering, What does it matter to me? Orochimaru can't be dead. You're lying to me. Xuanya withdrew his hand, noticing it had been bitten, and quickly used his mouth to staunch the bleeding. Hey, aren't you coming out? Doyui ignored him, still mumbling to herself, her faith shattered, her will to live extinguished. I'll take you to find Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Doyui sat up straight, eyes fixed on Xuanya. Orochimaru is not dead. I don't know. I think my wife wouldn't lie to you. Then what do you want with Orochimaru? Are you going to kill me? If so, do it quickly. I won't resist. With that, Doyui lay back down. Xuanya kicked the cell door open and stepped inside. Why don't you resist? Otherwise, I feel like a villain without purpose. Doyui remained silent as Xuanya poked her foot, causing her to twitch. He continued to poke, and she kicked back, a smile breaking through her fierce demeanor. Orochimaru had been like a father to Doyui and her companions, a divine figure in their eyes, so his loss was profound. All right, you not only bite me, but also kick me. How about this? Let us fight. If you lose, you must obey me, and if you win, I'll obey you. No, you little brat, go play by yourself. Fine. If you win, I'll not only obey you, but also help you resurrect Orochimaru. Doyui perked up. You can resurrect Orochimaru? I can't. You dare to trick me. It's better to kill you first. Xuanya dashed out of the cell, with Doyui in hot pursuit, the clanking of her shackles attracting the attention of other prisoners. Chapter 84. Escape from Death. Doyui, with Jonin-level combat skills, excelled in Jinjutsu, summoning techniques, and curse seal techniques. As she burst out of the dungeon, the sunlight was blinding, rendering her momentarily sightless. Suddenly, she found herself grabbed, thrown to the ground, with someone perched on her back. I win. Xuanya chuckled, patting the back of Doyui's head. Her anger flared, her body tensed, yet she lacked the strength to retaliate. You tricked me. This isn't fair. In the world of ninjas, where is the fairness? You once ambushed me with a whole group. I don't care. I won, and you must obey me. Who dared to bet against you? I certainly will not heed the words of the male pet of the Hokage. Xuanya was infuriated. Her curses were far more scathing than her own words. With a swift motion, she hoisted Doyu and marched towards the Hokage building. Along the way, she encountered Tian and suddenly remembered that he had yet to establish his trading association. Tian. Upon hearing his name, Tian turned around, his two bun-like hairdos bouncing in surprise. Are you back from the dead? He exclaimed. Hey, stop running. I'm not dead. Tian cautiously approached Xuanya and poked her arm, relieved to feel warmth. As they walked and chatted, Xuanya learned that Tian had indeed set up a trading association over the past 3 years, aptly named the Tian Trading Association. However, its prospects had been rather bleak. Despite Tsunade's backing, profits had been minimal. Tian had just returned from Tsunade, where he had been seeking markets. Are you not tired of carrying this lovely lady? Xuanya inquired, giving Duoyu a playful pat on the back. Not at all. She's quite light, Xuanya replied. That's not what I meant. She pointed at the shackles adorning Duoyu, and Tian understood, choosing not to press further. Regarding that, I wish to become a shareholder in your Tian Trading Association. Furthermore, I can provide mobile combat support, which will facilitate your operations in the future. With that, Xuanya drew the Kusanagi sword and tossed it to Tian, stating, You can use this for self-defense, especially since you often venture outside where dangers abound. Tian looked doubtful. Stepping back slightly, I appreciate your sentiment, but I shall decline the gift. Am I truly so terrible in your eyes that you feel the need to be wary of me? If I wished to pursue you, I would have done so long ago, without any need for subterfuge. After exchanging a few more words, Tian took his leave. He was aware of Xuanya's combat prowess and recognized that the idea of investing was originally hers, hence he held no reservations. In the land of clouds, at the Yunlei Gorge, the eight-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, lay weakly on the ground, while the fearsome Kisame wielded his sword, Semihata. Kisame, we have company, he warned. What? The group turned to see Reikage, wrapped in bandages, charging towards them with a fierce roar that echoed throughout the gorge. You lot. No one leaves today? Oh. Big brother. Killer Bee struggled to his feet, his chakra manifesting as a red cloak of the tailed beast. Reikage activated his lightning release chakra mode, and together they shouted. Absolute beastly lightning cleaver. Their figures surged forward, colliding fiercely around Kisame. Just as Kisame raised his hands to form a seal, his head was severed, and his body collapsed lifelessly. Uchiha Itachi felt no remorse. He simply turned and left, having failed the mission to capture the eight tails and witnessing Kisame's demise. Reikage attempted to pursue, but was stopped by Killer Bee, who shook his head, indicating that it was unwise to continue. Big brother, you are injured and unfit to fight. And that man is even more terrifying. Reikage recalled the immortal duo and glanced at the headless corpse on the ground. Someone, burn this bastard. I will oversee the incineration myself. On the border of Konoha, Temari was covered in burns, her fishnet stockings charred, and her legs weakened as she crawled towards the village. I cannot fall. Gaara is still waiting for me. Deidara, equally bewildered, wondered why this woman was still alive after he had exhausted all his clay. Woman, you deserve to die for my art. I shall end your life with the highest form of artistry. As he prepared to gather more clay, he noticed Konoha's guards had arrived, compelling him to eliminate them instead. Below, a purple-haired Umbu ninja carried Temari towards Konoha, while other Umbu launched shurikens at the flying bird overhead. The captain can't hit it. It's too high. Use more force. Just hold him off. Reinforcements are on their way. That man is an Akatsuki member. Everyone watch out. The big bird is dropping something white. Those are bombs. Take cover. Deidara, realizing he could not linger, cursed his luck and withdrew, knowing he had stirred trouble he could not handle. In the Hokage office, Temari was brought in unconscious, blood dripping from her legs. Tsunade immediately kicked Xuanya aside, slipped on her shoes, and rushed to assist. Xuanya, seeing Temari's dire state, set down her nail polish and hurried over to help. Duoyu was treated like a doll, hanging outside the window, her mouth sweet as if coated in honey. After some rudimentary treatment, Temari groggily regained consciousness and, realizing she had been saved, urgently pleaded, Gaara has been attacked by the Akatsuki. Hurry and rescue him. Please, if you delay, he will be captured. Chapter 85. Sister Conan. Once the location was confirmed, Tsunade immediately commanded Kakashi to lead Team 7, while Kurenai was to lead Team 8 to provide support. Kakashi reluctantly accepted the mission, entering through the window with his usual deadpan expression. Shortly thereafter, Kurenai arrived at the Hokage's office, and both teams set off. As they exited the village, they rushed towards Tsunade, passing through the area where Gaara had fought, spotting dark blood on the ground. It appears Gaara has been poisoned and captured, Let us head to Tsunade, Kakashi sighed. The others voiced no objections, and after 3 hours of travel, they reached Tsunade only to find that the enemy was also preparing to support Gaara, led by Chiyo. Is that you, Tsukumo Hitaki? I am Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi met Chiyo's gaze, which held a hint of malice, but he remained impassive and undeterred. Eventually, it was Kankuro who diffused the tension by stating that their primary objective was to rescue Gaara first, and other matters could be addressed later. Moreover, since Konoha and Tsunade were currently allies, it was best to avoid conflict. Upon hearing this, Chiyo relented, realizing there was little else to be done. After all, war inherently brings death, and all was thus unavoidable. Kakashi formed hand signs and slammed his hand onto the ground, invoking the summoning technique. A puff of smoke revealed a large bulldog adorned with a Konoha forehead protector. Sakura Haruno took a step back upon seeing the summoned dog, inching closer to Xuanya, recalling some unpleasant memories. Madam, you used the same shampoo as me. You have quite the taste. What? Those painful memories. Sakura gasped, promptly switching brands that night. Xuanya's main consciousness was elsewhere, otherwise, she would have taken the opportunity to have some fun. In the Rain Village, at the Akatsuki's base, Konan and Tsunade followed suit, using the body flicker technique to converge at the location where the Outer Path's golem was hidden. Upon arrival, they discovered that the Jinchuriki captured by the Akatsuki were all sealed, barely alive. Let us not waste time. We must act swiftly, Pain commanded, leading the charge to seal the one tail within Gaara. Tsunade, possessing the least chakra, was also the least involved in combat, merely trying to stall for time. Every now and then, she would intervene, infuriating Pain to the point where he severed her projection of the body flicker technique. How intolerant. Tsunade glanced at Konan, who sat cross-legged on the sofa, utterly still. There she is. What can I do? I can't help it. As she gradually approached, the two had met openly countless times before, so their movements were remarkably fluid. In the blink of an eye, she found herself enveloped within the food packaging, indulging in a feast of cherries, peaches, plush fish, and chocolate ice cream. Hidden within the lair of the Outer Path's golem, Xiaonan felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, her cheeks flushed and heart racing, yet she dared not lose focus. As time passed, 3 hours later, her legs trembled, nearly unable to support her. Finally, she could no longer endure, her tone icy as she spoke. Leader, you may commence the sealing of the two tails. I have some personal matters to attend to. Pain, sensing her urgency, reluctantly nodded, deciding it best to refrain from involvement in such matters. Go. Teach her a lesson or two. Her behavior has become increasingly unruly lately. At Xiaonan's home, upon awakening, she discovered the situation was dire. She felt sullied, having been thoroughly depleted. Yamamoto, you should join Haiden's team, she said, exuding frustration as she wondered why he refused to heed her advice. For she was not one to take such matters lightly. Sister Xiaonan, Haiden already has a partner, and you cannot dismantle their relationship for your own happiness. Fine. Since you like him so much, today you may indulge to your heart's content. No, Sister Xiaonan, she lamented, her patience wearing thin as she resolved to retaliate, believing that if she could subdue him, Yamamoto would temper his ways thereafter. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having collected Gaara's blood, sent Pakin to track the culprit. After an afternoon and night of pursuit, they arrived at a gorge. This is the place. The rest is up to you. My mission ends here. I shall take my leave. With a puff of white smoke, Pakin vanished from sight. At that moment, the massive boulder blocking the gorge slowly shifted, revealing Deidara, who soared out on a white bird, with Gaara's lifeless body bound behind him. Your movements are quite swift, he remarked. Naruto, leading the charge, shouted at Deidara to release Gaara. Then follow me. If you can catch me, I shall return him to you, he laughed. At this point, Xianyi slowly regained consciousness. His face flushed, breathing heavily, realizing that Sister Xiaonan possessed a contrasting charm. Assessing the situation, he concluded that it would be prudent to eliminate these individuals, as he held no emotional ties to them. Even if Yamamoto were part of the Akatsuki, he had little interaction with these people, save for Sister Xiaonan and Mr. Itachi. Chapter 86. Deidara's self-detonation. Xian-Yi swiftly formed hand seals, leaving behind afterimages, and after an unknown number of seals, his hands abruptly halted. Forbidden technique, Thunderfire divine punishment. He sprinted forward, opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of flames into the gorge, one hand maintaining the seal, while the other gathered dark lightning, propelled forth alongside the flames. Instantly, everyone recoiled in unison, astonished by the spectacle. Chiyo's level of ninjutsu is no mere S rank. Kakashi noted. Though I can replicate this forbidden technique with my Sharingan, the chakra requirements are simply too great. Naruto exclaimed. As expected of Shin Yi-san, Sakura remarked. Indeed. He has grown stronger, Hinata added. Shin Yi-kun has indeed become more powerful. Is he the person Danzo wanted me to recruit? Sai pondered. Yamanaka Ino and Yuhi Kurenai felt a mix of emotions, realizing that perhaps it was better to maintain a degree of caution in their jesting, lest they be taken away without the means to resist. Within the gorge, Scorpion burst forth amidst the flames, his body ignited. Even the steel cables in his abdomen melting into a puddle of molten metal. You again. Today we shall settle our scores. As Scorpion prepared to strike, he discovered that the weapons on his puppet body had been rendered useless by the fire. Is this where it ends? Shin-Yi retracted his ninjutsu, unleashing arcs of lightning and 5 white halos in a furious display, activating the 8 gates. 5th gate, open. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing above Scorpion, delivering a heavy blow that fractured the earth beneath. Once the dust settled, Scorpion's heart was crushed beneath his foot, lifeless and beyond recovery. Farewell, Scorpion. Shin-Ye's gaze shifted toward Deidara. Now it is your turn. If you manage to escape this time, I shall engage in 300 rounds with Sister Tsunade. Chiyo turned to Kakashi, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Why did you not pursue that blonde-haired brat? Kakashi shrugged. What would be the point? Isn't there someone else handling it? Before Chiyo could retort, she felt a powerful gust of wind sweep through, turning to see Shin-Ye's figure vanish without a trace. This speed, it's incredible. Can he even fly? Chiyo's astonishment led to a quiet cheer from Hinata and Sakura, though they dared not undermine the elder's dignity. Deidara, perplexed by the lack of pursuit, suddenly sensed a menacing presence behind him. Turning, he found himself face to face with an unwelcome sight. Damn it, not you again. Hurry, bird, take flight. Shin-Yi formed hand seals. Wind release, 9 netherworld winds. The skies erupted with multiple tornadoes, a scene so grand it seemed to pierce the heavens. Concurrently, the chakra of the one-tail Shikaku within him was depleted, shifting to extract the chakra of the 2 tails. Deidara's white bird, reliant on its wings, soon succumbed to the force, plummeting from the sky, with even Gaara falling out, only to be caught by Shin-Ye's wind technique. Realizing his end was near, Deidara resorted to his ultimate art, shedding his shirt to feed the mouth on his chest some clay. Prepare yourselves. You are fortunate to witness my supreme art. Self-detonation, ultimate art, C0. Shin-Yi found himself within the blast radius, with Gaara as well, making evasion a challenge. Art is an explosion. Boom. A wave of white light rapidly spread, engulfing a 10-kilometer radius in destruction, even creating 3 conical fireballs in the sky. After a prolonged silence, the explosion subsided. Deidara had vanished, leaving behind a barren crater, while Shin-Yi, now in sage mode of the wet-bone forest, remained unscathed, even Gaara's body untouched. Self-detonating explosives are quite bothersome, as are those fervent fools. After some time, Kakashi led the others to the battlefield, their eyes nearly popping out at the sight. Upon learning of Gaara's demise, a somber mood fell over the group, with Kankuro mourning the hardest. Taking a deep breath, Chiyo made the same decision as in the original tale, to resurrect Gaara. Forbidden technique, life transfer. She shot a glare at Kakashi, feeling that he had brought her here for this purpose. They had not even fought, and yet faced such loss. Shin-Yi felt powerless. If Gaara had even a breath left, he could summon a slug to take him to the wet-bone forest for healing. But now that he had passed, taking him to the wet-bone forest would only hasten the decay of his body, serving no other purpose. As time progressed, with the sun nearing its descent, Chiyo closed her eyes, uttering her final words. With my old life, I trade for the young life of the 5th Kazekage. This old woman has profited, ha ha ha. And thus, she breathed her last. Kankuro's guilt intensified, prompting Naruto to be moved by the scene and weep alongside him. Gaara, in a daze, opened his eyes, bewildered by the surroundings. What has happened? Sakura Haruno quickly noticed that Gaara's abdomen had begun to ooze black blood again. She hurriedly urged him to lie down and refrain from moving, reminding him that he still bore the effects of poison. The thought of Gaara perishing due to this affliction was laughable. Surely, Chiyo would rise from her grave to demand retribution. As the events unfolded, Gaara returned to Tsunade. where jubilant cheers erupted from the townsfolk. However, upon learning of Chiyo's demise, their expressions turned somber. Handing over Temari to Konoha for treatment was a gesture of goodwill from Gaara, allowing her a chance to recuperate. Upon his return to Konoha, Hoshigaki reminded himself of the ever-present dangers, recognizing that there would be times when he could not be there to protect his comrades. Thus, he resolved to impart more ninjutsu to Tsunade and the others, enhancing their abilities and ensuring they could defend themselves. In the training grounds of Konoha's back mountain, Hoshigaki observed a throng of students, perplexed by the unexpected turnout. "What is going on here? I did not summon this many people," he inquired. Tsunade cleared her throat and quietly explained that the two young Hinata girls had come at his behest, while Sakura, his apprentice, needed to be taught. Reluctant but compelled, Hoshigaki continued to question the presence of Ino, Tintin, and even Temari. Tsunade hesitated, then clarified that they were all there to seek his guidance. Tintin had inquiries, Ino was concerned, and Temari wished to express her gratitude in person. With a resigned sigh, Hoshigaki decided to proceed with the lessons, feeling somewhat indebted to their previous kindness. He began instructing Tintin on sealing techniques, starting with advanced forbidden arts, despite her protests about maintaining personal space. As the lesson progressed, Hoshigaki moved to Sakura, who blushed and fidgeted, remaining silent. Nevertheless, he returned her 3-star fan, asking, "Have my clothes been washed yet? Please return them." Temari, taken aback, stammered, "What's wrong? I recall you were quite wild before. What has changed?" After a brief exchange, Temari promised to follow closely, refraining from any distractions. Ino, possessing her family's secret techniques, needed no further instruction from Hoshigaki, so they exchanged light conversation before returning to Tsunade and the others. "Pay close attention. Today you will learn the 8 gates of Duinjia," Hoshigaki announced, catching Tsunade, Hanabi, and Hinata off guard. They were aware that this technique was Hoshigaki's ultimate secret, and they were astonished that he would willingly teach them. Even Tsunade, typically aloof, donned Hoshigaki's glasses, eagerly focusing on his every word. "This technique seems familiar. I believe I lost a pair like this," she mused. You must be mistaken. I purchased these myself," Hoshigaki replied, dismissing the matter as he began his lesson. Tsunade, with her keen eye, scrutinized his physique, her heart racing with excitement. The 8 gates of Duinjia evolved from the original 8 gates. Not necessarily superior, but distinctly different in effect. Hoshigaki illustrated a human anatomy diagram, explaining that while the 8 gates unlock latent physical potential, they require extensive physical conditioning and mastery of martial arts. In contrast, he had integrated it into ninjutsu, combining it with mental prowess, converting it into a form of ninjutsu. The first gate enhances physical fitness, the second amplifies mental strength, and so forth, culminating in the ability to manipulate elemental forces and unleash massive ninjutsu while forming a chakra shield. At this point, Temari and Ino found themselves utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend or replicate the knowledge being imparted. Meanwhile, Tintin, seated a short distance away, diligently took notes, her expression indicating her seriousness. Hoshigaki noticed her dedication and approached, playfully patting her head. "I didn't realize you were such a diligent student." Tintin shot him a glare. "Just wait. Once I master this, I'll use it on you." Hoshigaki widened his eyes in surprise, realizing her intentions. Subsequently, Tintin found herself suspended from a tree, serving as a makeshift rain doll, as her fierce expression was unlikely to attract sunny weather. Among the group, Hanabi exhibited remarkable agility, quickly grasping the technique, her innate talent shining through. While the 8 gates did not demand rigorous training, they were still a forbidden art, not easily mastered. Otherwise, Hoshigaki would not have struggled to unlock even the 5th gate. This technique required synchronized expenditure of ninjutsu, physical martial arts, and mental energy, alongside a proficient mastery of meridian pathways. The subsequent gates had been theorized but remained untested, fraught with instability. As Hanabi proudly approached Hoshigaki, having opened the first gate, her big eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother," Hoshigaki affectionately ruffled her hair. Only for Hanabi to chime in, "Now that you've touched me, you have to take responsibility." Hoshigaki was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Tsunade, relieved that she was oblivious. "Responsibility for what? You look frightened. There's no need to be so timid. You haven't changed a bit, mischievous little girl. I am no longer a child. I have grown up." Chapter 88. Formation of the Hawk Squad. It was no wonder that Hanabi had a cunning streak. She often aimed to provoke Hinata or Tsunade. Tsunade possessed exceptional talent, yet her disinterest in matters that did not capture her attention hindered her progress with the 8 gates, contrasting sharply with her earlier dedication when training Hoshigaki. After a significant period with minimal advancement, it was evident she was merely seeking an escape rather than earnest training. Unperturbed, Hoshigaki devised a plan to confront her. He approached Tsunade, guiding her behind a large tree. After a while, Hoshigaki emerged, slightly inebriated, while Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, appeared unaffected. With newfound seriousness, Tsunade dedicated herself to learning, embodying the spirit of continuous improvement. Hanabi, feeling slighted, pouted as she observed, "Bad brother, how could you whisk her away?" Hinata, though not overly surprised, wore a downcast expression that did not escape Hoshigaki's notice. Reluctantly, he stepped in to provide hands-on instruction. Although he had never explicitly revealed his identity, the understanding was mutual, awaiting just the right moment. "Hanabi, your posture is incorrect. Let me guide you properly." "Yes, just like that. Perfect. Now on to the next position." Seeing this, Hanabi felt envious, realizing that rapid learning could sometimes be a double-edged sword. "Brother, why can't I open my gate? Is there something wrong with my body? Please help me." Without hesitation, Hoshigaki approached, placing his hand on her abdomen. "Try channeling your chakra." Hanabi complied, her chakra gradually flowing upward, leaving Hoshigaki puzzled. "What? Can it flow in reverse?" He followed the path of her chakra, seeking to understand her meridian flow for necessary adjustments. Hanabi's cheeks flushed crimson as she mischievously smirked, controlling her breath to avoid detection while redirecting her chakra downward. The commotion caught the attention of Tsunade and Hinata, who exchanged bewildered glances. As that hand grew increasingly filthy, it was suddenly seized by another delicate hand, as white as jade. Noticing the crimson nail polish, Xuanya immediately recognized the owner. "Darling, listen to me," before Xuanya could finish. He was hurled away by Tsunade, hanging from a branch beside Doyu like a weather vane. "Ah, what a coincidence. You're here too," Doyu remarked, turning away with a scowl. Refusing to look at Xuanya, Tsunade glanced at Hanabi, and they both sighed in unison, acutely aware of each other's undeniable allure, making things rather complicated. In the Sound Ninja village at Orochimaru's base, Uchiha Sasuke, clad in white attire that revealed his muscular torso, traversed the dimly lit corridor. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, save for the sound of his footsteps. Shortly, he arrived at a door, raising his blade to shatter it, and stepping inside. The room was cluttered with large glass apparatuses for experimentation, and in the center stood a vessel filled with water, while the others remained empty. It was time. Sasuke shattered the glass vessel, and the water gushed forth, swiftly coalescing into a human form, ultimately transforming into a person. From the Hozuki clan. Hozuki Suigetsu possessed a unique clan technique that allowed him to turn his body into water. "Sasuke, even if you save me, I won't follow you. Don't waste your efforts," Suigetsu declared. "Orochimaru has been slain by me." "What?" Sasuke's singular remark prompted Suigetsu to express his fervent allegiance. The two departed the base, heading towards another facility. As Orochimaru had several experimental outposts, and Sasuke had meticulously devised a plan to reach the discard base. Before long, Sasuke and Suigetsu arrived at their destination. A stark contrast to where Suigetsu had been, as upon entry, they were met with the sounds of roars and screams. They ventured into the innermost chamber, where Sasuke pushed the door open to find a red-haired girl perched at a desk. A pair of glasses gleamed with a white light. Uzumaki Karen, a direct descendant of the Uzumaki clan. "Karen, I require your assistance. Please come with me." "On what grounds? You think a mere request warrants my servitude?" Sasuke slowly drew his sword, his expression impassive, as if to convey that drawing the blade meant her imminent demise. Perceiving his murderous intent, Karen, a sensory ninja, swiftly stood up, kicking Suigetsu out of the room and shutting the door behind him. Sasuke halted, bewildered, as Karen pressed him onto the sofa. She shyly removed her glasses, gazing at him with affection. "Honestly, how can you be so curt? If you would just soften your approach, I might comply. I do not need to plead with anyone. Should you refuse, I can end your life at any moment." Reluctantly, Karen acquiesced, muttering about his lack of charm. She began rummaging through the room, producing an array of intimate items, sealing them with a scroll. Sasuke frowned, bewildered by her peculiar tastes. Chapter 89. The Fruits of Labor. Karen, fearing Sasuke might misunderstand, explained. "These items aren't mine. They belong to your Konoha. I have no interest in such things." You must trust me, Sasuke-kun. These belong to the forbidden ninja, Chuanya, from Konoha, as documented in Orochimaru's files. Sasuke's curiosity piqued. He had not anticipated that the man not only had a contrasting appearance, but also peculiar interests, even if they are his. Why are you carrying them? Karen gritted her teeth, revealing, I harbor a grudge against him. He nearly killed me in the past. Sasuke resonated with her sentiment, recalling his own grievances with Chuanya. How do you know him? During the Chunin exams in Konoha, I participated as well. He was killing indiscriminately. I barely escaped with my life. So, you seek revenge? Revenge? What kind of revenge? I cannot defeat him. Orochimaru stated that he would inevitably come looking for these items. So I must hide them. Sasuke was at a loss for words. Listen to yourself. Is that not pathetic? I thought you might wish to destroy them in front of him or seek vengeance. But this is your plan? I cannot be bothered with you. Let us go. Karen brought up the issue of the prisoners here, noting that without supervision, they could create chaos. As the sun dipped low, the base felt eerily silent, devoid of sound. Sasuke, accompanied by Suigetsu and Karen, exited the facility. Later that night, they arrived at another of Orochimaru's bases, where the last member awaited them. Yugo, a powerful but mentally unstable individual, possessed a natural sage body, rumored to have been the source of Orochimaru's cursed seal power. Suigetsu, perhaps we should leave. I have no desire to team up with this madman. Karen kicked Suigetsu in the abdomen, but instead of blood, he transformed into a puddle of water. You dare question Sasuke-kun's judgment? I will end you. Karen pummeled Suigetsu into the ground, finding relief in the act, becoming increasingly exhilarated with each strike. In Konoha village. That evening, Sister Akane was away on a mission, leaving only Tsunade and Chuanya in the house. Earlier, Chuanya had been occupied with logistical tasks for the Akatsuki before returning. Watching the beautiful woman beside him, her luscious lips exhaling fragrant breaths, her soft body nestled against him in slumber, her smooth legs draped over him, he thought, what torment. Perhaps I should return to work for a while. As time passed, the clock ticked rhythmically. Chuanya leaned in, dismissing any lingering shyness, as they were no longer strangers. Tsunade stirred slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, awakening only to find her mouth sealed, unable to speak. The room was filled solely with their kisses, their gazes increasingly intoxicated, breaths heavy with desire. It was a spark that ignited a blaze, an uncontrollable firestorm. No longer wearing pajamas, Tsunade preferred to sleep bare, her desires more fervent than Chuanya's. In the past, she could only sleep soundly when Chuanya's primary consciousness was absent, akin to how Mei Terumi played, albeit less extravagantly. Before long, the only sounds in the room, apart from the clock, were the creaking of the bed and their intimate murmurs. The following noon, Ino frantically searched for Tsunade. Bewildered at the prospect of the Hokage being missing, she knocked on Chuanya's door, but no response came. She checked the casino and the hot springs, nearly considering the men's restroom. Meanwhile, in bed, both Tsunade and Chuanya, having embarked on their first intimate encounter, wore the blush of new love. Tsunade had once shared mutual feelings with Dan Kato, but before they could formally enter a relationship, he had perished. Chuanya, still in slumber, observed the empty room. A peculiar sense of responsibility weighing upon him. Unlike before, this time, it was the responsibility of a home. Bah, that fickle woman. No goodnight kiss? She forgets who was calling her my dear all night long. At the border of the Land of Fire, Asuma led the Inoshikacho team after completing their mission. On their way back to Konoha, they encountered two figures, Kakuzu and Haiden. Having just exited the black market, Haiden's wounds had scabbed over and would soon heal. While Kakuzu, simultaneously on a mission to earn bounties and search for hearts, had finally gathered 4 of them. With a bounty of 30 million ryo. It seemed like a lucrative windfall. Damn Kakuzu, leave this one to me. It has been a while since the Dark God has received a sacrifice. Asuma took a puff from his cigarette, gravely observing the 2 members of Akatsuki. It appeared to be a formidable battle ahead. Shikamaru, ensure the safety of your teammates and provide support as needed. Understood. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, when Shizen saw Tsunade, her face was filled with concern, all her previous worries dissipating into care. Lady Tsunade, have you encountered a formidable adversary? Who could have injured you like this? Was it Akatsuki? Tsunade contemplated for a moment and realized the truth in the query. I'm fine, Shizun. No need to worry. I have already driven away those Akatsuki scoundrels. Chapter 90. Asuma's death and the capture of the 3 tails in the base of Akatsuki at the Rain Village. Pain issued a final directive. If Konan and Tsunade's counterpart did not capture the three tails within a month, they would be stripped of their positions. Tsunade protested vehemently. Why should I be held accountable? Haven T, I worked diligently for the organization. You are exploiting me. Her voice crescendoed, ultimately pointing at Itachi Uchiha. He has been trying to capture the nine tails for 3 years without success. Why do you not criticize him, but instead focus on me and Konan? Do you not have a shred of conscience? Pain glanced at Itachi, a perennial top performer, and then turned back to Tsunade. The 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails were all captured by Itachi's team. The 1 tail was captured by Deidara's team, while the 2 tails and 7 tails were gathered by Kakuzu's team. Do you have any further questions? Tsunade's voice diminished, as it seemed she indeed lacked a strong argument. Then a spark of inspiration struck her. What about you? As the leader, what contributions have you made aside from instructing your subordinates? Even the organization's funds are earned by Mr. Kaku. What right do you have to criticize me and Konan? I am fulfilling my responsibilities. Konan is not. Pain's retort silenced Tsunade and opened the floodgates. You were comatose for 3 years. All the work was done solely by Konan. Even if you hadn't been in a coma, she would still be the one doing it. Tell me, what purpose do you serve? Had you not entered through the back door, you would have been expelled from the organization long ago. Tsunade was left speechless, as if he spoke the truth, yet she could not afford to lose her composure. Setting facts aside, do you hold no blame? After all, he has done nothing. He gathers intelligence. Since we are disregarding facts, I might as well make you experience pain, so you can feel the agony. With a swift motion, Tsunade clasped her hands together, conceding. All right, I'll take action and capture the 3 tails. Pain withdrew his imposing aura, waving his sleeve as he turned to leave, finding Tsunade increasingly intolerable. Konan patted Tsunade on the shoulder, gently advising, you should focus more on work than on me. If you dedicated even a third of your energy towards your duties, Pain wouldn't have anything to say against you. With a wry smile, Tsunade realized that without tangible contributions, the organization would not tolerate her presence. It was indeed vexing, as even her leisurely moments were scrutinized. As night fell, Konoha received tragic news. Asuma had perished at the hands of the immortal duo from Akatsuki. Enraged, Tsunade hastily drank a bowl of her specially brewed black bean soup, known for its restorative properties. Upon learning the specifics, she resolved that this would not go unpunished and promptly summoned her forces. Shizune, fetch Team 7. Have Shikamaru's team accompany them to eliminate those 2 members of Akatsuki. Understood, Lady Tsunade. With that, Shizune dashed off to gather the others, while Kakashi entered through the window, fixing one eye on Tsunade. Lady Hokage, doesn't the Haruno team have capable members? Why must I take on this mission? Tsunade glanced out the window, then at Kakashi, her beautiful brows knitting together. Are you a masochist? Kakashi, concealing his copy of Silver Vase Plum, quickly denied, Lady Hokage. You misunderstand. It's Naruto. Ever since he witnessed the power of the night, he has been clamoring to grow stronger. I had to ask Yamado to supervise his training. Tsunade, skeptical, retorted, and you're up on my roof reading adult books? Kakashi only deepened his mischief, and as he attempted to clarify, Sakura, Naruto, Sai, and Shikamaru entered, their expressions dark and filled with anguish over their sensei's demise, feeling utterly powerless. Sakura scanned the room for Knight's presence, knowing he should be with Tsunade. As she contemplated speaking further, she recognized the gravity of the situation and fell silent. With Tsunade's orders issued, the 2 teams surged towards the border of the Land of Fire to confront the immortal duo, seeking vengeance for Asuma's death. Meanwhile, Kakuzu remained resolute. Having spent half the night counting money in the black market, only departing once he confirmed the amount. At the border of the Hidden Mist Village, Tsunade and Konan hovered above a lake, surveying the chakra fluctuations below. Are you ready to engage, Konan? Why not? Would you prefer to take the lead? Are you certain you want me to take charge? With her hands outstretched, Konan summoned a flurry of paper that filled the sky, refusing to relinquish control over the situation. After all, it was merely the 3 tails, and she was confident in her abilities. Dance of the God Slayer, spear of paper. The floating paper coalesced into spear-like forms, and as Konan lowered her hand, the spears rained down upon the lake. The relentless barrage struck the 3 tails, a massive turtle with formidable defenses, with no visible damage sustained. Unfazed, Konan calmly raised her hand, and the paper that had landed on the creature detonated in a series of explosions. Chapter 91. Capturing the three tails after a prolonged silence following the explosions, the lake lay still, devoid of any movement. Tsunade, perplexed, activated her Byakugan to peer into the depths. Oh dear, Conan, are you feeling unwell? Should I take the blame for this? Conan, possessing keen perception, understood the situation. The three tails remained unharmed, as if merely disturbed from slumber. She gazed at Tsunade's left eye, choosing not to comment further, but instead smiled and pecked Tsunade lightly on the cheek. Perhaps it would be better if you took the lead. Dear sister, I will reward you. Tsunade, recently favored by Tsunade, felt the heat of the moment and was unable to resist such temptation. Rewards aside, I simply wish to alleviate your burden. With that, Tsunade relinquished her grip, plummeting toward the center of the lake, calling back to remind Conan as she descended. Sister Xiaonan, rewards must be given. One cannot simply say I don't want it anymore and expect to forego the recompense. Plop. Gurgle, gurgle. Xiaonan rubbed her temples, lamenting how she had drawn the attention of this girl. Beneath the lake, the three tails spotted her and waved in greeting. Gurgle. The three tails, QAQ, exclaimed, Human, stay away. I wish to not engage with you. With a swift rotation of her bloodline eyes, the kaleidoscope activated, and as she began to form hand seals, the three tails erupted in fury. The absence of colored contact lenses revealed her eyes, the very ones that had once ensnared the three tails in an illusion. You dare return? I shall annihilate you. The three tails curled into a ball and spun rapidly towards her, prompting a hasty retreat from the unsuspecting Bunyi. The wheel gurgled. Boadiji, surrounded by crackling lightning, propelled herself upwards, bursting through the lake's surface, and coughed up a substantial amount of water. Cough, cough. Almost drowned. Since words fail, let us resort to the martial way. Lightning release. Thunder dragon grass snake. With a swift slap on the lake's surface, lightning surged across half of the lake. As the three tails emerged, 5 serpentine bolts of lightning shot forth towards it. The sparks flickered incessantly, failing to inflict significant damage, instead accelerating the creature's movements. Forbidden technique. Water disruption waves. Boadiji sidestepped the three tails' onslaught and conjured a stream of water that sliced towards it. Upon impact, the water split into 3 smaller streams, attempting to cleave through the three tails' shell, yet failing to breach its defenses. Casting a sidelong glance at Xiaonan, who showed no inclination to assist, Boadiji dismissed her concerns and invoked another forbidden technique. The power of the 3 realms. She formed new seals, unleashing a torrent of flames from her mouth, while blue-white lightning crackled in her left hand and a green whirlwind in her right. The wind intensified the fire, and the flames amplified the wind's fury. The three tails halted, engulfed in agony, howling in distress. Seizing the moment of the three tails' pause, Boadiji swiftly altered her ninjutsu, her hands a flurry of seals. As the creature regained focus on her, the seals were complete. Forbidden technique. Wind and thunder piercing the heart. She leapt high, summoning an inverted cone of a tornado aimed at the three tails, accompanied by a black lightning dragon unleashed from the eye of the storm. In a panic, the three tails turned its back, attempting to withstand the assault with its shell. However, the moment the attack struck, an excruciating sensation overwhelmed it, as if being shredded. Cracks formed in its shell, and the lightning dragon surged in, culminating in a violent explosion. The lake erupted, and the three tails was flung from the surface, succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing this, Bunyi found her arms too heavy to lift, her complexion pale, her chakra was running low, and having unleashed such forbidden techniques. It was a miracle she remained conscious. The three tails, despite its seemingly formidable defense, was merely a hard exterior concealing a fragile core. Sister Xiaonan, come help me. My legs are weak. Xiaonan descended to support Bunyi, her gaze fixed on the three tails, confusion evident in her beautiful eyes. Was that a composite technique? Its power is quite impressive. I never expected Yui to be so capable. Hee, even if she is capable, let it be only for Sister Xiaonan. Now, where is my reward? Quickly, please. Xiaonan chose to ignore the unnecessary words, retrieving a paper crane from her pocket and placing it into Bunyi's widened hands. What do you think? I folded it myself. Do you like it? Do I like it? Of course. No foul language. Girls should strive to be more refined. Under Bunyi's darkened gaze, Xiaonan wrapped the three tails in paper and ascended into the sky, returning towards the Akatsuki organization. If you won't grant me a reward, I shall take it myself. Bunyi rummaged through Xiaonan's belongings. Another paper crane? Paper crane, Paper crane, you truly adore them, don't you, Sister Xiaonan? I also have a flower in my upper pocket. You may take it if you like. With a pout, Boyding's eyes landed on the flower atop Xiaonan's head. Just as she was about to pluck it, a thought struck her. In the Akatsuki, everyone who removed their clothing perished, yet Xiaonan had not. But the flower had withered first. Could it be that the flower was her garment? Chapter 92, Dreamlike Illusion. The moment this realization struck, Boyding hesitated to take the flower. What if it withered just as she picked it, and Sister Xiaonan perished? Sister Xiaonan, look at me. What is it? Illusion technique, cycle of rebirth. Xiaonan's form froze mid-flight, her eyes losing focus as she fell into the illusion. Leaning close to Xiaonan's ear, Boyding whispered, Sister Xiaonan, do not break the illusion. There are secrets within. Within the illusion, Xiaonan gazed around in bewilderment at the bustling scene, the cacophony of voices, and the smiles of the people. She recognized Boyding's voice. Is this Rain Village? What is your intention, Yui? Why show me this? Suddenly, a couple approached, appearing to be in their 30s. Both with blue hair. Oh my darling, what are you doing here? You worried your mother. Come, let us go home. The father exclaimed, Dear, I accomplished something remarkable today. Do you wish to know what it is? Darling, why are you just standing there? Sweetheart, sweetheart, why is this child so dazed? I call her. Yet she does not respond. Having experienced war, wandering, and the warmth and coldness of the world, Xiaonan could not help but shed tears at this moment. Dad, Mom. Just as she attempted to wipe her tears, she noticed her hands had shrunk to the size of a child's, and her perspective lowered correspondingly. Through the shop's window, she caught a glimpse of herself at 12 or 13 years old, with twin braids atop her head, clad in a blue floral pleated skirt. Is this me? At that moment, a dark operative rushed in, kneeling before her father with utmost respect. Lord Mizukage, the Leaf delegation has arrived, seeking an alliance with Rain Village. She watched as her father scratched his head and laughed heartily. Oh dear, I am simply too overjoyed. I wanted to share this with my family. I shall go receive them now. Turning to Xiaonan, his face radiated affection and warmth. Would you like to accompany me, darling? I hear the Leaf has a handsome young man among them. Perhaps you will take a liking to him. Her mother playfully slapped her father, scolding him. What are you saying? Our little darling is still young. Do not say such things. Xiaonan's tears flowed uncontrollably as she stood there, transfixed by the scene before her. If only this were not an illusion, how wonderful it would be. I do not ask for my parents to be great figures. I only wish for them to be alive. Outside the illusion, Boyding covered her right eye, wincing in pain, yet smiled knowingly upon witnessing Xiaonan's tears. Let this serve as compensation. With that, she leaped onto the three tails, producing a sealing scroll. Becoming the Jinchuriki was no longer feasible, but she could still unseal it. Sealing technique, 2 realms of mountains and seas. The scroll transformed into a large version akin to the Mayaboku mountain summoning scroll. She bit her finger and formed hand seals, drawing forth a chakra conduit the size of an arm from the three tails, continuously sealing it within the scroll. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, 2 teams cooperated to assist the immortal duo in removing their clothing. Kakuzu, his body covered in tentacles resembling hair, with 3 masks on his back, appeared particularly terrifying. I am a man who has once sparred with the first Hokage. You are but trifles in comparison. Kakashi, today I shall claim your head. Is that so? Then I shall await the spectacle. Kakashi continuously engaged with Kakuzu, seeking to discern his vulnerabilities for a decisive strike. Shikamaru lured Haiden into a meticulously crafted trap, systematically sealing his fate. As Haiden dangled in midair, his body adorned with explosive tags, he remained maddeningly unhinged. I am a devoted follower of the Dark God. You cannot kill me. Ha! Little brat, I shall offer you to the Dark God. Shikamaru initially intended to taunt him further, but seeing the situation, he deemed it unnecessary. Approaching his foe, he produced a lighter. Asuma-sensei, I have avenged you. With that, he ignited the lighter and tossed it at Haiden, igniting a series of explosions. Haiden's shattered form fell into the abyss below, entombed alive. Meanwhile, Naruto, having finally conjured his wind release, Raisin Shuriken, called out, Kakashi-sensei, allow me. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, with the assistance of his comrades, the 3rd strike found its mark. A colossal sphere of white energy formed around Kakuzu, who was pierced by countless needles, rendering him incapacitated. At the borders of the hidden mist village, the sensual Tsunade folded the sealing scroll and minimized its size, contemplating the noticeably reduced form of the three tails. This should not draw too much attention, should it? If questioned by women, I shall claim the three tails has lost weight from poor nourishment. Would they believe that? In Conan's illusion, she followed her father to the Mizuki's office, where she encountered the Konoha delegation, including the legendary Sannin in their youth. Her father, sensing the tension, quickly advised his daughter, "Dear, perhaps you should return home with your mother. These children do not seem trustworthy. One looks strung out, another oozes lechery. And that girl keeps rolling dice, utterly foolish." Chapter 93, The Date Fund Acquired. Conan shared her father's sentiments, stifling a giggle as tears welled in her eyes at the scene before her. If only this were not an illusion, how wonderful it would be. Outside, Tsunade playfully showered Conan with affection, declaring it her due reward, without need for embarrassment. "Thank you, Yui. No need to mention it. Shall we return?" "Indeed. If you do not cease your chatter, I shall abandon you." "Humph, miser." As Conan took to the skies once more, she sensed an unusual lightness. Glancing at the three tails and then at Tsunade. Was he always this size? What's wrong? Was he not always this large? "Sister Conan, have you heard of thermal expansion? In the warm waters, he appears larger, but once out, he shrinks in the cold." Conan occasionally wished to curse, pondering who could be so foolish. Alas, as long as the beast remained, all was well. In the Akatsuki base, Pain listened to Tsunade's self-praise before gesturing for her to depart. Yet, she stood still. Pain's expression remained impassive as he repeated the command. "You may leave. I need to gather personnel to seal the three tails." "Yes, I understand." Still, Tsunade did not budge. "Do you have something else to say?" "Of course. Where is my reward?" "I captured the three tails. As the leader, do you not owe me something?" Pain slowly raised his arm, then lowered it, exercising restraint. "You may collect 1,000,000 ryo from Kakuzu as your reward." "Hooray. Thank you, leader." Tsunade rushed out, exclaiming, "Sister Conan, let us go on a date. I shall treat you, as he will cover the bill." Pain smashed his fist upon the table, lamenting the chaos such individuals brought to the organization. Tsunade searched for Kakuzu but learned he was on a mission, thus she resolved to wait a few days. In Konoha, Jinyo awoke, stretching and glancing around, noting that Tsunade had yet to return. Rising to wash up, he caught sight of himself in the mirror. With several drawn turtles and handprints adorning his face, bright red and conspicuous. Given the size of the handprints, it was clear Tsunade was not responsible. Neither was Red Bean home, and Hinata would not strike him, while Hanabi would merely stomp on his feet without aggression. Who could have done this? Drawing is one thing. But why not wait until I return to do it? Glancing at the time, it was only around 3 in the afternoon. Tonight, he would have to catch a thief. After freshening up, he returned to bed, shifting his consciousness. In the Mist Village, within the Mizuki's office, Meitarumi was furious upon learning that yet another tailed beast had been lost, sending agents to investigate the Akatsuki's intelligence. As Jinya opened his eyes, he felt fresh wounds upon his body, cursing inwardly for missing the opportunity. Mei cast a glance at Jinya while beginning to organize the documents on her desk, exuding an air of elegance. "What brings you here? This body is now mine. You cannot take it." "When did it become yours?" "I found it. It is mine." "On what grounds?" "Look at the state you have left me in, and you dare complain?" Aoi, standing nearby, was taken aback, having never heard Jinya speak before. "Mizuki, I will guard the door." Aoi skillfully exited the office, shutting the door to prevent any intrusions. Jinya sometimes despised himself for always missing the right moments. "This clone bears half of my chakra. Do you think you can just take it?" Mei smiled, her fiery red lips captivating. "You rendered my guard, Chojuro, utterly helpless. Do you not owe me compensation? Yet you sent him to kill me. Do you not acknowledge that? Setting aside the facts, do you bear no fault?" Jinya clenched his teeth, empathizing with Pain's restrained fury. The desire to kill, yet needing to hold back, was maddening. "Fine, I shall not discuss it." He kicked Mei's chair over, seizing her delicate neck. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice trembling. "What do you think? I shall reciprocate what you have done to me." "Oh, is that so?" Mei's smile blossomed, breaking free from Jinya's grip and pinching his cheek. At that moment, Jinya realized he could no longer move. A sealing technique had been applied to him. Though not particularly advanced, breaking it would require time. To his surprise, Mei conjured a whip of water, and with a breath, the entire room was enveloped in thick mist, obscuring all visibility. "Sister, dear sister, I was wrong. Let us speak amicably, shall we?" "No." Mei was intent on delivering a decisive blow, treating him as a mere toy. ready to discard him once broken. Jinya, whose fate was fragile, could not endure this treatment. He returned to his bed, writhing in pain. Chapter 94, Jiraiya's Resolve. The crescent moon hung in the sky, stars twinkling brightly. Xianyi had not ventured outside for 2 or 3 days, and neither had Tsunade returned. It appeared that Konoha placed considerable importance on Saratobia's Suma. In a moment of bewilderment, he sensed a figure climbing up to his window and thought it must be that scoundrel. He promptly turned over and pretended to sleep. The shackles and chains had been removed from Dayu, leaving only 4 silver bracelets on her wrists. She quietly slipped into the room, removed her shoes, and tiptoed to Xianye's window, her expression one of confusion. Was this really a human? After enduring 2 nights of slaps, her face had swollen like a pig's yesterday. Yet today it was almost healed. Could it be that she had transformed into some sort of monster? Dayu raised her small hand high, disregarding everything. Let him bully her. She thought it was better to enjoy the moment first. Suddenly, Xianyi seized Dayu's wrist as she swung at him, his eyes snapping open, one glowing red and the other white. Are you quite pleased? He asked. Why don't you have anything to say? Hey, listen to my explanation. Whatever you have to say, take it to Orochimaru, he retorted. Grabbing Dayu by the collar, he leapt out of the window, making his way to the front of the Hokage building, where he erected a cross and placed firewood beneath it. Dayu found herself bound to the cross, while Xianyi raised a torch, the flames illuminating their faces and heightening the sense of ritual. Realizing Xianyi was not jesting, Dayu quickly shouted, That big-chested woman told me to take care of you. Big-chested? Tsunade? Yes, that's her. Xianyi looked up at the brightly lit Hokage office, deciding to confront her. He tossed the torch aside, exerted a slight force in his legs, and leapt into the Hokage office. The torch fell to the ground, rolling beside the firewood, although it did not ignite immediately. It was only a matter of time before the fire would catch. Dayu glanced between Xianyi and the torch, then back to Xianyi. Hey, come back. Can we choose a different way to die? I prefer something swift. Xianyi did not hear her, nor would he have cared. Upon entering the Hokage office, he found Tsunade and Shizune engrossed in paperwork. Mischievous Tsunade had hidden snacks and sake beneath the table, occasionally sneaking a bite. Seeing Xianyi arrive, Tsunade reluctantly pulled a half-eaten chicken leg from her mouth, resembling a little hamster, and asked, Would you like a bite? Xianyi glanced at the meager piece of meat, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. I want to eat you. Tsunade shot him a glare, reclaiming the chicken leg for herself, pushing aside the documents as she reclined in her chair. Come here, help me massage my shoulders. I'm utterly exhausted. Xianyi obliged, and Tsunade continued. Today I received word that the Jinchuriki are not dead. We just don't know where they are hiding. Recently, the Three Tails was captured again. Time is of the essence. Xianyi understood what Tsunade was hinting at, but he had no knowledge of the specifics. Pain and Obito would not allow him to know. What do you plan to do next? I intend to send Naruto to a deserted island. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki will be there too, so safety is not a concern. The Akatsuki, however, poses a significant problem. Xianyi refrained from probing further. Some matters were still part of his own strategies and could not be disclosed. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside the window. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and approached the window to look outside. What the? She promptly leapt out the window, rescuing Dayu from the fire. Dayu's clothes were riddled with holes, and her hair was singed. Who did this? Was it that guy Danzo again? Just as Dayu was about to point a finger at Xianyi, she noticed him standing by the window, one hand holding a kunai and the other making an okay gesture. As he frantically interspersed the kunai, instantly frightened, she recoiled. While she feared neither death nor pain, she could not accept certain peculiar punishments. Go ahead, try using your looks. I guarantee I'll die with my mouth shut. Yes, it was him, she said, pointing. The following afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the west, Tsunade awoke from Xianye's embrace. It must be said, both were medical ninjas, and their stamina was remarkable. 7 times in one night was nothing. Have you ever seen how cream puffs are made? Tsunade kicked Xianyi, who was still asleep, her delicate foot bearing several bite marks. After freshening up, she stepped outside. Oh dear, why won't these dark circles fade? Truly, indulgence has taken a toll on me. From now on, I shall abstain from food. As she turned a corner, Jiraiya appeared, beaming, a bouquet of flowers in hand. Hey Tsunade, long time no see. You don't look so well. Startled, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Nothing. Ha ha ha. It's only natural for the Hokage to be a bit busy. She raised both hands in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, just as you say." Jiraiya presented the flowers to Tsunade with a heartfelt gaze. "Tsunade, your skin looks better than ever. Would you consider being my girlfriend?" Tsunade pushed away the roses and sat down on a nearby bench, her expression weary. "If you have something to say, just say it. No need for beating around the bush." Chapter 95. Invasion of the Akatsuki Organization. Jiraiya sat down on the opposite side of the bench, scrutinizing Tsunade's face, feeling an unbearable pain in his heart. As a seasoned veteran, he could not help but notice the changes in Tsunade. It was as if the iron tree had finally blossomed. He had no chance left. "You truly see through everything, Tsunade. That's not your job. You need not go." "Then who will? Is there anyone more suitable than me?" Before Tsunade could retort, Jiraiya stood up, his tone resolute. "Tsunade, no need to persuade me. I have made up my mind, and I also need to do something for Naruto. Don't you agree?" Tsunade's beautiful eyes filled with tears. She had never witnessed the Akatsuki members in full force, but judging by their ability to capture tailed beasts, their strength was formidable. "Orochimaru is dead. If you also." Jiraiya wore a confident and carefree expression, smiling as he cast a flirtatious glance at Tsunade. "Don't you have that little husband of yours, haha?" He turned away from her and continued, "Tsunade, let us make a bet again. This time, I bet I won T come back." "Fine, I bet you will return." "Haha. If I win, will you kick that little brat to the curb and be my girlfriend?" "Get lost." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively and walked away. While Tsunade turned back to find Shinyi, she did not want her only comrade to perish along the way. In the Rain Village, at the Akatsuki base, with Obito and Itachi absent, the once bustling place was now eerily quiet. Konan and Deidara remained beneath pain, appearing utterly idle. With Kakuza dead, her date funds had vanished, leaving her in a foul mood as she picked at her fingers, her tongue sharp. "Boss, you're becoming a lone ranger. Why don't we disband? Konan and I can find a place to settle down and have kids, and you can find a grave to prepare for your future." Pain did not even glance at Deidara, having grown accustomed to ignoring her antics. "Konan, the organization needs to recruit some personnel. Do you have any suitable candidates?" Konan pulled out a small notebook, flipping through it before shaking her head. "No, either they're too weak or they haven't defected." Pain shot a glare at Deidara. "You've been led astray by Konan. Where did Uchiha Itachi go?" "To deal with his brother." Pain cast a glare at Yuya, vowing to eventually hang her up and make her experience suffering. In response, Yuya shot him a look, her lips curling in disdain. "Boss, if your cornea is bothering you, perhaps you should consider donating it instead of perpetually glaring at me." Pain's gaze drifted to the rear of the hidden Rain Village, his expression impassive, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Someone is obstructing my chakra perception. Their strength is formidable. Konan, please investigate." "Understood." Konan stepped out of the hall, and Yuya followed closely behind, Pain offering no resistance, preferring to be unbothered by her presence. "Wait for me, Sister Konan. Are you not afraid this old man might harbor ill intentions toward me?" Pain clenched his fists, pondering why a lovely young girl felt the need to speak so venomously. Following Konan, they arrived at a storage area, which, despite its label, was devoid of anything substantial. The two settled in to wait quietly. Shortly after, footsteps echoed, and a member from the hidden Rain Village sauntered in. Without hesitation, Konan sprang into action, enveloping the individual in paper, forming a long spear from her own paper to strike. Just as she was about to thrust, the shadow of the hidden Rain Ninja suddenly shifted, and Jiraiya appeared, hands forming seals, unleashing a breath of fire towards Konan. Fire release, fireball technique. Yuya quickly formed her own seals, conjuring a wall of water to rise before Konan. Water release, water barrier. Konan retreated, nodding gratefully at Yuya. Jiraiya fully revealed himself, standing still while thoughtfully stroking his chin. "What a warm greeting. You must be the so-called angel that the villagers speak of, Konan." Konan did not refute this claim. Meanwhile, the hidden Rain Ninja regained consciousness, hastily distancing himself from Jiraiya. "Angel, this person is an intruder. Be cautious." "I am aware. Keep your distance." "All right." In a flash, the hidden Rain Ninja vanished, leaving Yuya in awe. "He vanished faster than I could comprehend. How is that possible?" Jiraiya then turned his attention to Yuya, initially puzzled before a realization dawned. "You are Renoira, the girl from Kakashi's team. I never expected you to be alive. What has transpired?" Yuya adjusted her collar, then assisted Konan in fixing her appearance. "Sister Konan, keep your neck hidden. This old lecher is not to be trusted." Fire release, Fireball technique. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of flames, prompting Konan to shove Yuya aside as she fired paper arrows from her white wings. The ensuing chaos erupted with a cacophony of explosions. With her momentum peaking, Konan overpowered the flames, while Jiraiya deftly rolled aside to evade. He opened his mouth, releasing a stream of toad oil. Yuya swiftly cast her water barrier again, obstructing the toad oil. Jiraiya then ignited the oil with fire, setting the water barrier ablaze. He lowered his hands to the ground, his white hair extending and shooting out strands through the wall of fire towards Yuya. Ninja art, Thousand White Hairs technique. As the chapter progressed, Konan embraced Yuya, soaring through the air to evade the barrage, while Jiraiya seized the moment, extending his hair to ensnare them both. Yuya felt an urge to curse Jiraiya for his reckless approach, having traveled all this way under the pretense of gathering intelligence, only to attack outright. Thanks to Tsunade, I was supposed to assist you covertly, yet here you are, targeting me directly. Lightning release. Thunder God. Yuya unleashed small lightning orbs from her hands, momentarily halting Jiraiya's attack, allowing Konan to evade. Jiraiya, momentarily dazed by the storm of white projectiles, thought to himself, isn't this technique unique to that little brat? How does she possess it? In a flurry, he wrapped his hair around himself, forming a protective ball. Ninja art. Earth Grave Needle. The small lightning orb struck his hair, creating a clanging sound akin to metal being struck. Yuya halted her assault, her fingers charred, secretly relieved that it was not her middle and ring fingers, sparing Konan from distress. As footsteps drew near, Pain emerged from the shadows, his gaze sweeping over Konan and Yuya before settling on Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya. It's been a while. That eye. Yahiko, how could you possess that eye? Where's Nagato? Teacher Jiraiya. Did you not already know the answer? Universal pull. Pain raised his hand, causing Jiraiya to be pulled uncontrollably toward him, while his other hand grew a black rod, aimed at Jiraiya. In midair, Jiraiya struggled to stabilize himself, launching a Rasengan with his left hand toward Pain. Bang! Pain's black rod shattered upon impact, his palm outstretched as he intoned, Shinra Tensei. An invisible force propelled Jiraiya backward, crashing him against the wall. He steadied himself, adhering to the surface. Is this the power of that eye? Quite troublesome. Ninja art, summoning technique. Jiraiya pressed his hands against the wall, summoning a massive toad that landed beside him, one hand wielding a shield, the other a fork. With a thud, the toad landed, and Jiraiya took his position atop its head. I apologize for being so useless, failing even in this small matter. Thank you for still being willing to summon me. Please, Toad, hold them off for a moment. I must enter Sage mode. I will do my best. At that moment, a massive wild bull appeared through the summoning technique, charging at the Toad. The bull collided with the Toad, which used its shield to absorb the impact, but was still pushed back. The Toad sidestepped, releasing the bull and sprinting away, quickly disappearing from view. Behind Pain, 5 figures materialized, all clad in Akatsuki uniforms, their eyes also bearing the Rinnegan. Pursue them. In an instant, the 6 figures vanished. Yuya patted Konan's shoulder, her face filled with sympathy. You've had a rough time. Though life isn't too harsh, it's certainly foolish. Konan, no longer innocent, understood immediately. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully flicked Yuya. Stop that. It's not what you think. There's nothing between Pain and me. All right, say whatever you wish. But I must report that our leader is exploiting the resources of 6 people for his own gain. This must be investigated thoroughly. Please, just stay quiet. Yuya clung to Konan, pointing in the direction Jiraiya had departed. Let us go see. After all, isn't he our teacher? Let us give him a proper send-off. Initially hesitant, Konan ultimately decided to follow, wanting to accompany him one last time. The Toad dashed through the Akatsuki base, dodging attacks while keeping an eye out for the colossal summoned beasts that appeared unexpectedly. A massive 3-headed dog emerged, pressing down on the Toad, its 3 heads clamping down fiercely. The Toad, injured but determined, pushed away the dog with its shield and hurled it toward the abyss nearby. Are you alright, Toad? I'm sorry. I'm quite useless, getting hurt so quickly. My apologies, Toad. Could you hold on a little longer? I'll be ready shortly. I will do my best. Buzzing sounds pierced the air, and upon turning, I beheld a barrage of missiles. The Toad, in a frantic attempt to evade, found himself with nowhere to hide and leapt into the abyss. To his dismay, the 3-headed hound had not vanished. Instead, it had multiplied into 3 separate entities, each with a trio of heads. This posed a significant dilemma. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed as the toad, wielding a fork, struck down one beast, while another was dispatched by his shield. Yet, he could only watch in horror as more hounds emerged from the fray. Toad, refrain from attacking him, came a voice. Understood. He replied, continuing to flee as a dozen hounds pursued him. Suddenly, a colossal monstrous bird appeared overhead, diving towards him like a spear. Even the docile toad had his limits. He gripped his fork tightly and swung it backward, sending the creature off course and causing its beak to embed itself in the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust the slightly bent fork into the bird's eye, causing it to dissipate into white smoke. At that moment, the pack of hounds charged at him, teeth bared, leaving him no escape. Just as peril loomed, a resonant voice rang out. Ninjutsu, Great Toad Oil Spiral. Chapter 97. Indecision. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade had not visited the Hokage's office for 2 consecutive days, resulting in a mountain of paperwork awaiting her attention. She couldn't find anyone to assist her, and even Shizune, who knew some insider information, remained tight-lipped. She was tasked with safeguarding important documents while sorting through the less critical ones, leaving her utterly exhausted. In the Root Organization's base, Danzo's expression darkened as he listened to his subordinate's report, his fingers tapping rhythmically against his cane. As Hokage, her infatuation with men seemed to have spiraled out of control. It appeared she required some intervention. His gaze shifted to his subordinate, signaling them to inform the council members, I intend to impeach the Hokage. As you command. At the Shuanya residence, Tsunade, clad in pristine white cartoon pajamas, sat beside Shuanya, cradling her knees with her delicate feet resting in his hands. Her eyes, devoid of focus, fixated on the photographs adorning the wall, images from Shuanya's childhood, his time at the Ninja Academy, and the present day. Yet, the centerpiece was a photograph of her and Akane, reminding her that she was not entirely alone in this world. Though their wedding had yet to occur, they had already crossed many boundaries. Perhaps, in some matters, turning a blind eye was not too difficult. After all, they were merely concubines. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Akane rushed in, panting. Upon seeing the bed, her expression turned to shock. My brother, did you kill him? Tsunade composed herself, rearranging her features, and beckoned Akane closer with a finger. Come here, little Akane. What is it? Akane approached, puzzled. I'm afraid I won't reach you. Tsunade raised her hand, caught Akane, and playfully pinched her cheek, delivering a few swift swats to her backside. This is for neglecting your duties as a teacher. Akane's rear reddened from the blows, and she pleaded, I didn't teach him. Please stop. I was wrong. It hurts. In the Hidden Rain village, all the split hounds were sent flying, and Jiraiya emerged from the shadows, his 3 eyes radiating a brilliant light. Well done, Toad. You may rest now. I will take it from here. Little Jiraiya, why the rush to summon us? This energy, it seems you've encountered quite the predicament, my young friend. Jiraiya, with 2 tiny toads perched on his shoulders, prepared for the challenge ahead. Blood flowed from the wounds on Toad, who expressed his gratitude before vanishing in a puff of smoke. 6 pain bodies materialized above the abyss, with the central figure being Deva Path Pain. Is this Sage Jutsu? Jiraiya felt some frog-like traits manifesting, though his overall appearance remained largely unchanged. While it wasn't perfect Sage mode, the assistance of 2 Toad Sages bolstered his stamina significantly. Next, it's my turn to shine, Sage Jutsu, Great Toad Oil Spiral. With a swift leap, Jiraiya ascended, conjuring a white orb the size of a person in his right hand. Pain did not flinch. As the Great Toad Oil Spiral neared him, one of the Pains stepped forward, bracing himself with outstretched arms. To everyone's astonishment, the Great Toad Oil Spiral began to shrink rapidly, ultimately vanishing. The Toad Sage on Jiraiya's shoulder extended his tongue, wrapping it around a distant structure, pulling Jiraiya away. Each Pain possessed distinct abilities. One could manipulate gravity, another summoned beasts, while another could launch explosive projectiles. Jiraiya found the situation overwhelming. Facing 6 opponents at once felt like a blatant unfairness. Deva Path Pain raised his hand, preparing to unleash Universal Pull, only to see Jiraiya turn and flee. The Animal Path Pain formed hand seals, while the others pursued relentlessly. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. Massive creatures, wild buffalo, crabs, split hounds, rhinoceroses, stone pandas, and chameleons, were summoned, encircling Jiraiya. In the distance, Tsunade, observing everything with her Byakugan, felt a surge of indignation. Did Jiraiya intend to throw himself into danger? She pondered whether revealing her identity for his sake was worth the risk, yet she couldn't shake the image of Tsunade's pleading expression from her mind. As Jiraiya rounded a corner, he encountered the pain capable of soul extraction. He threw a punch, but Pain dodged, though his face still bore the mark of the impact. Utilizing the elusive frog kata, Jiraiya landed a hit, following it with a Rasengan that left Pain incapacitated. One down, Jiraiya muttered before continuing his flight. When the summoned beasts caught up, he clapped his hands together, summoning jutsu. In an instant, Gamabunta and Gamaken appeared, both gargantuan toads. Yet, before they could assess the situation, they charged at the oncoming beasts. What are these creatures, Jiraiya? Gamabunta questioned, readying his weapon. Ignore them. Focus on my dual blades. Dance of the blooming flowers. The stone panda bore numerous cuts, but it pressed on, ramming into Gamaken. Chapter 98. Jiraiya's fierce battle with Pain. Gamabunta swung his blade, cleaving the wild buffalo and sending it crashing into the wall. You two retreat. Sage Jutsu right and left gate. Gamabunta and Gamaken transformed into white smoke, while Jiraiya unleashed toad oil, accompanied by the fire of Fukusaku and the wind of Shima. The fiery toad oil engulfed the charging beasts, and the short-haired Pain leapt into the flames, absorbing them as Jiraiya watched in astonishment. The animal path Pain rushed forward, forming hand seals to use summoning jutsu once more. Sensing an opportunity, Jiraiya leaped, declaring, I'll deal with you first. Sage Jutsu, Great Toad Oil Spiral. The Pain capable of absorbing chakra stepped in front of the animal path Pain, ready to shield him. Just then, a massive creature appeared, crushing both Pains beneath its weight. Just kidding. It's actually the Ryutai collapse technique. Jiraiya soared into the air, clapping his hands for Sage Jutsu, right and left gate. The flaming toad oil surged forth once more, while Deva Path Pain stood at the forefront, arms outstretched, focusing intently on his next move. A formless barrier unfurled, rapidly pushing outward and instantly dispersing the entire sea of oil. This subsequently ignited the space with an uncontrollable blaze. The bald Pain's head erupted with a dazzling white light, and a beam of white aurora shot toward Jiraiya. Due to the obscured vision and Pain's chakra interference, by the time Jiraiya sensed the attack, it was already too late. One of his arms soared high, severed, blood gushing from the stump. Today might be the end for me. How infuriating. I've scoured the entire base. But where on earth is the Jinchuriki hidden? Sage Fukazu broke into a cold sweat, anxiously inquiring about Jiraiya's condition. How are you feeling? Can you still move? If not, just hold your ground for now. Sage Shima hastily warned Jiraiya to evade, as another attack was imminent. Jiraiya spotted several missiles. He could not withstand them, and thus fled with all his might. Upon reaching the end of the Akatsuki's base, he halted. There was no escape ahead. Only an endless expanse of ocean. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Jiraiya turned to see six Pains, his pupils widening in disbelief. How could this be? Hadn't they? The Deva Path Pain stepped forward, coldly fixing his gaze on Jiraiya with a calm demeanor. Jiraiya-sensei, this is where it ends. Jiraiya, gasping for breath, blood dripping from his severed arm, hoarsely replied, Sages, it's time to use that technique. No, we can't, Sage Shima protested. Damn it, at this moment. Why are you still hesitating? Sage Fukazu exclaimed. And no, it's nothing. It's just been a while since we've performed together, and I'm getting on in years. Feeling a bit shy? Jiraiya was on the verge of breaking down. What matters more, my life or your pride? Damn it, Jiraiya is nearly done for. Stop being bashful. Fine, Sage Shima conceded. The magical toad song. The air vibrated as sound waves formed two fan-shaped ripples before Jiraiya. The Deva Path Pain, caught off guard, suffered from disorientation, becoming deaf and blind. All Pains collapsed, with the animal path being drawn into the illusion within the toad's belly. Sage Art, Rasen Shuriken. Sage Fukazu used his tongue like a rope to grasp the shrine's doorframe, spiraling through the air with Jiraiya and directly hitting the animal path Pain. Phew. Pain's threat is too great. We must convey the actual situation back to the village. This matter will trouble Sage Fukazu. Rest assured, Jiraiya. Once the illusion was dispelled, the remaining 5 Pains slowly rose. That was close, Jiraiya-sensei. I almost eliminated you. It seems I can no longer afford to give you another chance. You are too dangerous. Without wasting words, Jiraiya leaped back and plunged into the deep sea, the 5 Pains following suit. Summoning Jutsu. Sage Art, Thousand Needle Jizo. Jiraiya pressed his limbs against the wall, shooting a rain of needles from his back. The short-haired Pain clapped to block, while the bald Pain opened his head and fired several missiles. Boom! The explosions created clouds of smoke, and Jiraiya burst forth, his hair lengthening to ensnare the short-haired Pain, hurling him against the iron wall. Shinra Tensei. With a wave of his hand, the Deva Path Pain drew Jiraiya back, and Sage Fukazu extended his tongue, but found no leverage. Watch out, Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, trying to kill me, Miyaboka Sage? It won't be that easy. Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken. With his remaining arm, Jiraiya swiftly formed a colossal Rasen Shuriken and hurled it at the Deva Path Pain. Shinra Tensei. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Jiraiya was not repelled. He clashed against the powerful Rasen Shuriken, producing a cacophony of air being torn apart. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining 3 Pains descended from above, each wielding black iron rods, directly striking Jiraiya from the air and impaling him. The Deva Path Pain deflected the Rasen Shuriken and conjured a black iron rod, thrusting it into Jiraiya's back. Challenging the divine itself is an act of folly, Jiraiya-sensei. Chapter 99. Dance on the Edge of a Blade. Multiple trivialities ignoring Pain's declaration of victory, Jiraiya could no longer move. He turned his head towards Sage Fukazu, saying, "Help me relay the information back." The Jinchuriki is Pain's pupils contracted. He was uncertain whether Jiraiya truly knew or was feigning knowledge, and he interrupted with a direct strike. Another Pain shattered Jiraiya's Adam's apple with a punch. Cough, cough, cough. Blood gushed forth as he struggled to hold onto consciousness, refusing to close his eyes. Sage Fukazu, witnessing this, immediately removed his outer garment, positioning himself in front of Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, write the information on my back. I'll handle the rest." In Konoha village, Tsunade was unable to contain her worry. She pulled out a pair of dice from a drawer and took a gamble. 6, 6, 5. Big I won. Her pupils contracted, her body trembling uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, she changed into a different outfit and headed to the Hokage's office. "Akane, I'm going out to work. Please look after Jinya." Who's looking after whom? My backside is still sore." Creak. Tsunade pushed the door open and left, while Akane limped toward Jinya's room, glancing at the peacefully sleeping boy. He's sleeping so soundly. What is there to care for? Finding a wife older than me. How impressive. Humph. In the Rain Village, on the boundless sea, after Jiraiya inscribed all the information on Sage Fukazu's back, both sages transformed into white smoke and vanished. The 5 Pains surrounded Jiraiya, each gripping a black iron rod. Tobirama's Sharingan spun, and he leapt down. But Konan failed to catch him and quickly called out, "Come back, Jiraiya. You can't go now." Diving toward Pain. Blood tears streamed from his right eye as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Flower Burial Realm. Within 100 meters, the sea blossomed with vibrant red flowers, their petals swirling toward Pain like a tornado. The Deva Path Pain frowned in confusion, but still raised his hand to block, preventing the petals from advancing. Tobirama landed on the sea surface and sprinted toward Pain, who gazed at her, slowly speaking, "Tobirama, what are you doing?" "Boss, stop. He is still useful to us." At that moment, Jiraiya could no longer hold on, sinking slowly into the deep sea, resigned to his fate. Tobirama followed him into the water, swimming to Jiraiya's side, her hands radiating deep green chakra. Ninjutsu, in healing wound destruction. Cough, cough, cough. Jiraiya's life was sustained by her healing technique as he expelled a mouthful of blood, staining the sea red. After a long while, Tobirama pulled Jiraiya to the surface, continuously applying medical ninjutsu. "Tobirama, Jiraiya-sensei must die. Why save him and even challenge the divine? Every day with this divine nonsense. What are you going to do, fight me?" As Pain began to move, Tobirama quickly looked at Konan and whimpered, "It hurts." Pain, wait. Tobirama scoffed, "See? This is what you call karma. Boss, keeping him alive is far more valuable than killing him. False information is still information, is it not?" Pain coldly observed, "With your strength, how can you expect me to trust you? It's simpler to just kill him. Step aside." As the conversation unfolded, the tension between the characters intensified. Pain momentarily paused, sensing the underlying implications in the words exchanged. It puzzled him further. Was Tsunade not brought in by that man? Reflecting on the circumstances, he concluded that Tsunade had indeed been captured, which clarified the situation. He hoped she would not disrupt the Akatsuki's plans. lest she face the wrath of the divine. Konan stood beside Tsunade, wary of Jiraiya's dangerous presence, making her reluctant to leave. Yui, it is far too perilous. Do you realize how close you came to death? She admonished. I am aware, but to escape that man, I had no choice. It is for our future happiness. Tsunade replied, her determination unwavering. Konan felt a tumult of emotions, recognizing the stubbornness within her friend. Their bond had been strained by this ordeal. Should any deviation arise, Tsunade and Jiraiya's influence would not be overlooked, and pain would not hesitate to inflict pain upon them. Sister Konan, came a voice, breaking the silence. What is it? Konan replied, her patience wearing thin. Nothing, I simply called for you. Boredom, you see. Again, what is it? She asked, exasperated. If one day you find yourself on the brink of death, I will go to any lengths to save you, standing before you as a shield, he declared. Konan, having lightly tapped Tsunade on the back of her head, decided it best not to dwell on such ominous words. As night approached, Jiraiya's life hung in the balance, and the severity of his injuries rendered any hope of swift recovery futile. In Konoha, Jiraiya sat up, surveying the empty room. In any case, Jiraiya had survived. As for why Tsunade was not sacrificed for his salvation, it was simply because it was deemed impossible. Sacrificing Tsunade would yield no benefits. Were Jiraiya himself to engage, he still possessed the strength to fight and escape. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, he overheard a heated argument within. Tsunade is too infatuated with men to manage her duties. I believe she is unfit to be Hokage, Danzo proclaimed. I am the Hokage, and I know precisely what is to be done without your guidance, Tsunade retorted. Upon hearing this, Jinya's anger surged. He had been steadily gaining strength, but defeats were still numerous. Now, in his own domain, he would not allow this old man to bully him. He burst through the door, encountering the likes of Shizune, Mito, Danzo, and the newly appointed elder, Hinata Hizashi. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Jinya forcibly extracted chakra from the one tail and two tails, forming a cloak of tailed beast energy as he activated the fifth chakra path. The sheer pressure of chakra reverberated throughout the Hokage's office, causing cracks to appear in the walls. Tsunade quickly positioned herself in front of Jinya, creating a barrier between him and the others. It's all right. I can handle this without your intervention, she reassured him. The other elder council members were left in astonishment. The power emanating from Jinya was unmatched, even surpassing that of the third Hokage. Seeing Danzo fall silent, Jinya chose not to escalate the situation further. Yet this only left everyone more astounded. Shizune can effortlessly control tailed beast chakra. Tsunade, is he truly your husband? Mito remarked, her eyes wide with surprise. Feel free to continue your tenure as Hokage. I have no objections, but do ensure your responsibilities are met, Mito added. Hizashi, preferring to remain neutral in the power struggle, stayed silent, noting that he had only accepted the elder position due to Tsunade's insistence. Realizing he had no chance today, Danzo left with a huff, leaning on his cane, while the others contemplated the potential threat Jinya posed to the village. Upon hearing Danzo's remarks, Jinya felt a surge of battle fervor, pondering the notion of eliminating the old man. Shizune, with a gentle smile, addressed Jinya. You are Jinya, correct? With your support, we can trust Tsunade's leadership. If all is well, we shall not intrude further. With that, she turned to leave. Mito, wishing to speak, was pulled along by Shizune. The disparity between those who could and could not control tailed beasts was stark. Hizashi attempted to depart, but was halted by Jinya's call. Wait, I believe we need to have a serious discussion. Hizashi frowned. What is there to discuss? Having witnessed Jinya's influence over his daughters, he felt an overwhelming desire to protect them, even going so far as to confine them at home. Jinya formed a hand seal, creating an invisible barrier that enveloped the three of them. Slowly, he removed the colored contact from his left eye, revealing his Byakugan. Hizashi was taken aback, instantly activating his own Byakugan. What is happening here? I demand an explanation, Hizashi insisted. Jinya chuckled, reclining on the sofa with an air of nonchalance. In no hurry to leave, are we? I require an explanation and the immediate return of the Byakugan to the Hyuga clan. Where did you acquire this Byakugan? Hizashi's words were met with silence, his Byakugan deactivated as his demeanor softened. Jinya continued, your clan has benefited from my generosity, yet you choose to maintain neutrality, even harboring ill intentions toward me. Quite the wise choice. Hizashi stumbled over his words. You wish to discuss Hinata and Hanabi, but it is you who is exploiting your own daughters. The forbidden techniques I teach are not easily mastered. The room fell silent. The implication of Jinya's words hanging heavily in the air, a reminder of the Uchiha clan's tragic fate. Did he wish to follow in their footsteps? Tsunade's gaze bore into Jinya, her eyes sparkling with intensity, reminiscent of her ancestor, Hashirama Senju. Realizing the implications, Tsunade almost chastised herself for the direction of her thoughts. Hisashi took a deep breath and took a seat across from Jinya, engaging him directly. So, you are threatening me? You misunderstand. This is an invitation, Jinya clarified. I have never witnessed such an invitation before. Well, today is your lucky day, Jinya replied with a smirk. Hisashi inhaled deeply. Recognizing the strength of the alliance between Tsunade and Jinya, solidifying their position as an unshakable force. Declaring a stance posed no risk. The binding between them simply needed to be strengthened. I know what choice I must make, Hisashi declared. Jinya's face broke into a smile, adopting a respectful demeanor as he poured tea for Hisashi. Uncle, you truly possess great wisdom. It seems my younger brother was rather thoughtless earlier. Here, have some tea. Hisashi glanced at the teacup, realizing it was the same one Danzo had used. He found it unpalatable. No need. I have family matters to attend to, he stated as he prepared to depart. Then I shall not see you off, Jinya replied, suppressing a grin as Hisashi's frustration mounted. Just as he reached the door, he recalled the matter of the Byakugan. What about the Byakugan? Byakugan? What Byakugan? You must be mistaken, Uncle. Jinya feigned innocence, having already donned his colored contact once more. His expression, one of naive innocence. Chapter 101. Naruto begins learning sage techniques after Hinata Hisashi stormed out. Tsunade embraced Xianyi, showering him with affectionate kisses. Her laughter echoing as she playfully patted his back. Ha ha, just look at those three old geezers' faces when they were caught off guard. It's utterly hilarious. And that Hinata Hisashi. Such a stiff, with a face like a donkey's, as if someone owes him money. Ha ha. Seeing Tsunade's joy, Xianyi revealed some good news. Jiraiya was not dead. Tsunade's body trembled, her head gently resting on his shoulder. Thank you. But, you wouldn't dare to put a green hat on me, would you? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression instantly hardened as she grasped Xianyi's neck, shaking him vigorously. What do you take me for, huh? Let go, I can't breathe. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open, and Shizen peeked in, her face flushing before she quickly retreated. Lady Tsunade, I didn't see anything. Tsunade's expression darkened, embodying despair as she continued to grip Xianyi's neck. You scoundrel, my reputation is at stake. Now the entire Konoha knows. Come on, I'm still not done. The two then settled into the creaky Hokage office chair, which seemed to groan under their weight. By the way, have you already planned the lesson for those two girls from the Hyuga clan today? Huh, where do you get such sinister thoughts? Heh, you've been teaching them such forbidden techniques. Are you perhaps interested in one of those girls? Cough, cough. Stop talking and focus. Under the full moon, the summer night breeze was enchanting, though the pesky mosquitoes were unwelcome intruders. Before Akane could reach the Hokage office, she burst in, shouting, Hokage-sama, it's terrible. My brother is missing. Bang. Akane forcefully pushed open the office door, only to find Tsunade sitting upright at her desk, engrossed in paperwork. The scent of heather lingering in the air, oblivious to Tsunade's flushed cheeks. Hokage-sama, my brother, quiet. Shoo. He is fine. He just left my office and should be training. No need to worry. Oh. Akane scratched her head, bewildered, sensing something was amiss but unable to pinpoint it. Under the desk, Xianyi was pressed against it by Tsunade's foot, his mouth sealed, not daring to make a sound. That was close. The next morning, Sage Shinsaku arrived in Konoha, bringing news of Jiraiya's death. Had Tsunade not known deeper information, she might have wept for her friend's passing. Shortly thereafter, Naruto entered the Hokage office, joyfully exclaiming as he pushed the door open, Tsunade granny, did Sage Nara return? It's been so long since I last saw him. I miss him. Silence enveloped the room until Sage Shinsaku revealed the truth. Little Jiraiya has fallen in battle. Naruto's smile vanished, unable to comprehend the news. He thought he must have misheard. What did you say? I said, little Jiraiya has fallen in battle. How is that possible? I refused to believe it. He was so strong, so incredibly strong. Why would he die in battle? You must be lying. Xianyi, wanting to leave, knowing he had other matters to attend to, patted Naruto on the shoulder in consolation. My condolences. He then exited the Hokage building, realizing that some things were better left unsaid. Naruto's growing strength was something he could no longer interfere with. He wished to learn the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku, but knew that the frogs would never teach him, as he was not the protagonist Jiraiya spoke of. Brother! Brother! Hana rushed out from a nearby alley, leaping into Xian Ye's embrace. Her once long hair had been significantly shortened, and her bright eyes sparkled as she looked up at him. What are you doing here? Because I missed you, brother. And where is your sister? Brother is a bad person, always neglecting Hana, only caring about sister. Sister 1T let you hug her, so why are you looking for her? Xian, still recovering from the earlier incident, nearly turned to leave but quickly pushed Hana away. Enough, little ancestor, I need to go home. Yawning, Hana's face displayed her disappointment as she leaned in closer, whispering in Xian Ye's ear, Brother, about last night. You wouldn't want anyone else to know, right? Xian Ye stepped back, observing the lively Hana. This adorable little girl seemed like a little devil. What do you know? Hee, nothing much. But if others found out that brother spent the entire night in the Hokage office and came out looking like this? Xian Ye promptly cupped Hana's small face, his smile radiant and refined. All right, little sister. What do you need from your brother? Internally elated, he realized she hadn't seen anything significant. It was merely the mischievous little girl trying to intimidate him. He had no choice but to play along and ensure she didn't spread any rumors. Brother is so bold, always touching my face. Hinata hurriedly approached, her cheeks flushed, steam rising as she spoke. Xian Yikuan, I'm sorry for the trouble. You too. Let us go to my house. Hana-ye? Hinata, wait? That is a bit fast. Upon arriving at Xian Ye's home, he rummaged through his belongings and pulled out 2 forbidden technique scrolls, tossing them to the sisters. These are advanced versions of the Great Mercy Palm and the Chakra Enhancement Technique. Take a look while I catch some sleep. Chapter 102. Farewell. Itachi the sisters watched as Xian Ye entered the bathroom to shower, emerging in a towel, involuntarily activating their Byakugan. Xian Ye sighed. I suspect your intentions are not purely innocent. Ignoring them, he headed straight to his bedroom to sleep, sensing the Akatsuki organization was once again calling for him. Hana, her flushed cheeks still warm, nudged Hinata with her shoulder. How does it feel, sister? Hinata wiped her nosebleed, the heat of the weather making her feel uneasy. What? Humph. Sister is so reserved. In the Rain Village, at the Akatsuki base, upon waking, Tsunade felt Conan shaking her. Sister Conan, what's the matter? Do you know how long you've been sleeping? I thought you were going to sleep for 3 years again. You scared me. Tsunade stretched her body, her neck sore from being shaken. Conan continued, Jiraiya-sensei has awakened. He was going to commit suicide, but I stopped him. You should go see. What? Damn. I'll check it out. Yamato, no foul language. She made her way to the underground prison, where Jiraiya was locked up in a lavish single cell, fully equipped. Pushing the door open, she found Jiraiya shamefully bound to the bed, adorned with flower patterns. Conan, did you do this? Isn't this what you taught me? Tsunade covered her face, exasperated. You bind me, but why him? Is Jiraiya managing all right in there? Ugh. Tsunade then helped Jiraiya by removing the gag from his mouth. Don't harbor any delusions. I won't say a word. You want to get any information from me? Tsunade turned to Conan with a puzzled expression. What did you ask him? Conan shook her head. I didn't ask him anything. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya. Did you torture him? Conan shook her head again. No, he just woke up. What could I possibly do? Subsequently, Jiraiya was heard murmuring. Even if you employ the charms of a beauty, I shall remain silent. How shameless. This old lecher, his thoughts are rather amusing. While we lack a beauty strategy, we certainly possess a handsome man's ploy. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's spirit was instantly lifted. His face stiffened as he widened his eyes, fixated on Yui Hitano. I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? What are you laughing at? Indeed, the handsome man's strategy shall not be overlooked. Jiraiya, in a moment of impulsive despair, extended his tongue to bite it off, but Yui, quick-witted, promptly stuffed a wooden sandal into his mouth. Do not rush to your demise. I have worked hard to revive you. Upon saying this, Yui deliberately displayed the mysterious ring adorning her finger and slapped him twice across the face. This served as a fitting punishment for Jiraiya's earlier teasing of her spouse, thus erasing their past grievances and leaving them square. Turning to Conan, Yui squinted and mischievously remarked, Sister Conan, you are far too merciful. If he misbehaves, simply summon a few strong men to attend to him. After all, he has a penchant for that. Conan stepped back, maintaining a safe distance of over 5 meters from Jiraiya, casting a disdainful and skeptical glance his way. Teacher Jiraiya, you have fallen from grace. After the 2 women departed, Jiraiya stared vacantly at the ceiling, pondering the situation. Is it possible that I was saved by a man with a penchant for beauty? Is it Yami? He was unable to comprehend the circumstances, yet he was certain that Yui was on his side. On the return journey, Conan recounted the addition of 4 new members to the organization, including Uchiha Sasuke. With the absence of Itachi, Yui realized that Itachi had gone to confront his brother. Quietly, she expressed in her heart, "Mr. Itachi, may you fare well." She had no intention of intervening. Even if she did, there was little she could accomplish. At this moment, the Uchiha shrine lay in ruins, with the members of Team Hawk barred from entry by Obito. Inside, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Sasuke leaped to a higher vantage point, raising his right hand above his head. "This technique is specially prepared for you. 1 against 7, Kirin." Dark clouds gathered in the sky, crackling with electricity, gradually forming the head of a lightning-infused Kirin. As Sasuke's palm descended, the thunderous beast lunged downward, while Uchiha Itachi remained impassive, observing the spectacle. A technique utilizing the weather, akin to that fellow. With a thunderous roar, the Uchiha shrine was reduced to ruins. Sasuke leaned against the remaining wall, gasping for breath. "It's over." Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi rose from the debris, his Akatsuki uniform torn to shreds, trembling as he approached Sasuke. "My foolish brother, is this the extent of your power? Allow me to unveil the 3rd power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo." As Itachi unleashed his chakra, a colossal yellow skeletal figure materialized behind him, enveloped in veins, skin, armor, and weapons. Sasuke began to tremble, taken aback by the revelation of such a formidable ability. His heart filled with dread of death. In that moment, the Cursed Seal's power was evoked, summoning an 8-headed serpent. The central serpent head opened its mouth, revealing Orochimaru, who gazed excitedly at Uchiha Itachi. 1 against 7, it has been a while. With a swift thrust of the Tensigen, Uchiha Itachi pierced Orochimaru's form, exclaiming, "What is this?" Without hesitation, he sealed both Orochimaru and the 8-headed serpent. "Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time." Chapter 103. Obito's warning. Uchiha Itachi perished in battle. Upon Yui's return to the hall, she was met with this disheartening news. A wave of sorrow washed over her. This marked her first true experience of loss. Obito carried the unconscious Sasuke into the Akatsuki base and glanced at Yui. "You come as well." "Me? Isn't it a bit perverse for a group of 3 men?" Obito said nothing, turning to leave. Yui shrugged and followed, with Conan trailing behind. Before long, they arrived at the very room where Yui had once exchanged her Sharingan. The members of Team Hawk lingered at the rear, hesitant to speak, sensing the danger emanating from each individual present. Karen's steps slowed, her eyes fixated on Yui with growing intensity. This chakra felt eerily familiar, sending shivers down her spine, yet she could not recall where she had encountered it before. Obito tossed Sasuke onto the bed, distorting the Kamui space, revealing Uchiha Itachi's lifeless body before everyone. He then removed Itachi's eyes, addressing the others coldly. "Everyone else, leave." "Understood." "Sir." Yui made to exit, but was abruptly halted as Obito grasped her by the collar. "You stay." "Huh. This isn't right. I can't accept this." Obito glanced at the others, who were already leaving. "I do not wish to repeat myself, or would you prefer to see Uchiha Sasuke perish here?" The members of Team Hawk exited reluctantly, while Conan transformed into sheets of paper, dissipating into the room. Once the door was closed, Obito commenced the brutal procedure of replacing Sasuke's eyes with Itachi's. The scene was exceedingly grim. Even in his unconscious state, Sasuke's body twitched in pain. "Do you recognize me?" Yui heard this and felt a tightening in her core. "Oh no, I've been discovered." "I do not." "Oh." Yui appeared stunned. Was this truly the end? Shouldn't he be questioning or threatening her, or simply taking what he desired and eliminating her? "Uncle, look at Itachi's corpse. You have no use for it. Why not just give it to me?" Obito remained focused on the gruesome task, not bothering with gloves or acknowledging Yui's pleas. "Please, I'm begging you." Just as Yui spoke, Obito's grip inadvertently tightened, causing Sasuke to bleed profusely from his eyes. He then proceeded as if nothing had happened, staunching the blood flow with medical ninjutsu and bandaging the wounds. Yui took this as tacit approval and swiftly produced a sealing scroll, collecting Itachi's body and stowing it away. Once Obito concluded his operation, he scrutinized Yui closely, noting her single ponytail, lively eyes, and cherubic visage. "Lin, is this how you appear as an adult? Soon, we shall meet again." As Yui listened to Obito's mutterings, she began to step back cautiously, wary of his potential volatility. Uncle, please remain calm. A substitute is ultimately just a substitute. Merely observing is sufficient. Do not let your hands wander. You may leave now. All is well. All right. As Yui reached the door, Obito spoke once more. Be cautious. The ninja world is on the brink of upheaval. Understood. Yui hurriedly exited, clearly aware of the warning in his words. Nevertheless, she resolved to confront him when the time came. Outside the door, Sho approached Yui, inquiring about Sasuke's condition. With a sigh, Yui replied, the situation is rather grim. He is experiencing significant blood loss. Upon hearing this, not only did Team Hawk become anxious, but even Konan was unsettled. Kisame and Suigetsu, significant blood loss? What on earth transpired in there? Karen insisted, let me in. I must see Sasuke. Release him at once. Konan examined Yui thoroughly for any signs of abnormality before finally relaxing. Let us go. Kakuzu has fallen. The logistical accounts require attention and cannot be delayed further. The two departed, and the Eagle Squad gazed at their figures, particularly at the lively and exuberant Yui. Her very presence incited a desire to reprimand her, while simultaneously provoking a myriad of thoughts. Sister Xiaonan, I heard that all the money Kaku earned has been spent by you. Is that true? I was merely procuring supplies. None of it was for personal use, so refrain from making baseless accusations. Oh, I see. So, Sister Xiaonan, you are using someone else's money to support me. Does the boss not get angry? The boss is rather intimidating, unlike me. Xiaonan rubbed her temples, distancing herself slightly from Yui. Don't look at me so closely. I fear Pain might find out and punish you. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Xianyi household, the morning was bright and cheerful, with fresh air invigorating the spirit. Xianyi groggily opened his eyes, tightening his embrace around the lovely figure beside him. Wife, what time is it? Brother, I am not sure. Xianyi sat up abruptly, only to realize that Hanabi was in his bed, holding him closely. Creak. The door swung open, and Sister Hondo entered, her eyes widening as she brandished a camera, snapping photographs incessantly. Brother, I will not shield you, so prepare for confinement. Even if you are a minor, you still have the audacity to act. Through the door crack, Xianyi spotted Hinata sipping tea in the living room and glanced at Hanabi, recognizing this as a setup against him. Sister Hondo, I will offer double the reward. In an instant, Hondo's demeanor shifted. She dropped the camera and pointed at Hanabi. Hey, how can you take advantage of my brother while I am away? Hanabi's smile faltered, shifting to Xianye's face, as if to say, see, Sister Hondo is supporting me. With a sullen expression, Hanabi muttered to herself, if only my brother knew that the blanket was not mine from the start. Before she could finish, Hondo appeared before her, covering her mouth with a serious expression. Brother, soon I will send you to prison. Rest assured, during the holidays, I will visit you. Remember, I still love you. This made Hanabi cheerful, as she was quite adept at manipulating situations to her advantage. Xianyi decided to cease their banter, getting up to wash and change into black attire before heading to the Hokage's office. Hanabi and Hinata could only endure Hondo's company, though the sisters did not mind, as Hondo would share amusing tales of Xianye's past blunders. For instance, when he attempted to summon a snake for the shadow snake hand technique, but failed, he ended up biting it out of frustration. Or the times he would shy away from the red light district, unable to walk past due to the overly friendly women. In the Hokage office, Tsunade recently had an insatiable appetite, her desk drawers overflowing with snacks, often sneaking bites like a hamster. As Xianyi leaped through the window, Shizune blushed and exited, kindly closing the door behind her. Wife, Itachi is dead. Tsunade displayed little surprise, handing him a document. I already knew. It was done by Uchiha Sasuke. How did you know? Their battle location was not far from Konoha, and the noise was quite significant. I received intelligence early this morning. Xianyi sat on Tsunade's lap, munching on snacks from her drawer. Wife, why have you not been returning home lately? Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. As she turned her head away, her lips practically glistening. Your sister returned. It's inconvenient for now, but I will be home in a couple of days. Then, Xianyi noticed a document on the desk, indicating a mission to the Land of Rain as an envoy. It would take at least 10 days to return and pose no danger. Dear, you truly are a remarkable Hokage. Not long after, Tsunade's hand began to tremble as she stamped documents, sometimes misaligning them. Her determination remained unwavering as she endeavored to finish the paperwork by day's end. As dusk approached, Shizune assisted a somewhat inebriated Tsunade back home. Xianyi returned as well, where Sister Hongdo had prepared a feast of glutinous rice dumplings for dinner. However, having eaten his fill, he could not manage another bite, merely greeting them before retreating to bed. In the Rain Village, at the Akatsuki base, Sasuke awakened and immediately unwrapped the bandages, his vision initially blurry but gradually returning to clarity. Obito, wearing a mask, emerged from the shadows. How does Itachi fare? Is he adapting? Sasuke glanced at the newcomer, his left eye uncontrollably shifting into the form of a Sharingan. Amaterasu. A sphere of black flames appeared atop Obito's head, and he shrieked in agony, retreating into the darkness. Confused, Sasuke was taken aback when Obito re-emerged, this time donning a different mask. To think Itachi had a contingency plan. He truly is a formidable man. Obito narrated the events surrounding the Uchiha clan's ocular transplant and subsequently invited Sasuke to join the Akatsuki. Since you agree to join, present a token of allegiance, capture the 8 tails. It is entrusted to you. Feeling the surge of power from his eyes, Sasuke smirked. A trivial matter. The 8 tails is merely an animal, easily subdued. Obito chuckled, I wish you success. Upon arriving at the Akatsuki's logistics hall with the Eagle Squad, Sasuke encountered the sharp-tongued woman once more. Ma'am, I am here to collect the Akatsuki uniform and ring. Lead the way. Yui cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Sasuke, her pupils sharpening and becoming lively. Sister Xiaonan, may I deal with these imbeciles? You cannot. Internal strife is forbidden within the organization. Shortly thereafter, Xiaonan tossed a ring to Sasuke along with 4 sets of Akatsuki uniforms. Your companions do not yet qualify for the ring. They are merely reserves. Kisame protested, stepping forward to argue, but Yui raised a hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck him. Silence, fool, watch your life. Kisame, smoke rising from his charred form, struggled to maintain his balance, supported by Jugo. Xiaonan was taken aback. She had rarely seen Yui angry, and today, she exhibited a deadly intent. As previously stated, one is not devoid of emotion. He and Itachi were friends, while he held no such connection to Sasuke or the strangers accompanying him. Sasuke's gaze turned icy as he slowly drew the Kusanagi sword, his eyes morphing into the Sharingan. Yui's right eye mirrored the transformation, adopting the shape of the Sharingan. Flower Burial Realm. My foolish brother, did you truly believe you could slay me so easily? Sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead as he abruptly turned, only to face Uchiha Itachi. 1 against 7? Sasuke wasted no time, thrusting his blade into Itachi's chest, only to realize too late that it was an illusion. He had killed the false Itachi. Humph, a mere illusion. Suddenly, a kunai pierced Sasuke's lower back, blood soaking his clothing in an instant. Sasuke! Karen shrieked, rushing forward heedlessly, aiming a punch at Yui. Thud! Her fist passed through Yui's form like water, revealing it to be a water clone. Lightning release. Another Yui emerged, her palm crackling with electricity, unleashing an attack on both Karen and Sasuke simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, the water clone had completely transformed into a puddle, while Xianglin collapsed to the ground, charred and unconscious. Sasuke's wound had also been torn and enlarged. The figure of Zhongwu appeared behind the beautiful woman, his fist poised beside her head, morphing into a bizarre shape with several exhaust ports. Energy was unleashed. Boom! Zhongwu's punch shattered the opposite wall, creating a massive crater. Where's he? The woman appeared behind Zhongwu, her small hand resting on his back. Forbidden technique, wind and fire exorcism. This is bad. Several flames, resembling chains, instantly engulfed Zhongwu, his screams echoing through the air, while the scent of roasting flesh quickly permeated the atmosphere. Brother, I didn't expect you to smell quite nice, remarked Xiaonan, who made no effort to intervene, merely observing coldly from the side. Sasuke, clutching his lower back, glared at the woman. Before he could activate Amaterasu, his brother Itachi transformed into a sky full of petals, raining down like a shower of knives upon Sasuke. Splash, splash. The woman withdrew her hand. Zhongwu was already medium rare, while Sasuke lay on the ground, drenched in blood, his clothes tattered, gasping for breath. This scene unfolded in less than 3 minutes, leaving only the ghostly figure of Suigetsu standing. Take them away while it's still hot. If you wish to continue, I cannot guarantee you won't end up in pieces, Suigetsu remarked, having just contemplated risking everything. Upon hearing this, he exhaled, his taut muscles relaxing slightly as he sat down heavily on the ground. What a terrifying woman. The woman departed with Xiaonan, realizing that her overwhelming strength was merely due to an information disparity. Otherwise, she would have needed to expend much more effort. She was not suited for prolonged battles, as her chakra reserves were limited. Sister Xiaonan, can we keep this from the boss? I saw you having fun just now. And now you're scared? Not at all. I was just teaching the unruly newcomers about discipline. You're overthinking it, Sister Xiaonan. If all newcomers were trained this way, the Akatsuki would be disbanded. Later, the woman visited the dungeon to check on Jiraiya, who, despite losing an arm, still managed to entertain himself by writing risque literature and drawing provocative illustrations. Pain also inquired about the woman's confrontation with Sasuke, feigning ignorance. The woman's carefully prepared explanation fell flat, as Sasuke hadn't donned his uniform at that time and thus did not count as one of their own. So, what was the harm in beating him? Sasuke's injuries were not severe. With medical ninjutsu and Xianglin's assistance, he would recover within a day or two. This time, the group chose not to stir up trouble and directly left the Akatsuki, heading towards the hidden cloud village to capture the Eight Tails. On their way, they noticed Sasuke's demeanor seemed somewhat off, prompting various attempts at comfort. Sasuke absorbed their words, feeling reassured by claims of future victories and his inherent talent that could surely surpass his foes. Once I finish my business, I will kill that woman. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Zhongwu still felt a burning pain on his skin, while Xianglin clamped her legs together, fearing another electric shock. Suigetsu felt his legs weaken. Had they perhaps gone too far? He hadn't even seen when she formed the hand seals. What a joke. Upon reaching the hidden cloud village at Yunlei Gorge, as Sasuke and his group arrived, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, happened to descend the stairs. The two groups exchanged wide-eyed glances. Killer Bee was robust, wearing sunglasses and carrying 7 short blades on his back. Those clothes. Akatsuki? Killer Bee's brow furrowed. His older brother, the fourth Raikage, had been gravely injured by this group last time. Damn you idiot. Take my punch first. Oh baby. Killer Bee was the first to strike, launching a soaring kick towards Sasuke, who drew his Kusanagi sword to parry. Killer Bee retracted his kick, seizing the opportunity to sidekick Sasuke, sending him flying. Sasuke steadied himself, raising his sword to fend off Killer Bee, mirroring the opponent's aerial sidekick, landing a blow to his chest. Humph. A guy like you can be killed whenever I feel like it. Killer Bee, unfazed, leisurely drew the 7 short blades from his back, adopting a peculiar stance. Damn you, idiot. I will end you, shred you to pieces. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing blades echoed like a drumbeat as Sasuke struggled to defend himself, unable to withstand the relentless assault, while Killer Bee continued his incessant rapping. Twirl, dance like a butterfly. Sasuke was struck, creating an opening, and in an instant, Killer Bee plunged 6 blades into his body. The Eight Tails, like a bee, stung fiercely. Chapter 106, Living Excessively Roar. After several exchanges, Killer Bee was convinced these miscreants were definitely not the ones who had injured his brother, losing interest in further play. Zhongwu manipulated his cells to transform his left hand into a barnacle-like exhaust port, immediately channeling yellow-red chakra to surge forth, striking Killer Bee with a powerful punch. Killer Bee, dancing and rapping, erupted in red chakra, manifesting the tailed beast cloak. Thunderblade. Boom. In a single confrontation, Zhongwu was sent flying, his chest a bloody mess, with even glimpses of his innards visible. Xianglin, still tending to Sasuke, was utterly terrified upon witnessing this scene and hastily rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms covered in bite marks. Sasuke, quickly, bite me. In a daze, Sasuke slowly opened his mouth and bit down, visibly accelerating the healing of all his wounds. Ah! Xianglin let out a piercing scream, evidently having been bitten hard. Meanwhile, Zhongwu gradually stood up again, though his form had shrunk slightly, and his chest wound had healed. Did I just turn into a child? No worries, I merely manipulated my cells to mend my injuries. Quickly, take Sasuke and leave. This opponent is beyond our capability. I will hold him off. At that moment, Sasuke stood firmly in front, his expression grave, his gaze fixed intently on Killer Bee. No need. Although he is powerful, he is not insurmountable. As long as I evade his attacks, I can win. Trusting Sasuke, the others chose not to flee, remaining to support him. Killer Bee grinned, revealing his white teeth, striking a dancing pose. Damn you idiot. I'm done playing. I will crush you all with full force. Eight Tails V. The red chakra rapidly retracted into Killer Bee's body, replaced by octopus tentacles, and in an instant, A colossal monster with a bull's head and an octopus body appeared before Team Hawk. The group gaped in astonishment, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. How could they fight this? The Eight Tails opened its massive maw, gathering dark chakra energy. Xianglin shouted at the top of her lungs, "Run! This is something we cannot withstand." Boom! A massive chakra laser erupted, obliterating the nearby hillside. After the attack, surprisingly, Sasuke's group remained unscathed, save for Suigetsu, who took the brunt of the blow. Reduced to a half-human, half-water state. "Sasuke, I owe you nothing." With that, he fell unconscious, utterly unable to recover. Sasuke understood that Suigetsu was referring to events from a few days prior, but now was not the time for such discussions. "Zhongwu, take them away swiftly." "Understood." Meanwhile, within the confines of Konoha village, the Xianyi family found not only Akane dispatched on a mission, but also Hanabi and Hinata taken out for training by Hyuga Hisashi. Tsunade had been residing here for several consecutive days, enjoying a rather comfortable life. "Oh, you little rascal, you treat me so well. You will spoil me," she exclaimed playfully. "When you spoil me, I've seen it all before, you little pervert." After a while, as the wind calmed and the rain ceased, lying in bed gazing at the ceiling, Xianyi teased, "Aren't you afraid of those old geezers criticizing you for not working today? What is there to fear? I've been dealing with trivial matters lately. Merely stamping documents. If there's something significant, Shizun will notify me." Observing Tsunade's carefree demeanor, Xianyi felt his own spirits lift. "Ah, my dear wife. Do you know how the villagers currently perceive me?" he inquired. "How do they perceive you?" She replied. "They say I'm always confusing Lord Hokage and disrupting the village's order, nearly branding me a seductress." Although such a description of a man seemed rather inappropriate, it was undeniably true. "Ignore their gossip. I am indeed a good Hokage." Tsunade, with her golden locks playfully teasing Xianyi, wore a frustrated expression, as if the words were an affront to her. The playful banter quickly escalated, and Xianyi was provoked into action, eager for another round. However, Tsunade preemptively intercepted him, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "I want to see you in women's clothing." "What? Are you serious?" he responded. "I have no women's attire." "Oh, but I do." She pointed beneath the bed. "I brought some just for you." Xianyi felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought. What kind of peculiar hobby is this? "Very well, let me challenge the strict decorum of the Hokage today." 2 minutes later, Tsunade stared in astonishment as Xianyi adeptly donned the outfit. Time flowed like water, and 5 days slipped by unnoticed. At the Akatsuki base in Amigakure, Pain gazed at the 8 Tails Jinchuriki that Sasuke had returned with, lost in thought. Observing the sorry state of Team Hawk, their clothing tattered and injuries still fresh, he restrained the urge to utter, "You're all fired. You may rest, the mission has failed. Next time, I will take charge myself." Sasuke bristled at the mention of failure, especially since it was a mission he had risked his life to complete. "Can't you see? The 8 Tails Jinchuriki is right in front of you." Pain turned away, unwilling to waste words on the matter, leaving it to the others. "All right, boss, no problem. We've got this," they responded, cracking their joints as they approached Sasuke and the others. Chapter 107. Itachi's gift. Subsequently, Team Hawk endured yet another brutal training session under Pain's rigorous regime. A day passed, and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki had seemingly vanished without a trace. Pain resolved to pursue the 9 Tails, setting his course for Konoha, intending to take matters into his own hands. In the following days, Pain visited Sasuke's room as usual. "Time for some light training." "Sasuke, are you all healed up? Big sister is coming." Inside the room, members of Team Hawk were present, with Suigetsu hiding behind the sofa. "Stay away. After you finish with Sasuke, you can't hit me anymore. I can't handle electric shocks." Yugo, who had returned looking like a 12-year-old, now appeared more like a 6 or 7-year-old, showcasing the toll of their rigorous training. Karen looked at Sasuke, whose body was wrapped in bandages, and felt a wave of sympathy. She wobbled to her feet and tossed a blue tool pouch at Pain's feet. "This is for you. Spare us, and we want to withdraw from the Akatsuki." Pain frowned, kicking the pouch, before opening it to find items that belonged to her: a whip, handcuffs, shackles, a headband, high heels, a collar, and a ball gag. "Whose gag is this? Why is it in my possession?" "This must belong to Karen, not me." After collecting the items, Pain cleared her throat and said nonchalantly, "Leaving the Akatsuki is simple. First, you must return your uniform and ring." Karen complied, tossing Sasuke's belongings to Pain. "What now?" "Then you leave your life behind." The organization doesn't allow living members to roam free. Karen plopped down on the ground, incredulous. Is this an actual organization? How sinister. At that moment, Sasuke groggily awoke. Forcing himself to sit up, his gaze fixed intently on Pain. Woman, one day I will kill you and dismember you. Pain playfully responded. Ah, my foolish brother, hate me, despise me, and cling to the resolve to live to kill me. Sasuke spat blood in frustration. Damn it, this is unbearable. Suddenly, he began to retch. And Team Hawk rushed to his side, concerned he might pass out. Before long, Sasuke expelled a sealing scroll from his mouth. Pain was astonished, applauding as she exclaimed, Brother, you must have quite the throat. You've trained well. Upon noticing the scroll, she quickly snatched it up, ignoring its cleanliness. Inside were fragments of chakra from the 4 tails. 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails. The final line bore a message from Itachi. Though I do not know your purpose in gathering the tailed beasts, consider this a parting gift. Please take care of Sasuke. Signed, Uchiha Itachi. Tears welled in Pain's eyes as she gently closed the scroll. In that moment, she understood why Kisame had held Itachi in such high regard. Itachi truly is kind. You all stay put. I won't harm you anymore. With that, Pain turned to leave, leaving Team Hawk in stunned silence. Karen leaned over Sasuke, inspecting his throat curiously. How did you manage that? Have you really been training? Pain searched the base for Konan, but found no sign of her. Ultimately discovering a note stating that she and Nagato had gone to capture the 9 tails and would return in a few days, instructing her not to cause trouble or strike Sasuke. Sister Konan has abandoned me to elope with Pain. Within Konoha village, the 6 Pains assembled. The previous animal path had been stolen by Jiraiya, and the current animal path was a cute little girl, while Nagato was truly a beast. Summoning technique. With fervent hand signs, the animal path conjured colossal summoning beasts that charged into Konoha, wreaking widespread havoc. The Deva path unleashed missiles from its arms, demolishing entire buildings. Shienya's consciousness returned, and he hurried to the Hokage's office, bursting in to find Tsunade directing the evacuation of villagers and rallying ninjas for resistance. Once the immediate concerns were addressed, Tsunade turned to Shienyi, asking what had transpired. With a sigh, he replied, It may be related to Jiraiya. I have been suspected, and I am unaware of this operation. Tsunade refrained from placing blame, focusing instead on resolving the crisis at hand. Within the village of Konoha, chaos reigned. The long-haired Pain casually subdued a ninja, extracting his soul. Umph, you don't even know where Naruto Uzumaki has gone. Meanwhile, at another location, the short-haired Pain grasped a Konoha ninja, demanding, Where is Naruto Uzumaki? Each Pain was enacting this scene, while Shienyi departed from the Hokage's office, determined to ensure the safety of certain individuals first. Chapter 108. Pain uncertain whether Pain would employ the rebirth technique again. Shienyi could only perform what was within his capabilities. Activating his Byakugan, he searched for his friends, assisting any villagers he encountered along the way. Time was of the essence, and it was unsurprising that he first found Asuma's former student, Kurenai Yui. Just out of the hospital, Shienyi approached her and, relieved to see she was unharmed, sighed in relief. Kurenai-sensei, what were you doing at the hospital? Kurenai hesitated, hiding a report behind her back. And nothing. Could it be that you're pregnant? Bang. Kurenai struck Shienyi, exclaiming, Pregnant? I don't even have a boyfriend, let alone you. She urged him to assist rather than chat idly. Confirming Kurenai's safety, Shienyi departed, grinning as he teased, Even if you were pregnant, I would take care of the child, haha. Kurenai scoffed, secretly revealing her report, which indicated a diagnosis of kidney stones. Shienyi subsequently found Sakura, Ino, Shino, Hinata, and the others, all safe. As for Hanabi, and Tenten, they were not in Konoha, so there was no cause for concern regarding their safety. It was only upon witnessing Kakashi bravely confronting Deva Path Pain that he paused. Deva Path Pain effortlessly levitated a nail, aiming it at the severely injured Kakashi. Challenging a god, it seemed, was reckless. Whoosh. The nail shot forth, heading straight for Kakashi's forehead. Shienyi swiftly intervened, using a kunai to deflect it. Shienyi? What are you doing here? Get away. Before Kakashi could finish, Shienyi yanked him from the rubble and employed healing techniques to assist him. Pain approached Shienyi with deliberate strides, a black iron rod materializing in his hand. Are you disregarding the divine by saving a life in front of me? Huh. A nail is a god, Shienyi retorted. As Pain accelerated towards him, he sidestepped. Activating the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, and delivering a forceful kick that pushed Pain back. He leapt into the air, hurling Kakashi towards the Hokage building. Good luck. You don't just rescue people like that. Xian Yi brandished his decapitating blade, locking eyes with Pain as he activated the fourth gate. Heart of Fury, open. A plume of white smoke gradually dissipated from Xian Yi's mouth as chakra surged around him. Pain narrowed his eyes, raising his left hand to issue a command, Almighty Push. Xian Yi's body was swiftly drawn towards Pain. As he formed hand seals mid-air, Xian Yi extended his left hand, executing a forbidden technique, Aqua Wave Palm, enveloping his palm with water, lightning, and wind chakra. With a sweeping motion, Pain countered with Shinra Tensei, sending Xian Yi hurtling away, his strike missing its mark. Pain then healed his own left hand, aware that such forbidden techniques inflicted considerable damage. Interesting. We have a girl in our organization who resembles you quite a bit. Pain mused. Comparing me to a woman? Are you infatuated with me? Even if you confessed, I would never accept, Xian Yi shot back, noting their shared sharp tongues and penchant for forbidden techniques, many of which they had created themselves. Meanwhile, at another location, after extracting the soul of a Konoha ninja, the long-haired Pain pinpointed Naruto's location. Not in Konoha? Mount Myaboku then. That simplifies things. Deva Path Pain bypassed Xian Yi, propelling himself towards the Hokage building, the tallest structure at the village's center. Tsunade rushed over, her expression grave upon seeing Pain. Meanwhile, Conan, accompanied by Animal Path Pain, departed Konoha, using summoning techniques to disperse all but Deva Path Pain and the summoned beasts. In an instant, Konoha fell silent. There were no enemies apart from Pain. Glancing at Tsunade, Deva Path Pain, initially poised to inquire, instead turned his back on her and the others. Tsunade urgently called out, imploring him to cease his reckless actions. Can you explain why you are capturing the tailed beasts? Pain ascended slowly, ignoring Tsunade's words, incapable of generating any response from him. Feel pain, contemplate pain, accept pain. Understand pain. Wait pain. Tsunade interjected. Those who do not know pain cannot comprehend true peace. Shielding her eyes from the sunlight, she fixed her gaze on Pain. At that moment, Xian Yi rocketed towards them, bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Stop right there." Shinra Tensei. A white shockwave radiated from Pain, enveloping all of Konoha. Xian Yi positioned himself protectively in front of Tsunade. Open the sixth gate of the 8 gates. Blood Sea Torrent. A black-red barrier enveloped half of Konoha. As the two techniques collided, erupting in a cacophony of metal clanging and sizzling sounds. After what felt like an eternity, the white light faded, followed by the black-red glow. Konoha lay in ruins, with Xian Yi's barrier failing to mitigate all the damage. In that moment, Tsunade unleashed her full chakra to protect the villagers, resulting in heavy casualties. She herself aged dramatically, her skin wrinkling as she leaned on others for support. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. Lady Tsunade. Xian Yi, bloodied and gasping for breath, turned to Tsunade. His eyes filled with anguish. Tsunade's abdomen seemed to pulse with a faint chakra signature, prompting Xian Yi to forcibly extract the chakra of the tailed beast within him. Activating his Byakugan. A child. Chapter 109. Wait for my return. Xian Yi staggered to Tsunade's side, cautiously pressing his ear against her abdomen. Trembling as he struggled to speak, Tsunade weakly pushed against him, unable to move, her voice barely a whisper, "Don't look. It's not good." Others surrounded the two, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions as they witnessed the scene unfold. Xian Yi gently embraced Tsunade, channeling chakra into her, tears streaming down his face. "Who says it's not good? I want to see." Like a child, crying at your age, Tsunade remarked, wiping the tears from Xian Yi's cheeks. A mist of white smoke rising as her skin reverted to its youthful state. Xian Yi ceased his chakra transfer, gazing towards Pain with determination. Spitting out blood as he declared, "Wait for my return." Without waiting for Tsunade's response, he shot forth like an arrow. "Wait, Xian Yi." In midair, Xian Yi conjured various weapons formed from black lightning. Forbidden technique, soldiers of the underworld. Molding water, enhancing with lightning, augmenting with wind, and propelling with fire. This was one of the most formidable forbidden techniques, and one of Xian Yi's trump cards. Deva Path Pain descended, having long been aware of the situation. Summoning Animal Path back and using summoning techniques to bring forth the remaining 4 pains. Short-haired Pain stood at the forefront, hands outstretched as he unleashed his chakra-based technique. 2 obsidian axes whistled through the air, aimed directly at chakra escape. Just as they seemed destined to strike, they unexpectedly veered away, circumventing short-haired Pain and directly severing the beast path Pain, resulting in a sudden explosion. With the demise of the beast path Pain, the summoned creature dissipated into white smoke. Only then did Xianye's figure materialize before Pain, surrounded by a myriad of black weapons. So, you are the forbidden ninja. It appears you are not as weak as I had imagined. Uncharacteristically devoid of his usual sharp tongue, Xianye raised a hand and let it fall gently. The dense array of black weapons surged forth like raindrops, hurtling towards Pain. Deva Path Pain and Hungry Ghost Path Pain swiftly positioned themselves in front of Hell Path Pain, one conjuring a small-scale Shinra Tensei while the other activated Chakra Escape. Clang, clang. Some weapons were deflected by Deva Path Pain, while others were obstructed by Hungry Ghost Path Pain's Chakra Escape, desperately shielding Hell Path Pain. Meanwhile, the remaining two Pains, unable to evade, were swiftly pierced and shredded by the onslaught of weapons, their forms reduced to mere fragments amidst the chaos. After a prolonged moment, as the last of the weapons fell silent, Deva Path Pain scanned the sky, searching for any trace of Xianye. Where could he be? Behind Hell Path Pain, a lone black weapon remained, unscathed. In a flash of white smoke, it transformed into the likeness of Xianye, wielding a half-severed executioner's blade imbued with lightning chakra, severing Hell Path Pain's head in a single strike. Deva Path Pain abruptly turned, aiming a palm at Xianye with a gravitational pull. Xianye's body was once again yanked towards Pain. More? 8 Gates Forbidden Technique, Reincarnation Paradise. A water drill head rapidly formed before Xianye, propelling itself forward without his assistance. Pain countered with a Shinra Tensei, producing a deafening crash that reverberated painfully in the ears. Hungry Ghost Path Pain darted behind Xianye, attempting to seize him with both hands. Without chakra to sustain the Reincarnation Paradise, it dissipated into delicate raindrops in an instant. Hungry Ghost Path Pain exerted force, rapidly draining Xianye's chakra, weakening him further. Forbidden Ninja, Xianye, this is where your journey ends, and you shall experience pain in turn. Deva Path Pain extracted a black iron rod from his palm, hurling it fiercely towards Xianye's chest. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth as Xianye was released by Hell Path Pain, collapsing weakly to the ground, a sardonic smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Deva Path Pain. Indeed, it was not as simple as one might think. Proclaiming peace whilst wielding a slaughtering blade is utterly laughable. To challenge the divine is the most foolish act of your life. You must feel some semblance of pain now, don't you? Pain found the words familiar but had no time to reflect, as the situation took a sudden turn. Xianye wrenched the iron rod from his chest, trembling in agony as he continued to extract the tailed beast chakra within him. Round 2, let us continue. A white halo flickered as the 6th gate of the 8 gates was opened. The heart of fury ignited. The 100 heal technique activated. Black and red lightning enveloped his fists as he spun around, smashing through Hungry Ghost Path Pain's body with blinding speed, catching even Pain off guard. Xianye withdrew his fist, vanishing once more, only to reappear above Deva Path Pain, leg raised like a battle axe for a downward strike. Shinra Tensei. A translucent white shield emerged, blocking Xianye's assault as Pain regarded him with cold indifference. It seems you have yet to grasp the essence of pain. Do you suffer from menstruation? You seem quite familiar with suffering. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, a member of the Hyuga clan stood beside Tsunade, keeping a vigilant eye on the unfolding events. Lord Xianye is incredible. He has slain 3, for Pains with a single strike. The onlookers gasped, their mouths agape as if they could fit a chicken sausage inside. Chapter 110. The celestial explosion. Lord Xianye has fallen. The black iron rod has pierced his chest. A Hyuga member declared, tears welling in their eyes as they wiped them away, fixated on the battlefield. Tsunade, sensing the gravity of the situation, strode towards the center of the conflict. Just a few steps in, the Hyuga member erupted with excitement once more, cheering, Lord Xianye has not been defeated. He has risen, removing the black iron rod. He seems to have employed numerous forbidden techniques, and has once again dispatched another Pain. Tsunade exhaled slowly, locking her gaze on the fervent Hyuga member. You've squandered half a year's salary, she remarked. On the other side of the battlefield, Haruno Sakura knelt beside the fallen, tears streaming down her face, mourning her parents who had perished, their bodies lost to her. Why? Not far away, Hinata concentrated intently on the battle, Her delicate hands clenched tightly together. In Maiboka Mountain, Naruto sat bare-chested in a pool of toad oil, faint hints of golden eyeshadow shimmering on his eyelids. A small toad hopped over, but Sage Fukasaku intercepted it. What is the matter? Naruto is in a critical phase and cannot be disturbed. The Hidden Leaf Village has been attacked, and the casualties are severe. What? Sage Fukasaku grasped a note from the toad, written by his wife, Shima, confirming the dire news. Which faction is responsible for this? Something has gone awry. Back at the Hidden Leaf Village Center, Devapath Pain and Xian Yi clashed fiercely, exchanging blows. Pain's forehead protector was sent flying, while Xian Yi fared worse, his garments tattered and torn. Forbidden technique, Heavenly Thunderbreak. Shinra Tensei. Pain deflected the attack, sweeping his hand to invoke Universal Pull. Xian Yi retaliated with a powerful kick, exclaiming, "Eat this." Pain was sent sprawling, rolling several times before regaining his footing, blood streaming from his nostrils as he raised his fist to strike Xian Yi. "You cannot defeat me. My suffering surpasses yours." With a resounding crash, the ground fractured beneath them as Xian Yi was propelled backward nearly 100 meters, steel rods embedded in his abdomen, slowly extracting the rods. His wounds healed at a visible pace, chakra surging through him, blood oozing from his orifices. "Ah, you must be joking. I'm about to become a father. And I feel no pain." His speed surged dramatically as he seized Pain by the hair, hurling him skyward. With each flicker, Pain was met with devastating blows. Shinra Tensei. Pain retaliated, launching Xian Yi once more, seizing the opportunity to conjure a black iron rod, frantically throwing it at Xian Yi. Xian Yi deflected the rod, landing gracefully, summoning a black long sword into his grasp, dashing towards Pain's landing spot. Pain, now ragged and torn, wielded another black iron rod, using Universal Pull to destabilize Xian Yi before launching his attack. In the distance, from within a towering tree, a pale hand emerged, cradling a glowing black orb that wobbled into the air. Inside the hollow, a gaunt red-haired man, eyes bloodshot, contemplated his next move. "It seems I must resort to this technique. He is proving too troublesome." Konan stepped out from behind the man, worry etched on her face. "Nagato, your body can no longer withstand this. It's fine. For true peace, all sacrifices are worthwhile." Within the Hidden Leaf Village, the 100-heal mark on Xian Ye's body gradually faded, and 2 chakra gates of the 8 gates were sealed, leaving the 2-tailed beasts within him diminished. Almost emaciated compared to Nagato, Pain wiped the blood from his nose and limped a couple of steps, feeling the strain and deciding to halt. With his hands clasped together and his eyes wide open, he bellowed, "Planetary devastation." Xuanya's pupils constricted as, in an instant, the gravitational balance within a 10-mile radius was disrupted. Severed limbs, debris, and even he himself were drawn into the air. At the edge of the battlefield, Sakura and the others felt the pull of gravity, struggling to escape the range of the devastating technique. "What is this?" Hinata cautiously stepped forward, realizing that if she got any closer, she too would be drawn upwards. Sakura quickly grabbed Hinata, pulling her back. "Hinata, it's dangerous. What are you doing?" "Sakura, Xuanya-kun is inside. I want to help him." Sakura was struck as if by lightning upon hearing this. She was aware that someone was battling the enemy, but had no idea it was Xuanya. "What's happening in there?" "Xuanya-kun can't hold on much longer." Within the battlefield, Devapath Pain was bleeding from his nostrils, glaring at the sky, where planetary devastation loomed. "Oh!" With a sudden crash, the battlefield fell silent as Xuanya's figure vanished, replaced by a massive earthen sphere with a 10-mile diameter hovering over the Hidden Leaf Village. Konan, witnessing Nagato's dire state, rushed forward to inquire, "Have you resolved it?" Nagato, panting heavily, gravely replied, "No, I can still sense his chakra." "What? This is the first time someone has survived your technique. I am equally surprised. The infamous forbidden ninja of the leaf has forced me to this extent." At the center of the battlefield, Devapath Pain sat half-crouched, needing to recover some chakra. Chapter 111. A twist of fate. Tap tap tap. The footsteps drew near, and Pain turned to see Tsunade charging toward him. At this point, what else can you do? "You bastard. Die." Heavenly Foot of Pain. Pain sidestepped and leaped back to evade the attack. Just as he raised his arm to unleash Universal Pull, another set of footsteps approached. Gentle step twin lion fists. Hinata unleashed a surge of blue-black chakra, striking toward Pain from a distance. Pain tilted his head, raised his leg, and dodged, aiming to eliminate Hinata first. But more footsteps echoed behind him. Bastard, return my family. Sakura's fist struck the ground with chakra-infused force, deepening the crater by half a meter. Pain stared blankly at the three of them, his expression unchanged. You should be feeling pain now. So what can you do? Tap, tap, tap. Another flurry of footsteps approached, and Pain turned to see a throng of figures rushing toward him in anger. Ino, Kurenai, an injured Kakashi, Shino, Shikoro, and even a group of villagers wielding farming tools like hoes, shovels, and rakes. Villagers, attack. We cannot let the Hokage's pretty boy fight alone. Let's finish him. Don't forget, you all used to play with Schwanya when he was little. Don't be shy, even if you have to use high heels. Bastard, return my family. Get out of the way. I'm old and have lived long enough. I'll go first. Tsunade glared at the villagers and turned to Shizune, scolding. What is going on? Didn't we evacuate? Why are they all here? It's because of that Hyuga. He broadcasted the battlefield situation, leading most villagers to hear about it. It spread like wildfire. Pain was uninterested in the villagers. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. He aimed for Tsunade and activated Universal Pull directly. Tsunade-sama. Shizune cried out as Tsunade was uncontrollably drawn toward Pain. Bastard, don't underestimate the Hokage. Tsunade shouted angrily, delivering a whip kick toward him. Pain, wielding a black metal rod, sidestepped and thrust it toward her chest. Tsunade seized the rod and broke it on the spot, using her kick to send Pain crashing to the ground. Heavenly foot of Pain. Before Pain could rise, Tsunade followed up with a downward kick. Pain hastily raised his hand for Shinra Tensei, sending Tsunade flying back several meters. Kakashi and the others intercepted the villagers, reminding them that this was not their battle and that it was not yet time for village annihilation. They need not risk their lives. Just then, a cloud of white smoke dissipated in the distance as Naruto, accompanied by a multitude of toads from Mount Myaboku, made his entrance. Tsunade, furious, exclaimed, "You bastard. If you had come back a little later, Konoha would be rebuilt already." Naruto glanced at the ground, then at the distant crowd, finally looking toward Fukasaku Sage. Is this Konoha? Fukasaku shrugged, indicating uncertainty, while Shima nodded. This is indeed Konoha. All of this is Pain's doing. The toads were equally perplexed. They had mobilized nearly all of Myaboku's elite forces, only to find the battle nearing its conclusion. Tsunade shouted, Naruto, Schwanya is trapped in that earthen sphere above. You go rescue him while we hold off Pain. Naruto looked up at the sky, his eyes wide with confusion. What on earth has happened? Suddenly, Fukasaku pointed at the planetary devastation, exclaiming, Look, it seems to be moving. Everyone turned to see a section of dirt shifting, and Pain's expression turned grave. Having used his techniques twice, he struggled to maintain the sphere's integrity. Why is this person's vitality so strong? Boom. Crash. A glowing white arm burst forth from the sphere, and with a forceful grip, Schwanya emerged, bare-chested before the crowd. His long white hair flowed, tinged with green at the tips, with a mist-like white cloak billowing about him. In sage mode of the wet-bone forest, he revealed his final trump card. Pain had reached the third round. He was ready to continue. Schwanya looked down to find Pain surrounded, and Naruto had returned. Damn it, so many people. The onlookers were astounded, and the sight was so enticing that many were left blushing, with even Naruto succumbing to a nosebleed. As Schwanya stood, finally free from planetary devastation, he realized his pants were reduced to mere fragments, and even his shoes were gone. Pain, resigned, acknowledged his defeat. It wasn't truly a loss. Had no one interfered, Schwanya would have remained trapped, and even with sage techniques, he could not have killed him. Schwanya leaped down, kicking up a cloud of dust, and strode towards Naruto, delivering a resounding slap. Where the hell have you been? Another slap followed. Now it's your turn. He then spun around and dashed toward Tsunade. Next was the verbal sparring. He could only rely on his sharp tongue, as the fate of the villagers depended on Naruto's words. Fukasaku glanced at Naruto, bewildered. Naruto, your girlfriend seems to be wearing rather little. I'm a man. Schwanya snapped back, irritated. Fukasaku recoiled, realizing his age was catching up with him. Chapter 112. She said she wants to be your sister. Schwanya raced to Tsunade, checking her over and over, relieved when he confirmed she was uninjured. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you come here? Tsunade removed her outer coat and draped it over Schwanya, then playfully flicked his forehead. You thought you would never see me again, Tsunade said, as she embraced Xianyi tightly, her voice thick with emotion. What will happen to the child in my womb if you are gone? Xianyi remained silent, returning her embrace and gently patting her back. This scene left everyone in Konoha in awe, utterly enchanted and stimulated. The one most affected was Hinata, her eyes devoid of light. The pain of unrequited love cutting through her like a knife. Shin-Yi-Kun, Sage Shinsaku glanced at Naruto, scratching his frog head, hesitating as he spoke. Little Naruto, you have quite diverse interests. What nonsense. I'm straight, don't say such things. Taking advantage of Naruto's outburst, Pain unleashed chakra from his feet, targeting Hinata, who was closest to him, and leaped forward like a cannonball. Watch out. Naruto immediately sensed something was amiss, shouting as he rushed to save her. However, he couldn't keep pace with Pain, and Hinata remained oblivious, still gazing at Shin-Yi. As the black iron rod hurtled towards Hinata's chest, a tear slipped down her cheek as she smiled and closed her eyes. Farewell, Shin-Yi-Kun. With a sickening sound, the rod pierced through Shin-Yi's side. Mere inches from Hinata. Little Hinata, is this how I taught you? To close your eyes before the enemy? You must rise above this. Never say I taught you. Pain tilted his head at Hinata, sighed, and withdrew the rod, stepping back. Unfortunately, I cannot let you experience true pain. At that moment, Naruto arrived, summoning 2 shadow clones to restrain Pain, while his main body stood before Shin-Yi, flustered and unsure of what to do. It went through. How do we treat this? Will he die? Slap. Shin-Yi backhanded Naruto. Can you be a bit more reliable? Then, he slowly pulled out the black iron rod, causing pain to well up in his eyes. Hinata reached out, pressing her small hand against the wound on Shin-Yi's back, tears brimming in her eyes. Unable to find the words. Just then, the others arrived. Sakura attempted to use her healing jutsu, but Tsunade stopped her, raising an eyebrow to signal her to continue watching. Shin-Yi extracted the rod, blood blossoming from the wound, yet astonishingly, it healed almost instantly, as if nothing had happened, leaving everyone in disbelief. Is this man even human? Hinata's mind became a blur, overwhelmed by conflicting emotions of guilt, sadness, and confusion. The more you care for me, the harder it is to let go. Why are you like this? So selfish, so irresponsible. Lost in her thoughts, she unexpectedly embraced Shin-Yi tightly, unable to contain her emotions. Shin-Yi tensed, glancing at Tsunade, who made a fist and pointed at Hinata, nodding. Understanding dawned upon him. Years of being together as a couple had honed their communication. Good boy, so you have a mistress outside. Just wait until I deal with you. He nodded towards Hinata, acknowledging her good nature and vowing not to let her be hurt any further. At that moment, Hinata was taken aback, her mind racing, forgetting her tears as her thoughts swirled. Meanwhile, after a brief conversation with Pain, Naruto, feeling the weight of the situation, picked up the black iron rod from the ground and stabbed it into his own arm, instantly sensing Nagato's location with sage art. I'll talk to your true self. I'll deal with this clone first. Rasen Shuriken. Pain, already at his limit, faltered as Naruto's Rasen Shuriken struck him, causing the black rods within him to shift and 2 more to be expelled, clattering to the ground. Then, Naruto utilized the body flicker technique, racing towards Nagato's location. Seeing the awkwardness of the situation, Shin-Yi noticed the stares from those around him and, to ease the tension, pointed at the black rods that had fallen from Pain. Look, Pain has been dealt with by Naruto. When he realized the key figures were still unfazed, he had no choice but to release his sage art, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. The women cried out, Shin-Yi-Kun. The men exclaimed, Lord Shin-Yi. The villagers shouted, the handsome lord. Afterward, it was unclear what Naruto and Nagato discussed, but ultimately, Nagato resorted to using the rebirth technique. When Naruto emerged from the tree hollow, he was clutching his lower back against the wall for support. Konan returned to the Hidden Rain village, cradling the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko. Sister Konan, since the boss is dead, why don't we elope? Chapter 113. Turbulent winds and rain after settling Nagato and Yahiko's bodies. Konan ignored the comment from the adult film star and walked towards the Akatsuki base tower. From there, one could see the entire Hidden Rain village. As the light drizzle continued to soak her completely. Yui, you should leave the Akatsuki. This was the first thing Konan said upon her return, causing the adult film star to tilt her head. Does Sister Konan dislike me? Why do you want me to leave? Konan extended her delicate hand, rainwater pooling in her palm, not accumulating much at all. I do not dislike you. In fact, I am grateful for your companionship over the years. I have enjoyed it. However, life ultimately leads us to diverging paths. With your abilities, I know no one can keep you here, so go. I will also be leaving the Akatsuki. I want to go. Sister Conan wants to have a world of two with the boss, and I refuse to allow that. Conan looked at the adult film star and waved her hand, summoning a multitude of white papers that coalesced into spear-like shapes, aiming them at her. Leave. I will say this one last time. The adult film star stood her ground, meeting Conan's gaze defiantly. As Conan dropped her hand, the paper spears fell, stopping just a centimeter from the adult film star. Do as you wish. With that, Conan withdrew her jutsu and turned away. She remembered Nagato's last words, warning her to be wary of Uchiha Obito, and that the adult film star was a dangerous woman. Meanwhile, Shienya's true form lay in the Konoha hospital, too afraid to awaken, having spoken too freely without considering the consequences. As for the hospital's construction, Yamato had overseen it, a professional in building for 30 years, unmatched by anyone. In the Sound Village, at Orochimaru's base, Uchiha Obito, wearing a vortex mask, stepped out from the Kemui space, looking at the impure body of Kabuto. Recently, corpses have been stolen from various ninja villages. It must be your doing. Kabuto glanced at the newcomer, but paid him no mind, still fiddling with the pieces on his chessboard. Are you interested in a collaboration? What qualifications do you have to propose a partnership with your broken body? Kabuto formed hand seals, slamming his palms against the ground. Impure world reincarnation. Boom, boom, boom. 9 coffins emerged behind him, the lids opening one by one to reveal the faces within: Scorpion, Deidara, Kukzu, Haiden, the second Tsuchikage, the third Raikage, and the fourth Kazekage. As the Sharingan of Obito activated, he squinted carefully to scrutinize Kabuto. The stakes appeared insufficient. No need to rush. Let's see what this is. Upon opening the final coffin, Obito was struck by a seismic shock in his pupils at the sight of the corpse within. State your terms, he demanded through gritted teeth. Uchiha Sasuke, I require him. Kabuto replied. Obito readily agreed, solidifying their collaboration. In Konoha village, at the Second People's Hospital, Shienyi opened his eyes slightly, relieved to find Tsunade absent. Shifting his gaze to the right, he noticed a pair of white eyes fixed intently upon him. Shienyi-kun, you are awake, the figure said. Indeed, Shienyi replied as he sat up, surveying the room, only for Hinata to speak first. Were you looking for your sister, Shienyi-kun? Sister? Shienyi replied, bewildered. Did Hinata have a sister? Hinata blushed and nodded. Yes, the Hokage-sama instructed me to refer to her as such. Shienyi froze. While the world of Hokage permitted polygamy, most ninjas adhered to monogamy. Had Tsunade truly consented? She seemed to possess not only a broad mind, but also an inclusive nature. What did she tell you? He inquired. Hinata hesitated, shyly stammering, yet spoke amidst her embarrassment. Shienyi listened for a full half-hour before grasping the entirety, ultimately concluding that his escapades outside had been numerous. One more or less made no difference. If Hinata wished for Tsunade's acceptance, she must support Tsunade, leaving the choice to Hinata herself. If she was unwilling, so be it. Observing Hinata's demeanor, it was evident she had made her choice, ultimately unable to resist his charm. And Tsunade? He asked. My sister is in a coma. In the adjacent room, Hinata replied. Shienyi was taken aback, hastening to the next room, where he found Tsunade peacefully lying on her hospital bed, with Shizune attending to her. Do not worry, Shienyi-kun. Your and Tsunade-sama's child is fine. Tsunade-sama has been protecting them, Shizune reassured him. Shienyi cared little for the child. Tsunade's well-being was paramount. It's nothing. I merely wish to observe. As time passed, a week slipped by unnoticed. Tsunade's condition improved, yet she showed no signs of awakening. Meanwhile, Konoha could not afford to be leaderless. Danzo seized the opportunity, stepping in as the acting Hokage. However, he was ultimately unpopular, with few supporters, employing various underhanded tactics, leading to a reduction in dissenting voices. Coupled with his historical connections, he was subtly trending towards becoming the 6th Hokage. Externally, Obito had reconnected with Sasuke, revealing to him the grim truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. Chapter 114. Conan's resolve. Upon receiving this information, Sasuke found it hard to believe. If all were true, it meant he had lived under Itachi's shadow, foolish and unaware. Impossible. Itachi slaughtered my entire clan. There is no other possibility. Karen tugged at Sasuke's sleeve, urging, calm down, don't let yourself be misled. Obito's voice remained steady, as if unfazed. Disbelief is irrelevant. You may seek Danzo for confirmation. Be silent. I will verify this myself. Your reminders are unnecessary. Sasuke departed with Team Hawk, while Obito scoffed, activating Kimui as his form twisted and vanished from sight. The seed had been sown. Next, he would reclaim the Rinnegan. In the Rain Village, at the Akatsuki's base, Obito's form slowly materialized as he stepped deeper inside. At that moment, Konan set down the white flowers in her hands, sensing his arrival. The inevitable has finally come. With that, her body transformed into sheets of paper, dispersing into the air, and when she reappeared, it was above the waters of the Rain Village. A space-time vortex appeared before Konan, and Obito's figure emerged. The Rinnegan. It seems you have no intention of revealing Nagato's body. I anticipated your arrival. I have awaited you solely to end your life. As a traitor of the Akatsuki, I shall show no mercy, even for a former comrade. Obito tilted his head, a look of curiosity crossing his masked face. I am intrigued. Why would a ninja of your caliber betray me? Did you not and Nagato support my Moonai plan? Is it merely due to Naruto's fleeting words? Konan, her expression devoid of emotion, raised her hand, unleashing a flurry of paper shurikens towards Obito. Thus, you cannot bloom in the light. Obito remained unflinching as the paper shurikens passed through him, signaling the imminent clash between the two. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki's hall, Tsunade was diligently severing the arm of the outer path golem, having labored for an entire week. Normal ninjutsu could not harm it, nor could ordinary tools. Utilizing the petals of the funeral flower realm, she was nearly finished, just a little more. Suddenly, faint explosions from detonating tags echoed from outside, momentarily freezing her. Without hesitation, she launched herself forward, delivering two powerful kicks that shattered the nearly severed arm of the golem. Quickly, she retrieved a sealing scroll and dashed outside. Just as she neared the exit of the Akatsuki base, a thunderous series of explosions erupted behind her. Damn, she's gone all out. Foolish woman, wait for me. With those words, Tsunade dashed back into the depths of the Akatsuki base. Outside, the explosions continued for 11 minutes, and once silence fell, Konan, exhausted and depleted of chakra, knelt upon the surface of the sea, gasping for breath. This should mean he is dead, right? Suddenly, a hollow iron pipe pierced through Konan's abdomen, blood spilling into the sea, dissipating into the depths. How could this be? I rehearsed countless times. You should be dead. Izanagi, the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, sacrifices vision to connect reality with illusion. Konan tore herself free from the pipe, stumbling forward, only to see Tsunade had arrived. Hey, if you harm my Konan, you'll pay. Obito shook off the blood from the iron pipe, murderous intent directed at Tsunade. Fully aware that Nagato had seen the problem, he knew as well. Will you also betray me? Tsunade supported Konan, tending to her wounds and alleviating her pain. Yui, you must leave. I can hold him off a while longer. You are no match for him. Go. Konan attempted to break free from Tsunade's grasp, but Tsunade held on tightly, refusing to let go. What? Have you found a new love and forgotten your old flame? You've neglected me for a week. Isn't that enough? Now is not the time for jokes. Listen. You must leave. Konan implored, her tone filled with desperation, igniting Tsunade's temper. It had been a disastrous week, with calamities striking one after another. Patting the back of Konan's hand, the bleeding had ceased. Tsunade stood protectively in front of Konan, her Sharingan morphing into the kaleidoscope pattern. Uncle, this does not constitute betrayal. After all, we were never on good terms. Funeral flower realm. A single tear of blood cascaded down, while the sea surface within a 5-mile radius blossomed with vibrant flowers. Petals fell, swirling into a tornado directed at Obito. The scene was both beautiful and deadly, as Konan cautioned him that he could ignore physical attacks. All the petals inflicted no harm on Obito, passing right through him as he rushed towards Tsunade. Tsunade, unfazed, refrained from attacking even as he closed in. To strike. You must materialize. Or would you like to experience the sensation of circumcision? Obito, with his remaining Sharingan, fixated intently on Tsunade, once a cherished mascot, now merely an obstacle. Your ocular power won't last much longer. I can grant you an extra 3 minutes, if you wish. Huh. You have merely 5 minutes, so quiet down, mutt. Chapter 115. Seizing the Rinnegan, though only a few minutes had passed, they felt interminable as the three stared at each other in silence. Konan was determined to protect Tsunade with her life, while Obito awaited his moment to strike as his opponent grew weary. Tsunade, meanwhile, was teasing Konan, seemingly unperturbed. Konan, you've lost weight these past few days. Just look at that slender waist. I can feel your abs through your clothes. Yahiko, this isn't the time for frivolity. I beg you leave now. He won't spare me, and you can easily escape. Tsunade withdrew her mischievous hand, ignoring Konan's plea and opting instead for a tit-for-tat. Time slipped away, the 3 minutes soon passing, and the petals in the sky dwindled visibly. Obito tightened his grip on the iron pipe, preparing for action. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Ha ha ha, did I arrive late? A large yellow toad descended into their midst, atop which stood a dismembered Jiraiya. Huh, I am the sage of Miyaboku Mountain. Jiraiya has arrived. Konan felt a wave of despair wash over her. How had this man managed to appear? Surely he was here to settle the score. Glancing at Jiraiya, she noted he had entered sage mode. Yahiko, you released Jiraiya, didn't you? You delayed to allow him to enter sage mode. Tsunade gestured to her face, implying a kiss would reveal the truth. Konan hesitated, feeling it unnecessary to confirm anything in such dire circumstances, but still inquired, I don't want to know how you persuaded Jiraiya. I want to know how he formed the hand seals. Tsunade again pointed to her face, but Konan turned away. If you want to speak, then I'll find out myself. Suddenly, Tsunade pressed her lips against Konan's cheek and then explained, Sister Konan, you're quite the tease. Since you let me kiss you, I'll tell you, it was with his foot. With his foot. Tsunade pointed to her face once more. Just as Konan was about to turn her head again, she recalled how she had just been kissed and froze in place. Tsunade then kissed her lips loudly. Sister Konan, you're so mischievous, Konan was taken aback. Jiraiya posed dramatically, but no one paid him any mind, and feeling a bit embarrassed, he swiftly focused on Obito. So, it is you, young man. You have quite the taste, even with a missing arm. Obito, having lost an arm to Konan's explosive tags, felt a chill at Jiraiya's taunt. Jiraiya, this situation exceeds my expectations. Should we retreat? His gaze shifted to Tsunade, who was still teasing Konan. Suddenly, a white humanoid figure emerged from the sea behind Obito, speaking in a peculiar tone. Obito, I have located the Rinnegan. Very well. It seems we need not waste time here. With that, Obito's body began to distort as he slowly vanished. Seeing this, Jiraiya hastily leapt into action, kicking his legs in the air and puffing his cheeks, unleashing a fireball. Sage art, fireball. The fireball struck the sea but failed to hit Obito. Forming seals with his foot was ultimately too slow. Tsunade, he has escaped. Konan pushed Tsunade aside, their lips parting with a soft pop. This is bad. He surely knows Nagato's location now. I must go save him. Tsunade, as usual, clung to Konan, who spread her paper wings and soared into the sky. Jiraiya, hopping on the surface of the sea, grew increasingly anxious. Hey, take me with you. Don't you know to be courteous to your elders? Wait for me. The sage of Miyaboku covered his eyes, sighing. Young Jiraiya, just follow along. Don't dwell on such trivial matters. The scene shifted to the resting place of Yahiko and Nagato, surrounded by white flowers. Nagato lay with his eyes open, a faint smile gracing his lips, resembling a peaceful yet eerie sight. A space vortex appeared, and Obito's figure materialized before their lifeless bodies. Humph, are you mocking me? With that, Obito wasted no time, reaching for the Rinnegan, just as Konan stumbled into view. Sister Konan, I can't reach him. Throw me. All right. Konan summoned her last chakra, launching Tsunade towards Obito. Whoosh. Ah, forbidden technique. Whined Thunder Cannon. Tsunade hurled a lightning ball and a wind ball at Obito, striking him just as he prepared to grasp the second Rinnegan. The lightning ball pierced through Obito's body, creating a blast radius, while the wind ball sent Nagato's corpse soaring into the air. Tsunade, using her wind release, altered her trajectory mid-air to catch Nagato's body before forcefully seizing the second Rinnegan, tucking it away. Obito, incensed, glared at Tsunade, realizing that his single misstep had introduced numerous unpredictable variables. Hand it over, do not force me to kill you. Tsunade, obediently, tossed Nagato's body to Obito. Here you go. Chapter 116. The world's malice towards Konan. Obito made no attempt to catch the body, allowing it to arc and crash against the wall. As he looked upon Nagato's lifeless form, the smile had vanished, replaced by hollow eyes and a distorted visage. Konan stood there, stunned. Is this really appropriate? Behind them, a long tongue wrapped around the building, pulling Jiraiya up. Obito inhaled deeply, the surrounding space swirling ominously as he coldly declared, Tsunade, one day I will settle the score with you. With that, Obito vanished from sight. Once certain that Obito had truly departed, Jiraiya chuckled heartily. Ha ha. Even the most terrifying foes flee at the sight of this sage. Konan stepped forward, once more arranging Yahiko and Nagato's bodies, her expression sorrowful. Tsunade approached Konan, embracing her shoulder and speaking softly. May you both find peace. Sister Konan and I will find happiness together. Yahiko, what do you plan to do now? Of course, I will remain in Amigakure, sharing a life with Sister Konan, and perhaps we will have 2 plump little ones. Konan was left speechless, finally opening her heart to ask, aren't you going to Konoha? What would I go to Konoha for? The forbidden ninja. It must be your brother or sister, for you both are so alike. As the renowned actress, Yui Hitano, awkwardly scratched her head, she pondered the possibility that the 2 individuals before her could indeed be one and the same. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Konan interjected, stating, you are a girl and will eventually marry. We are simply not suited for one another. Yui pouted, retorting, yet you didn't express such sentiments when you held me close in the night. Jiraiya, unable to find his voice, found his thoughts wandering back to Konoha, contemplating whether Tsunade would agree to a relationship upon his return. Konan refrained from mentioning the retrieval of the Rinnegan, fully aware that she could not maintain it, and instead focused on rearranging the white flowers. Yui embraced Konan from behind, whispering softly in her ear, I am not going anywhere. I shall remain here with you. If you claim that 2 girls are incompatible, then what if I were to say I am a boy? Konan's pupils dilated, taken aback by the revelation. A boy? What on earth have I been doing all these years? They had bathed together, dined together, and even shared a bed, not to mention instances of intimate contact. As Konan turned her head, she was met with the familiar silver hair and the face she had seen during her confrontation with Pain. Forbidden a ninja? Konan chuckled, bewildered by the deception surrounding her regarding the Akatsuki. Indeed, with the dissolution of the organization, there was no longer a need for subterfuge. She urged, leave. Amigakure does not welcome outsiders. Yet, the mysterious figure held onto her firmly, vowing with 3 fingers raised, Sister Konan, I swear that aside from my gender and name, I have not deceived you. My feelings are genuine and cannot be hidden. Konan wished to retort that concealing one's gender constituted the gravest of lies. As time passed slowly, the soft patter of rain could be heard outside. Jiraiya, having released his sage mode, sat nearby, ever vigilant against any resurgence of libido. As midnight approached, Konan ceased her weeping, her shoulders no longer trembling, her eyes red and swollen from tears. I know I have struck you. Did you not wish to remain? Transform back. Very well. Without hesitation, the figure reverted to Yui Hitano's form, her clothing now fitting loosely, supported by her prominent features. Ultimately, Jiraiya had to return to Konoha. He could not linger here indefinitely. Yui conjured a shadow clone to accompany Jiraiya back, needing to deliver certain items to her original self. As Jiraiya departed, Konan did not bid him farewell, instead standing with Yui atop a high vantage point, gazing into the distance. On the journey back to Konoha, Jiraiya glanced at the shadow clone of Yui beside him, making a sardonic remark. Someone is feasting while eyeing the pot. What do you think will happen if I disclose this to Tsunade? Curse it, I am your savior. And this is how you repay me? Jiraiya sighed. Let us keep things separate. I can agree to many things, but not Tsunade. Yui remained silent, contemplating the prospect of penning 2 more books featuring Jiraiya, detailing the undisclosed secrets of Danzo and Jiraiya, along with the latter's amusing escapades with Naruto. After several days of unconsciousness, Tsunade awakened, albeit still weak, requiring substantial nourishment to replenish her chakra. Meanwhile, Danzo had already assumed the role of the 6th Hokage, and Tsunade had no intention of contesting it. Yui could simply endure Danzo's machinations. Chicken soup is served, Yui announced, placing a bowl in front of Tsunade, who gulped it down eagerly before setting the bowl aside, gazing expectantly at Yui. It's all gone. Nothing left to see here. Yui, feeling the weight of Tsunade's stare, grabbed a plush toy and placed it before her. Wait here, my dear. I shall prepare a pot of pork for you. The toy, Porco, was taken aback. What? You're going to eat me? Its little legs flailed in panic. What a calamity. May I never encounter this beast again in my next life. In a swift motion, Shizune seized the toy, her expression a mix of vigilance and urgency. Lady Tsunade, Yui. Porco is not for eating. Chapter 117. The return of Sasuke. Shizune exited the room, leaving the trio, no, quartet, alone. Tsunade beckoned Hinata to sit beside her, and together they fixed their gaze upon Yui. Why do you regard me with such an intense stare? Yui chuckled nervously. Silence. From now on, I will ask. And you shall answer, Tsunade commanded sternly, slapping the table with authority. Aside from Hinata and Karui, how many other close female friends do you have? Tsunade was understandably vexed, feeling that her efforts were thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Yui raised a finger. There's Konan from the Akatsuki. You two should have crossed paths before. As Tsunade recollected Jiraiya's 3 disciples, she realized the girl in question was indeed that little girl. Wait, that complicates matters further. I had heard of the chaos within large families, but I never imagined it would befall me. Is that all? Indeed. Tsunade turned to Hinata, who hesitated before finally speaking up. I also have a sister. What? Yui? When did this happen? Hinata revealed that Yui had a convoluted relationship with Sakura and Ino, as well as having gifted numerous presents to Tintin, and even embraced Shikamaru from Sunigakure. Wait, Hinata, you were not like this before. Return to that obedient Hinata. Forgive me. Yui, I cannot deceive Lady Tsunade. Yui felt tears welling up. How could she know everything? Tsunade crossed her arms, her eyes glinting with mischief as she raised her chin with pride. Criminal Yui, do you have any final words? None left to say. Tomorrow at noon. It will be your execution. Yui shivered. Execution? Tsunade paused for a moment, contemplating, when suddenly a voice interrupted from outside. My brother and sister are in there. Let me in. Not so fast, Hanabi. They are discussing matters in private. It is not appropriate for you to enter now. Step aside. In a flash, Hanabi struck with precision, incapacitating Shizune with a swift blow, and pushed the door open. Brother, I've completed my mission. I heard you saved the village. Hanabi exclaimed, darting toward Yui with wide eyes. Tsunade narrowed her gaze, forming a hand sign threateningly. Off with their heads. They are all culprits. Hanabi looked bewildered. What are they talking about? Whose head? What culprits? Why don't I understand? Moreover, why was her brother ignoring her? He used to melt at her every cute gesture. In the Hokage office, Danzo sat at his desk managing paperwork, finally reaching a long-awaited milestone. As long as nothing unforeseen occurred, he would become the 6th Hokage. Suddenly, a kunai shattered the window, embedding itself in the desk, accompanied by a note. Danzo glared, unfolding the note, and a smirk crept across his face. This is your own doing. You have no one to blame but yourself. Rising from his seat, he called out, bring forth the forbidden ninja. I need to have a word. A masked ANBU ninja answered promptly and departed, only to return shortly thereafter, battered and bruised. What happened? Reporting to Lord Danzo. The forbidden ninja, upon hearing I was your subordinate, beat me and threw me out without allowing me to speak. Tawanzo, filled with rage, struck his cane. His face contorted with fury. One day, I shall deal with you, disobedient hounds. You have no reason to exist. Both of you follow me, as you command. Behind Tawanzo stood 2 figures, Oil Woman Taki and Yamanaka Fu. Outside the village of Konoha, at the ruins of the Uchiha Shrine, Tawanzo arrived to see Uchiha Sasuke. With his back turned, alongside the other 3 members of Team Hawk. Uchiha Sasuke, as a rogue ninja, how dare you appear before me? Such audacity. Sasuke turned, his gaze fixed on Tawanzo, his tone steady. I seek information regarding the Uchiha clan. You must possess the answers. Ah, I see. The order for the Uchiha clan to rebel against Konoha and the massacre was not given by me, but by Sarutobi. Sasuke clenched his fists, glaring at Tawanzo. His teeth gritted. But you forced the Uchiha clan's hand, did you not? Uchiha Sasuke, one must speak with evidence. I have never targeted the Uchiha clan. It is your clan that is inherently wicked and deserves to perish. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the source of the sound. Xuanya emerged from the earth, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the group. Long time no see, Sasuke. Karen exclaimed in surprise, the forbidden ninja. The members of Team Hawk broke into a cold sweat. Xuanya's reputation was not exaggerated. It was earned through combat. Tawanzo smiled, looking kindly at Xuanya. Are you here to assist me in eliminating the rogue ninja of Konoha? Xuanya glanced behind him, seeing no one, then turned back to Tawanzo. Are you speaking to me? Indeed, I am addressing you. You must be concerned for my well-being, hence your pursuit. Xuanya retched slightly, then pointed at Tawanzo, warning Sasuke, what are you waiting for? Take him down. If you don't kill him now, when will you? Sasuke had no intention of being used as a tool. He remained unmoved, observing coldly from the sidelines. Forbidden ninja, Xuanya, your grievances with him do not concern me. Towanzo's expression darkened. None of them regarded him with respect. Since it is so, there is no need to spare you. Taki and Fu, cover me while I unseal my power. Understood, Lord Towanzo. Xuanya rubbed his temples, wishing he had arrived earlier. In that case, let us engage. Lightning release. Lightning prison of 10,000 thunderclaps. Lightning crackled in his hands as he activated the fourth chakra pathway, unleashing chaos within a 100-meter radius. This is bad. The range of his ninjutsu is too vast to evade. Taki, retreat with Towanzo. I'll block the ninjutsu. Sasuke, stay behind me. Activate your Susanoo. Boom. The area erupted with unrelenting thunder as Xuanya found it challenging to contend with Towanzo's opponents. However, he felt as though he were merely playing with children. Do not underestimate the strength of pain. Even the 5 great nations would falter against him, for he was exceedingly comprehensive in his abilities. The thunder continued unabated. And as the others fled, Xuanya pursued, the lightning striking with them. Taki and Fu, striving to shield Towanzo, found their clothing charred, nearing exhaustion. Sasuke, meanwhile, had barely begun to harness the power of the Susanoo, and compared to his teammates, he fared considerably better. In truth, Xuanya's primary target was not him. Taki and Fu had yet to fully unleash their true abilities. With sheer determination, they managed to throw Towanzo out of the thunder's reach, yet both fell to the ground. Smoke rising from their bodies. Ah, Lord Towanzo, your subordinates certainly have a penchant for smoke. Their behinds are practically ablaze. At that moment, Towanzo unsealed the restraints on his arm, revealing his Sharingan, glaring furiously at Xuanya. Xuanya, do you comprehend the nature of your actions? Xuanya shrugged nonchalantly. Innocence etched across his face. I am merely eliminating threats to the people. How dare you? You are betraying the village. Do you wish to be a traitor? Towanzo's fury boiled over as he cursed Xuanya, who merely dug at his ear and then turned to Sasuke, pointing at Towanzo. Sasuke, this old man just insulted your mother. Sasuke remained silent, fixated on the line of Sharingan on Towanzo's arm, which Xuanya also noticed, teasing. Oh, Sasuke, are you admiring Towanzo's new watch? If it comes to that, perhaps he'll gift you one. Sasuke had come to the firm conclusion that Towanzo was more despicable than the third Hokage. Thus, regardless of the consequences, Towanzo must perish. Xuanya refrained from intervening. I will handle him myself. I hope you recognize the gravity of this request. Xuanya, bewildered, looked behind him, seeing no one. Wait, are you addressing me? Have you forgotten the joyful times in the Akatsuki? Ah, right. Sasuke does not know that Tsukuyomi is you. As Xuanya contemplated imparting a lesson to Sasuke about cherishing fond memories, he was reminded of Itachi Uchiha's last words, prompting him to withdraw his hand. Then hurry. I'm pressed for time, as I have to return home to cook. Sasuke cast a glance at Xuanya, drawing the Kusanagi sword and advancing towards Towanzo. Team Hawk, with explosive enthusiasm, rallied behind him. Excitement etched on their faces, while Karen seemed on the verge of collapse. Sasuke truly is remarkable. Even the forbidden ninja acknowledges him. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Come on, Sasuke. This time, you cannot lose. The aura of the forbidden ninja felt oddly familiar. Sasuke quickened his pace, channeling lightning chakra into the Kusanagi sword, raising it to strike. Towanzo sidestepped, evading the blow, but Sasuke swiftly raised his other hand to unleash Chidori. Towanzo, recognizing the futility of confrontation, attempted to retreat. Unexpectedly, Chidori extended, piercing through Towanzo's body. Chidori's sharp spear. Towanzo's form flickered, vanishing from sight, only for Sasuke to find himself seized by the throat, lifted off the ground. Towanzo, it seemed, had appeared before him without warning. Futile. You might as well surrender. Towanzo reached for Sasuke's eyes, but suddenly, a skeletal structure of purple chakra materialized around Sasuke, forcing Towanzo back. What power is this? This is a strength you shall never possess. After a few coughs, Sasuke slowly lifted his head, his eyes blazing as Towanzo felt a chill run down his spine. Upon turning, he was met with astonishment. Itachi Uchiha? The Uchiha clad in Akatsuki attire walked calmly towards Towanzo, who instinctively took a step back. Itachi's left eye widening as blood tears streamed down his face. Amaterasu. A torrent of black flames engulfed Towanzo, who felt the flames' temperature and realized they were not scorching. Uchiha Sasuke, you have the ability to cast Jinjutsu on me. You possess some skill. However, your Jinjutsu pales in comparison to Uchiha Itachi's. At that moment, Sasuke had maneuvered behind Toanzo, the Kusanagi sword merely a fist distance from him. Yet he found himself unable to advance. What is happening? My body will not move. A black curse seal spread from beneath Sasuke's feet, gradually enveloping his entire being. Xuanya, observing from the side, quickly pulled out a notebook, eager to record this sealing technique, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The sealing technique, capable of binding a person, is indeed a remarkable artifact. Danzo seized the Kusanagi sword from Sasuke's grasp, preparing to strike down at Sasuke's head. At that critical moment, Sasuke closed his eyes, recalling Itachi Uchiha's earnest teachings. In an instant, he unleashed the Susanoo once more, pushing Danzo back, even stronger than before, previously a mere skeleton. Now he embodied a more human-like form, wielding weapons in both hands. Amidst Sasuke's anguished roars, the sealing technique was broken. Danzo formed seals in the air, exhaling wind to alter his landing position. Sasuke commanded Susanoo to raise a bow, aiming at Danzo and decisively releasing the arrow. Bang! The arrow struck Danzo with precision, erupting into a cloud of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, a large tree stood in its place, the arrow having traversed through it. The tree was firmly connected to Danzo's right arm, and as he gently pulled away, a human face appeared on his shoulder. Shinyi applauded from the side, contemplating getting a tattoo of the first Hokage, though he feared Tsunade might not approve. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly noon. If they continued this way, their battle could extend into the night. Sasuke, you are too slow. If you wish to avoid getting hurt, step aside. I shall handle this old coffin dweller. Sasuke, controlling Susanoo, made his choice, intent on confronting Danzo, leaving Shinyi to wait patiently behind. Shinyi, unwilling to coddle Sasuke, recalled Itachi's words about looking after him, though the specifics were left ambiguous. He swiftly began forming hand seals. Forbidden technique, Black Dragon Nirvana. ZZ, black lightning flickered around Shinyi, expanding in range until it materialized into a colossal black lightning dragon. Without hesitation, Sasuke launched an attack. The arrows from Susanoo passed through the black dragon silently. Indeed, you are insufferable, lacking in memory. Sasuke's eyes widened in confusion, unable to comprehend why his attack had passed through. When he turned back, the black dragon was upon him, coiling around Susanoo and preparing to bite down. Blood tears streamed from Sasuke's eyes as he dared not dispel Susanoo, desperately attempting to evade the black dragon's grasp. Shinyi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and petals began to rain down, forming silhouettes around Danzo. The figures of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi Hitaki, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, Orochimaru, and a swimsuit-clad Chiyo emerged, each brandishing blades, encircling Danzo. Yet, this was merely an illusion. They were flying blades made of petals, causing wounds upon contact, lethal upon penetration. Surrounded by these grotesque apparitions, Danzo found himself unable to retaliate or escape, teetering between life and death. Cursed Eye, Shinyi, you have long betrayed Konoha. You are indeed a member of the Akatsuki. Your memory serves you well for your age. Today, you shall not escape, old beast. At that moment, wielding the illusion of flying blades, the figures soared through the air in pursuit of Danzo. This continued until Danzo exhausted his last Sharingan, still failing to uncover a means of escape. Wait, Shinyi, I assure you, if you release me, upon my return to the village, I shall grant you any condition you desire. You dare bribe the husband of the fifth Hokage? Execute him immediately. Danzo, in a desperate roll on the ground, attempted to halt the onslaught. Wait, Shinyi, what has Tsunade offered you? I shall provide double. Shinyi's expression darkened, his teeth grinding together. How audacious. You wish to exploit me further. That only warrants a harsher punishment, death followed by 10 lashes of the whip. Boom. At this moment, Sasuke finally broke free from the black dragon, blood tears streaming down his face as he gasped for breath, staggering toward Danzo. He is my enemy. It is I who must settle this. Danzo, assessing the battlefield, realized he would not escape today. His previous words to Shinyi were merely a temporary tactic. Sarutobi, this time it is my turn to protect Konoha. Seeing Danzo approach him without fear, Sasuke's anger intensified, feeling disregarded. Danzo, perish. For Symbol's seal. Sasuke's pupils contracted, and he quickly nodded before retreating. Danzo's chest became covered in black sealing marks. Both moved slowly, as if strolling. Chapter 120. Jiraiya returns to the village. Xian Yi withdrew the petals, deeming it unnecessary to engage further, though he felt a pang of guilt for Danzo. In the original narrative, this man had sealed half a bridge. Now he could only manage to seal a patch of ruins. The four-symbol seal could hardly hold. After only a few steps, it began to activate, black ink-like substance erupting outward. For Konoha, I cannot allow you to survive, even if I can only eliminate one. As the words fell, the black sealing technique swiftly enveloped into a circular form before vanishing. Sasuke was pulled out of the sealing range by Xian Ye's earth technique. Otherwise, he might have indeed been sealed. Xian Yi glanced at the time once more. He could linger a little longer. As was customary, he would first deal with Sasuke, then with Kagaya, and finally confront Suigetsu and Yugo. Sasuke sat on the ground, breathing heavily, his eyes burning with pain, as Team Hawk rushed over to attend to him. Kagaya extended her arm towards Sasuke, filled with concern. Sasuke, quickly, bite me. Xian Yi instantaneously appeared beside them, intending to join in, but upon seeing the bite marks, he refrained. Kagaya withdrew her arm, warily eyeing Xian Yi. What are you doing? Xian Yi shook his head. Before Sasuke could speak, he delivered a sharp slap that sent him sprawling. Sasuke! Team Hawk gasped, ready to retaliate, but Xian Yi unleashed lightning, stunning Suigetsu, and incinerated Yugo with fire. As Sasuke rose, Xian Yi struck him again, knocking him down once more. Kagaya aimed a punch at Xian Yi, who deftly sidestepped, seizing her by the neck. Crackling with lightning, ready to unleash his power, Kagaya's pupils shrank in fear. Stop, stop! I know your sister. Lord, we are good friends. Her words came out weakly. Stuttering, Xian Yi paused, releasing his grip on Kagaya. Yes. We are both part of the Akatsuki. Our relationship is quite amicable. Just look at how similar your Sharingan is to Ki's. Even your combat style resembles hers. You must be siblings. Xian Yi grinned mischievously, lifting Kagaya's chin and raising an eyebrow. Is that so? Indeed. Ha. Now, you may leave. With that, Xian Yi turned to depart, and Kagaya let out a small sigh of relief, narrowly escaping what she feared might be a violation. She had already prepared for how to earn Sasuke's forgiveness. In Konoha village, Tsunade had been discharged from the hospital and was staying at Xian Ye's residence, with Hinata frequently visiting to care for her. Upon seeing Xian Yi return, Tsunade scrutinized his legs for a moment, and upon noticing nothing unusual, inquired about his whereabouts for so long. Nothing much. I just want to give an old man and to show off a beating. Tsunade looked skeptical. What does that even mean? It's like a mismatched riddle. Come, dinner is ready. Xiao Tiantian has prepared the meal. Hinata felt a bit strange when Tsunade referred to her as Xiao Tiantian. Her cheeks flushed. Then, Huahua burst forth from Xuanya's bedroom, leaping into his embrace. Brother, hug me. How old are you, still wanting hugs? I don't care, I want a hug. Leaning closer to Xuanya's ear, Huahua whispered. I saw the secret under your bed, brother. You wouldn't want others to know about it, would you? What secret? Those little yellow books. I didn't expect you to have such tastes. Xuanya broke into a sweat. Oh no, he was being threatened by this cunning little girl. How infuriating. What do you want now? My dear sister? How about you help me wash my socks, dear brother? Tsunade, noticing the two had yet to join for dinner, called out. Aren't you two coming to eat? Oh, we're coming. Xuanya found it hard to withstand Huahua's persistent charm. This little girl was quite the crafty one. Days passed, and with Danzo missing, only the bodies of Oil Girl Toryun and Yoshiroaki were found on the battlefield, alongside a large semicircular pit. It was confirmed that Danzo would not be returning, and Tsunade would continue to serve as the Hokage. Poor Tsunade had just enjoyed a few peaceful days before being pulled back into work, further inflating Huahua's audacity. Xuanya also explained his relationship with Tsunade and Hinata, but in Huahua's eyes, Xuanya seemed more formidable than her father. If she could control Xuanya, she could, in a sense, control the Hyuga clan. Her reasoning was astoundingly clear. One day, Jiraiya returned to Konoha, and Xuanya retracted his shadow clones, bringing back 2 local specialties. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya swung open the door, stepping in with excitement, his gaze fixed on the person he had longed for. Tsunade, I'm back. When do you plan to fulfill your promise? Tsunade looked up, accidentally spitting out her snack, hastily removing her glasses and rubbing her eyes to adjust. You're back. Why didn't you say anything? You startled me. Tsunade, are you not thrilled to see me? After all, the great sage is not so easily killed. Tsunade resumed her paperwork and slowly replied, Our bet is null and void. If it weren't for me, you would have already lost. What? How can that be? You rascal, it must be you. Tsunade, I'm reporting you. That little brat is of questionable character. Meanwhile, Xuanya was at home preparing for the transition to the Rinnegan when he suddenly sneezed. Chapter 121. Re-entering the wet-bone forest after an afternoon of arrangements. No matter what method he employed, he could not perfectly transition to the Rinnegan. Such a 6 paths level I was indeed extraordinary. It wasn't that Xuanya couldn't install it, but there were risks of backlash. Obito could only bear one, while Nagato had used them all, leading to observable consequences. After contemplating for a while, Xuanya realized he had no choice but to revisit the wet-bone forest. With that thought, he packed everything up and dashed toward the Hokage's office. Wife, I'm coming. Inside the Hokage's office, Jiraiya was still chattering in Tsunade's ear, merely talking about Xuanya's unsavory lifestyle and how she must honor their bet and not go back on her word. It was amusing that this man, who frequented brothels, had the audacity to say such things. Tsunade, you must believe me. He was quite the playboy in the Rain Village, changing sheets almost daily. Tsunade remained unfazed. She had once changed sheets twice a day. Was she proud of that? Jiraiya, do not disturb my work. Can't you see I have a mountain of documents to handle? If you have nothing to do, come help. Jiraiya, feeling dejected, realized he would have to find another opportunity later, considering they weren't even married yet. As he approached the office door, it suddenly swung open with a bang, sending him flying out of the window due to inertia. Xuanya stepped inside, glaring out the window. Hey, how can you be so rude as to break someone's glass? Be sure to pay for it. Take care. And don't let the door hit you on the way out. Tsunade chuckled, her red lips curving into a captivating smile as she beckoned Xuanya over. Come here. Xuanya hurried over, only to find himself caught by the throat, cold sweat instantly beading on his skin. Wife, don't be silly. This is our happiness. Can you bear to let it go? Heh, what is there to let go of? Xuanya felt her grip tightening, and in that critical moment, he decided to take the initiative. Soon, sounds of indescribable nature echoed throughout the office. After a long while, Tsunade's face was flushed and radiant, her hands trembling so much she could hardly hold her documents. She had no idea where her shoes had gone, but her nail polish had changed color. Do not misunderstand. Tsunade was pregnant, but it had been a mere taste. Xuanya then expressed his intentions, and while his wife was concerned for him, she feared that he might turn into an unrecognizable creature. You don't have to push yourself so hard. How can I not? We've lived our lives. But what about Hinata and the child in your belly? Sometimes, it's not about who is bigger or stronger. It's about the strength of one's resolve. Tsunade was unaware of the intelligence Xuanya had obtained. Since he hadn't shared it, asking would be futile. How long will you be gone? Not long, at most a month. At least a week. All right, shall we go for another round? The atmosphere shifted suddenly. His wife was considering his health, and how could he refuse? She then tossed away the shoes she had just retrieved, posing with a teasingly disdainful expression. The office had long been set up with barriers by Xuanya. No sound could be heard from outside, and even peeping through the window would reveal nothing. Late at night, Jiraiya found himself unable to enter the office, frustratedly seeking another place to stay. The next day, within the office, Xuanya had already vanished, having used reverse summoning to head to the wet-bone forest. In the wet-bone forest, Sage Kabuto was quite surprised, feeling a bit pleased that this rascal had come to see her. Over the following days, Xuanya utilized the sacred waters of the wet-bone forest to replace his Byakugan with the Rinnegan, bidding farewell to his favorite eye. Sigh. I can no longer see through things. One less joy in life. Upon acquiring the Rinnegan, the last missing Yin and Yang chakra attributes were also completed. He then used the Yin-Yang chakra to shape the arm of the outer path golem, a task that took him half a month. Xuanya gazed at the peculiar creature before him, pondering. No matter how he shaped it, it resembled the small minion summoned in the original work. Why must I mold it into a beast? Can't I make it human? With his dexterous hands, Xuanya completed the task in just 2.5 hours. Before him stood a stunning beauty with long hair, a slender waist, long legs, an oval face, and an hourglass figure. He was very pleased. Finally, he sealed the chakra of the 3 tails to the 7 tails within her. In that moment, she seemed to come alive. Her eyes slowly opened, but they were empty, devoid of pupils. Xuanya felt a tingling sensation. The chakra fluctuations were immense. At that moment, Sage Kabuto arrived, cautiously observing the situation. Little Xuanya, I let your previous trash come here, but now you bring others? Do you think I'm easy to deal with? Oh, darling, Don't be upset. She isn't human. She is a creation of mine. Bang. Ouch. Who would have thought that at that moment, the humanoid-tailed beast struck Xianyi with a single punch, reducing him to a state of utter helplessness, then proceeded to pummel him into the ground, limbs flailing like a bizarre creature. Chapter 122. A Dream of Yellow Millet. The slug sage's cheeks puffed up, prepared to unleash a spray of acidic liquid at any moment. While Xianyi dodged the relentless blows, he had to divert his attention to thwart the slug sage. My precious, don't intervene. If you kill her, all my efforts will be in vain. The slug sage, mistaking the situation for a tale of love and hate, turned and departed. Don't ruin my forest, you scoundrel. Ignoring the slug sage's taunts, Xianyi hastily formed seals to employ a sealing technique. The humanoid-tailed beast was enveloped in a flurry of purple curse markings, firmly binding it, intertwined with sage chakra. Rising to his feet, Xianyi brushed off the dust and delivered a powerful kick, toppling the beast. After some contemplation, he finally understood. The lingering resentment of the tailed beasts was targeting him. Moreover, the adversary could not perceive him directly, instead locking onto him through chakra sensing. Helpless, he realized that this was merely an unconscious entity. Xianyi removed his shirt and unsealed his abdomen, causing chains of condensed chakra to ensnare the humanoid-tailed beast in a humiliating posture, gradually pulling it into his body. The moment they made contact, an excruciating pain surged through him, as if he had been thrown into a meat grinder, mercilessly churning. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he maintained his focus. The slug sage, hearing the anguished screams, turned back in alarm. Witnessing such a scene startled her. The two were quite the spectacle. The slug sage could only silently provide healing and chakra support from behind Xianyi. As time trickled by, once the sealing was complete, dawn broke. Xianyi succumbed to unconsciousness, and the slug sage tossed him back into the sacred waters of the wet-bone forest, grumbling as she stood guard. It took years to accumulate this much sacred water, and this brat has nearly used half of it. How infuriating. Dazed and disoriented, Xianyi found himself lost in a different realm upon awakening. No longer was he in the wet-bone forest, but rather in the world of his past life. He lay alone in a hospital bed, an oxygen mask covering his mouth and intravenous nutrients flowing into his arm. What is this situation? At that moment, a passing nurse noticed he had regained consciousness and hurried to summon the doctor. Doctor, bed 91 has awakened. Soon, the ward was bustling with people, led by a middle-aged man clad in a white coat. Hello, I am your attending physician. Are you experiencing any discomfort? Xianyi furrowed his brow, his mind a tangled mess. What is happening? Is this a dream? Xianyi? The patient's mind was still clouded. Everyone was asked to step outside for a moment of peace. A flurry of nurses and doctors exited, leaving only the physician and Xianyi. Confused, Xianyi struggled to reconcile his life in the Naruto world with the notion that it was merely a dream. Lightning release, wrathful heart. 8 gates release, activate. The attending physician, bewildered, waved his hand in front of Xianyi, cautiously inquiring, what is wrong? Are you addicted to the internet? Xianyi stared at his hands in astonishment. Nothing was there. It was truly a dream. Tears streamed down his face like a fountain. Everything was a dream. Why is it a dream? How can it be a dream? The sensations felt so genuine, the experiences so vivid. In that moment, Xianyi was engulfed in confusion, barely registering the physician's words. You have been in a coma for 6 months. Your bodily functions have not fully recovered and will require time to adapt. I'm all right. You need to take care of yourself. I won't disturb you further. After the doctor left, it wasn't long before a nurse entered the room. The young nurse removed her mask, revealing a delicate face. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Xianyi. Finally awake. I've only been working for half a year, and I took care of you during that time. My name is Li Xiao. Can I have your contact information? Xianyi had no idea where his phone was, having long forgotten his WeChat ID. His mind was in a fog, and the young nurse stormed off in frustration. If you don't want to share, fine. Why ignore me? I even helped you shave, cut your hair, and change your catheter. My kindness wasted. A month passed, and Xianyi was discharged. As he wandered the bustling streets, filled with vibrant lights and sounds, tears streamed down his face once more. He returned to his former home, starving in his room for 2 days until he could no longer bear it, and went out to find a job. During work, he encountered the young nurse, Li Xiao, and they exchanged contact information. Thus, a year slipped by in a haze, and he and Li Xiao became a couple. In the bitter cold of winter, Li Xiao invited him to celebrate the new year at her home, which he declined. Alone, he ascended to the hospital rooftop. Consuming 2 bottles of erguo and half a case of beer, feeling neither cold nor intoxicated in his short sleeves. Ha ha ha, dream. Damn it, it's a dream. This is not a dream. As Xian Yi stood on the rooftop, police sirens blared below, a swarm of officers appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Li Xiao was among them. Shouting through a megaphone, Xian Yi, I'm your girlfriend, Li Xiao. With the new year approaching, what are you doing? Come down, don't do anything foolish. Chapter 123, Reunion, Shocking Change. Xian Yi opened his arms, feeling the cold wind in the air, and took a deep breath. This world no longer belongs to me. You need not waste your efforts. I have found my way back. Below, a safety perimeter was established, and air cushions were prepared as Li Xiao, with red eyes, continued to plead. Xian Yi, come down. Didn't we agree to marry once we reached a certain age? What are you doing? Enough. Go back. You are not her, and don't even resemble her. What nonsense are you talking? I'm begging you, come down. If you die, what will happen to me? Xian Yi scoffed, his emotions unperturbed. He had long since let go the moment he stepped up. The exorbitant medical bills, a flawless girlfriend. The perfect family everyone dreams of. There's more, but I want to elaborate. As he spoke, the entire world seemed to mute, leaving only Xian Yi's voice echoing. None of these things can be resolved by me. Falsehoods are but illusions. Farewell. With those words, Xian Yi leaped into the air, and below, Li Xiao gasped in horror. Xian Yi. Just as Xian Yi was less than half a meter from the ground, he suddenly halted mid-air, his body transforming. His silver hair billowed in the wind. The right eye of his Sharingan began to spin, and the left eye of his Rinnegan erupted with chakra pressure. Ha ha ha. Forbidden technique, parting the clouds to reveal the sun. A heart-wrenching roar reverberated throughout the city, as the world around him fractured like a mirror, eventually shattering into pieces. Gurgling, splash. Xian Yi abruptly awakened. Sitting up from the sacred waters of the wet-bone forest, surveying his surroundings, which remained unchanged. So it was like this, farewell, Li Xiao. In that moment, he comprehended everything. The illusionary world. If he lost himself there, his body would become an unconscious puppet. If he perished in that realm, he too would become a mindless marionette. Using a fragment of the outer path golem, combined with parts from other tailed beasts, and without the chakra of the 9 tails to compensate, success was virtually unattainable. It was a path leading to certain demise. However, given that Xuanye himself was already an anomaly, alongside the assistance of the holy water from the wet-bone forest, and having discovered an exit on his own, he barely managed to succeed. Upon further examination of himself, he realized that there were no tailed beasts within him. Instead, he was replaced by a humanoid-tailed beast, albeit with a slightly altered appearance, her form entirely snow-white. Xuanye's own skin exhibited an unusual pallor, deviating from the typical human complexion, yet fortunately, it still appeared rather attractive. Darling, the slug sage remarked, noticing the commotion and peering over with a hint of annoyance. What is it? How long was I unconscious? Weren't you just lying down? Oh dear, why is there so much less holy water? Did you drink it, little Xuanye? Xuanye leaped from the pool, throwing himself onto the slug sage, exclaiming, to see you again is truly wonderful. Get off. I've nothing more to teach you. Nor do I intend to blame you. Quickly, tell me, what on earth happened? Xuanye remained silent, utterly exhausted. Had he lingered in that world for a few more months, he might never have returned. It's nothing, darling. Could you take me back to Konoha? Are you in such a hurry? Very well. The slug sage relayed her perception to Tsunade through the summoning contract, prompting Tsunade to perform the summoning technique on her end. In a flash of white smoke, Xuanye followed the slug sage back to Konoha. Upon seeing Tsunade, Xuanye's eyes glistened with moisture. He leapt forward, embracing her tightly and refusing to let go. What are you doing? There are others present. Be mindful. It's only been a little over half a month since we last met. Is this necessary? I don't care. Your reputation is already tarnished. Let them envy you. Within the Hokage's office, a gathering of Konoha elders and several elite jonin, including Jiraiya, observed the exchange with wide eyes. Goodness, it began with mere rumors, then confirmation, and now there's no pretense at all. They're openly affectionate. Tsunade gently patted Xuanye's back in comfort, sensing something was amiss. She glanced at the diminutive slug sage, who shook her head, signaling ignorance of the situation. Go rest for now, dear. I have an important meeting to attend and will return later. Understood. Shizune, please escort him back. Shizune supported the groggy Xuanya as they exited the Hokage's office, while Tsunade resumed her meeting. By afternoon, Xuanya could no longer withstand his fatigue. As soon as he closed his eyes, he fell into a deep slumber. Hey, hey, hey! Shizune exclaimed as she felt the weight shift in her arms, almost dropping him. With no other choice, she hoisted him onto her back and continued on their way. You were troublesome as a child, and now you're this way as an adult. Matoi appeared, a smirk playing on his lips. Shizune, hand him over to me. I'll take care of him. Shizune's expression darkened. You've already let slip too much. I can't trust you with him. If Tsunade finds out, you'll be in serious trouble. No need, Matoi. You have no say in this. Matoi audaciously made his move, prompting Shizune to instinctively defend herself. Matoi, driven by a desire for vengeance, could no longer hold back. At that moment, the inebriated Yugao strolled by and noticed Xuanya sleeping on the ground, her eyes lighting up. Hey, no sleeping here. Chapter 124. A bit addictive Yugao glanced at Matoi and Shizune, who were engaged in a tussle, oblivious to her presence. She recalled how her father relentlessly urged her to marry, frequently arranging blind dates for her. I have a plan. Stumbling slightly, Yugao hoisted Xuanya onto her shoulder and wobbled away. Meanwhile, Shizune and Matoi were still caught up in their scuffle, unaware that their home had been invaded. Yugao lived on the second floor, with a balcony adorned with flowers. Having long since separated from her parents, she resided there alone. She unceremoniously tossed Xuanya onto her bed before meandering off for a bath. Upon emerging from her bath, she found herself in a daze, forgetting her intentions, and simply collapsed onto her bed to sleep. After a while, feeling slightly uncomfortable, she rolled over, instinctively wrapping her arms around Xuanya and inadvertently pressing her thigh against him. He smells nice. She began to fidget restlessly, unable to find sleep, while Xuanya remained deeply asleep, accustomed to having someone beside him during the night. He instinctively reciprocated her embrace. In the haze of the night, perhaps due to the warmth of the room, she shed her clothing. Xuanya dreamt of participating in a horse race, but no matter how he whipped his steed, it barely quickened its pace, stopping intermittently, frustrating him to the point where he dismounted and let the horse finish the race on its own. As night deepened, a gentle breeze brushed against Yugao's cheek, causing her lovely eyelashes to flutter as her beautiful eyes slowly opened. Who is this? Yugao initially thought she had drunk too much and fallen victim to someone else's scheme, but as she focused on the person beneath her, her pupils dilated in shock. The memories of her drunken state crashed over her like a tidal wave. Oh my God! What have I done? Awakening, her clever mind swiftly took control. Under the cover of night, she resolved to return Xuanya home, pretending nothing had occurred. Quickly, she sprang up, a soft kiss escaping her lips as her face flushed. Ignoring everything else, she hurriedly dressed and threw a coat over Xuanya. She hoisted him up and leapt out the window, racing toward Xuanya's home. Just as she reached his doorstep, she unexpectedly encountered Anko. The two women met, one delighted, the other flustered, both clutching their respective secrets. What a coincidence, Anko. Would you like to come in for a drink? No, thank you. Haha. I was just here to bring Xuanya home. Brother, so he was with you. I thought he was out gallivanting. Thank you for bringing him back. Anko gently took the sleeping Xuanya into her arms, sniffing his scent before frowning. Why does he smell strange? Yugao began to sweat, stammering as she crafted an excuse. It's probably because I carried him back all the way. He must have picked up my scent. Well, I'll be off then. She fled before Anko could press for more details, limping away. Anko, puzzled, brushed Xuanya's cheek affectionately, her heart swelling with joy. Brother, you remember me. It's been so long since we last met. Upon returning home, Yugao surveyed her disheveled bed, rubbing her temples. What a mess. What on earth happened? She gathered the blood-stained sheets and replaced them with fresh ones, spending a sleepless night. The following morning, Anko rubbed her eyes, stretched, and sat up, only to realize she was not in her own room. Something was amiss. Turning to the side, she found Tsunade and Xuanya tightly entwined, sleeping soundly. Why do I feel like an outsider? Before long, Tsunade awakened, kissing Xuanya on the forehead before hurriedly making her way to the Hokage's office. Anko stayed home that morning, while Xuanya remained asleep. Bored in the afternoon, she decided to venture out. No sooner had Anko left than Yugao arrived, eager to see if anyone had discovered the previous day's events. To her dismay, with Anko absent, she found herself drawn to the sleeping Xuanya once more, her defenses crumbling. It was a bit addictive. What could she do when he lay there? With newfound experience, Yugao set about assembling a rocking horse, and like a child, began to enjoy her ride. In the dimness of night, Xuanye found himself once more ensnared in a dream, reminiscent of the previous horse race, albeit with a slight twist. Wait, why is this horse competing against me directly? How dare you? I would rather forfeit than tolerate your audacity. At the entrance of Xuanye's residence, Hinata and Hanabi had been waiting for quite some time, both activating their Byakugan as they gazed towards Xuanye's room. Red, teacher Red? Hinata blushed instantly, steam rising from her head, and leaned back, fainting. Hanabi scoffed, expressing disdain, remarking that she was nowhere near as skilled as Tsunade-sama, calling her quite inept. She hoisted her sister over her shoulder and retraced her steps. Today, they could not seek out their brother. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade perused a document stating that the village of Kumogakure had located Killer B, allowing Naruto to proceed. Shizune, summon Uzumaki Naruto, Yamato, and Jiraiya, she instructed. Understood, Shizune replied, feeling a pang of guilt for having lost Xuanye the previous day while stepping out to find him. Tsunade flipped to the next document, which bore a declaration of war against the 5 great ninja villages. What is this? Chapter 125. Xuanye's horse race. Tsunade remained skeptical of this declaration of war, deciding to await responses from the other ninja villages to assess the situation. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya, Yamato, and Naruto arrived at the Hokage's office. After Tsunade explained the circumstances, Naruto eagerly agreed, stating he would do anything to gain greater strength to retrieve Sasuke, even if it meant a trivial pursuit. Tsunade-Bazin, when do we depart? We leave now. Time is of the essence. Prepare yourselves, she replied. Jiraiya shot Naruto a disapproving glance. Listen to how you address her. Is that appropriate? Tsunade, can I opt out? With Kakashi and Might Guy, it should suffice. No, for Naruto's safety, you must accompany him, Tsunade insisted. Fine. That night, after a long day of toil, Tsunade returned home, her heart alight with joy upon entering her abode, only to find the person she had been longing for. She approached and planted a kiss, but furrowed her brow as an unfamiliar scent wafted through the air. Her gaze fixated on the room of Akamichi, realizing this was not the scent she recognized. Someone had dared to steal her husband. How audacious! Tsunade unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Xuanye, and after a thorough cleansing, managed to carry him back to their room for slumber. The following night, buoyed by the thought of seeing Xuanye, she hummed a tune while walking home. Upon entering, her forehead throbbed with fury. Another unwelcome intruder had taken advantage of her absence. Bastard! On the third day, Tsunade carried Xuanye to the Hokage's office, tucking him beneath her desk, feeling a sudden sense of security. Yugao pretended to pass by Xuanye's house, stealthily perched atop the opposite rooftop, observing Xuanye's room. Finding it empty, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Are you awake? Good. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade received responses from the other ninja villages, all declaring war. Reports indicated that several small villages had already been attacked. The threat was real. At the intersection of the land of fire and the land of lightning, a plethora of white creatures and reincarnated individuals had emerged. Shizune, gather the personnel for a meeting. What is the matter, Tsunade-sama? War is upon us. Shizune, struck by this news, hurriedly set out to summon others. This scene unfolded simultaneously across various ninja villages, maintaining communication as they prepared for the impending conflict. Time was of the essence. The meeting was brief. Tsunade was resolute. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, she would not hesitate to retrieve Xuanye from beneath her desk. I recognize you all, but he does not. If anyone goes missing without cause, I will have no means to seek the culprit. In response to Mito's proposal, Tsunade concurred, emphasizing the necessity for the 5 great ninja villages to unite while remaining vigilant against potential sabotage. Indeed, I agree, echoed Karui. The Hyuga clan stands with the Hokage, unwavering in our commitment to Konoha, declared Hinata. The heads of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans affirmed their allegiance as well. That afternoon, Tsunade assembled her forces, embarking towards the intersection of the land of fire and the land of lightning, leaving Xuanye behind with a letter instructing him to join them once he awoke. In the evening, Yugao returned once more. The ninja army was slow in their advance, especially with lower-ranked ninjas among them. She was confident she could catch up to the main force. Skillfully, she set up a ride without inserting any coins, reveling in the whimsical company of her favorite characters. An hour later, the ride malfunctioned due to lack of lubrication, and at that moment, Xuanye awakened. Why do I keep dreaming of horse racing? And what with this ridiculous horse? Wait, is that Tsunade? With a hint of confusion. He opened one eye and was about to admonish her for her lack of restraint during her pregnancy, only to find a familiar face. Oh my, teacher Red. Is that really you? As time passed, yet another round of racing concluded, Xuanya's heavy breaths alerting Yugao. You're awake? Not really. Continue, I know nothing. Her cheeks flushed. She turned to flee, but Xuanya grasped her hand, pulling her along. Hey, that hurts. After a while, both were dressed, and Xuanya read the note. Feeling as though he had slept for an eternity. Yugao, feeling guilty for her actions while he was asleep, dared not meet his gaze, knowing it was inappropriate for a teacher to engage in such behavior with her student. Teacher read, shall we go? She averted her gaze, responding softly. Xuanya activated his Rinnegan, utilizing gravitational forces to levitate both himself and Yugao, channeling wind and lightning techniques to accelerate their speed. In an instant, they vanished, the rapidity nearly sweeping Yugao off her feet. Slow down, I can't take it. What? Not fast enough. A resounding sonic boom echoed as they sped forth. He kindly enveloped Yugao in a protective barrier, considering they had been racing together for several days. Chapter 126. Prelude to the Fourth Great Ninja War. Xuanya was not eager to rush, as he recalled the Fourth Great Ninja War lasted merely 3 days. He wondered what would become of Tsunade on the battlefield. What if she were to be harmed? After all, she was carrying his child. Before long, they encountered the Konoha army, relieved to find that the conflict had yet to commence. Yugao stealthily blended into the ranks, unexpectedly bumping into her father, Yuhi Shinku. Daughter, why are you with Lord Xuanya? We could not find you before. Yugao fell silent, wishing she could slap herself for her lack of self-control. Nothing, father. Yuhi Shinku sighed, earnestly advising his daughter. I know Lord Xuanya was once your student and is quite handsome, but you must not betray the Hokage. I understand, father. Xuanya nestled into Tsunade's embrace, a long-lost sense of security enveloping him, an essence of home. After another night of travel, the troop reached the borders of the Land of Lightning. Realizing that the other ninja villages had already arrived, under the mutual suggestion of the 5 Kage, a temporary command center was established here. After counting the numbers, the ninja allied forces, consisting of the shinobi from the 5 great nations and the Land of Iron, totaled over 80,000, divided into 5 major battalions led by Darui, Anoki, Kakashi, Gaara, and Mitsuki. Inside the command room, the Reikage was accompanied by a tan-skinned jutsu user. Tsunade brought along a silver-haired youth. Anoki was followed by Akatsuchi, and Tsunade was flanked by Shizune, while Gaara stood alone. Temari and Kankuro were outside managing their respective ninja, leaving the manpower severely lacking. Anoki confirmed that the enemy had occupied a crucial stronghold, forcing them to shift from a defensive to an offensive stance. The Reikage, having engaged with those white monsters, found them frail yet numerous. Tsunade's forces still possessed a vast army of reanimated corpses, former warriors whose strength should not be underestimated. The Reikage slammed his fist on the table, accusing the Hokage. These are your village's techniques. The responsibility lies with you. Tsunade remained silent, while Shizune stepped forward, and Gaara fixed his gaze on the Reikage. Anoki rebuked the Reikage, asserting that this was not the time for such discussions. Swiftly eliminating the immediate threat was paramount. He then produced a strategic document, indicating he had prepared 2 plans. One involved encircling the enemy, allowing either side to gain an advantage, albeit at the risk of dispersing their fighting power. The other was a direct assault, which would create multiple battlefronts but allow for concentrated support. What are your opinions? Following a collective discussion, they opted for a direct attack, aimed at mutual support to minimize casualties, as encirclement would merely cost lives unnecessarily. Gaara, Kakashi, Anoki, Mitsuki, and the one-armed Darui stood above the allied forces. Below, the ninja coalition erupted in spirited cheers as Gaara, standing at the forefront, delivered a motivational speech. Being the highest ranking among the 5, Shizune also appeared among the allied forces, unable to attend to others but ensuring the safety of those dear to her, distributing sealing scrolls to the crowd. With a tone of jest, Shizune remarked, Hey, if you're guarding against me like a thief, do you believe I might sneak into your bed at night? Temari, this is yours. Why are you so shy? It's nothing peculiar. As Ino and Sakura passed by, Inuzuka, Kiba's mother, shot a flirtatious glance at Shizune, prompting a hasty retreat from Kiba. Shizune scanned the area but failed to locate the figure of Anko, growing increasingly concerned. Dear, where's Anko? She went on a reconnaissance mission. It was her choice, so it has nothing to do with me. Is something wrong? No, I'm just worried about her. I'll go check. Shizune dashed out, while Tsunade pursed her lips, beginning to suspect that it was Anko who might be attempting to steal her husband. Flying at full speed, she soon approached a forest where two members of the Hyuga clan were fleeing. She swiftly descended to ascertain the situation. What happened here? Where's Anko? The Hyuga ninjas, recognizing Shizune, exclaimed with joy, Lady Forbidden Ninja, there are enemies pursuing us, and Anko's teammate has been captured. A wave of dread washed over Shizune. In such a short time, calamity had struck. Where are they? About 1,500 meters behind us. Lady Forbidden Ninja, please don't retreat yet. I have crucial information. You go ahead, I'll provide cover. Thank you. Shizune locked her gaze on the pursuing figures, all of whom were in a state of reanimation, their faces unfamiliar. In release, birth of the Dark Palm. Though she had recently awakened her chakra attributes, she had yet to master them, nonetheless. It was the most practical method to reinforce her jutsu with chakra, allowing her to rename them. With a swift motion, a black-blue palm shot forth, piercing through the pursuers and reducing them to ash, leaving not even a soul behind. Not daring to linger, she pressed onward, soon discovering a site marked by signs of struggle, but no one was left behind. The battle had evidently been brief, as it seemed the enemy had already taken their captives. Following the residual chakra, Shizune continued her pursuit, determined to not be hindered today. Chapter 127. The scheme of Kabuto. Not long after, under the dual perception of her Sharingan and Rinnegan, Shizune spotted two chakra signatures moving below. She dove down, channeling her chakra into a powerful fist that shattered the earth. Come out, you scoundrel. Beneath the soil lay a familiar face, Kabuto, alongside Anko, whose lips were darkened and bruised. Their eyes met, and Kabuto chose to reveal himself, emerging from the ground. Long time no see, Forbidden Ninja. I have no desire to converse with you. You are unworthy of my time. Seizing the moment while Kabuto was still disoriented, Shizune raised her hand to activate Universal Pull, drawing Anko and Kabuto towards her. Startled, Kabuto dared not approach Shizune, using Anko as a human shield, pressing her in front of him. I know your secret. Do not kill me. Shizune swiftly embraced Anko, pivoting to kick Kabuto away. Anko's natural resistance to toxins rendered her resilient, yet the poison was evidently no ordinary kind. You vile creature, employing such underhanded tactics. Hand over the antidote, and I might consider sparing your life. Kabuto, regaining a semblance of distance, formed hand signs and slammed his palm onto the ground. Edo Tensei. With a series of explosive sounds, coffins erupted from the earth, encircling Shizune, who smiled wickedly. I do not possess an antidote, but my goal has always been you, Shizune. Kabuto clapped his hands, causing the coffins to open, revealing familiar and unfamiliar faces. Deidara, Kaku, Haiden, Sasori, the third Reikage, the second Tsuchikage, the fourth Kazakage, and the second Mizukage. Shizune, I believe these individuals are sufficient to keep you occupied. What do you think? Shizune, taken aback, knew victory was within her grasp, given her Rinnegan. Group battle? I'm not particularly fond of it, but I can accept it. However, I must inquire why I am your target. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied, because you are a variable. According to my investigations, you share a deep connection with the Akatsuki's Itachi Uchiha, and his body, along with another Rinnegan, should be with you now, correct? Though Shizune wished to applaud Kabuto's intellect, with Anko in her arms, she settled for a light smack on Anko's rear. Clever mind, but regrettably, you have miscalculated. These individuals cannot detain me. With that, Shizune soared into the sky, departing swiftly. Kabuto seemed unfazed, signaling, go, apprehend her. The reanimated Deidara clapped his hands, summoning an enormous white bird. Everyone onto my bird. All except the second Tsuchikage leaped onto the massive bird, chasing after Shizune, yet found themselves unable to keep pace, her speed proving too great. The second Tsuchikage took the lead, but after a while, even his shadow faded from view, prompting complaints from the others. What kind of useless bird is this? It's just big. The third Reikage is utterly useless, soft and flabby. Deidara retorted, you lot can't even fly. Who are you to criticize me? Just then, Deidara noticed a hole beneath the third Reikage's feet, realizing the precarious situation they were in. Please refrain from causing disturbances when you are not working. In the midst of flying, Xianyi felt it was indeed crucial to rescue Sister Hongdo. However, he could not simply depart, so he lingered for a while longer. As the large white bird approached, he slightly loosened his right hand, allowing a small purple orb to emerge from his palm. This was a parting gift, a form of a secret technique, an embodiment of shadowy evasion and obliteration. Xian Yi dared not articulate its full power. He hastily fled, having never tested this entity's might. The second Tsuchikage, with a poised stance, bellowed the dust release, destruction of the original realm. The purple orb was instantaneously enveloped by a translucent white cube. Yet, instead of neutralizing the orb, it exacerbated the detonation speed. This is bad. Everyone retreat. A low hum erupted, followed by a thunderous explosion as the purple orb unleashed a dark violet glow, engulfing a 5-mile radius in an instant. Yao Shidou did not personally pursue, but upon witnessing the distant explosion, he noted that several of his pieces shattered in his pocket. Upon inspection, he realized the truth. These were indeed forbidden ninjas. Deidara, Kakao, and Haiden perished on the spot. It seemed he would need to employ some trump cards next time. Behind his round-framed glasses, his eyes glimmered with a cold light. When Xian Yi returned to the Ninja Alliance, the main force had already launched an assault, surging towards the battlefield like a dark tide. He hurried back to the command room and found Tsunade, anxiously thrusting Hongdo into her arms. "Wife, save her quickly. Hey, don't push me. Can't you let me see what is happening?" Tsunade checked Hongdo's condition. Her lips were purplish, but her pupils appeared normal. "Fortunately, you returned her in time." Xian Ye's heart sank, trembling as he questioned, "What if I had been a moment later?" Tsunade shrugged. Had it been any later, she would have awakened herself. Pointing a finger at Xian Ye's forehead, she scolded, "After studying medical ninjutsu with me for so many years, where has all that learning gone? You couldn't even identify such a minor issue. Hongdo possesses inherent toxin resistance. As long as the poison doesn't kill her in a short time, she'll produce antitoxin cells and recover." Xian Yi felt quite aggrieved. Had he not studied forbidden techniques related to medical ninjutsu? And he had even practiced his posture. Chapter 128. Naruto's father. The fourth Raikage glanced at Xian Yi and immediately recognized the one who had severed an arm from his subordinate, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Youngsters are always so impatient, lacking composure. Xian Yi was unperturbed, gazing at the dark-skinned secretary beside the Raikage with a playful smile. Indeed, some possess composure, yet are ultimately ineffective. "It's over in 3 seconds. Wouldn't you agree, miss?" The secretary's face flushed, and she dared not meet Xian Yi's gaze, stealing glances at her Raikage. It seemed there was some truth to his words. The Raikage's time was indeed brief. "Oh my, he is still looking at me. This searing gaze is so blinding." Bang! Tsunade punched Xian Yi, pulling him away with annoyance. "What are you staring at? If you like her, then go be with her." "Wife, are you jealous?" "Jealous of you? Don't be ridiculous." Only the Raikage remained behind, his expression dark and radiating palpable resentment. Kisame naturally positioned himself behind the silver-haired youth, as if concealing something, and did not dare to speak, fearful of drawing attention. Observing this, the Raikage jested, "Water Shadow. Are you on good terms with your subordinate?" Kisame shot a glare at the Raikage, clearly indicating that should his mental sustenance be taken away, there would be no peace between them. On the battlefield, the vanguard of the Ninja Alliance had already clashed with the reanimated army. The reanimated forces, lacking some main combatants, appeared significantly weaker, retreating under pressure, relying on the 100,000 white Zetsu to stabilize the situation. Meanwhile, on a solitary island, Naruto was practicing how to control the Nine-Tails chakra under Killer B's guidance. "Naruto, release the seal." "Okay." Naruto approached the sealing space within himself, slowly advancing towards the seal. The Nine-Tails' eyes glowed a blood red, filled with a ravenous hunger, awaiting the seal's release. As Naruto unlocked the seal, the massive lock began to diminish rapidly. Just as it neared completion, a hand suddenly appeared, blocking Naruto. "The seal cannot be opened, Naruto." Naruto turned to see a figure with spiky yellow hair, strikingly similar to his own, tears streaming down his face. "Who are you?" "I am your father." "It has been a long time, my son." "Dad." Bang! Naruto, in a burst of emotion, punched Minato, sending him sprawling, then embraced him tightly. "Why did you leave me alone in this world? Why did you seal the Nine-Tails within me?" Minato placed a hand on Naruto's head, his smile radiating warmth like a sunbeam. "Because you are my son." The father and son shared a moment of conversation, with Naruto resolving a part of his inner turmoil. He was not an orphan, he had a father and a mother, and was indeed a hero of Konoha. "Naruto, Let me help you control the Nine Tails. Alright, let us do this, Dad. Naruto fully released the seal, but the Nine Tails did not immediately charge out. It remained on guard against Minato. Fourth Hokage, are you still my match? Return my other half to me, Tailed Beast Bomb. The Nine Tails began to gather chakra for a Tailed Beast Bomb, while Minato produced a Flying Thunder God Kunai, casting it in various directions. Spiral Flash Wheel Dance. Before Naruto could comprehend, Minato vanished, appearing at each Kunai's position and unleashing a barrage of Rasengan. The Nine Tails struggled to maintain balance, and Minato created a shadow clone, trapping the Nine Tails in between. Gathering a massive Rasengan in his hands and bringing it crashing down towards the Nine Tails' head. Rasengan. Now Naruto. Oh. Shadow clone technique. Naruto, momentarily dumbfounded, hurriedly formed seals and created hundreds of shadow clones, each summoning a Rasengan, bombarding the Nine Tails with relentless attacks. Dazed, the Nine Tails found itself unable to control its tailed beast bomb, collapsing to the ground. Just as it attempted to rise, Minato arrived once more. Naruto, this is my last chakra. Seize the opportunity. Flying Thunder God, second stage, massive Rasengan. Boom, boom, boom. The Nine Tails, enraged, glared with bloodshot eyes. You two brats are teaming up now, are you? Bullying me without any assistance. Naruto seized the chance to rush forward, still uncertain how to proceed, when Killer B's voice echoed from the outside. You're both in chakra form. It's like a tug of war, just pull it over. Tug of war. With a mindset of experimentation, Naruto grasped the Nine Tails' nose and yanked, successfully pulling out the chakra. At that moment, Minato smiled, gradually dissipating, and before vanishing, he gave Naruto a thumbs up. Truly, my son, you have already become so outstanding. Tears streamed down Naruto's face, and with no time to wipe them away, he focused intently on the tug of war with the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, however, was not about to quietly engage in this contest. As it tugged at the chakra, it charged at Naruto. You little brat, die. The chakra within Naruto became chaotic due to the Nine Tails invasion, rendering him incapable of performing any ninjutsu. This is bad. You unreliable old man. This is going to be a disaster. Bang! A hand as white as jade suddenly appeared, firmly grasping the Nine Tails' claws. Dad, why so affectionate? I'm not lending you any money. And by the way, this pet of yours needs a nail trim. Chapter 129. Kushina's Fist. Xianyi. How is it that you find yourself here? Xianyi, in his sage mode, with his long hair flowing and untainted, replied nonchalantly. Oh, it's nothing. I merely attempted to pilfer a modicum of your Nine Tails chakra, but was unsuccessful. Just a residue of sage chakra remains. Oops, I may have let that slip. Naruto's expression darkened at the audacity of such words. Is that something you can openly declare? I'm not concerned with anything else. I'm merely intrigued as to how you managed to enter. Xianyi, unwilling to elaborate, pondered whether he should reveal that he had previously enhanced Naruto's food to gain entry into this sealed space, having devised a plethora of rudimentary sealing techniques. Cough, Naruto. I don't ask for half. Would 1/5 suffice? Not a chance. Wait, who's giving to whom here? We're practically brothers. I shouldn't have to pay for your chakra. Still no. Why are you so obstinate? The Nine Tails, observing the two youngsters deliberating his distribution in his presence, became exceedingly irate. He felt utterly disregarded. Go to hell. Xianye's arm bulged with veins as he swiftly broke one of the Nine Tails' claws, delivering a forceful blow that sent the beast flying. Its body dimmed slightly. It had not been granted much chakra to begin with, and that was sage chakra. There was no way to replenish it. Greedy fool, in a couple of days, I will demand from your father. If he refuses, I shall make him pay. Naruto was taken aback, struggling to grasp the meaning. It wasn't that he was stingy. He simply felt it was customary for Xianyi to wait his turn. The Nine Tails, sensing Xianye's diminished energy, charged again, claws bared. Little brat, let us see how long you can endure. Suddenly, shimmering golden chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring the Nine Tails securely, even sealing its mouth. Naruto raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, impressive, as expected of you. Xianyi, glancing around in trepidation, realized it was not his doing. With no means of escape, the Nine Tails soon found itself defeated in a tug of war, its body bursting forth with crimson chakra as it clutched its head in agony. What's with all the excitement? Is it really necessary to scream so? Before Xianyi could finish, a stunningly beautiful woman with long crimson hair, and clad in a flowing green dress, approached gracefully. Kushina? How could I forget Naruto's mother after all this time? I bullied her son. She won't come after me, will she? Kushina stood before Xianyi, observing him for a moment, then glanced at Naruto, before finally resting her hand on his shoulder. As the red chakra cloaking Naruto rapidly dissipated, he regained his composure and slowly raised his head to face the newcomer. Who are you? With a playful tilt of her head, Kushina smiled and asked, Can you guess who I am? In terror, Naruto sprang to his feet, hiding behind Xianyi, pointing at Kushina. You can't be the true form of the Nine Tails. Can you? Kushina burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. After wiping away tears of mirth, she said, What a wild accusation. Surely, I am not. That laughter is unmistakably that of the Nine Tails' true form. Xianyi, you go. I'm not adept at handling women. Xianyi, sweating profusely, barely had time to evade as Kushina's fist struck his head. What was that for? I couldn't bear to hit him. Xianyi, disheartened, gazed at Kushina. With the most loving tone, she addressed Naruto. It seems Minato has told you nothing. In that instant, Naruto understood everything. Tears welled in his eyes. Couldn't you two have come together? He embraced Kushina tightly, his voice trembling. I've always wanted to meet you, Mom. Kushina gently rested her cheek against Naruto's head. Her tone soft. Indeed, you are my son. Naruto felt as though he could now wield the Nine Tails chakra entirely. Conversely, Kushina appeared to have diminished in chakra, which was hard for him to accept. Mom, if that's the case, I can be with Dad soon. Forgive me for making you the vessel of the Nine Tails. You must have endured so much suffering over the years. Well, it's not too bad. I have true friends who care for me. Kushina then turned her gaze to Xianyi, who was still reeling from her earlier punch, looking quite pitiful. Is he truly your friend? Naruto nodded proudly. Yes, Mom. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He is formidable. Indeed, his presence here is evidence of his exceptional prowess. Xianyi stood up and approached Kushina, extending his hand, determined to reclaim his dignity. Hello, sister-in-law. I am your brother-in-law. Bang. Once again, Xianyi received a punch from Kushina, who glared at Naruto. Are you certain he is your friend? Naruto hesitated, glancing at Xianyi, indicating he should explain, as he too feared retribution. Cough. I'm Tsunade's husband. Calling me brother-in-law is not a loss. Kushina was momentarily stunned, questioning whether her ears had deceived her. This young man is already seeking shortcuts? Meanwhile, in the outside world, Jiraiya stood before a magnificent waterfall, inspecting it closely. I've heard this thing can reflect one's inner demons. I must see what mine looks like. Chapter 130. Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Jiraiya, still missing an arm, utilized his remaining limb to pose theatrically before the waterfall, admiring his own reflection. Oh, I still possess such charm. Tsunade is truly blind to it, being enamored with that wretched brat Xianyi. The thought of the infamous yellow comics circulating throughout the ninja world gave him a headache. They were nauseating to behold. Strange, why is the waterfall not reacting? Meanwhile, within Naruto's body, Kushina was petrified. Had she truly heard what she thought she did? Her son, Naruto, had grown so much, and Tsunade, older than herself, had married this young man. She scrutinized Xianyi's features, her brow furrowing as she imagined Tsunade leveraging her status to coerce him into a series of taboo tales. My poor child, Kushina said, gently patting Xianyi's shoulder, her expression filled with sympathy. Xianyi, indifferent, embraced Kushina in return, tears streaming down his face. I'm fine. Truly. Naruto. Xianyi, let go of my mom. Respecting the mother-son reunion, Xianyi withdrew, concealing his chakra and allowing them their moment. At the border of the Land of Lightning, in the command center, Reikage, Anoki, Meitarumi, and Tsunade gathered around a crystal ball, observing the unfolding battle. Xianyi stood beside Tsunade, resting his chin on her shoulder, his consciousness elsewhere. This scene ignited envy in Meitarumi, who glanced back at her own clone, which was anything but obedient. Nara Shikaku conveyed intelligence that a significant number of reanimated corpses had been deployed in the region, with Kakashi's team facing the original 7 ninja swordsmen, while Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, contended against the 2nd Mizukage, 2nd Tsuchikage, 3rd Reikage, and 4th Kazekage, albeit in a rather damaged state. Damaged? What is going on? Reikage, perplexed, approached to examine the information, discovering that the 2nd Mizukage was missing an arm. The 2nd Tsuchikage was legless, the 3rd Reikage had lost half his skin, while the 4th Kazekage seemed relatively unscathed until he turned around, revealing an alarming sight. Is there anyone who can explain this? Narashika shook his head, while Tsunade secretly glanced at Xianyi, knowing full well that it was undoubtedly this fellow's doing. What about the situations on the other battlefields? In other arenas, the Dalu E team was engaged in a challenging confrontation against the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers. Meanwhile, the Huang Tu team faced the army of white monsters, where the situation remained stable. The Sanchuan team clashed with Hanzo, who was swiftly eliminated. And intelligence was relayed back. The four shadows exchanged glances, astonished. Had Hanzo truly fallen so easily? Once they learned that Hanzo had hardly put up a fight, it began to make sense. Xian Yi blinked twice as his main consciousness returned. After processing the information, his gaze fixated on the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers. I'll take care of this. Give me the coordinates. The Yimu could no longer remain idle and found the location of the second Tsuchikage, saying, I shall go here to provide support. Relay the coordinates. Xian Yi looked at the old man, who had a commendable character. After obtaining the coordinates, they both swiftly exited the command room. The Yimu was surprised to learn that Xian Yi was a flying ninja. This isn't too difficult. I've been able to fly since I was young. Hey, I've heard that dust release is quite formidable. Would you teach me? Huh. If you consider joining IWA Shinobi Village, I will personally teach you and even arrange for my beloved granddaughter to marry you. What do you say? You sly old fox. Why not suggest marrying your granddaughter to someone from Konoha instead? I'm not deceiving you. Think it over. Xian Yi altered his flight path, accelerating with wind and thunder release, distancing himself from the old man. After a short while, he arrived at the seaside, where the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers were battling against Dalu Yi and others. On the coast, a large-scale battle was erupting. Xian Yi spotted Tian Tian amidst the crowd, the young girl wielding the Kusanagi sword, striking down foes with elegance. On the sea, Samui was struggling against two earth-exploding stars. Weighed down in battle, she watched in horror as Jin Jiao's red gourd began to pull her in. Samui, with a mighty stomp on the surface of the sea, she kicked up a towering spray of water. Just as she was about to be engulfed, she was suddenly embraced from behind, the suction force dissipating as she was pulled to safety. Who are you, forbidden ninja? Xian Yi looked down to see a stunning ice queen, slightly younger than his wife. Go play elsewhere. This is no place for children. I am not a child. With a push, Samui found herself on the shore, momentarily dazed. What an unpleasant man. Upon seeing the newcomer, Dalu felt a wave of calm wash over him and proceeded towards the coast. Jin Jiao grinned derisively. Another little brat has arrived. Did I permit you to leave? Dalu didn't even glance back, dismissively waving his hand. You must be joking. This man is terrifying. Yin Jiao glared at Xian Yi, feeling unjustly overshadowed by him, questioning why this individual had a higher status and was more handsome. Brother. Huh. First, eliminate that brat. I find him distasteful. Then let it be as you wish, little brother. Chapter 131. Collecting scraps. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao harmonized their attack, encircling Xian Yi, one on each side. Don't blame us for using our numbers against you. As Xian Yi contemplated how to deal with these two, he couldn't contain himself upon hearing their words. Bah, two dim-witted children. You must have gone to a dog school in your youth, only to realize you enrolled in the wrong one as you grew up. Brother Jin, did we just get insulted? I heard that too. Jin Jiao raised the red gourd towards Xian Yi, suppressing his anger. If I call your name, will you dare to respond? Xian Yi thrust his feet downward, soaring into the sky, suspending himself in midair while conjuring a sphere of lightning infused with yin-yang chakra. I wouldn't dare. Forbidden technique. The rising moon over the sea. Plus version. Jin Jiao's red gourd unleashed a gravitational pull, momentarily elated, thinking he had silenced the brat. But upon looking up, he was left dumbfounded. What is that? As the moonlight descended, it generated a 100-meter-high wave, causing all on the coast to cease their actions and stare in astonishment. What transpired there? Is that the work of the forbidden ninja? I see him. What? Are you saying this was caused by a forbidden ninja? You must be jesting. With a thunderous crash, the sea surged, affecting the coast as it swept away a large number of white zetsu and shinobi. Meanwhile, two half-tailed beasts appeared in the sea, their forms incomplete. This just became much easier, Xian Yi muttered before diving down. Despite the agility of the two half-tailed beasts, they could not capture him. With a swift motion, he seized their forms, extracting the crimson-tailed beast chakra and pressing it into his own body. With the chakra channels opened, the two-tailed beasts visibly shrank at an observable rate. You jest. I possess a fragment of the Otsutsuki's divine tree within me, rendering you two mere children. Once Xian Yi had drained all the Nine-Tails chakra, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao found themselves half-kneeling on the surface of the sea, their Edo Tensei forms failing to regenerate. What is happening? Brother. Huh. My leg is gone. After a brief respite, Xian Yi's skin paled further, yet he had no time to ponder the changes. He quickly executed a sealing technique, confining Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. He collected several scattered items of the Sage of Six Paths, the banana fan, the red gourd, the amber purifying bottle, and the gold binding rope. A fruitful haul. On to the next. Xian Yi ascended once more, having memorized all the battle locations, eager to reap some more spoils. While passing overhead the coast, he spotted Tian Tian and Hinata Hayashi. Let me drop down and say hello. He landed, effortlessly dispatching the approaching white Zetsu. The battle here had tilted overwhelmingly in their favor, requiring no assistance. Tian Tian. Busy here, our great hero of Konoha. What do you want? Xian Yi produced the banana fan, tossing it to Tian Tian. Borrow this. Return it when you're done. I don't want it. By the time she looked up, he had vanished, causing her to stomp her foot in frustration, glancing at the Kusanagi sword and the banana fan in her hands. That scoundrel must be trying to win me over. Tian Tian, you must resist. Do not let him succeed. Xian Yi swiftly flew towards the battlefield of the Edo Tensei 7 Ninja Swordsmen, where Kakashi's troops were stationed. By the time he arrived, it was already afternoon, and a sense of urgency quickened his pace. On the other side, Naruto had fully mastered the Nine-Tails chakra mode. With malicious intent, he sensed something amiss with the Samahata sword on Killer Bee's back and charged forward with a punch. To his astonishment, a human face sprouted from the mouth of the Samahata, revealing it was none other than the resurrected Kisame. By the waterfall, Jiraiya had lost all patience with this creature, finding it utterly ineffective. Ugh, what is this? Kisame burst through the waterfall, charging directly at Jiraiya with a furious roar. Get out of my way. Jiraiya, more incensed than Kisame, retaliated with a powerful kick. My inner demons shall never be you, foul beast. With a resounding impact, Kisame was sent crashing against the wall, spitting blood as he instinctively separated from the Samahata. Jiraiya then realized it truly was not what it seemed, and his heart raced. Since you're here, don't think of leaving. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. Kisame had no intention of dodging and was ensnared by Jiraiya's hair. With a swift motion, Jiraiya pressed his hand down, rapidly extracting the chakra from the strands. Jiraiya was utterly bewildered. Everything felt so limp and lacking in firmness that he quickly retracted his hair. This fellow possesses the ability to extract others' chakra. What a troublesome predicament. At that moment, Naruto burst forth from the waterfall, pointing at Kisame Hashigaki and shouting, "Seize him." He is an undercover agent for the Akatsuki organization. Kisame, anxious to relay intelligence, had no desire to linger in battle, and as he observed Killer Bee's affectionate engagement with the Samahata, his temper flared. Am I being betrayed? Kisame, you seem to have quite the fondness for this, don't you? Meanwhile, Kakashi's squad, with Xian Yi wielding the explosive blade, the needle blade, the lightning blade, the blunt blade, and the scythe, felt somewhat like a ragtag group. Perhaps he should have arrived on a tricycle. Chapter 132, The Hokage of the Ages. Indeed, Xian Yi wasn't boasting when compared to other blades. These were hardly exceptional. It was a bit unfair to blame him for having high standards when he had never possessed inferior tools. Disciple, I leave the rest to you. I must take my leave. Kakashi turned away, indicating he did not recognize him. Do you have no sense of boundaries? Might Guy playfully nudged Kakashi, raising an eyebrow, clearly indicating camaraderie. I didn't expect you to have such a connection with Xian Yi. It's deafening. We have so many enemies left to deal with. Don't lose focus. Kakashi remarked, noticing Xian Yi blushing. Uncertain of where Kabuto Yakushi had hidden, Xian Yi realized that Itachi Uchiha's corpse remained with him, untransformed by the impure world reincarnation. And the situation was rather bleak. Ultimately, acting on impulse had brought him harm. Otherwise, Itachi would have been able to mentally sway Kabuto via the network in no time. Impure world reincarnation? Oh, Orochimaru. Indeed, it is time for that fellow to be revived. Xian Yi veered in another direction and soon arrived at a shrine dedicated to the Shinigami. He had studied some of the second Hokage's forbidden techniques, though he had not mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, as it was quite complex. Such skills could not be learned in a short period. The Flying Thunder God is essentially a fusion of space-time and sealing techniques. Those who boast they can learn it in no time are merely speaking nonsense. Along the way, Xianyi captured 5 white Zetsu, casually removing a Shinigami mask and donning it, performing hand seals. Forbidden technique, Reaper Death Seal. A chilling wind swept through, and a spectral figure appeared behind Xianyi, with a ghastly visage, sharp fangs, and a menacing presence. One hand clutching a blade, and the other a string of prayer beads. Xianyi concentrated his dark chakra into a blade, swiftly turning to perform a surgical strike on the Shinigami. For blue souls erupted from the Shinigami's abdomen, aimlessly drifting throughout the room. The Shinigami was taken aback. What was happening? Xianyi discarded the Shinigami mask and retrieved Itachi Uchiha's corpse, forming hand seals once more before delivering a resounding clap. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. With each anguished cry, the 5 white Zetsu before him were enveloped in ashes, gradually transforming into the first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, fourth Hokage, and Itachi Uchiha. At that moment, the Shinigami reached out with its ghostly claw, attempting to grasp Xianyi's soul, to which he turned around with a beaming smile and clapped his hands. Congratulations. A quintuplet, indeed. So, you might perish in the process of delivery. Dark release, great blood loss technique. With the dark chakra blade in hand, Xianyi relentlessly stabbed at the Shinigami's abdomen, and soon after, the Shinigami faded away. This impure world reincarnation had not been modified. It merely allowed the deceased to maintain awareness, with their battle prowess remaining uncertain. Brother Tobirama, it seems we have been revived once more. The first Hokage's manipulation of souls was indeed a bit excessive, but it was refreshing to breathe the air again. Itachi Uchiha, what is the meaning of this? The onlookers, witnessing Xianyi's prowess even against a Shinigami, were convinced that he was no ordinary individual. After explaining the situation, the group was eager to engage in battle. Brother Tobirama, I always said the Uchiha cannot be trusted. They should have been eradicated completely. Hashirama, do not jump to conclusions. This young brother seems quite capable. Their gazes turned to Itachi, who, expressionless, extended a hand in greeting. Hashirama, you are here too. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, chuckled awkwardly. Hello, teacher. Oh, who is this young brother? Minato Namikaze turned around, revealing the large characters on his back, proclaiming, I am the fourth Hokage. Hashirama casually continued, so, you have reached the fourth Hokage status. How is the village now? Is everything well? I died earlier than the third. I am uncertain. How did you meet your end? I perished sealing the 9 tails. Tobirama's expression froze, unwilling to pursue the matter further, redirecting his gaze to Xianyi. So, you are from Konoha? Xianyi adjusted his non-existent tie, tidied his hair, and coughed lightly. I am your granddaughter's husband. Hashirama erupted into hearty laughter, delighted, while Tobirama was momentarily taken aback. Calculating the timeline and realizing that Tsunade's age did not quite align with this young man, Xianyi abruptly embraced Hashirama's leg, weeping, your granddaughter is abusive. She mistreats me. Will you not intervene? He merely wished to witness Tsunade being reprimanded by her elders, unable to hold her head high. This is unacceptable, Tobirama remarked. Indeed, quite unacceptable. Xianyi concurred. How could she be so abusive? How could she still have the audacity to report me? When I see Tsunade again, I must speak to her. Just then, a group entered the shrine, and both parties exchanged glances. Sasuke, are you here to assist the Shinigami? Chapter 133, The Nine Tails Chakra. Sasuke was equally perplexed. Encountering Xianyi here. I am not here to cause trouble, so do not provoke me. Xianyi, I am frighteningly powerful now. Xianyi cracked his knuckles, preparing to warm up. Children should not be spoiled. A good beating should suffice. Stretching, he counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Now, let's do some jumping exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Karen stepped back, standing in front of a tall beauty clad in a cheapao. Lord Orochimaru. Quickly protect Sasuke. That person keeps trying to slap him. As soon as she spoke, the atmosphere fell silent. Hashirama was still trying to comprehend the situation, looking around. What is happening? What expressions are these? After a moment of silence, the third Hokage reluctantly explained, she was my disciple, but later she defected. So, Tobirama inquired. This matter should not warrant such astonishment. The third Hokage turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. She was previously a male disciple. Another silence enveloped the room as the worldview of the Senju brothers was shattered. The world had become chaotic, and human hearts were inscrutable. Initially, Xian Yi had not recognized Orochimaru, but now that he had, it indicated that this individual had been resurrected at some cursed seal location. So, how did you come back to life? Orochimaru smirked, his gaze fixed intently on Xian Yi, responding with utmost honesty. Xian sang, "Rest assured, the red bean is unharmed. Sasuke has resurrected me through the possession of other cursed seal bearers." Upon hearing this, Xian Yi's heart was set at ease, and he no longer wished to squander time here, shifting his gaze towards the fourth Hokage. "Brother-in-law, could you spare me a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra?" Wolfeng Shuimin was momentarily taken aback, pondering whom he was addressing. As he shifted his body to the left, Xian Yi followed suit, then veered to the right. Xian Yi directly extended his finger, pointing at Wolfeng Shuimin's nose. "I am speaking to you. Why do you evade? Young one, I am unclear about the basis of your claims, but I cannot part with the Nine-Tails. How is this even debatable? Kushina is Tsunade's sister. I am Tsunade's husband, thus making you my brother-in-law. Is there a problem with that?" Wolfeng Shuimin felt his circuits fry after being resurrected from death for over a decade through impure world reincarnation. He now had a brother-in-law who was of a similar age to his own son. Is this logic even sound? Simply put, will you or will you not? Wolfeng Shuimin continued to shake his head, about to articulate a rebuttal when Xian Yi made his move. Sealing technique, prison of heaven and earth. Chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring Wolfeng Shuimin, who swiftly dodged with a flicker of his form. Xian Yi quickly altered his hand seals, performing the universal pull, drawing Wolfeng Shuimin uncontrollably towards him. What is this? Wolfeng Shuimin hurled a kunai imbued with flying thunder god technique, but Xian Yi effortlessly evaded, his gaze flickering. Wolfeng Shuimin appeared behind him, kunai pressed to his neck, still wearing a smile. "You've lost. Do you wish to continue? The Nine-Tails? Is that so?" Suddenly, Wolfeng Shuimin's feet were ensnared in earth, chains binding him further, with an embarrassing floral knot added for humiliation. When did this happen? The two had moved too swiftly. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere 2 seconds, and by the time Wolfeng Shuimin was restrained, it had only taken 3 seconds. Xian Yi turned, pressing his palm against Wolfeng Shuimin's abdomen, activating his Rinnegan to extract a fiery red chakra. The first and second Hokage could no longer remain idle, unleashing their chakra pressure, fixated on Xian Yi. "Youngster, it would be wise to refrain from any actions until you have proven your identity," the third Hokage interjected, striving to maintain harmony at such a critical juncture. "Do not engage. I can attest to his affiliation with Konoha and assure you he poses no threat." Senju Tobarama, why did you not mention this earlier? I did not foresee that he and Tsunade shared such a connection. The Senju brothers withdrew their chakra pressure, falling silent, realizing that little Tsunade had indeed fallen, a true disgrace to the Senju clan. Xian Yi lifted his garment, forcefully extracting the Nine-Tails chakra. Fortunate that this impure world reincarnation was not overly powerful. Otherwise, subduing Wolfeng Shuimin would have demanded greater effort. Wolfeng Shuimin did not resist this time, bound as he was. Further defiance could lead to unforeseen consequences. It was only when a third of the dark Nine-Tails chakra within Wolfeng Shuimin had been siphoned off that Xian Yi ceased, deeming it sufficient as a spark. "Well then, are you four here to play mahjong or head to the battlefield? The choice is yours. I'm leaving. Itachi, you should go as well." Xian Yi took a few steps, sensing no one following him. Turning back, he saw Uchiha Itachi pointing at Sasuke, still finding time to show affection. Senju Tobarama glanced at his own hands, gravely stating, "You should go assist. I must first enhance the potency of the impure world reincarnation, lest I be of little help. Impressive, as expected of you. Farewell." Xian Yi soared into the air, heading straight for the command center in the Land of Lightning. With night having fallen, uncertain if Uchiha Madara had already made his presence known, on the desert battlefield, the impure world reincarnation of the Third Raikage remained steadfast, single-handedly inflicting misery upon Gar's forces.